Chapter 113, The Fight Breaks Out. Zhang Jun realized that the true character of a person often reveals itself during a drinking session. Unfeasible. Provincial Secretary Zhang Dongfeng conducted himself with great moderation regardless of what proposed the toast. Hammer little gentle sip. Maintaining a stature raised he highest authority present, and knew not direct to pressure him further. In contrast, Theodore sat to block such restraint, indulging in the festivities with abandon. This was particularly true for the leaders from the county and town. Wu drank with a fervor had suggested each additional cup with triumph. Fortunately, with figures like Zhang Dongfeng and Mayor Zhou present, there is maintained a semblance of decorum otherwise. Many would surely have found themselves in embarrassing predicaments, yet, even under the circumstances, mischief still surfaced. Chu Ji, the director of the county commission office, had consumed a few too many drinks and swaggered right up to Shen's festival, leering as she read toast to them dire porters and bells of the county. Hazen insisted on sharing a drink with Shen Sulong. Sheng Shua, holding her cup, took a dainty sip. Chu Ji emptied this glass on displayed its bottom, smirking to say, "Comrade Sheng Shua, why aren't you drinking?" Setting her glass down, Shen replied, "Director, I still have work to do. I can't drink." Chu Ji, emboldened by the alcohol, reached out to grasp her hand. "A few drinks won't get you drunk. Drink up." Slightly shifting way, Sheng Shui deftly moved her hand behind their back to evade his grasp. Chu Ji, incensed, retorted, "You, just a cerebral adcaster, dare to be so disrespectful towards me." Witnessing Feisenfold, Zhang Jun stood up with his glass in hand, approaching Chu Ji with a stern countenance. "Director Chu, you've had too much to drink." Chu Ji chuckled, "Comrade Zhang Jun, what do is it matter to if I drink with Comrade Shen Shui?" Zhang Jun replied coolly, "Sheng Zhou is my friend. Invite Heron for reporters from the television station to cover a event. Theory is the mad guests of Yiping County today. Where I hear sends obvious bitterly. Secretary Zhang and mayors were watching from a further please indoor conduct." Chu Ji was momentarily taken aback. He glanced toward Zhang Dongfeng's table before shaking off his drunken stupor slightly. He turned and retreated to his seat. Shen Su smiled at Zhang Jun, a warm expression of gratitude crossing her face. Zhang Jun raised this glass door to the media representatives. "Thank you all for coming to Yiping County for the interviews. Your hard work is much appreciated, and we will rely on your support in the future. In raising glass style drink, you're welcome to take your own pace." He put Zhuang Wenqian on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Remember to write the report." Zhuang Wenqian grinned, "Got it. You've shown quite a bit of authority today." Zhang Jun sighed, enfurrowed of officials, wanting his little freedom. As the banquet concluded, Zhang Jun and Theophilus saw Zhang Dongfeng and first off, returning the lively Yiping County tight Suzhou tranquilly. Just as Zhang Jun turned around, he received a text message from Shen Shui. "Thank you for helping me out. Do you have to meet tonight?" "Not today. Let's reschedule another time," he replied. He then headed to the development zone, intending to hold a meeting with the newly established management committee members. Upon arriving at the committee as entrance, he noticed Deputy Director Wang Dexing engaged in an argument with a group of people. Zhang Jun approached, querying in a firm tone, "What's going on?" Wang Dexing pointed at the group, exclaiming, "Secretary Zhang, they are from the canning factory's construction team. They've left the materials in complete disarray. I told them not to block the road, but I refused to list them." Their representative of the construction team interjected, "Secretary Zhang, wherein I temporarily park at the roadside, it's just for convenience." Having passed by earlier, Zhang Jun had indeed noticed the disorganized materials. "All right, go ahead with your work. Just remember, decisively temporary measure clean it too promptly." Their representative ended as early, passing Zhang Jun a cigarette as a form of gratitude before hastily retreating. Wang Dexing frowned, "Secretary Zhang, you read the thumb. When more businesses come in for construction, every all new will encroach upon the road, leading to public grievances." Zhang Jun lit a cigarette and shot a glance. "First, what you are predicting is merely a potential future scenario. It is guaranteed to happen. Secondly, they stated say temporary occupation. Don't is a time take up surrounding paths when building your own house. Let's not nitpick over trivial matters. Let's focus on fitting." Wang Dexing appeared ready to further dispute this, but Zhang Jun had already determined to enter the management committee office. He convened the committee members for a brief meeting, gathering that while Deputy Directors Cheng Dingwen and Wang Dexing who had both been dispatched from the county, the office was managed by Guo Qiao, along with no other staff members responsible for finances, accounting, and more. Zhang Jun succinctly conveyed his sense of Secretary Zhang Dongfeng's earlier speech and provided evidence for their work. "Comrades, the management committee has officially been established today. This committee functions as a government agency authorized to manage economic and social affairs uniformly within our jurisdiction, exercising responsibilities of management, oversight, coordination, and service. Our task is to attract investment and serve enterprises. Please keep these in mind. Your identity is not merely one of management, but of service. We must recognize our functions and learn to shift your perspective from managing to serving." Wang Dexing raised his hand to speak. "Secretary Zhang, I support your words. Why indeed need to serve enterprises? But your primary duty is still to manage and supervise. If we know situations like he need just now, they may become increasingly outrageous." Zhang Jun thought to himself, this Wang Dexing just quite stubborn, playing into me no resource like this. Who had sent them here? Has it been difficult to manage? Manage what must managed, but the not middle first had not require intervention, Zhang Jun asserted, tapping his finger on fitable. Alright, let's wrap up today's meeting and return to your duties. I am not beset regularly, so I feel heavy and matters, feel free to come. Zhang Jun returned to the town committee office. Where Wang Wenqian called home, Zhang Jun. If written on article and sent it to your mail, can you take a look? Zhang Jun opened this computer, logged it into his mail, and reviewed it the attachment sent by Wang Wenqian. After reading it through, he called them back. Zhuang's great journalist, your article completely misses sticky points. Secretary Zhen's speech covered three vital areas: belief in action, business environment, and economic development. Meanwhile, you've turned everything upside down, focusing solely on Mayor Zha's speech. Zhuang Wenqian chuckled. I think Mayor Zha's remarks are more realistic and meaningful. Zhang Jun sighed. You don't understand. Secretary Zhen is the provincial secretary responsible for ideological direction and major policies. Mayor Su, on the other hand, is as a leader concerned with concrete matters, which is why his approach is more pragmatic. However, your article must center around Secretary Zhen's speech. Rewrite it. Zhuang Wenqian chuckled helplessly. Why don't you just help mere eyesight? I'm not good at writing thought for more styly like now we show to write narrative literature. Zhang Jun helped summarize piece, transforming it so thoroughly that only the title and punctuation remained from Zhuang Wenqian's original version. After reviewing the corrected article, Zhuang Wenqian said nothing further but sent a message once that article payment arrives. I'll give you all of it. After all, there are barely any words left that he wrote. Zhang Jun was well aware of his temperament and decided not to engage further, just as she was preparing tally for the day. Zhou Wang stormed him, hurriedly yelling, Secretary Zhang, it's bad. There is a fight breaking out at the management committee.
Chapter 114. Depart early. Zhang Jun inquired in a deep voice, who was engaged in a brawl. Zhou Wang hastily replied, that Wang Dexing, he got into a fight with the construction crew from the canned food factory. It's a bloody mess. Zhang Jun's expression shifted. What transpired? Zhou Wang managed a bitter smile. I'm not entirely sure. I just received a call from there and learned that something had gone awry. Zhang Jun collected himself, grasping his briefcase as he made his way outside. Let's go investigate. Why haven't they reported this to me? Zhou Wang followed him out, stating, who would dare report this to you? I knew this matter couldn't be concealed, which is why I came to find you. Once they were in the car, Zhang Jun remarked, when incidents occur, why is the first instinct to cover it up, rather than to resolve the issue? Zhou Wang, feeling timid, remained silent. Upon arriving at the management committee, Zhang Jun exited the vehicle and noticed committee members standing to one side, while the workers from the canned food factory stood opposite, both groups in a heated standoff, vociferously pointing fingers at one another. Zhang Jun approached, his face darkened with displeasure, and commanded, what is going on here? Do you all wish to engage in fisticuffs and end up in prison? Bring Qin Yangjun to me and arrest everyone involved in the altercation. Lock them up for 3 days and nights to start. His imposing presence instilled a sense of fear among the crowd, causing them to fall silent, all eyes fixed on Zhang Jun. Scanning the scene, he noticed a worker with a head injury and inquired, who assaulted you? The worker, filled with indignation, pointed at Wang Dexing. It was him, he struck me with a steel pipe. Zhang Jun's brow furrowed as he confronted Wang Dexing. Why did you resort to violence? Wang Dexing, feeling unjustly accused, retorted loudly, Secretary Zhang, you blame me without understanding the situation. I refuse to accept such an accusation. Zhang Jun's voice rose in intensity. I ask you again, why did you strike him? Wang Dexing, feeling somewhat intimidated by Zhang Jun's piercing gaze, lowered his head and explained, I instructed them to remove the materials, but they insisted on doing it tomorrow. They were disobedient first. I merely picked up a steel pipe and swung it. How was I to know he wouldn't dodge? Zhang Jun's gaze turned icy as he scrutinized Wang Dexing. What did I say during the meeting this afternoon? Did you dismiss my words as mere noise? Your attitude is unfit for the management committee. Return to whence you came. This declaration indicated Wang Dexing's impending expulsion from the committee. Wang Dexing, initially taken aback, quickly retorted, Secretary Zhang, I am a duly appointed deputy director of the management committee. You lack the authority to dismiss me. Moreover, I acted in the interest of work, not out of personal animosity. On what grounds do you intend to remove me? Zhang Jun waved his hand forcefully. I will report this to Secretary Chen. Starting tomorrow, you need not return to work. Wang Dexing felt deeply insulted, responding haughtily, Secretary Zhang, until the county officially removes me from my position, I remain the deputy director of the management committee. Your word alone does not suffice. Zhang Jun let out a cold laugh, then you may wait and see. Turning away, his demeanor softened as he asked the injured worker, is your injury severe? I will arrange for someone to take you to the hospital for an examination and to bandage your wound. Seeing his understanding and compassionate approach, the worker, clutching his forehead, replied, Secretary Zhang, I'm fine. It is just a little blood. We are migrant workers, tough-skinned and hardy. I won't perish from this. If he had your attitude, we wouldn't have caused a disturbance. Zhang Jun addressed Guo Xiaoqiao beside him, provide this gentleman with 500 yuan as a nutritional supplement, charged to the management committee's funds. Guo Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement, understood, Secretary Zhang, I will retrieve the money immediately. She promptly departed to collect 500 yuan from the finances of the management committee and handed it to the injured worker, who expressed his gratitude profusely. Zhang Jun patted the worker's shoulder and turned to address the assembly. Listen well, this is our most earnest brother among the migrant workers. Despite being the victim, he receives his rightful compensation and yet insists on expressing his gratitude. You who have attained even the slightest rank, do you presume you can act with impunity and resort to violence? I tell you, if you wish to serve under me, you must all exhibit restraint. If you cannot act in the interest of the people, you might as well return home and sell sweet potatoes. If you seek to wield power and authority, do not come to me. Depart at once. A palpable tension filled the air, and all present bowed their heads in silence. Enough, you may disperse. Zhang Jun concluded, turning to leave. Guo Qiaoqiao approached, saying, Secretary Zhang, I will return and prepare your meal. Zhang Jun replied, Oh? Will you manage that? Guo Qiaoqiao smiled brightly, I can handle it, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun nodded, allowing her to enter the vehicle. Upon returning to the dormitory, Guo Qiaoqiao washed the rice, opened the refrigerator, and began to chop the vegetables. Zhang Jun washed his face, settled onto the sofa, smoked a couple of cigarettes, then called Chen Guoliang. Secretary Chen, greetings, this is Zhang Jun, I have a matter I would like to discuss with you. Zhang Jun recounted the incident involving Wang Dexing, then emphasized gravely, Secretary Zhang's remarks today echoed in my ears. The cultivation of a favorable business environment is fundamental to the success of the development zone. A cadre like Wang Dexing is unfit to remain on the management committee. The committee should primarily serve, rather than impose stringent management. An abundance of such individuals will frighten away investors. Chen Guoliang listened attentively before pondering briefly. If that is the case, let us transfer Wang Dexing. Zhang Jun smiled faintly. Thank you, Secretary Chen, for your support of my work. Wang Dexing seems to have some backing. He spoke defiantly when I suggested his transfer. This matter will require the intervention of the county's organizational department. Chen Guoliang scoffed, a mere deputy director cannot defy authority. Comrade Zhang Jun, rest assured, I will handle this matter. He then shifted the conversation. By the way, my nephew Tian Feng has somehow become embroiled in a case of assault, with the victim being Cheng Yufeng from your town. Cheng Yufeng is currently under interrogation at the town police station, and I wish to transfer this case to the county bureau for handling. What are your thoughts, Comrade Zhang Jun? Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether Chen Guoliang was seeking a trade, using the transfer of Wang Dexing as leverage to gain favor in the Cheng Yufeng case. He considered that as long as Chen Guoliang wished to intervene in the affairs of the Public Security Bureau, he, as the county committee secretary, had the authority to do so. The inquiry was merely a gesture of respect towards him. Thus, he replied, I have no objections to this matter. Chen Guoliang laughed heartily. Comrade Zhang Jun, I knew you were a good comrade. Excellent, then we shall proceed. After ending the call, Zhang Jun extinguished his cigarette but dialed Chen Yangjun. Though he could not defy Chen Guoliang's orders, he could certainly leverage the situation. The Cheng Yufeng case implicated several officials from both the county and town, and Zhang Jun intended to utilize this to his advantage, serving both as a shield for himself and to uncover the truth behind the events. Chapter 115 Arrogance. Hello, Secretary Zhang. Chen Yangjun's hearty voice resonated. Is the county police planning to transfer the Cheng Yufeng case? Zhang Jun inquired. Yes, Secretary Zhang. Chen Yangjun replied. Since Tian Feng was apprehended by the county police, the two cases are to be consolidated for trial. Cheng Yufeng will be transferred to the county police tomorrow. Do you have any instructions? Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun stroked his chin and asked, have we obtained all of Cheng Yufeng's confessions? Chen Yangjun answered, almost, she has confessed to everything she needed to. In a grave tone, Zhang Jun commanded, then work overtime tonight. I want all confessions related to the Cheng Yufeng case, including her accusations against Ding Changrong. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Yangjun responded, understood, Secretary Zhang. I will report to you once I have collected the confessions. Zhang Jun acknowledged with a grunt and ended the call, his gaze turning profound and composed. At 9:30 that evening, Chen Yangjun approached Zhang Jun, presenting Cheng Yufeng's confession for his review. After a thorough examination, Zhang Jun asked, is this Cheng Yufeng's signature and seal? Yes, Secretary Zhang, our interrogation followed all protocols, and we have video and audio recordings as well. Chen Yangjun, being astute, recognized that Zhang Jun's request for a surprise interrogation of Cheng Yufeng bore significant implications, hence he was well prepared. Zhang Jun nodded in satisfaction, saying, excellent, you must safeguard this evidence. It constitutes the original interrogation record. With a moment of hesitation, Chen Yangjun queried, Secretary Zhang, may I speak candidly? Zhang Jun smiled gently, what is it? Speak freely, you need not be formal with me. Straightening his posture, Chen Yangjun expressed, Secretary Zhang, Tian Feng is after all Chen Guoliang's nephew, and I fear that individuals in the bureau may be swayed by personal connections and hastily close the case. Offering him a cigarette, Zhang Jun reassured, this is not a concern of mine. We must have faith in the organization and in our comrades at the county police. They dared to storm the county committee banquet hall to apprehend Tian Feng. What principle could they possibly forsake? His foresight surpassed that of Chen Yangjun. The county police were not under the sole authority of Chen Guoliang. Even if Chen Guoliang had allies within the bureau, did Fu Ziqiang and Yu Xingli not have their own supporters? The cases of Tian Feng and Cheng Yufeng, while seemingly instances of violence, were in truth a power struggle between Fu Ziqiang and Chen Guoliang. The ultimate outcome remained to be seen. Chen Yangjun, lacking experience in the high-stakes realm of power conflicts, could not perceive the situation as clearly as Zhang Jun. Secretary Zhang, you are wise, Chen Yangjun remarked, I too wish to unveil the truth of the case. Zhang Jun pondered. Has Ding Changrong returned? Chen Yangjun replied, I heard he is returning tomorrow. Today is a celebration, and the county is wary of potential disturbances from him, so they didn't release him. Zhang Jun mused that while Chen Guoliang and his associates professed their belief in Ding Changrong's innocence, their fear of upheaval indicated otherwise. If he could not cause trouble today, would he not do so in the future? The following morning, Zhang Jun arrived at the office. Guo Qiaoqiao had been reassigned to the Development Zone Management Committee. Zhang Jun had yet to appoint a correspondent for his side and instructed Zhou Wang to handle any tasks. Zhou Wang, aware of Secretary Zhang's remarkable influence, was more than willing to assist him. While Zhang Jun was engrossed in reviewing documents, a knock echoed at the door. He looked up to see Ding Changrong returning, his face shadowed, unshaven, and gaunt, exuding an air of exhaustion and weariness. It appeared his stay in the disciplinary committee's confinement was far from comfortable. Comrade Ding Changrong, you've returned. Zhang Jun set his pen down and offered him a cigarette. What is the meaning of this? Ding Changrong accepted the cigarette, his voice tinged with despair. Secretary Zhang, do you think this is fair? I was unjustly detained for so many days, subjected to endless investigations, only to be released with no explanation from the county. Where am I to seek justice? Zhang Jun gestured for him to sit on the reception sofa and said, do you have no issues at all? Why is Cheng Yufeng casting aspersions on you? It is because you harbored feelings for her, Ding Changrong hastily retorted. I was merely manipulated by her. That woman had her plans all along. I am the victim. Secretary Zhang, you must believe me. I trust the organization, and the organization undoubtedly trusts you, otherwise, they would not have released you, Zhang Jun replied, leisurely smoking. It's good that you're back. Do not dwell on unfounded thoughts. Gather yourself and focus on your work. Ding Changrong sighed deeply. Secretary Zhang, I truly suffered greatly at that woman's hands. Enough of this, I'll head home for a bit. Zhang Jun nodded and accompanied him to the door. No sooner had Ding Changrong departed than Wang Dexing strode in. Secretary Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Why was I reassigned from the management committee? Wang Dexing's eyes bulged with indignation, fists clenched, confronting Zhang Jun with accusations. Comrade Wang Dexing, I have no jurisdiction over your position, your assignment to the management committee and your subsequent transfer are decisions made by the county's organization department. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult the county committee, Zhang Jun replied calmly. You stated yesterday, what am I to you? How could I possibly influence your position? Wang Dexing scoffed derisively. Do you take me for a fool? It was undoubtedly you who reported me to Secretary Chen. Zhang Jun chuckled. Now that is intriguing. I have only recently arrived in Yiping County and managed to persuade Secretary Chen to alter the position of a deputy section chief. Wang Dexing disregarded all rationale, fixated on blaming Zhang Jun for his reassignment, baring his teeth in defiance. Zhang Jun, you're the one orchestrating this. I have done nothing to offend you. I have diligently worked, even clashed with those migrant workers, yet instead of supporting me, you conspire against me and reassign me. What kind of leader are you? You treat those migrant workers better than you do me. Zhang Jun was not one to be intimidated. He slammed his palm on the desk, voice booming. Enough, this is the office of the city's party committee secretary. Do you presume to act unruly here? What right do you have to compare yourself to those laborers? They toil tirelessly, earning their livelihood through hard work, while you shamelessly resort to violence against them. Do you think they would not retaliate if provoked? If they were to report you, you could very well end up in prison. Your position may not have been revoked by me, but let me be clear. I have indeed suggested to the county committee to appoint someone else as deputy director. Wang Dexing's eyes blazed with fury, seemingly ready to ignite, as he could no longer contain himself. He bellowed, Zhang Jun, you have finally admitted it, haven to you, may you meet your demise. I worked so hard to attain this deputy director position. Do you have any idea how much time and effort I invested? You can just strip me of it with a single word. I will not let this go. Before he could act, Zhang Jun delivered a sharp slap across his face. Wang Dexing, what did you just say? You spent money to secure the deputy director position. Whose money did you give? Clarify yourself. Zhang Jun's eyes widened with authority, exuding an air of dominance. Chapter 116 Investment Attraction. Wang Dexing, caught off guard by his own impulsiveness, was abruptly roused by a sharp slap from Zhang Jun. Staring in shock as he cradled his face, he stammered, Secretary Zhang, I never said I gave money to anyone. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. This fellow had endured a beating in vain, not daring to utter a word as he turned to flee. Zhang Jun, however, pursued him, shouting, Hey, stop, you need to clarify this. The louder he yelled, the faster Wang Dexing scampered away. If this matter were to come to light, Wang Dexing's life would be irrevocably ruined. Although he could no longer serve as the director of the management committee, as long as his connections remained intact, he could always find another location to continue his official duties. But if he truly exposed those connections, he would be left with nowhere to hide. Zhang Jun sneered slightly. You think you can challenge me? He turned and sat down, returning to his work. Zhou Wang entered with that day's newspaper. Zhang Jun picked up the city paper and was delighted to see the article he had assisted Zhuang Wenxiang in writing prominently featured on the front page. Zhuang Wenxiang called, laughing like a fool on the other end, Zhang Jun, did you see the article? After so many years in this line of work, I've never made the front page, and yet you managed it with a mere stroke of your pen. Isn't that ironic? Zhang Jun replied sternly, what are you talking about? That article is your work, it bears your name, speak nonsense again, and I'll shut you up. The sound of Zhuang Wenxiang smacking his own mouth echoed through the phone. I'm sorry, I deserve a punishment. Zhang Jun sighed, your character remains as unruly as ever, but what good does that do? Being a lone flower with no path forward leads to nowhere, you must learn to fit in. Zhuang Wenxiang chuckled foolishly again, does a beautiful phoenix have to pluck its feathers and become a chicken just to fit in? Zhang Jun coldly retorted, you still consider yourself exceptionally talented. Once, the Jade Emperor assigned the Phoenix to oversee the sun, crowing every morning to awaken it. First, the Phoenix took its duty seriously, but due to its striking beauty and the constant praise it received, it grew somewhat vain and began to focus on its appearance. One day, preoccupied with its grooming, it forgot to rouse the sun, resulting in several days of darkness. Upon discovering this, the Jade Emperor transformed the Phoenix into a chicken. Zhuang Wenxiang fell silent, dejectedly muttering, "You're right. Aside from my sarcastic remarks, I can do nothing else. Your paintings are rather good. I saw them last time and found you quite talented. Perhaps you could hold an art exhibition or something, and it might lead to a successful venture?" Zhang Jun, fearing he might be downcast, offered a few words of consolation. "An exhibition for me? Are you joking? That would surely be the demise of our nation's art scene. Well, I won't chat any longer. I'll send you the manuscript fee when it arrives." "What fee?" "Just take me out for a nice meal. I fear it won't even cover the cost of drinks. I'll make up the difference." This time, Zhuang Wenxiang suddenly grew clever. "I must thank you for your help." "Ha! If you spoke normally every time, you would have long since risen to wealth and power. I often feel out of place with you all because I'm not fallen enough." "Oh, here we go again." Zhang Jun abruptly ended the call. Under Zhang Jun's diligent leadership, the county's various tasks progressed smoothly. Before long, May 1st arrived, and the province held an investment promotion conference. Zhang Jun led the management committee members to participate. This investment conference had been in the works for quite some time, with Zhang Jun preparing exquisite promotional materials and brochures. On the day of the conference, Zhang Jun, accompanied by Deputy Director Cheng Dingwen and Office Director Guo Qiaoqiao, arrived at the Provincial International Exhibition Center. The province had allocated a booth for the Yiping County Development Zone, and each exhibiting unit was issued name badges for entry and exit. Zhang Jun assigned 3 female colleagues to distribute flyers outside, instructing them, any invited investors can receive flyers. The more you distribute, the better. Over 1,000 investment firms attended the conference, representing various enterprises from both domestic and international backgrounds. Zhang Jun had revised his perception of the development zone. With so many so-called high-tech industrial parks yet so few genuinely innovative enterprises, even the provincial capital's high-tech zones struggled to attract investors, let alone the small Yiping County. Zhang Jun believed that regardless of the type of enterprise, it was paramount to attract them first. As long as they were legal and met environmental regulations, they could be deemed good enterprises. This broadened the scope of potential investments for the development zone significantly. Zhang Jun had heard that last year, the development zone had attempted to attract investments but garnered no results. Several investors had visited the county, indulging in food and entertainment for 3 days without yielding any benefits, resulting in a loss of 100,000 yuan in hospitality expenses. Since then, the Yiping County Development Zone had refrained from participating in any form of investment conference. Zhang Jun knew that to achieve some accomplishments, he needed to revitalize the development zone. At this conference, he was determined to secure at least one enterprise. If he failed yet again, the higher-ups would lose all confidence in the development zone, and the city might even consider abolishing it. If the development zone were indeed dissolved during Zhang Jun's tenure, it would leave a dark stain on his record. Bearing immense pressure, Zhang Jun persevered. Numerous investors approached him with inquiries. Outsiders, unfamiliar with the locality, perceived the development zone as legitimate, especially as the promotional materials boasted enticing offerings. Investors found the conditions appealing, with tax incentives and land policies more advantageous than those in the city's development zones. By the end of the day, Zhang Jun had engaged in pleasant discussions with 8 investment firms, exchanging contact information, with promises that they would visit for further inspection at their convenience. After finishing work, Cheng Dingwen remarked, "Secretary Zhang, if all 8 investment firms come, our hospitality expenses will be considerable. I heard last year the county spent 100,000 yuan, yet not a single one remained." Guo Qiaoqiao, while tidying up, added, "Last year was last year. This year is this year. After the May Day holiday, we can discuss the reception arrangements." Zhang Jun pondered for a moment and stated, "We cannot wait until after the holiday to return to work. These investors might come to our county for inspections within these few days. Those genuinely interested in investing won't make a grand entrance. Rather, they will quietly conduct their evaluations, and only if they find it satisfactory will they continue discussions with us. Therefore, we must be back at work tomorrow." Cheng Dingwen hesitated. "Secretary Zhang, I've made plans with my family to travel tomorrow. What do you think?" Zhang Jun replied calmly, "Then you should take your rest." "Xiaoguo, do you have any plans?" Guo Qiaoqiao smiled brightly. "I have nothing on my agenda, I can come to work." Zhang Jun nodded. "Good, you two can head home. I'm going back as well." As he stepped out of the exhibition hall, he received a message from Shui Jungu. "How are you planning to spend the holiday?" Zhang Jun couldn't help but sigh slightly. He had initially thought that being assigned to the county would afford him leisure time, yet he found himself busier than ever, with hardly any time to meet with his beloved. Just as he contemplated replying, his phone rang. Upon seeing it was a call from Ma Hongqi, he swiftly answered. Chapter 117 Your risky venture. Greetings, boss. Zhang Jun said respectfully, wishing you a joyous May Day holiday. Xiao Shang, are you busy? Ma Hongqi's voice was clear and resonant. Zhang Jun candidly replied, "Today, the provincial government is holding an investment promotion conference, and I am representing the county at the exhibition." Ma Hongqi remarked, I see the meeting has concluded, hasn't it? Are you free this evening?" "Yes," Zhang Jun responded, uncertain as to why Ma Hongqi inquired. Did he wish for Zhang Jun to assist him with something? Ma Hongqi chuckled. Come over to Lao Han's place for dinner. Zhang Jun, filled with surprise, asked, Boss, you're back, aren't you? Ma Hongqi replied, I've merely returned to check on Lao Han and, by chance, to see you, young man. Zhang Jun eagerly agreed. After concluding the call, he sent a message to Xin Shuai. I have plans tonight. Let us reschedule. Upon arriving at Han's residence, he found Ma Hongqi and Han Yuxian engaged in a game of Go in the courtyard. Han Jin opened the door for Zhang Jun, smiling. Zhang Gu is here. Please come in. Zhang Jun handed her a small gift he had brought and then moved a chair to sit beside the table. Ever since Ma Hongqi had departed, Zhang Jun had made it a point to visit Han Yuxian every weekend for a game of Go, bringing a small gift each time, and their rapport had grown to that of old friends. A true gentleman observes the game in silence. Zhang Jun remained quiet, savoring the tea that Han Jin served him. During dinner, Ma Hongqi inquired, how are things progressing in the development zone? Zhang Jun replied with a wry smile, it's challenging. I arranged for several investors to come for an inspection today, but I'm unsure if it will yield results. Han Yuxian laughed heartily. It's only through adversity that you can showcase your abilities. If you succeed where others have faltered, your talents will truly shine. Ma Hongqi nodded, saying, Xiao Zhang, Lao Han speaks wisely. If you can establish the development zone, it will stand as your greatest achievement. Set everything else aside and devote yourself entirely to this endeavor. In this era of promoting officials, the ability to stimulate the economy is paramount. Suddenly enlightened, Zhang Jun remarked, Boss, you sent me to Yiping County because you recognized the potential of this development zone, didn't you? A glimmer of approval flickered in Ma Hongqi's eyes as he affirmed, Indeed, while others may forsake it, I choose to seize it. This is what we call gathering nuts from the fire, seeking fortune in peril. Zhang Jun felt a surge of determination, exclaiming, Boss, I will not let you down. Ma Hongqi smiled slightly. What are your plans for tomorrow? Zhang Jun raised a glass, stating, I'll be at work. I worry that the investors might conduct secret inspections, so I must oversee things personally. Boss, how long will you be in the province? I understand your intentions. You're saying you lack time to accompany me. Ma Hongqi chuckled, just focus on your work. We will have ample time together in the future. Zhang Jun, feeling apologetic, said, I'm sorry, boss, it's rare for you to return, and I cannot spare time for you. I had intended to visit you in Beijing but have yet to do so. Ma Hongqi, sensing the affection in his tone, remarked, I know you are busy. I have come to see you. For now, concentrate solely on your tasks. After dinner, Zhang Jun played a game of chess with Ma Hongqi and conversed for a considerable time, parting ways only at 10:30 in the evening. Ma Hongqi stayed over at Han Yuxian's home while Zhang Jun returned to his own residence. Upon entering his home, he was greeted by an icy silence. His wife, Lu Yujie, was absent. It was May Day, yet they hadn't exchanged even a single greeting over the phone. During his tenure as Ma Hongqi's secretary, his brother-in-law, Lu Yuda, would frequently visit, calling every few days to check in. Ever since Zhang Jun had been stationed at the grassroots level, Lu Yuda had ceased to contact him. Zhang Jun felt an increasing sense of estrangement from his own home. He reached into his pocket and discovered he had run out of cigarettes, so he went downstairs to purchase some. The shopkeeper, noticing him, smiled and asked, Why aren't you on holiday with Yujie and Dali? It was only then that Zhang Jun realized his wife had gone on a trip to Dali. He hastily replied, I'm working overtime. Returning home, he sat down and smoked 2 cigarettes, filling the cold room with a smoky ambience before taking a shower and resting. When he awoke, Zhang Jun felt a dull ache in his head. Realizing he was likely coming down with a cold, he rummaged through the medicine cabinet, locating some cold medication, but found no water in the house. Zhang Jun was left with no choice but to take a pill in hand and head downstairs to the breakfast shop, where he ordered a bowl of rice noodles and a cup of warm water to swallow the medicine. After breakfast, he took a bus to Yiping County. Cheng Dingguan had proclaimed it a holiday, yet he still came to work, insisting that work was of utmost importance and could not be delayed. In truth, he was motivated by the presence of Zhang Jun, a county committee member. He feared that his absence would leave a poor impression on the leadership. All staff members of the administrative committee had gathered. Zhang Jun held a morning meeting, instructing everyone to prepare diligently for the investor's upcoming visit. Despite having taken medication, his head still throbbed. After struggling through the meeting, he returned to his office, utterly exhausted, and laid his head down on the desk to rest. Guo Qiaoqiao entered and gently nudged his shoulder, expressing concern. Secretary Zhang, are you unwell? Zhang Jun weakly waved his hand. I have a cold, my head is pounding. I'll take a short nap. Call me if anything arises. Guo Qiaoqiao felt his forehead and said, Secretary Zhang, you have a fever. Let me accompany you to the county hospital for a checkup. No need, it's unnecessary to take medication indiscriminately. I've already taken some at home, Zhang Jun replied, lacking the strength to speak much further. Guo Qiaoqiao poured him a glass of warm water and placed it beside him, saying, Isn't your wife a nurse? Why isn't she taking care of you? How could she let you come to work? It would have been better not to mention Lu Yujie. The mere thought of her intensified Zhang Jun's headache. He preferred not to discuss personal troubles with colleagues, so he let the comment pass, concerned that he might worsen his cold by resting at his desk. Guo Qiaoqiao managed to procure a thin blanket from somewhere and draped it over him. Zhang Jun drifted into a deep sleep. When he awoke, it was already past 10 in the morning. Zhang Jun noticed his head was no longer throbbing. He reached up to feel his forehead, which had cooled down, though he was now drenched in sweat. After finishing his water, he exited his office and made his way to the first floor. In the reception hall, Cheng Dingguan was conversing with Guo Qiaoqiao. Upon seeing Zhang Jun, he remarked, Secretary Zhang, it's been an entire morning, yet no one has come by. Zhang Jun grunted in acknowledgement, moving to the door to gaze outside. The sunlight streamed in, blindingly bright. Suddenly, he noticed several figures moving in the open area, and he signaled to Cheng Dingguan, asking, What are those people doing? Cheng Dingguan shaded his eyes with his hand and glanced in that direction. I'm not sure, the distance was too great to discern clearly, but Zhang Jun felt a sense of familiarity with one of the figures. His curiosity piqued, he declared. Let us go take a look. As he approached, he observed the individuals engaged in quiet conversation. Zhang Jun recognized one of them as the investor Wu Delin he had met the previous day, and he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, Mr. Wu, welcome to Yiping County Development Zone. Wu Delin shook Zhang Jun's hand, visibly surprised. I didn't expect you to be working during the holiday. I specifically chose today to come and have a look. It seems I've stirred you all. Zhang Jun mused that Wu Delin was unlike those deceitful investors. He might genuinely be interested in investing in a project, and it was imperative to seize this opportunity. Chapter 118 Working while ill to serve the people, we do not differentiate between weekdays and holidays, Zhang Jun remarked. Not only our management committee, but also the leaders of the Yiping County Party Committee and government are on duty. Wu Delin nodded slowly, gesturing to the vacant land before him, and inquired, as far as I know, your development zone was approved long ago, yet only one factory has settled in. Is there some issue? Zhang Jun replied solemnly. To speak candidly, due to various reasons, the development zone projects have been stalled until my appointment, after which I resumed the efforts to attract investment for this project. Wu Qiaoqiao interjected with a smile. Director Wu, this canning factory was also facilitated by our Secretary Zhang. Our Secretary Zhang's leadership and operational capabilities have been praised by the provincial secretary. Zhang Jun, with a modest smile, suggested, Director Wu, why not take a moment to rest at the management committee? Wu Delin, not wishing to be polite, seized the opportunity to learn more about the situation since he had encountered government officials. Upon entering the management committee, Wu Delin observed the bustling activity within and could not help but nod approvingly, stating, it is evident that Secretary Zhang is a capable leader in management. Zhang Jun invited them to the reception hall, instructing staff to serve tea, saying, I sincerely wish to enhance the development zone. Our management committee is dedicated to cultivating an efficient administrative team, striving to provide the highest quality service to all enterprises that establish themselves in our county. Wu Delin pondered, Secretary Zhang, we discussed this yesterday. Our corporate headquarters is in Shangjiang, and our investment in the mainland primarily aims to take advantage of lower wages to reduce product costs. However, we have numerous cities in the mainland to choose from. Please provide me with a compelling reason to select you. Zhang Jun smiled slightly, responding, Director Wu, your presence in our province, in our city, already indicates that you have conducted thorough horizontal and vertical comparisons. While we may not possess many advantages compared to coastal special zones, we do have several merits that coastal areas cannot match. Wu Delin reclined slightly, saying, I am all ears. Zhang Jun elaborated confidently, firstly, our province boasts developed transportation, serving as a hub in the central region, with extensive connectivity through air, rail, road, and river transport. We can reach every corner of the country, fully accommodating your domestic sales needs. As he spoke, he observed Wu Delin's expression, noting his interest, and continued, secondly, our county offers significantly lower wages, only 1/3 to 1/5 of those in coastal special zones, and about half of the provincial capital S rates, thus saving enterprises substantial labor costs. Thirdly, we can provide the most favorable land and tax policies. What others can offer, we will double. Hong Kong-funded enterprises can enjoy a policy of 3 exemptions and 5 reductions. As you may know, other regions typically offer 2 exemptions and 3 reductions, while we provide 3 exemptions and 5 reductions. Wu Delin's eyebrows raised in interest, asking, these policies won't change at a whim, will they? For instance, if Secretary Zhang were to be promoted and leave Yiping County, would these policies fluctuate? Zhang Jun chuckled, Director Wu, you worry too much. I have only been here for a few months. Even if I were promoted in a few years, it would be to a position within the county. Moreover, the contracts are signed by the county development zone, not by me personally. Even if I were to leave tomorrow, your contract remains valid and enforceable. If Yiping County were to breach the contract, you would stand to gain significantly, as you could seek legal recourse and likely obtain substantial compensation. Wu Delin nodded slightly, stating, with your assurance, I feel at ease. Recognizing Wu Delin's interest, Zhang Jun glanced at his watch and instructed Wu Qiaoqiao, please arrange a meal at Qiyuan Pavilion for Director Wu and his party. Wu Delin waved his hand with a smile, Secretary Zhang, there is no need for you to go to such lengths. I have a prior engagement for lunch. I am not being polite. I truly have an appointment. We shall visit again another day. Zhang Jun was taken aback, pondering that if Wu Delin were genuinely interested in investing in our county, he would not refuse such an invitation. As Wu Delin prepared to leave, Zhang Jun could only express his regret as he bid farewell. Watching Wu Delin and his party depart, Chang Dingwen sighed, they wouldn't even stay for a meal. This matter is likely to fall through. Zhang Jun shared this concern, furrowing his brow. Chang Dingwen added, Secretary Zhang, Director Wu and his team are involved in electronic components, a high-tech industry, which typically requires a labor-intensive workforce and can provide numerous employment opportunities. We must seize this chance. Zhang Jun nodded slowly. Let us arrange to meet them again tonight. We can invite them to dinner in the city. I inquired earlier, and they are staying at the Sheraton Hotel. During the lunch break, Zhang Jun returned to his dormitory. Wu Qiaoqiao followed him attentively, swiftly preparing 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, just enough for the 2 of them. As Zhang Jun ate, he remarked, I have grown accustomed to living here. It feels like home. Wu Qiaoqiao blushed slightly, saying, Secretary Zhang, if you wish, I can cook for you every day. As Zhang Jun shook his head, your words are insincere. While I would certainly appreciate it, do you truly have the time? Once you are married, you will be preoccupied with your own family, and I will hardly cross your mind. Wu Qiaoqiao pouted slightly, smiling, I do not even have a partner yet. It is still early. Perhaps by the time I marry, you, Secretary Zhang, will have already been promoted to the city and won't need me anymore. Zhang Jun chuckled softly. After finishing their meal, Wu Qiaoqiao fetched cold medicine and brought water to Zhang Jun, encouraging him to take the medication. Zhang Jun, not wishing to appear strong, complied and slept for over an hour afterward. Upon waking, he found Gu Xiaoqiao seated in the living room watching television, the volume turned to the lowest setting. "Why haven't you gone home?" Zhang Jun asked. Gu Xiaoqiao poured him some water, replying, "You were ill, so I stayed to take care of you." Zhang Jun felt her deep concern and expressed, "Thank you, Xiaogua." He could not help but sigh, wishing his wife, Lu Yujie, shared such attentiveness. His thoughts drifted to Xin Shui, who indeed cared for others, yet both were often absorbed in their work, rarely finding time together. Even if he were to divorce and marry Xin Shui, it was likely they would lead a life of geographical separation. Contemplating this, Zhang Jun found himself lost in thought just as he was about to head to the management committee for work. His phone rang. It was Cheng Dingwen, who said over the line, "Secretary Zhang, the management committee just received a call from an investor named Liang Haiquan. His secretary informed us that their boss will visit our county this afternoon to assess the investment environment, and we should prepare for their reception." Liang Haiquan, Zhang Jun recalled, saying, "Indeed, there was such a person mentioned yesterday. Did they specify a time for their arrival?" "No specific time was given." Cheng Dingwen replied, "Secretary Zhang, what preparations should we make?" Zhang Jun thought for a moment and said, "No need for special preparations, we will see how it goes when they arrive. I'll head to the management committee right away." Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, as Zhang Jun and others were discussing matters at the management committee, the sound of an approaching vehicle echoed outside. A taxi pulled up in front of the management committee, from which emerged a man and a woman. The man, carrying a leather bag, was impeccably dressed, exuding the aura of a successful individual. Zhang Jun recognized Liang Haiquan immediately and promptly rose to greet him. Liang Haiquan, as secretary, speaking in a rehearsed tone, asked, "Secretary Zhang, I specifically called ahead, why didn't you come to welcome us at the county boundary?" Zhang Jun was taken aback, then smiled, "Welcome to our county, we do not have such a precedent or custom here. Boss Liang, please come into the management committee for tea." Liang Haiquan gently shook his head, saying, "This place is not suitable. It feels too remote and shabby." Instantly, his secretary echoed, "The officials here do not respect the boss. Boss, should we continue our assessment?" Liang Haiquan merely shook his head, stating, "Let us see how it goes." Zhang Jun felt a chill in his heart. Was this yet another lost opportunity? Attracting investment seemed to be such a daunting task. Cheng Dingwen whispered, "Secretary Zhang, what should we do tonight? Which boss should we invite for dinner? Should we book a table at Chiyuan Pavilion?" Zhang Jun pondered, "Let us hold off on reserving a banquet for now. We will assess the situation first." Chapter 119. Respecting talents. Zhang Jun accompanied Liang Haiquan on an inspection of the development zone, where he elaborated on the zone's advantageous policies. Liang Haiquan expressed his disdain, insisting that the Yiping development zone was too small and had too few enterprises. Undeterred by criticism, Zhang Jun remained resolute, recalling the adage that those who scrutinize are the true buyers. With patience, he articulated, "General Manager Liang, even small places possess their unique advantages. The entire government apparatus revolves around a handful of enterprises, treating you as prized assets to be revered. Should any difficulties arise for your business, we can address them immediately. Our development zone is newly established, receiving significant attention from the provincial, municipal, and county governments. A blank canvas offers the best opportunity for artistry. By investing now, you would rank among the top 3 enterprises in our zone. A distinguished guest indeed. What are the primary challenges for enterprises? Funding and policies. While we cannot assist with funding, we will certainly provide ample policy support." This heartfelt discourse resonated with Liang Haiquan, prompting him to nod in agreement. "Secretary Zhang, it is evident that your county indeed prioritizes the development zone's work, as demonstrated by the numerous individuals working even on weekends. I would also like to explore the county, assess the business environment, and examine the surrounding infrastructure. Are there any airports, stations, or highways nearby?" Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zhang Jun enthusiastically continued, "General Manager Liang, I would be delighted to accompany you on further explorations. Our county is closest to the international airport, even nearer than the provincial capital, and the highway network is well developed, with only a 20-minute journey to the city train station. As for the business environment, it is subjective and requires a genuine experience on your part." Liang Haiquan nodded slowly in agreement. The county was not vast, and after a brief tour with Liang Haiquan, they found themselves at mealtime. Cheng Dingwen was anxious, pondering how to arrange dinner, yet Zhang Jun had no directives. After the county tour, Zhang Jun suggested, "General Manager Liang, might you stay for a meal?" Liang Haiquan glanced at his watch and replied, "It would be impolite to refuse such hospitality. I shall partake." Zhang Jun instructed Cheng Dingwen, "You handle the arrangements for General Manager Liang while I head to the city to find Wu Delin." Cheng Dingwen acknowledged, leading Liang Haiquan to Chiyuan Pavilion for dinner. Zhang Jun and Liang Haiquan shook hands in farewell. Noticing Zhang Jun's intention to leave, Liang Haiquan asked in surprise, "Is Secretary Zhang not joining us for dinner?" Zhang Jun smiled, "General Manager Liang, I must confess that prior to your arrival, other investors also visited our county, and I had promised to host them for drinks this evening. This comrade Cheng Dingwen, the deputy director of our Development Zone Management Committee, will accompany you, and you may express any thoughts or requests to him." Liang Haiquan, slightly displeased, responded, "Secretary Zhang, do the other investors outshine us? Are they of greater importance? Why this disparity in treatment?" Zhang Jun responded emphatically, "General Manager Liang, you have misunderstood. To us, you are an esteemed guest. However, as you are aware, we have just concluded an investment conference, and these days we are particularly busy accommodating multiple visiting delegations. If I were to renege on a prior commitment, would you not consider me a capricious individual unworthy of your investment? How about this, once you confirm your investment, not only I but also our county committee secretary and municipal leaders will personally toast you." This statement offered both face and substance. Should the other party decline, Zhang Jun would have no recourse, such as life, where every gain comes with a loss, and choices must be made. Liang Haiquan laughed heartily. Secretary Zhang, you are indeed a person of character. Very well, it is settled. Zhang Jun, accompanied by Guo Qiaoqiao, arrived at the Sheraton Hotel in the city. He approached the front desk to inquire about Wu Delin's room, then ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the door, he paused to call the other party. Wu Delin answered, "Hello, who is this?" Zhang Jun replied cheerfully, "General Wu, greetings, this is Zhang Jun from Yiping County. You visited our county for an inspection this morning. I trust you remember. I wonder if you are free this evening. I would like to invite you to dinner." Wu Delin responded, "Secretary Zhang, hello, no need for such formality. We have returned to the city and will manage our dinner casually. There is no need to trouble yourself." Zhang Jun persisted, "General Wu, it is no trouble at all. I am currently standing at your hotel room door." "Ah?" Wu Delin was evidently surprised and somewhat incredulous. The door creaked open, revealing Zhang Jun after they hung up. Wu Delin laughed heartily, "Secretary Zhang, you truly came, I thought you were jesting." Zhang Jun chuckled, "I did not wish to intrude upon your valuable time, thus we decided to contact you upon our arrival." Wu Delin was touched. Having interacted with various governmental leaders since moving from Hong Kong to the mainland, he had never encountered a leader as sincere and respectful as Zhang Jun. Relationships often transition from strangers to acquaintances, and ultimately to friendship. To impress someone often requires merely a sincere gesture, and Wu Delin felt that Zhang Jun had achieved this. "Secretary Zhang, please come in." Wu Delin extended a hand for a handshake, his demeanor markedly improved. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Jun invited Wu Delin downstairs for dinner. In the restaurant of the Sheraton, Zhang Jun ordered an array of fine wines and dishes. During the meal, he refrained from discussing investment matters, focusing instead on enjoying drinks with Wu Delin. Wu Delin, a man of exuberance and commendable drinking capacity, shared many spirited toasts with Zhang Jun. "Secretary Zhang, you are a friend worth having." Wu Delin proclaimed with a belch, "In investment, the most crucial factors are the quality of local government leadership and the business environment. Everything else is secondary." Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. General Wu is absolutely right. Enterprises do not exist in isolation, they rely on government and policy support. Wu Delin slammed the table, declaring, "This investment will be placed in Yiping County. Secretary Zhang, I am doing this for your sake. I enjoy dealing with leaders like you. Those who genuinely care for investors will undoubtedly foster a thriving development zone." Zhang Jun was overjoyed, filling Wu Delin's glass. "General Wu, everything is understood without the need for words. Come, let me toast you again." Their glasses clinked, spilling some wine over the edges. Zhang Jun drank heartily, knowing that opportunities must be seized while they are ripe. He then said, "General Wu, may I inquire how substantial this investment will be? We wish to be adequately prepared." Wu Delin set his glass down firmly, stating, The initial investment will be 20 million. Future investments will depend on the enterprise's development. If things go well, I will certainly consider additional investment. Our headquarters in Hong Kong has a total investment of $500 million, and we intend to gradually relocate our production facilities to the mainland." Zhang Jun's heart soared, knowing he had truly welcomed a significant investor. Just then, his phone rang. He pulled it out to see it was Cheng Dingwen calling, and he answered promptly. Cheng Dingwen's voice was urgent. "Secretary Zhang, there has been an incident." Chapter 120. Severe punishment. Zhang Jun spoke calmly into his phone. "All right, I understand." He then ended the call. Even if the county were ablaze, his presence elsewhere would be of no consequence. Moreover, other leaders were present in the county. His primary task at hand was to accompany Wu Delin and finalize this investment. After dining, Zhang Jun composedly engaged in conversation with Wu Delin, escorted him back to his hotel room, and then took his leave. Upon exiting the hotel elevator, Zhang Jun retrieved his phone and called Cheng Dingwen. "What is happening?" Zhang Jun inquired in a grave tone. "Secretary Zhang, Liang Haichuan's female secretary, Guan Jinfeng, has been bullied." "Who has the audacity to do such a thing? Weren't you all at dinner?" "Alas, it occurred at Qiyuan Pavilion." Secretary Guan went out to use the restroom, and due to her striking beauty, she was subjected to some lewd remarks from other men. Unable to contain her anger, Secretary Guan slapped the man, and a scuffle ensued. "What is the current status of the situation?" "I reported it to the police." "Is she injured?" Cheng Dingwen hesitated as Zhang Jun pressed, "Speak, how is she?" Realizing he could not conceal the truth, Cheng Dingwen reluctantly replied, "Secretary Guan was injured and has been taken to the hospital." "That is the current situation." "Alas." Zhang Jun let out a deep sigh. "Comrade Cheng Dingwen, what can I say? How could so many complications arise from a mere meal?" Cheng Dingwen offered a bitter smile. "Who could have anticipated such an incident? I did not wish for it to happen." Understanding that further discussion was futile, Zhang Jun calmly stated, "I am returning immediately. Notify Chen Yangjun and the hospital to ensure they provide full protection and care for Secretary Guan, and you must soothe President Liang's emotions." As he spoke, he exited the hotel. Just outside, a taxi was conveniently waiting. Guo Qiaoqiao opened the door and invited Zhang Jun to enter. Upon returning to the county, it was already 8:30 in the evening. Zhang Jun went directly to the entrance of the County People's Hospital. Cheng Dingwen and Chen Yangjun were waiting for him there. "What are you doing here? Where are President Liang and Secretary Guan?" Zhang Jun asked sternly. "They have already left, they just departed, and we could not stop them," Cheng Dingwen said, his mood dejected as he hung his head. They came to invest, to assess the business environment. Just this afternoon, everything was going well, and they expressed their intention to invest. Now, after a meal, we have encountered such problems. Zhang Jun's pent-up frustration erupted. Who struck the blow? Cheng Dingwen glanced at Chen Yangjun. Chen Yangjun straightened his posture and responded. It was a staff member from a public institution who had drunk too much and acted recklessly. Cheng Dingwen added, in fact, it was just a few slaps. It is not serious. Zhang Jun's anger flared instantly. Just a few slaps. If I were to strike you a few times without reason, would you endure it? This is not merely a matter of a few slaps. Such actions have offended the investors we painstakingly attracted to Yiping County. They have tarnished the hard-won clarity of our environment. If you were an investor and your secretary was assaulted in our county, would you still consider Zhang Jun inquired sternly. Which unit does the assailant belong to? Chen Yangjun replied, report to Secretary Zhang. The person is from the Power Supply Bureau. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth and stated, notify their unit to expel him immediately. Detain him, impose a fine, let him learn a lesson. Chen Yangjun declared loudly, yes, Secretary Zhang. Cheng Dingwen hesitated to speak. Zhang Jun asked, do you have something to say? He is. Zhang Jun frowned. Who is he? Cheng Dingwen replied, he is Deputy Secretary Yu's younger brother, named Idly. Zhang Jun's irritation deepened, and he said calmly, then inform Comrade Yu Xingli and relay the truth to him. Let him handle it. I will see who dares to shield the wrongdoer. Cheng Dingwen was taken aback by Zhang Jun's resolute stance. Under normal circumstances, one might expect some leniency among colleagues. Yet, here was Zhang Jun, exhibiting an unexpected lack of compassion, insisting on strict enforcement of the law even when it involved the brother of Deputy Secretary Yu. Was he not willing to grant even a modicum of face? Zhang Jun took out his phone and called Liang Haiquan. Upon answering, Liang Haiquan spoke with evident fury. Secretary Zhang, the business environment in your county is utterly deplorable. I reserve the right to pursue criminal charges regarding today's incident. Zhang Jun, adopting a conciliatory tone, I have just returned from the city and will personally apologize to you at a later date, here and now. I assure you, first, this is an isolated incident. Our county's public safety and business environment are indeed first-rate. Please do not allow a single miscreant to spoil the entire pot. Second, we will thoroughly address this matter and provide you and Secretary Guan with a satisfactory resolution. Liang Haiquan, still irate, responded brusquely, Secretary Zhang, let's not prolong this conversation. Goodbye. He ended the call abruptly. Chen Yangjun's phone rang. After answering, he looked at Zhang Jun and said, Secretary Zhang, it's a call from Secretary Yu. He has been trying to reach you but found your line engaged. Zhang Jun nodded, took the phone, and placed it to his ear. Greeting, Secretary. Why has he been summoned by the Chengguan Town Police Station? Zhang Jun replied solemnly, Secretary Yu, I was just about to report this matter to you. He recounted the incident involving Yu Deli's assault on the investor. Yu Xingli responded slowly, Comrade Zhang Jun, we cannot solely rely on the woman's account. Perhaps she was dressed too provocatively and may have been inviting trouble? Zhang, as the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, do you believe it acceptable to see someone else's money simply because it is visible, or to harass a woman for her attire? Such actions are clearly unlawful. His tone sharpened. Most importantly, Secretary Zhang Dongfang emphasized during his inspection of our county the necessity of fostering a favorable business environment. We have worked diligently to attract several investors, only for them to be driven away by Comrade Yu Deli's actions. His behavior has severely undermined our county's investment climate. This has caused a profoundly negative impact. I urge Secretary Yu to administer severe punishment without leniency. Yu Xingli's pleas for leniency were effectively silenced by Zhang Jun's resolute words. After a brief pause for contemplation, Yu Xingli finally said, very well, I will certainly reprimand and discipline him harshly. However, now that the incident has occurred and the investor has left, would it be possible to release my brother? If one investor departs, there will always be another. Surely, we should not jeopardize the goodwill between our families over a single businessman, right, Comrade Zhang Jun? Consider this my plea for mercy. Is that acceptable? Can we find a compromise? Zhang Jun found himself in a dilemma. Should he grant Yu Xingli's request, or uphold the principles of justice? Chapter 121, Political Wisdom. The words spoken by Yu Xingli indeed hold a certain degree of truth. With the investors having fled, what else can be done? One has departed, yet another shall follow. However, the deputy secretary of the county committee is but one. If Zhang Jun were to show Yu Xingli some courtesy, he could undoubtedly garner Yu Xingli's favor and support. From the perspective of political acumen, this represents Zhang Jun's most advantageous and indeed, sole option. Yet, if he were to simply let Yu Deli go, then the so-called business environment of Yiping County would become nothing more than a farce. The deputy secretary's brother can strike at will, bully whomever he pleases, who would dare to invest here in the future. Business people operate within circles, they have chambers of commerce, fellow countrymen associations, and entrepreneur federations. It may appear as though merely offending a Liang Haiquan, but should he spread the word about how Yiping County operates, the repercussions could escalate exponentially. One telling 10, 10 spreading to 100, who would then have the audacity to invest here? 1,000-mile dike can collapse from an ant's nest. Zhang Jun has exerted such effort to improve the development zone, only to have it utterly destroyed by an ungrateful individual in a single stroke. At this moment, faced with Yu Xingli's pleas, Zhang Jun calmly responded, I'm sorry, Secretary Yu, but I cannot interfere with judicial integrity. This matter must be left to the appropriate authorities. With that, he hung up the phone. After uttering those words, Zhang Jun felt a sense of calm wash over his previously troubled mind. Those whom he ought to offend, he has already offended. Whatever Yu Xingli thinks or does is of no consequence. Life is but a fleeting moment, whether one lives for 1,000 years or not is inconsequential. Let it be. Zhang Jun turned away, returning the phone to Zhang Jun, and stated, ensure the criminals are dealt with severely. Do not eat any pleas on their behalf. I will report this matter to County Committee Secretary Chen Guoliang. You must withstand the pressure. If anything arises, seek me out. Zhang Jun responded loudly, understood, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun waved his hand, all right, everyone disperse. He returned to his dormitory, splashed his face with water, calmed his emotions, and then called Chen Guoliang. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's account, Chen Guoliang spoke sternly, such a thing has occurred, Yu Xingli is indeed a fool, daring to plead with you, our county's business environment has only just begun to show promise. Do these individuals not understand the importance of preservation? Comrade Zhang Jun, proceed without hesitation, any pressure, I shall support you, once work resumes, I will convene an expanded standing committee meeting specifically to discuss this matter. Today, I have secured an investment intention, the investors will arrive tomorrow to sign the contract. If you are available, I would be honored if you could attend the signing ceremony. Certainly, I will be there. Chen Guoliang replied joyfully, laughing heartily, Comrade Zhang Jun, you truly are remarkable. No wonder you are a favored aide to Minister Ma, the economic ascent of our county rests upon your shoulders. Zhang Jun humbly stated, any successes I have achieved are solely due to the wise leadership of the county committee and government. All the work of our management committee is conducted under the auspices of the county committee. He acknowledged his contributions without arrogance, flattering Chen Guoliang in the process. Chen Guoliang was exceedingly pleased, exclaiming, excellent. A message from Xin Shui arrived, what are you up to? Zhang Jun called her back, the phone was answered promptly. I'm in my dormitory, Zhang Jun chuckled, I've been busy all day and missed your news. No time off? I have a day off tomorrow, I miss you, Xin Shui said with a tender tone, can we meet? Of course, I will arrange the time. Alright, I await your news. As night descended, Zhang Jun suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Upon reflection, it seemed he had not been with a woman for quite some time. When immersed in work, he seldom thought of such matters, yet, after hearing Xin Shui's emotional voice moments ago, he found himself somewhat stirred. His wife was away traveling, without even a phone call. Struggling to recall the visage of the woman he had shared years with, he realized he could not remember, only the memory of her anger towards him lingered. He took a cold shower to cool his body and settled into bed to sleep. The following morning, Zhang Jun was abruptly awakened by a shrill ringtone. Glancing at his phone, he saw it was a call from Yu Xingli. Hello? Secretary Yu. Zhang Jun yawned, why so early, is there something amiss? Yu Xingli's tone was unfriendly as he replied, Comrade Zhang Jun, your authorities, what do you propose we do? Secretary Yu, I have stated before, I will not intervene in judicial integrity. You are the secretary of the political and legal committee. Your word carries weight. Zhang Jun lightly returned the ball. Yu Xingli's tone grew increasingly sharp as he said, I have contacted Comrade Chen Yangjun, and he stated that without your orders, no one can take Yu Deli away. What is going on, Comrade Zhang Jun? It's merely a case of fighting. It's a trivial matter. A night in detention should suffice. Let us not overreach and damage our mutual goodwill. Zhang Jun chuckled, Secretary Yu, you exaggerate. As I mentioned earlier, I will not interfere with judicial integrity. Today, investors are coming to sign agreements, and more will come to inspect our county yacht. If Yu Deli were to be released and caused further trouble, I wonder what Secretary Yu would do to take responsibility for his actions. Yu Xingli hesitated, then replied loudly, my brother is not insane. He knows how to conduct himself. Last night, he was merely inebriated. Actions taken under the influence should not be counted against him. Comrade Zhang Jun, I assure you, once he is released, he will not cause any further disturbances, and I will impose strict oversight. Zhang Jun considered that Liang Haiquan and his secretary had not pressed charges but opted to leave, indicating the altercation was likely minor. If he were to hold on to Yu Deli too tightly, it could seem unreasonable and irrevocably offend the deputy secretary. Thus, he remarked, Secretary Yu, Comrade Chen Yangjun is known for his diligence, yet he can be rather inflexible. Does he dare to disregard your words, and why drag me into this? I shall reprimand him and instruct him to release Yu Deli immediately. This statement was quite agreeable to Yu Xingli. His tone softened as he said, indeed, Comrade Chen Yangjun can be overly earnest, yet inflexible. I appreciate your efforts, Comrade Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun hung up and called Chen Yangjun. Give him a warning not to repeat his transgressions. Should there be a next time, he will certainly face imprisonment. Chen Yangjun laughed, Secretary Zhang, we have already kept him overnight. I assure you, he will behave himself upon release. Zhang Jun smiled slightly, very well, then let him go. Chen Yangjun acknowledged, instructing his subordinates to release Yu Deli. Exhausted, Yu Deli sauntered out of the police station, shielding his eyes from the rising sun in the east, gritting his teeth as he muttered, Zhang Jun, you dare to mess with me? Just wait and see how I will ruin you. Zhang Jun rose, headed to a nearby breakfast shop for a bowl of rice noodles, and upon checking the time, called Wu Delin to confirm the schedule for the signing ceremony, ensuring all arrangements were in place. Chapter 122, Signing the agreement. The heavens were kind, and the sky was a brilliant blue. Zhang Jun, accompanied by County Party Secretary Chen Guoliang and others, awaited the Upon stepping out of the vehicle, Wu Delin greeted Zhang Jun with a hearty laugh and extended his hand among the cadre leaders present. Wu Delin was only familiar with Zhang Jun, so it was natural for him to shake hands first with him. However, when Chen Guoliang reached out, he found himself shaking air instead. Zhang Jun quickly introduced Chen Guoliang and the others to Wu Delin, who then proceeded to shake hands with Chen Guoliang. Ignorance is no excuse, and Chen Guoliang, though slightly miffed, graciously chose to overlook the faux pas. In truth, he wished to take issue, but found it impractical. After a few pleasantries, Wu Delin continued to converse solely with Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun invited Wu Delin to the conference room of the management committee, where both parties engaged in discussions regarding the project background, investment scale, and land selection, ultimately reaching a consensus for collaboration and signing a framework investment agreement. Chen Guoliang delivered a speech on behalf of Yiping County, assuring that the county would provide the most sincere and efficient services to investors, as well as an optimal investment environment, to ensure the prompt realization of the. After the signatures were affixed, both parties clasped hands for a photograph. Wu Delin expressed his intention to expedite the first phase of investment. When the topic of the construction company arose, Chen Guoliang said he was effectively recommending the county's engineering teams to Wu Delin. Wu Delin waved his hand dismissively and said, "There is no need for you to concern yourselves with that. We will be utilizing all steel structures for the factories and offices. We will contact the manufacturers, who will send engineers to survey the terrain, inspect the land, and conduct the necessary design work. Steel structure factories are assembled piece by piece. It's as easy as putting together building blocks." Chen Guoliang clearly lacked knowledge of steel structure factories, yet he was nonetheless impressed and praised the approach repeatedly. Zhang Jun, possessing some understanding of steel structures, remarked, "Steel structure." Chairman Chen's choice is indeed astute. However, there are also drawbacks, such as poor fire resistance and susceptibility to corrosion. I urge you to remain vigilant regarding these preventative measures. Wu Delin's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he laughed heartily. "Secretary Zhang, you are truly multifaceted and remarkable. We will certainly take these comprehensive factors into account during the factory design process." The conversation flowed pleasantly, and they shared a meal together at the county committee's guesthouse. Following an unfortunate incident during a previous engagement at Chiyuan Pavilion, today's luncheon was arranged at the county committee guesthouse. Zhang Jun placed significant importance on this signing, assigning Chen Yangjun and his team to provide security throughout the event. At times, one cannot fault officials for their excessive caution. Many important receptions cannot afford any mishaps, as any crises or unexpected incidents could inflict tremendous negative repercussions on the locale. After the meal, Zhang Jun escorted Wu Delin to his vehicle, and only after watching it drive away did he exhale in relief. This marked the first investment secured by Yiping County. Although it was merely 20 million, it symbolized a promising beginning. Chen Guoliang commended Zhang Jun, saying, "You have not rested these past few days. You've worked hard. Once this busy period passes, you should treat yourself to a well-deserved break." Zhang Jun smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Secretary Chen. A few more investors may visit the county for inspections in the coming days, and I believe we must enhance security patrols, resolutely eliminating any actions that could undermine the business environment. Any violations must be met with strict repercussions." Chen Guoliang's expression grew serious as he responded, "I concur with Comrade Zhang Jun's assessment. I will entrust this matter to Comrade Yu Xingli for full responsibility." Yu Xingli nodded and affirmed, "Understood, Secretary Chen. I will ensure appropriate measures are implemented." After departing from the county committee, Zhang Jun checked the time and instructed his driver, "Xiao Wu, let us head to the broadcasting center." Wu Chang respectfully replied, "Certainly, Secretary Zhang." The vehicle made its way to the broadcasting center. Upon arrival, Zhang Jun alighted from the car and instructed Wu Chang, "You may head back now. I'll take a taxi later." Wu Chang smiled and said, "Secretary Zhang, I have no other commitments. I might as well wait for you here." Zhang Jun nodded, deciding to let him be. He approached Chen Shui's dormitory door and knocked gently. Chen Shui's melodious voice called out, "Coming, who is it?" "It's me," Zhang Jun replied calmly. The door swung open swiftly. Chen Shui, clad in loungewear and without a trace of makeup, greeted him with a radiant smile. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" "I've been waiting for you at home." Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach, reminiscent of a wife waiting for her husband's return. Zhang Jun stepped inside, closing the door behind him, and explained, "I was busy all morning. I just finished a social engagement and came over. Do you have any commitments this afternoon?" Chen Shui gently brushed the dust from his shoulder. This tender gesture stirred something deep within Zhang Jun's heart. He took her hand in his, feeling a surge of affection. Chen Shui nestled against him and softly inquired, "You must be tired these past few days, right? I can see you've lost weight." "Ah, it's been exhausting." Zhang Jun sighed lightly, wrapping his arms around her waist as they settled onto the sofa. "I feel quite helpless." Chen Shui pouted slightly. "It seems you don't care for me at all. You haven't visited me for so long." Zhang Jun felt a swell of emotion and took her hand, saying, "I think of you every night. I even dreamed of you last night." "Is that true?" Chen Shui giggled. "What were we doing in your dream?" "Of course, we were engaging in what we love to do." Zhang Jun gazed at her with tenderness. Chen Shui blushed and, unable to contain herself, kissed his lips. Their relationship had blossomed into that of intimate lovers. However, as Zhang Jun was still married and wary of unnecessary complications, he refrained from crossing certain boundaries. The distinction between mere acquaintances and those who share a deeper connection is stark. Once a woman entrusts herself to you, she will invariably seek more, even everything. Feeling entitled to it, no matter how much you do for her, it will always seem insufficient, as if you owe her for gaining her affection. Should you wish to abandon her, she might weep and demand compensation for lost youth. If you dare refuse, she might retaliate with accusations of assault. If this veil of innocence remains unshattered, the two can still part ways without complications. Especially for Zhang Jun, as he was already married, engaging with another woman would lead to infidelity, a ticking time bomb looming over him. Should it detonate, his family and career would be obliterated. This was something Ma Hongqi had repeatedly cautioned him about. Thus, even though Zhang Jun yearned for affectionate encounters each time they met, he managed to restrain himself. In truth, he craved the sweetness of such romance. Holding hands, sharing kisses, and basking in warmth. It was this heartfelt closeness that Zhang Jun currently longed for the most. As their emotions intensified, Zhang Jun's phone rang. Ever since becoming Ma Hongqia's secretary, he instinctively checked his phone the moment it rang, answering any urgent calls immediately. This behavior had become second nature. Zhang Jun pulled out his phone to check the caller ID, his brow furrowing slightly. Chapter 123 Love and Hatred. The call was from his wife, Lu Yujie. Zhang Jun was reluctant to answer her call, yet he could not simply disconnect, especially since it was the designated lunch break, leaving him without a valid reason to ignore her. Xin Shui glanced at the screen of the phone, biting her lip as she inquired, "It's her, isn't it?" Zhang Jun replied with a subdued, "I'll take this call." Xin Shui, in a soft tone, suggested, "I won't say a word. Should I step away for a moment?" She stood to retreat to the bedroom, but Zhang Jun grasped her hand, pulling her back down beside him, leaning against his shoulder. Xin Shui remained quiet as Zhang Jun answered the phone with a simple, "Hello." Lu Yujie's voice burst forth like firecrackers, "Zhang Jun, it's the May Day holiday, where are you? Are you no longer coming home?" "Ha, home?" Zhang Jun's irritation surged instantly, and he replied in a low voice, "I would wish for a home, but can what we have truly be called a home? Does it even deserve that title?" Lu Yujie retorted loudly, "Zhang Jun, we are not divorced yet, how can you say this place isn't your home? Clarify yourself." Hearing the escalating argument, Xin Shui straightened up, brushing her hair aside. Not wanting her to overhear, Zhang Jun moved to the balcony to continue the conversation. Resting one hand on the railing, he held the phone to his ear and said, "On Labor Day, I returned home only to find the pot cold, the stove unlit, and the house empty. Is that what one calls a home? My workplace had a travel quota, and as the head nurse, I had to wait years for my turn and naturally, I had to go. Besides, you told me you would be working overtime during the holiday, which is why I agreed to go. I have no desire to argue with you, it is utterly pointless, you have been away on your trip for days, did you even bother to inform me, did you make a single phone call while you were out? Hello? You are a man, your wife is traveling, and you can't even pick up the phone to check on her, are you not concerned that I might encounter danger out there, you show no care for me, yet you have the audacity to say such things." As Lu Yujie continued to berate him, Zhang Jun, already suffering from a lingering cold, felt a sharp pain in his head. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, he said, "I am ill and working overtime daily. We are out soliciting investments during the day and entertaining clients at night. You don't utter a single word of concern, yet you insist on blaming me. You can never be at fault, can you?" Lu Yujie paused, then exclaimed, "Is this my fault? I have told you countless times to transfer back to the city, but you refuse to listen. You deserve this suffering." As such heartless words escaped her lips, Zhang Jun felt an overwhelming chill and malice. Surely, even a stranger would feel some sympathy for his plight, would they not? At this moment, his heart was a barren wasteland. He slowly closed his eyes and calmly stated, "Comrade Lu Yujie, let us divorce, let us part ways amicably, without unnecessary entanglements that only bring each other endless pain. I cannot fulfill your fantasies of wealth and grandeur in a partner, nor can you meet my expectations of gentleness and virtue in a woman." This marriage had brought him nothing but torment and anguish. He had long wished to voice the words of divorce, today was the perfect opportunity. After speaking, Zhang Jun felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Lu Yujie shouted, "You scoundrel, you faithless wretch, what have you contributed to this family over the years? Even this apartment was allocated to me by my workplace, you are living in my home, you dare speak of divorce, if you wish to leave, you must compensate me for my lost youth. After all these years, you owe me something." While Zhang Jun's earlier words had been spoken in anger, he was momentarily taken aback by her demand for compensation and self-deprecatingly chuckled, "Did I not give you a betrothal gift? Did I not purchase you gold? What do you make of that? Your youth is valuable, but mine is not. Am I the only one who has wasted years? I, too, have squandered my youth. Now that I have reached my 30s, what have you given me, tenderness, affection, or children?" Lu Yujie had lost all reason, shouting, "I don't care, pay me 50,000, and I will agree to the divorce." Zhang Jun was bewildered and responded, "Aren't you wealthy, haven't you already purchased a house with a down payment, waiting to take possession? I want nothing of that, keep every penny, surely my half is worth more than 50,000. Lu Yujie spat in disdain, "Zhang Jun, do you have the audacity to mention that money was earned by my brother and given to me? Have you ever given me a single cent? With your meager salary, how could we ever afford a house?" When they were together, they spoke of love and affection, yet now, at the brink of divorce, their conversation revolved solely around money. Where was the love? It had simply become a transaction of interests. Zhang Jun felt as though his heart had turned to ash. The money Lu Yujie had earned was thanks to the connections he had as Ma Hongqia's secretary, was it not? Yet he no longer wished to argue and replied, "I have no money, all my salary goes to supporting the family. You have used my earnings while saving your own to buy a house. Now that the house belongs to you, I refuse to take it, this is my greatest concession. Lu Yujie, I am in a good mood today, so I will not contest this. If you do not agree, next time, I will not be so accommodating, I have the right to claim half." Lu Yujie paused, contemplating before saying, "Very well, you may not have the money now, but you can give me an IOU for the 50,000. When you have the funds in the future, you can repay me." "So, you agree to the divorce?" Zhang Jun asked again. "I agree." Lu Yujie bellowed in fury, "You bastard, I know you must have another woman outside. I will set you free, do you think you can find a better woman, without me, Lu Yujie, you won't even find a country girl, you will surely regret this decision and beg me to remarry. At that time, I will make you kneel before me, licking the soles of my shoes." Zhang Jun coldly remarked, is there any merit in your words? Do you have any evidence? Last time, I caught you with Zhou Wenbin. You scoundrel! You have taken advantage of me for so many years, and now you think you've won. Lu Yujie shouted in anger, come back, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau immediately, whoever refuses is a dog. Zhang Jun, nearly choking with fury, replied, it is still a holiday. As soon as the Civil Affairs Bureau reopens, we will handle the divorce. Come back. Lu Yujie suddenly broke down, collapsing onto the sofa, weeping uncontrollably as she repeated, you bastard, you have played with me for so many years, and now you are tired of me. You will surely regret this. Zhang Jun, unwilling to hear her voice any longer, ended the call. Xin Shui silently approached from behind, wrapping her arms tightly around him, resting her face against Zhang Jun's back. She softly whispered, if you divorce her, I will marry you. Chapter 124. I command you. Zhang Jun lit a cigarette, taking only a solitary puff before his thoughts drifted into a realm of contemplation, allowing the long ash to fall despondently. Xin Shui held him closely, remaining utterly still. She felt a profound ache for this man, yet found herself at a loss for words of consolation. The decision of whether to divorce rested solely on Zhang Jun's shoulders. Xin Shui could not burden him with any pressure. The only words she could muster were, if you choose to leave, I shall marry you. This provided him with a semblance of resolve, as well as an emotional bomb that in a moment of anger, Zhang Jun had unleashed a torrent. However, upon reflection, he deemed his outburst excessive even in the face of divorce. Must it descend to such depths? He slowly turned to embrace Xin Shui, saying, I must return home, I ultimately need to confront this. He gently caressed her cheek and remarked, you are truly beautiful, gazing upon your lovely face lifts my spirits. Xin Shui responded with a charming smile, is this what they call a feast for the eyes? Zhang Jun wrapped his arms around her, saying, farewell. You needn't see me off, as the driver awaits downstairs. Oh, very well. Xin Shui adjusted his collar and linked her arm with his as they exited, saying, do keep in touch, I shall always be waiting for you. Zhang Jun nodded resolutely before turning to descend the stairs and leave. Upon arriving at the bottom of his building, he instructed Wu Chang to return to the town. Wu Chang, seeing Secretary Zhang home, promptly drove away, but not before saying, Secretary Zhang, should you require a vehicle, just call me, and I will come to fetch you. Zhang Jun waved him off. He glanced up at his window before turning back to buy a pack of cigarettes from a nearby shop, then ascended to his apartment. Upon opening the door, he was momentarily taken aback. Were it not for the wedding photo of himself and Lu Yujie adorning the wall, he might have doubted whether this was indeed his home. The living room was in utter disarray. Every movable item lay strewn across the floor, cups and plates were in disarray, and refuse carpeted the ground. Even the television had been toppled. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Jun entered to find Lu Yujie sprawled on the sofa, completely motionless, clutching a bottle of liquor. The heavy scent of alcohol wafted from her. Zhang Jun rarely saw Lu Yujie consume such a large quantity of spirits. He approached her, giving her a gentle nudge, calling out, Yujie, Yujie. Lu Yujie, barely conscious, lifted her head to glance at him, her intoxicated eyes pointing a shaky finger in his direction, and she laughed, you are Zhang Jun, aren't you? Didn't we divorce? Didn't you say you didn't want me anymore? Why are you still here? As she spoke, Lu Yujie burst into tears. Zhang Jun's heart ached for her, and he gathered her into his arms, carrying her to the bedroom and laying her on the bed, covering her with a blanket, saying, what is the purpose of this? Is it amusing to torment yourself? Lu Yujie cried out, burying her face in the bed like a distraught frog, flailing her limbs, I don't want to live. If even you don't want me, what is the point of my existence? Just kill me. Zhang Jun spoke sternly, can you please stop this ruckus? His commanding voice startled Lu Yujie awake. She sat up in bed, hair disheveled, resembling a madwoman, her eyes vacant and devoid. With a long sigh, Zhang Jun stepped outside to tidy the living room of that evening. He retired to another bedroom, contemplating the shattered remnants of his marriage. He found himself unable to sleep throughout the night. The following morning, Zhang Jun and Lu Yujie sat face to face. Lu Yujie had regained consciousness, yet appeared utterly drained and despondent. She stared blankly at Zhang Jun and declared, I will not divorce you. Abandon that thought, I will not facilitate your union with that shameless woman. As Lu Yujie spoke with increasing fervor, her hysteria instilled a sense of fear in Zhang Jun. Very well, take your time to consider, he replied, no longer pressing her. Forcing a resolution could ruin both their lives, he continued. We have reached this juncture not due to the fault of one party alone, we are both to blame. I am not an exemplary husband. I cannot provide wealth, prestige, a house, or a car. After our divorce, you may find a man far superior to me, one who can help you realize your dreams. Lu Yujie curled her lips into a cold smile, retorting, you wish. I am unwilling, I will not divorce. I have given you my pure and unblemished self, I have stood by you for all these years, I have never strayed, nor sought another. I have honored your family, you think you can just leave? With a heavy heart, Zhang Jun sighed, thus I say, ponder it well, I am returning to the town. Suddenly, Lu Yujie lunged at him. Zhang Jun was taken aback, fearing she intended to strike him. Instead, Lu Yujie embraced him fiercely, recklessly kissing him and leaving him drenched in her saliva. Zhang Jun attempted to push her away, but Lu Yujie went wild, tearing at his clothing and pushing him onto the sofa. We are not divorced yet, she said, biting her lip, I want this. You must fulfill your duties as a husband. Zhang Jun remained motionless, allowing her to take the lead. Half an hour later, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and left without uttering a word. As he sat in a taxi heading to Qingguan town, Zhang Jun closed his eyes, replaying the earlier scene with his wife in his mind, struggling to articulate the emotions swirling within him. He had long known that this marriage would not dissolve easily. A woman unwilling to relinquish the years of her youth and time invested requires a protracted struggle, unless she comes to terms with it herself. Otherwise, divorce remains a formidable challenge. Upon returning to the town, Zhang Jun called Guo Qiaoqiao, inquiring, "Have any investors come for an inspection?" Guo Qiaoqiao replied, "Secretary Zhang, none have arrived." Zhang Jun thought, something is amiss. There were 6 interested companies, surely they would come to inspect in the coming days. Had they already come, conducted a quiet inspection, found it unsatisfactory, and departed without a word, Zhang Jun arrived at the office of the management committee. He retrieved the reserved contact numbers for those 6 companies, dialing each one in turn. Point 4 went unanswered. Point 1 representative informed Zhang Jun, "Secretary Zhang, our boss has already visited Yiping County, and the business environment there is simply abysmal. Our boss's secretary was bullied by local ruffians." "That is impossible," Zhang Jun exclaimed, astonished. "Our county is known for its clear skies and has recently intensified efforts. Could you please elaborate on what transpired?" "Secretary Zhang, there's no need to elaborate. Our boss was nearly driven to the brink of fainting. If you don't believe me, ask a certain New Delhi. He is the one who harassed our boss's secretary." Upon hearing the name New Delhi, Zhang Jun found the representative's claims credible. Despite Zhang Jun's extensive apologies and reassurances, it was futile in swaying the investor's intentions. The call ended abruptly. With fury blazing in his eyes, Zhang Jun slammed his palm down on the table, shouting, "This is outrageous. Once again, they thwart my grand plans." He picked up the phone and called Chen Yangjun, speaking in a grave tone, "Comrade Chen Yangjun, I command you to apprehend New Delhi immediately. This scoundrel has sabotaged our investment efforts. Once captured, ensure he is dealt with severely." Chapter 125. A fighting law with law. Chen Yangjun had known Zhang Jun for quite some time and had always perceived Secretary Zhang as a cultured and sophisticated individual, possessing a profound depth of character. It was the first time he had witnessed such an explosive display of anger from him. It seemed Secretary Zhang was truly serious this time. "Very well, Secretary Zhang, I shall take action immediately," Chen Yangjun replied in a subdued tone. Cheng Dingwen and Guo Qiaoqiao stood before the desk, both acutely aware of Zhang Jun's displeasure and refraining from speaking out of turn. With a resounding clang, Zhang Jun hung up the phone, his right hand rhythmically pounding the table as he exclaimed, "I leave the county for just one day, and this monumental chaos ensues. What on earth have you been doing, drawing a salary while contributing nothing? The management committee does not harbor idlers. I shall swiftly eliminate those who merely occupy their positions without merit." Cheng Dingwen and Guo Qiaoqiao fell silent, having both experienced the severity of Secretary Zhang's methods. When he spoke of dismissing someone, he meant it without jest or hesitation. "Secretary Zhang, we truly had no knowledge of when the investors would arrive. We received not a single piece of information," Cheng Dingwen confessed, his palms slick with cold sweat. Zhang Jun maintained a stern expression as he retorted, "They are coming to invest, yet you expect them to curry favor with you. Should they notify you in advance before coming for an inspection? What did I say before? The primary function of our management committee is to provide service. What are your hands for? Why do you possess so many telephones? Are you incapable of proactively contacting the investors?" Cheng Dingwen found himself at a loss for words, finally realizing the gravity of their oversight and beginning to reflect on their mistakes. Guo Qiaoqiao cautiously interjected, "Secretary Zhang, how did New Delhi learn about the investors' arrival?" Zhang Jun scoffed, "He is a fool driven by carnal desires. He flirts with any woman he sees, regardless of who she is. Especially if she hails from another province, he thinks he can bully her at will, believing his elder brother is the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission in the county." Cheng Dingwen seethed, "It's all that New Delhi's fault. He ruined things last time as well." Zhang Jun lit a cigarette, contemplating that his previous leniency towards New Delhi was due to Yu Xingli's intercession. He had reluctantly agreed out of consideration for their relationship. Even had he not released him, Yu Xingli would have found a way to extricate New Delhi from the town's police station this time. However, Zhang Jun resolved to confront Yu Xingli head-on, vowing not to relent. The county town was not extensive, comprising merely a few main streets, and social circles were largely fixed. Chen Yangjun quickly located New Delhi. In truth, after his misdeeds, New Delhi had not gone into hiding. In his view, to flirt with an out-of-town woman was hardly a grave offense. Who in Yiping County would dare to apprehend him? Even if he were detained, he would only spend a night in custody before being released without consequence. Emboldened by this sense of impunity, New Delhi grew increasingly reckless. After finding New Delhi, Chen Yangjun called Zhang Jun, lamenting, "Secretary Zhang, it is your duty to bring him to justice." Chen Yangjun replied in a hushed tone, "I understand, Secretary Zhang, but he is hiding at home, and you secretary is present when we mentioned apprehending him." You secretary scolded us sternly, asking who reported the case and where the arrest warrant was. "On what grounds do you plan to arrest him? Is there no regard for the law, no consideration for proper procedure?" "Indeed, as the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission," Chen Yangjun hesitantly inquired, "Secretary Zhang, what shall we do?" Zhang Jun rubbed his forehead in frustration and said, "Let us do this. You all withdraw for now, and I'll find a solution." Chen Yangjun, aware of Zhang Jun, "You have just assumed the role of deputy town head. Do not confront you secretary directly. Leave this matter to me." Gratitude swelled within Chen Yangjun. Zhang Jun truly was As Chen Yangjun and his companions departed, New Delhi's arrogance surged, and he laughed heartily, "Brother, as long as I'm in Yiping County, I can act with impunity. No one dares to lay a hand on me." With a sharp crack, A resounding slap echoed. Yu Xingli retracted his hand and pointed at his brother, saying, "If you dare to act recklessly again, not even the heavens can save you. Do you truly believe you are someone of importance? Do you think the skies of Yiping County belong to me? Brother!" Yu Deli cradled half his face, feigning indignation. "I am your own brother, why are you hitting me?" Yu Xingli gritted his teeth. "Last time you were apprehended, I pleaded with Zhang Jun on your behalf, and he released you. I had to assure him that you would behave, yet here you are, once again in trouble. How can you not manage your reckless behavior?" Despite the chastisement from his elder brother, Yu Deli remained. "It was his fault I was locked up last time. This time, I am deliberately setting him up. Humph, I have friends across all the streets in the county town. As soon as any out-of-town vehicles or persons arrive, they report to me. The moment I see them, I can identify the investors, and I intend to flirt with their secretary just to humiliate Zhang Jun." Yu Xingli was left speechless, bewildered at how he could have such a brother. Their mother emerged from the bedroom, saying, "Xingli, please do not hit Deli. He dropped out of school to support you through university, otherwise, he wouldn't be so useless. No matter how useless he may be, he is still your kin. Your father passed away early, and if I were to leave this world, he would be your only family." Yu Xingli sighed deeply. "Mother, you are not doing him any favors, you are harming him. Do you truly believe I can shield him from everything?" At that moment, Chen Yangjun returned to the town, entering Zhang Jun's office. "Secretary Zhang, are we not being excessively passive? We are not making any arrests." Chen Yangjun removed his police cap and fanned himself in frustration. "In a struggle, one must employ strategy rather than brute force. Do you think capturing Yu Deli guarantees victory? You might apprehend him today, but he will be released tomorrow. Such superficial penalties are ineffective." Chen Yangjun donned his cap again, reaching out to accept the cigarette, saying, "At the very least, I could give him a beating to vent my frustrations. Should we really allow him to roam freely?" Zhang Jun shook his head slowly. "Rest assured, I have devised a comprehensive plan." Chen Yangjun's spirits lifted. "Secretary Zhang, do you have a strategy? How do you intend to apprehend Yu Deli?" Zhang Jun's eyes gleamed with determination as he stated, "I will have the aggrieved investors directly contact Mayor Su to report the incident. Mayor Su will undoubtedly exert pressure on Comrade Gao Tairan, the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Commission." Chen Yangjun's eyes brightened. "However, if the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Commission secretary intervenes personally, I shall be keen to observe how Yu secretary responds. If one cannot rise above the law, then let those above impose pressure on Yu Xingli." Chapter 126 The Greater Good Over Family Ties. Chen Yangjun was utterly in awe of Zhang Jun. Truly, he was no ordinary individual. How could he be so formidable? This strategy is something anyone could conceive. The crux lies in Zhang Jun's ability to judiciously wield his power while persuading others to become his pawns. The political arena is a game of strategy. Those with greater authority can easily crush their adversaries. The one with the most influence and solid backing will inevitably acquire more resources and triumph over competitors. Zhang Jun's actions only deepen Chen Yangjun's trust and conviction in this powerful ally. Despite Chen Yangjun's considerable capabilities, he had long been overlooked for promotion until Zhang Jun, the discerning talent scout, ignited his political fortunes. He came to understand a profound truth. No matter how a single statement from Zhang Jun during the standing committee meeting could elevate him to new heights. Consequently, Chen Yangjun willingly aligned himself with Zhang Jun, ready to serve as his instrument. Life is akin to a chess match, and the path of politics resembles a meticulously composed score. Each individual within the game is a mere piece, while the hand of destiny orchestrates the moves. The distinction lies in whether one can endure until the end. Zhang Jun had already made his arrangements, awaiting the outcome. On the other side of the county, the phone rang for Yu Xingli. Upon seeing the caller ID, he promptly answered, standing up as he spoke. "Secretary Gao, greetings, this is Yu Xingli." The caller was Gao Taiyan, the secretary of the Municipal Political and Legal Affairs Committee. Gao Taiyan's tone was exceedingly grave as he reprimanded Yu Xingli. "How dare you? You audaciously incite your brother to commit wrongdoing and bully the businessmen investing in our city. You are jeopardizing our business environment. They have already filed a complaint against you, alleging that you and your brother are in cahoots, a nest of snakes and rats." Yu Xingli was utterly taken aback. Gao Taiyan's words weighed heavily upon him, akin to a mountain pressing down. Nonsense, you know well what your brother has done. The investors have escalated their grievances to Mayor Su. He summoned me and gave me a thorough reprimanding, questioning how our political and legal line operates. The entire province is striving to cultivate a favorable business environment, yet we are going against the tide. Yu Xingli dared not argue further nor deny the accusations. He stammered, "I will investigate immediately. Is this a matter of discipline? You have two choices: either you bring the suspect to the municipal bureau yourself, or I will send someone to apprehend him." Both men held positions within the same political line. Yu Xingli's rise to power was largely thanks to Gao Taiyan's recommendation. Gao Taiyan's ultimatum effectively granted Yu Xingli a favor while simultaneously providing him with an opportunity. A brother's crimes would not implicate him, yet one must learn to prioritize the greater good over familial bonds. If Yu Xingli fails to take his brother to the city, the municipal bureau would personally send agents to arrest him. Should that happen, the repercussions would fall squarely upon Yu Xingli, leading to a loss of face. Yu Xingli swallowed hard, slowly closing his eyes, and solemnly responded, "I understand, Secretary Gao, I will take him there at once." Gao Taiyan grunted in acknowledgement, a sigh of relief escaping as he hung up the phone. Yu Xingli found himself with no choice, sacrificing a pawn to protect the king. Seeking fortune while avoiding calamity is an instinctive human trait. In the face of power and profit, even one's own father and son must take a back seat. Better to have something for oneself than to rely on others. Yu Xingli, having attained his current position, possessed a mature mindset, knowing how to make critical decisions in times of crisis. After hanging up the phone, he paced anxiously, pointing an accusatory finger at his brother, expressing his disappointment. What can I say to you? I warned you to be cautious, yet you refused to listen, and now you've stirred a hornet's nest. The investors have complained to Mayor Su, and Secretary Gao has issued an arrest warrant. This time, there is no escaping. Yu Deli gasped, his eyes wide with terror, pleading, brother, save me. I did not truly assault that woman, I merely touched her, I swear. How could you? Yu Xingli struck his brother fiercely across the face, spitting in disgust. Do you not have a wife at home? What compels you to behave so shamelessly with another man's woman? Their mother rushed in to mediate, saying, you only have this one brother, mother, I cannot protect him. Yu Xingli cried out in helpless despair, stamping his foot in frustration. You must come with me now. Your crime is not severe. A brief detention, and once this storm has passed, I will extricate you. Yu Deli quaked in fear. Mother, save me, my brother intends to send me to prison. The mother, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground. The Yu family was thrown into chaos. In the afternoon, Yu Deli was escorted to the Municipal Public Security Bureau to face justice. His offense was that of indecency, facing a minimum of 6 months detention. Zhang Jun had also reached out to Liang Haichuan's secretary, Huan Jinfeng, who had previously been victimized by Yu Deli, urging her to file a report in the provincial capital. The criminal law stipulates that for each additional victim of forced indecency or insult, the sentence increases by 6 months. Consequently, Yu Deli faced the prospect of a year in prison. The entire incident was orchestrated by Zhang Jun from behind the scenes, known only to him and a select few involved. Zhang Jun employed stringent measures, for indeed, Yiping County had descended into chaos. In times of disorder, strict laws must be enforced. Only through such measures can true security be restored. Even the younger brother of the deputy county party secretary would face incarceration for undermining the business environment. Under such pressure, who would dare to act recklessly? Understanding the gravity of the situation, Chen Yangjun was profoundly impressed by Zhang Jun's acumen. Without a single soldier being deployed, Qingguan town successfully apprehended Yu Deli. Meanwhile, Yu Xingli remained oblivious to Zhang Jun's machinations, even feeling grateful for his removal of Chen Yangjun. In the following days, the remaining investors gradually arrived for inspections. Through Zhang Jun's persuasive efforts and relentless negotiations, 3 more investors finalized their intentions to invest. At the provincial investment conference, Zhang Jun secured a total of 8 investors, with half now committed to Qingguan town. Had it not been for Yu Deli's disruption, Liang Haiquan would have also invested. Such achievements were indeed a source of pride, for investors have collectively contributed a staggering sum of 150 million yuan for the first phase of investment. For the modest town of Qingguan, this undoubtedly heralds a remarkable turnaround. Following the May Day holiday, Yiping County convened an expanded meeting of the Standing Committee. The gathering took place in the conference room of the County Committee's Standing Committee. In attendance were 11 committee members, along with relevant bureau and office staff. The meeting was presided over by County Party Secretary Chen Guoliang, with a keen resolve, aimed to dismantle the alliance between Fu Ziqiang and Yu Xingli, and even sought to remove Yu Xingli from his position. When subordinates prove disobedient, the most effective course of action is to replace them. Chapter 127. The expanded meeting. At the commencement of the expanded meeting of the Standing Committee, Chen Guoliang began with a small. Furthermore, we must encourage and express our gratitude to Comrade Zhang Jun. Since his appointment as the director of the Development Zone Management Committee, he has successfully attracted 4 enterprises within a remarkably short period, bringing in an impressive 150 million yuan to our county. He was the first to applaud. The rest followed suit, turning their gazes towards Zhang Jun, their eyes reflecting admiration. In this circle, individuals tend to admire only 2 types of people: those in power and those with extraordinary abilities. Although Zhang Jun's authority is relatively modest, being merely a member of the county committee, his economic acumen is unparalleled, a fact that commands deep respect. In response to they are achieved under the leadership of Secretary Chen and Mayor Fu, and with the steadfast collaboration and support of all esteemed colleagues present. This is a collective honor for Yiping County. Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in praise, lauding Zhang Jun's humility and eloquence. Chen Guoliang's expression turned grave as he shifted the conversation, forcefully striking the solid wooden table with his hand, declaring, "It is truly disheartening, just as our entire county is tirelessly working day and night. Otherwise, we could have secured at least another 100 million in investments." His words were somewhat exaggerated. The 2 investors driven away by the harassment of Yu Deli would not have necessarily brought in 100 million even if they had stayed. Yet, at this moment, no one dared to dispute his claims. Chen Guoliang continued, his voice steady, "The ramifications and consequences of this incident are exceedingly grave. I must issue a formal reprimand. During the May Day holiday, an individual named Yu Deli publicly bullied the female secretary of our investors on 2 occasions, thus chasing away prospective clients. A palpable tension filled the room. Some had heard of the incident, while others were hearing it for the first time. Finding it utterly incredulous, Yu Xingli shifted uneasily in his seat, lowering his head in silence. Chen Guoliang's gaze sharpened as he directed it towards Yu Xingli, stating, "What is even more distressing is that this idly is, in fact, a relative of one of our committee members." This was no secret. Everyone knew that idly was Yu Xingli's brother. Chen Guoliang scoffed. When a brother commits a crime, the older brother not only fails to uphold justice but also openly shelters him, leveraging his position to plead for leniency, extracting him from the police. After the first rescue, a lack of strict supervision has led idly to act even more recklessly. He relies on the power of his brother. Yu Xingli's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched and then slowly relaxed as he said, "Ahem. The individual Secretary Chen speaks of is indeed my brother. Here, I wish to extend my sincerest apologies to everyone." Silence enveloped the room, the reputation of a committee member. Yet Chen Guoliang pressed on, coldly retorting, "Such a grievous situation cannot be resolved with mere apologies. If you disregard the law, how can you claim to uphold it? What do you all think? Comrade Yu Xingli, do you still believe you are fit to serve as the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee?" Everyone comprehended the implications. Chen Guoliang aimed to strip Yu Xingli of his position and possibly oust him from the county committee altogether. Of course, this was not a simple task for Chen Guoliang. However, if a consensus could be reached during the county committee meeting and subsequently reported to the higher-level party committee for approval, it would become considerably more feasible. Once it was established that Yu Xingli had committed a serious offense, the city would undoubtedly impose severe penalties. Zhang Jun mused to himself, "Chen Guoliang is indeed astute. A minor incident has been magnified into a tool for power struggles." Since Fu Ziqiang had already allied with Yu Xingli, he naturally sought to protect him, chuckling, "Secretary Chen, your words seem overly harsh, do they not? Idly has committed a crime and has already been apprehended by the municipal police. The matter of his trial is the responsibility of the judicial authorities. I have heard that it was Comrade Yu Xingli who, in a display of righteousness, personally escorted his brother to the municipal police station. This sense of duty and accountability is something we should all aspire to, wouldn't you agree?" Both individuals sought the support of other committee members, yet, the others remained silent. When titans clash, it is wise for the bystanders to hold their tongues. Chen Guoliang turned to Zhang Jun, "Comrade Zhang Jun, as a party to this matter, would you care to share your thoughts?" Yu Xingli cast a pleading glance his way as Zhang Jun, maintaining a composed demeanor, stated, "Secretary Chen is correct. I have consistently advocated that we, as those in power, should not interfere with judicial fairness. The case is currently under review by the city. Therefore, my recommendation is to await the city's decision. If Comrade Yu is indeed implicated, I trust the city will render a just verdict." This statement was notably impartial. It appeared to concur with Chen Guoliang's perspective while simultaneously absolving Yu Xingli of blame. No one was aided, nor was anyone offended. Chen Guoliang, somewhat disappointed, wiped his face. Yu Xingli slowly nodded at Zhang Jun, casting a grateful glance in his direction. Zhang Jun led the way in expressing his stance, and others soon followed suit, nearly echoing sentiments that seemed fair while causing no offense to anyone. It appeared that Chen Guoliang's attempt to undermine Yu Xingli through the committee meeting would not succeed. Frowning, he scanned the room with a calm gaze and then shifted his tone, speaking naturally, "It seems that everyone's eyes are quite perceptive. You are correct, we cannot allow a villain to escape justice, nor can we wrongfully accuse an innocent person. Idly has committed a crime, and he shall face the appropriate consequences. Comrade Yu Xingli's act of moral fortitude in turning against his own kin is commendable and deserves our recognition." Zhang Jun thought to himself, Chen Guoliang is indeed a cunning fox, as adept at changing his stance as flipping a coin. This is a skill I must acquire. Chen Guoliang chuckled, "Let us dispense with idle chatter. The expanded meeting of the committee is now officially underway. Should he succeed in ousting Yu Xingli, it would become his primary agenda item." Now that it was evident he could not achieve this goal, he swiftly altered his rhetoric, lighting a cigarette and leisurely exhaling a puff of smoke. He continued, "The Development Zone Management Committee has officially been established. The initial phase is often the most challenging, and the workload is substantial. We cannot place the entirety of this burden on Comrade Zhang Jun alone. The committee still requires a deputy director, and even the current deputy director, Comrade Cheng Dingwen, is only temporarily appointed. We must deliberate on this matter." The committee members straightened their backs. Where there is opportunity, there is a struggle for power. The Development Zone Management Committee is no longer the impoverished entity it once. It is now a formidable force. Moreover, the position of deputy director is undoubtedly a role of significant rank, with substantial potential for advancement. Everyone is eager to claim it. As the director, Zhang Jun must ensure that his deputy is someone he can trust, or at the very least, someone obedient. Therefore, he was keen to contest for this position. Chen Guoliang turned to the county's organizational minister, Zhao Fucai, and inquired, "What candidates does the organization department have in mind?" Zhao Fucai opened the documents before him and succinctly replied, "The Deputy Director of the County Water Resources Bureau, Comrade Lu Jianpain." Chen Guoliang nodded in approval. "Very well, let us discuss Comrade Lu Jianpain." The organization department had only presented a single candidate, and Chen Guoliang was eager to proceed with the discussion, not allowing others the opportunity to nominate, indicating his determination to secure the position. Before any other committee members could voice their nominations, Zhang Jun cleared his throat and said, "Secretary Chen, Minister Zhao, I have a candidate in mind." Chapter 128, A Delicate Situation. All eyes turned to Zhang Jun in unison. As the director of the management committee, he was indeed qualified to make a nomination. However, being the lowest-ranked member of the standing committee, one would expect him to be more discreet and measured, waiting for others to make their nominations before presenting his own. Is it not common sense to adhere to the order of seniority and experience? Zhang Jun was not unaware of this, rather, he felt an urgent need to nominate someone, as he had discerned Chen Guoyang's considerable ambition, which seemed to verge on a desire for absolute authority. The current situation in Yiping County was rather nuanced. Fu Ziqiang and Yu Xingli had joined forces, along with a few indecisive individuals, and initially had a chance to challenge the authority of the top leader. However, with Yu Deli's reckless actions, he inadvertently brought harm to his brother. Although Yu Xingli appeared unaffected, his credibility had indeed suffered a significant blow. This was a subtle decline, reflected in the decreasing support he would receive during the standing committee meetings. There exists a balance in the world, weighed by the sentiments of the people. The members of the standing committee were astute individuals, capable of perceiving that Yu Xingli was losing the support of the populace. Chen Guoliang recognized this as well and sought to seize the opportunity to consolidate power within the standing committee. Judging by his earlier fervent demeanor, he seemed to believe that victory was within his grasp. Who in the entire county committee would dare to oppose him? Unexpectedly, Zhang Jun, the least-ranked member of the standing committee, raised a dissenting voice. A glint of sharpness flashed in Chen Guoliang's eyes as he chuckled. Indeed, Comrade Zhang Jun, as the director of the management committee, should certainly nominate a candidate. Who do you propose, Zhang Jun? Although Zhang Jun was also a member of the standing committee, his primary responsibilities lay within Chengguan town. In other words, his connections and social circles were largely confined to Chengguan. The other members of the standing committee were county-level leaders, familiar with personnel matters within the county's administrative framework. If Zhang Jun were to nominate someone unfamiliar to them, that candidate's chances of receiving votes would be slim. Thus, Chen Guoliang was particularly lenient towards Zhang Jun, convinced that his nominee would lack the competitiveness of those put forth by the organization department. Zhang Jun smiled slightly and stated, "I nominate Comrade Guo Qiaoqiao, the director of the management committee's office. I believe everyone is quite familiar with her. Since assuming her position, she has scarcely taken a day off. During the May Day holiday, she was tirelessly working, managing both major and minor affairs with great diligence." He continued, "Her efforts have been instrumental in attracting several investors. She has established a rapport with these investors and has received commendations from various business leaders. Therefore, I believe that appointing Comrade Guo as the deputy director is both fitting and beneficial for better serving our investors. I urge all members of the standing committee to give serious consideration to my proposal." In conclusion, Zhang Jun reiterated, the primary function of the management committee is to provide services for enterprises within the park. Comrade Guo is a woman of gentle temperament, possessing an innate charm and communication skills that enable her to engage effectively with investors. I trust that Minister Lu Qiuying can resonate with this perspective? Unbeknownst to him, he had subtly garnered Lu Qiuying's support. Within the standing committee, Lu Qiuying was the sole female member. To oppose Guo Qiaoqiao would seem rather unreasonable. Lu Qiuying nodded and remarked, "I find Comrade Zhang Jun's arguments to be quite persuasive. Women can indeed shoulder half the burden. A collaboration between men and women makes for a more efficient workforce. This is a well-known adage. Surely, the management committee cannot be entirely dominated by male members?" Chen Guoliang sensed the underlying implications and, stroking his chin, scanned the room before saying, "Very well, we shall consider Comrade Guo Qiaoqiao as a nomination. Does anyone else have differing opinions? If not, let us proceed to discuss further." Ahem. Fu Ziqiang shifted in his seat and said, "Secretary Chen, I have a candidate in mind." Chen Guoliang's demeanor darkened slightly, yet he maintained a cordial tone, asking, "Oh? Who do you wish to nominate, Comrade Ziqiang?" Fu Ziqiang replied calmly, "The management committee deals with economic matters and service provision. Therefore, I believe we should elevate a candidate with a strong understanding. I propose Comrade Zhao Hongyu, the director of the Finance Bureau's office. He has a degree in economics and has worked in the financial sector for many years. He possesses both economic acumen and service experience. As the Finance Bureau's office director, Zhao Hongyu was well acquainted with various departments, ensuring that he was not a stranger to anyone, thus providing him with a natural advantage. In the county, the presence of the Water Resources Bureau was certainly less pronounced than that of the Finance Bureau. Compared to the nominees from the organization department, Zhao Hongyu's network was far more formidable. Chen Guoliang sensed a hint of danger creeping in. His expression grew serious as he inquired, "What about the other comrades? Are there any other suitable candidates?" With 3 nominations already on the table, he was indifferent to adding a few more. The more muddled the waters, the better for fishing. A tumultuous free-for-all among the members would only render the outcome more uncertain. The other members of the standing committee remained silent. Some sipped tea while others lit cigarettes. With nominations already from the top 2 leaders, any further competition from the others would merely position them as secondary players, making it more advantageous to conserve their strengths for subsequent discussions. Although no formal rule dictated this, there was an unspoken understanding that when the secretary and the county mayor were vying for a position, the other members of the standing committee would usually take a step back, partly due to the lack of a decisive advantage, partly the contention for popular positions would undoubtedly unfold between the top 2 leaders, a fact that was beyond dispute. Zhang Jun lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling a puff of smoke, contemplating the impending contest. After a brief pause, Chen Guoliang remarked, "Since no other comrades have voiced differing opinions, let us select one candidate from these 3 nominees. I trust you are all familiar with the basic profiles of these 3 individuals." Director Guo Qiaoqiao of the Management Committee's office, Director Zhao Hongyu of the Finance Bureau's office. These two individuals were merely section-level cadres, representing an enhancement in both position and rank. Chen Guoliang briefly outlined the circumstances of these three individuals before stating, I am acquainted with Comrade Lu Jianpain. He has been dedicated to grassroots work for many years, diligently serving in the Water Resources Bureau. He is now 34 years old. Such a commendable individual deserves the opportunity to take on a more significant role. Zhang Jun pondered, how could Chen Guoliang be so familiar with Lu Jianpain? If there were any connection between them, Lu Jianpain would not have remained stagnant at his age had they perhaps only recently formed an association. Chen Guoliang praised Lu Jianpain while subtly undermining the other candidates, saying, I have met Comrade Guo Qiaoqiao. She is quite an energetic young individual, but is her work experience perhaps a bit limited? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. This remark was directed at Zhang Jun, implying that he should refrain from pursuing this nomination. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow. Chapter 129 almost missed the moment Chen Guoliang continued his commentary. Zhao Hongyu from the Finance Bureau. I am quite familiar with this comrade. We have interacted frequently. I believe the Finance Bureau is more suited for his future development and will be more beneficial for him. After all these years in the financial system, it would be such a pity to transfer him now. The Finance Bureau is no less significant than the Management Committee. He clearly favored his own, with a rather obvious bias. Yet, he articulated his thoughts with such delicacy and artistry, cloaked in the guise of goodwill while subtly stabbing at others, leaving no room for objections. After all this, Chen Guoliang had but one thought. You must support me. The underlying message was, you can only support me. Zhang Jun remained expressionless, quietly observing Chen Guoliang's performance alongside the other standing committee members. Noticing the silence among them, Chen Guoliang felt a sense of satisfaction and said, Next, let us discuss Comrade Lu Jianpain. To avoid wasting more of your time, let us proceed directly to a show of hands. If there are no objections, we shall begin now. After finishing his statement, he raised his hand first, declaring, I support the candidate nominated by the organization department. Lu Jianpain is a commendable comrade. Following this, he surveyed the crowd, exuding an air of superiority. I have spoken. Who is in favor, and who is against? Everyone felt the formidable presence of the leader. Fu Zicheng furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with Chen Guoliang's aggressive demeanor, yet he remained silent. Deputy Secretary Yu Xingli wore a gloomy expression, clearly still reeling from previous criticisms. Executive Vice County Chief Shi Haining, cradling a thermos, kept blowing on the surface of the water inside, pretending he had not heard Chen Guoliang's words. Chen Guoliang had no hope for these 3 votes. Organization Minister Zhao Fucai unreservedly raised his hand as the second to do so. I agree. County Office Director Chu Jia raised his hand with a smile. I concur. Propaganda Minister Lu Qiuying added, agreed. The Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary Su Li almost simultaneously raised his hand without uttering a word. Comrade Su had previously stated that he would not oppose any comrades not officially listed in the commission. It seemed he was steadfastly adhering to this principle. Zhang Jun did not hesitate to raise his hand as well, offering no opinion. His unfamiliarity with Lu Jianpain and the desire for Chen Guoliang's future support prompted this decision. No need for further discussion. Those who understood. That made 6 votes. United Front Minister Xiao Ligua, being an affable person, raised his hand and uttered the classic line, I have no objections. 7 votes. With a majority in favor, this was considered a commendable outcome. Chen Guoliang, quite pleased, lit a cigarette, glancing at the Armed Forces Minister Wang Digui, preoccupied with smoking, failed to notice the secretary's concerned gaze. Clearly, he was unwilling to express an opinion. Chen Guoliang raised an eyebrow and remarked, do any other comrades have objections to Lu Jianpain? Why the reluctance to raise your hands? This was somewhat coercive. Whether to support or not was their prerogative. Who was he to question? Chen Guoliang's assertiveness irked Wang Digui, yet he said nothing. As for Fu Zicheng and the others, they chose to overlook Chen Guoliang's interrogation. Ultimately, Lu Jianpain garnered 7 votes, totaling 11 votes. Receiving 7 was quite standard, yet the chances of success remained substantial. Chen Guoliang continued with the procedure, stating, now. Zhang Jun appeared indifferent to this. After Chen Guoliang's statement, he puffed his cheeks, observing the crowd. Clearly, his vote was precious, and he did not intend to cast it. Fu Zicheng cleared his throat and raised his hand. Comrade Zhao Hongyu was fully qualified to serve as the deputy director of the management committee. I wholeheartedly agree. I also urge all standing committee members to support him. Shi Haining promptly raised his hand in agreement. Agreed. Yu Xingli raised his hand without speaking, evidently in a very poor mood. However, in such circumstances, a raised hand sufficed as a stance. Uttering another word would be superfluous. Chu Jia comfortably leaned back in his chair, remaining motionless as Zhao Fucai shifted his sitting position, appearing contemplative. The Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary raised his hand but said nothing. Of course, Zhang Jun would not oppose Fu Zicheng, and having learned from past experiences, he understood the necessity of not waiting until the end to express his opinion. Thus he raised his hand. 5 votes. Lu Qiuying quickly followed suit. Xiao Ligua raised his hand. I have no objections. 7 votes. Chen Guoliang's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Fu Zicheng could secure 7 votes. Fu Zicheng himself was quite surprised. He had prepared for defeat, yet unexpectedly received 7 votes. Zhang Jun, smoking, observed his colleagues through the haze. The county's situation was far more complex than anticipated. Chen Guoliang, believing he could control the situation, had nearly perhaps the standing committee members were also displeased with the secretary's arrogance. Domineering leader could benefit no one. By pitting the secretary against the county chief, the other standing committee members could profit and remain secure. In this way, the leader would also lack the time and energy to deal with or suppress others. After all, people are not mere reeds, everyone possesses their own temperament, and it is impossible for all to follow one individual's opinions. Chen Guoliang rubbed his face vigorously and said solemnly, "The vote counts for both comrades are identical. It seems we must deliberate once more." Zhang Jun chuckled and reminded, "Secretary Chen, my nominee Guo Qiaoqiao has yet to be discussed." Chen Guoliang nodded, as if just recalling it, and stated, "Indeed, although Comrade Guo Qiaoqiao is rather young and lacks experience, such suppression of my nominee offers no advantage to you." Chen Guoliang, with a serious demeanor, declared, "Those in favor of Comrade Guo Qiaoqiao serving as the deputy director of the management committee, please raise your hands." This time, Chen Guoliang had learned his lesson and refrained from immediately expressing his agreement. Previously, when Zhang Jun nominated Chen Yangjun, Chen Guoliang had not favored him, yet he was the first to express support, resulting in a significant blunder. Even if he intended to support Zhang Jun, he could wait until the end. If that vote were crucial, he would undoubtedly back his own candidate rather than Zhang Jun's. The secretary remained silent, and County Office Director Chu Jia feigned ignorance. To everyone's astonishment, the first to raise his hand was Yu Xingli. Idly, having been detained by the Chengguan town police previously, had called Zhang Jun, who had promptly intervened to have his brother released. This favor was clearly to be repaid. Thus, he raised his hand without speaking, casting a glance at Zhang Jun, indicating, "I have returned your favor." Fu Zichang also refrained from immediately expressing his opinion, choosing to observe Chu Haining. As Lu Chouying raised her hand and smiled, "As the only female comrade, I must support her." Zhang Jun, without hesitation, raised his hand. "Comrade Guo Qiaoqiao is the most suitable candidate." Xiao Ligua raised his hand, "I have no objections." 4 votes. Chen Guoliang watched everyone with keen interest. Suddenly, Zhao Fucai raised his hand, stating, "I believe the candidate nominated by Comrade Zhang Jun is quite commendable." He carefully avoided mentioning Guo Qiaoqiao, only referring to Zhang Jun, indicating he was merely giving Zhang Jun face. Zhang Jun's former superior, Ma Hongqi, worked in the organization department. As the county organization minister, Zhao Fucai could not afford to offend Zhang Jun. 5 votes. The Discipline Inspection Commission Secretary Suli raised his hand. "Guo Qiaoqiao, I believe she is capable." 6 votes. The meeting fell abruptly silent. Zhang Jun's heart sank. It appeared that no miracles would transpire today. Chapter 130. A strategic move. The secretary and the county magistrate remained silent. The executive deputy county magistrate and the director of the county party office, who were present with them, also refrained from expressing their opinions. This resulted in the loss of 4 votes. Unless Zhang Jun could secure all the remaining votes, he would find himself at a stalemate with the 2 preceding candidates. Otherwise, the first to be eliminated would be Guo Qiaoqiao. The other 2 candidates, having received identical votes, would advance to the next round. Zhang Jun cast a glance at Chen Guoliang and Fu Zichang. He had previously extended his support to both of their candidates, yet now, astonishingly, they chose not to vote? Zhang Jun felt a pang of disappointment. If this were the case, he would no longer casually support either of them in the future. The outcomes of support and non-support were, in essence, quite similar. Without a designated allegiance, one was never regarded as a member of the inner circle. Fu Zichang shot a sidelong glance at Chen Guoliang. Surely, these 2 cunning old foxes must have discerned Zhang Jun's thoughts? Suddenly, Fu Zichang raised his hand and chuckled, "I cast my vote for the candidate nominated by Comrade Zhang Jun." His meaning was clear. He supported Zhang Jun, and the identity of Zhang Jun's nominee was of little consequence. Zhang Jun nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and Fu Zichang responded with a smile. 7 votes. All 3 candidates had garnered 7 votes. This was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Zhang Jun felt utterly disillusioned with Chen Guoliang. "I had intended my heart towards the bright moon, yet the moon merely illuminates the ditches?" He had consistently supported Chen Guoliang, only to find that the latter, driven by self-interest, had chosen not to support Zhang Jun this time. Nevertheless, Zhang Jun was not angered. Such was the nature of officialdom, the epitome of a realm driven by fame and fortune. Chen Guoliang indeed had his own considerations. The candidate nominated by Zhang Jun, Guo Qiaoqiao, had already secured 6 votes. Should he cast another vote, it would total 7, thereby introducing an additional competitor into the next round. However, he had not anticipated that Fu Zichang would actually cast a vote. Did Fu Zichang not fear competition? This left Chen Guoliang in a rather passive position. If he remained neutral, he would undoubtedly offend Zhang Jun. Yet, if he expressed his support, Guo Qiaoqiao would emerge victorious. It became evident that Fu Zichang's insidious intentions lay concealed here. Fu Zichang understood that Chen Guoliang was intent on securing this position, thus employing this stratagem to ensure that Chen Guoliang would gain a sesame seed while losing a watermelon. The pressure now rested squarely on Chen Guoliang's shoulders. Would he stubbornly pursue this position, or choose to avoid offending Zhang Jun? If Chen Guoliang truly did not support Zhang Jun, it was inevitable that Zhang Jun would gravitate towards Fu Zichang's side. Chen Guoliang could secure the position of deputy director of the management committee but would consequently lose the support of a standing committee member. Such a trade-off was hardly advantageous. An internal tempest of anxiety and conflict raged within Chen Guoliang. He pondered whether to cast his vote for Zhang Jun. At that moment, a somewhat murky voice rang out, "I concur." All eyes turned toward the speaker. It was Wang Digui, the Minister of Armed Forces, who had raised his hand. After making his statement, he inclined his head slightly toward Zhang Jun and then fell silent. The previously reticent Wang Degue had unexpectedly cast the most crucial vote for Zhang Jun. Everyone was taken aback. Wang Degue had neither supported the secretary nor the county magistrate, yet he chose to back Zhang Jun. What logic governed this decision? The crowd scrambled to unravel the intricacies behind this surprising turn of events. Zhang Jun, however, experienced a moment of clarity. He had long sought to identify who among the standing committee was aligned with Ma Hongqi. It turned out to be Minister Wang, 8 votes. Guo Qiaoqiao triumphed. Zhang Jun once again demonstrated through sheer capability that it mattered not who he nominated. What truly counted was the successful passage of his nominee. Chen Guoliang had least expected Guo Qiaoqiao, deeming her utterly lacking in competitiveness. Yet, the outcome was nothing short of magical. Guo Qiaoqiao had indeed secured approval. At that moment, the significance of Chen Guoliang's vote became moot. In a critical moment, his ballot could have been worth its weight in gold, determining the advancement of a colleague. Yet at times, that very vote could be rendered as worthless as a mere scrap of paper. A subtle smile graced Zhang Jun's lips, filling him with a sense of accomplished satisfaction. Chen Guoliang swiftly regained his composure, accepting Zhang Jun's victory. I too cast my vote for Comrade Zhang Jun's nominee, Guo Qiaoqiao. Chen Guoliang declared with an air of magnanimity, congratulations to Comrade Guo. Young comrades possess vigor and determination. Promoting young leaders aligns with organizational requirements. The trend favors a younger, more educated cadre. His final vote, though merely an embellishment, brought Regardless, Zhang Jun's nominee, Guo Qiaoqiao, ultimately secured 9 votes. Only the executive deputy county magistrate, Shi Haining, and the director of the county party office, Zhu Jia, abstained from voting. These two individuals had always been aligned strictly with the secretary and the county magistrate, rendering their votes inconsequential. Chen Guoliang cleared his throat and remarked, the management committee still has a temporary deputy director position, that is, Comrade Sheng Dingwen. What are your thoughts on this? Are there any dissenting opinions? The assembly exchanged glances, and no one spoke. Chen Guoliang scanned the room, waiting for approximately 30 seconds before stating, since there are no objections, Comrade Sheng Dingwen's position remains unchanged, and he is formally appointed as deputy director of the management committee. The discussion should have shifted back to personnel matters. Perhaps Chen Guoliang felt that today was not particularly favorable for him, prompting him to temporarily set aside other personnel topics and transition to the next significant agenda item. Today's meeting was an expanded session. The primary objective was to convey the spirit of the Economic Work Conference, resolutely implement important decision-making directives, and strategically plan for the economic work in the latter half of the year. Everyone listened attentively, taking notes diligently. The authority of the leader was palpable at this moment, as he wielded control over the pace of time and the content of discussions. The learning session continued for over an hour. As fatigue began to settle in, Fu Zichang interjected, Secretary Chen, the party secretary of Shangtian Town passed away last month due to illness, leaving this position vacant. Shouldn't we discuss this and expedite the appointment? The town's work urgently needs to commence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun thought to himself, so there was such an important personnel matter, how lacking in confidence must Chen Guoliang be to have temporarily sidelined personnel issues? Now that Fu Zichang had brought it up, Chen Guoliang could no longer evade the topic. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, the situation in Shangtian Town is rather complex, even a competent individual may find it challenging to commence work upon assuming the role. We must select a person of exceptional ability and eminent reputation. His implication was clear, he had yet to identify a suitable candidate. Fu Zichang, however, pressed on. He is currently the town mayor. Promoting him to party secretary is a natural progression, is it not? Chen Guoliang furrowed his brow. Comrade Fan Jiman is indeed commendable, but he still requires further refinement. Chapter 131. A counterattack from the brink. Zhang Jun sat motionless, calmly smoking a cigarette. According to conventional logic and standard procedure, Secretary Chen Guoliang should undoubtedly be able to control the rhythm of, especially regarding personnel matters. Discussions would typically take place in previous secretary meetings. If the secretary meeting did not pass a proposal, it would not be brought to the standing committee for deliberation. However, exceptions abound, and there are instances of betrayal, palace coups, and backstabbing. If the court were entirely harmonious, governed solely by a single leader, power struggles, party disputes, and factionalism would not exist. A leader who is either excessively domineering or unduly timid will inevitably incite rivalry among their subordinates. The essence of power struggles lies in the ability to manipulate situations at will. One cannot simply rely on the secretary meeting. Circumstances change, and what was once agreed upon may now be contested. Whoever can command the standing committee will ultimately emerge victorious. In fact, in many locales, it is not uncommon for the deputy leader to overshadow the primary leader. In Yiping County, Fu Zichang, a local faction leader, is inherently strong and, with his deep roots and numerous disciples, is capable of contending with the primary leader, Chen Guoliang, being an outsider, despite his eloquence. In the standing committee, his confrontation with Fu Zichang saw each displaying their strengths, yet overall, Chen Guoliang maintained the upper hand. Now that Fu Zichang has allied with Yu Xingli and is courting Zhang Jun, the future dynamics of the standing committee have been. After a brief pause, Chen Guoliang remarked, the position of secretary of the Shangtian Town Committee has indeed reached a point that requires resolution. I still believe that Comrade Lu Jianpain is an excellent candidate and should be appointed as secretary of Shangtian Town. Is there something more to this? Lu Jianpain had just failed in the competition for the deputy director of the management committee, and now Chen Guoliang is recommending him for the secretary position in Shangtian Town. Or is it possible that this outsider, Chen Guoliang, simply lacks suitable candidates within the county? Fu Ziqiang laughed heartily. Secretary Chen, I do not deny Comrade Lu Jianping's competence and capability. However, he scanned the room and continued, grassroots work is not akin to office duties. During the Qingming festival, one must guard the mountains in the wilderness to prevent wildfires. Sitting there for several days, enduring aches and pains, can he handle that? Fu Ziqiang, growing more animated, asserted, moreover, rural folks can be quite temperamental, fights can break out at any moment, sometimes escalating to the town committee leaders with a timid disposition might flee in fear, running far away at the sight of a disturbance, too terrified. There are numerous affairs in towns. During the spring festival, one must be on duty, respond to emergencies, oversee land requisitions, and manage flood control during the rainy season. Can he cope with all this? He lacks grassroots work experience. Can he manage? Chen Guoliang replied sternly, Comrade Ziqiang, do not underestimate our cadres. Comrade Zhang Jun also came from the bureaucracy, and is he not performing? Fu Ziqiang smiled slightly. Secretary, are you truly comparing Lu Jianping with Comrade Zhang Jun? Permit me to speak candidly, what does Lu Jianping have that can compare with Comrade Zhang Jun? I do not know Comrade Lu Jianping. Not if these remarks reach his ears. What would he think of me? Chen Guoliang wiped his face and stated, Lu Jianping is an outstanding comrade. Having served as town mayor for many years, promoting him to secretary aligns with the normal processes of cadre promotion. Neither could persuade the other, and ultimately, it would come down to a vote. This left Zhang Jun in a difficult position. He had consistently adhered to the stance of neutrality, akin to Lu Qiuying and Xiao Liguo, neither assisting nor offending either side. However, since Fu Ziqiang had previously supported him, it was only fair that he reciprocate. Thus, his position as the good guy would inevitably be compromised, yet, it was unavoidable. Even if Chen Guoliang grew displeased with him as a result, he could not afford to be overly concerned. Relationships are reciprocal. If one does not return favors, how can one expect assistance in the future? Furthermore, from Zhang Jun's perspective, Fan Jiman was evidently more suited to the role of secretary of Shangtian Town than Lu Jianping. Whether considering seniority or grassroots experience, Fan Jiman was undoubtedly superior. Consequently, during the subsequent 2 voting sessions, Zhang Jun cast his vote solely for Fan Jiman, whom Fu Ziqiang had nominated. He initially intended to elaborate further to emphasize his support for Fan Jiman. Given his superior qualifications, however, after some reflection, he decided against such superfluous remarks. Regardless of how he explained it, in Chen Guoliang's eyes, his support would be perceived as backing Fu Ziqiang. No unexpected occurrences transpired. Chen Guoliang lost this round as Zhang Jun found it difficult to comprehend why a figure as politically astute as Chen Guoliang would insist on pushing Lu Jianping into a position of power. It was evident that Lu Jianping held no advantage in the competition for these roles. This was clear not only to Zhang Jun but also to the other members of the standing committee. Otherwise, they would not have abandoned Lu Jianping to vote for Fan Jiman. Fu Ziqiang celebrated his victory with a sense of accomplishment, his tone becoming noticeably more assertive. However, the developments that followed were where Chen Guoliang's true strategy lay. He spoke solemnly, congratulations to Comrade Fan Jiman on his appointment as secretary of Shangtian Town. Next, let us discuss the candidate for the position of town mayor. I nominate Lu Jianping. All members of the standing committee were taken aback, gazing at Chen Guoliang in astonishment. Zhang Jun quickly realized that Chen Guoliang, ever the strategist, had been waiting for this moment. Such a formidable figure could not possibly be unaware of Lu Jianping's capabilities, yet he persistently recommended him, revealing a deeper intention. Previous failures were inconsequential. As long as this time succeeded, that was sufficient. Clearly, this time he would be successful. Fu Ziqiang had won a round, and Zhang Jun had also secured a victory. The contest for the position of town mayor would not be revisited. No one else would dare oppose Lu Jianping now. Thus, Chen Guoliang could successfully elevate Lu Jianping from a deputy position to a principal role. Unbeknownst to others, Chen Guoliang had been meticulously orchestrating the situation, luring his opponents in, maneuvering among the members of the standing committee, and gradually paving a golden path for Lu Jianping. The intricacies of the standing committee's deliberations would remain hidden from outsiders. They would only recognize that Secretary Chen had triumphed, promoting a previously obscure deputy director of the Water Resources Bureau to the gazes of the other members of the standing committee towards Chen Guoliang shifted significantly, revealing their newfound understanding. One could not deny that he was a highly skilled secretary. Zhang Jun learned a valuable lesson. When in a position of weakness, one must continually exhibit humility before others, ultimately executing a counterattack from the brink. Chapter 132, The Nuances of Human Relationships. At the conclusion of the standing committee's expanded meeting, Chen Guoliang emphasized the importance of cultivating a favorable business environment. During the meeting, he urged various departments within the county to join forces in launching a 100-day campaign to combat and rectify public security issues during the summer. Zhang Jun thought to himself that in the forthcoming months, he would require a stable security environment to attract investments. Several enterprises in the development zone were set to establish their presence, and it was imperative that no incidents occurred. following the incident where idly harassed investors, the city placed significant importance on the creation and maintenance of a conducive business environment. Chen Guoliang's speech resonated powerfully as he pounded the table with his hand, declaring in a deep voice, "Whoever dares to engage in criminal activities amidst these winds, I shall ensure they face severe punishment. I do not care whose son or brother they may be, as long as they commit crimes within our county, they shall be apprehended and imprisoned." Yu Xingli shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Chen Guoliang glanced at him and said, "Comrade Xingli, as the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, the 100-day campaign is your responsibility. I implore you to enforce the law impartially and implement strict rectifications. Safeguard the economic development of our county." Taking a deep breath, Yu Xingli replied earnestly, "Yes, Secretary Chen, I assure you I will fulfill the task." After concluding the meeting, Chen Guoliang closed the document. The attendees began to exit in succession. Zhang Jun stepped out of the standing committee meeting room, quickening his pace to reach Wang Degui's side, greeting him with a smile. "Good day, Minister Wang." Wang Degui, maintaining a serious "Shall we dine together?" Wang Degui responded readily, "Sure, however, I prefer home-cooked meals over restaurant fare." Zhang Jun laughed heartily, "It seems we share the same taste. No one. I will prepare a modest drink at the dormitory in Chengguan Town and would be honored if Minister Wang could grace us with your presence." Wang Degui nodded, "I will arrive promptly at 6 o'clock. Upon returning to the town, Ding Changrong approached with a flattering tone, chuckling, "Secretary Zhang has I heard that during the standing committee meeting, you triumphed once again, defeating both Secretary Chen and County Head Fu." Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow and replied calmly, "Who did you hear that from?" The personnel matters discussed at the standing committee are the result of a collective vote by the committee members. There is no question of anyone defeating anyone else. Ding Changrong was taken aback, realizing his mistake, and quickly responded, "I heard that Secretary Chen and County Head Fu both cast their votes." Ding Changrong nodded in agreement. Zhang Jun thought to himself, how did this person become the town mayor? His lack of... It seems prudent to maintain a distance from him in the future and refrain from speaking freely. After Ding Changrong departed, Zhang Jun's phone rang. Noticing it was an unfamiliar number, he hesitated briefly before answering. "Hello, who is this?" "Greetings, is this Secretary Zhang?" "This is Zhang Jun, and you are?" "Secretary Zhang, hello, I am Fan Jiman, the mayor. I wish to express my gratitude for your invaluable vote during the standing committee meeting and for your trust and support. I wonder if you are free for dinner this evening?" "Comrade Jiman, you are too kind." "There is no need for a meal. I have prior engagements this evening, however. Let's arrange another time to gather and chat." "All right, then we shall reschedule for another day." After hanging up, Zhang Jun mused that Fan Jiman was quite perceptive and adept in social matters. He too had voted for Lu Jianpain, yet Lu Jianpain had not bothered to call and check in. Invitations to dinner are often mere formalities, and typically, leaders do not agree to such outings unless they genuinely consider you a friend, which is certainly a reason for delight and camaraderie. Conversely, some individuals fail to grasp this, mistakenly equating a leader's recognition with their own abilities, neglecting to cultivate relationships, and consequently, their prospects dwindle. Guo Qiao entered, her face radiant with a captivating "Secretary Zhang, I am truly grateful to you." Zhang Jun smiled gently, "Focus on your work and do not let my trust in you go to waste. You are a university graduate, educated and knowledgeable, diligent, and serious in your tasks. These are your strengths." Guo Qiao beamed, "Thank you for your kind words, Secretary Zhang. I will certainly strive to do my best." Zhang Jun pondered for a moment and remarked, "I merely put forth a name. It is gratifying to see that everyone recognizes your potential, indicating that the county leadership holds you in high regard. You should reach out to them and extend your greetings. I assume you have their contact information, perhaps invite them for a casual meal." Guo Qiao pouted, saying, "It was Secretary Zhang who supported me." "What does that have to do with them? I only wish to dine with you." Zhang Jun chuckled and shook his head, reflecting on how today's youth champion individuality and freedom, seemingly oblivious to these nuances. If you possess connections and resources, you may act as you please. However, if you have nothing, it is essential to be conscientious and methodical in your pursuit of progress, understanding the intricacies of life as a form of wisdom, and navigating human relationships as an art. Zhang Jun believed Guo Qiao to be relatively obedient and had provided him with considerable assistance, prompting him to extend a helping hand, saying, "This is the essence of social etiquette. Do you think others are in need of your meal? If you can invite someone out, that is indeed an accomplishment." Guo Qiao smiled brightly, "Then I am certain I can invite someone." Zhang Jun inquired, "Who?" Guo Qiao covered her mouth. "By the way, I intend to invite Minister Wang from the Armed Forces Department to dinner this evening. Could you prepare a few delectable dishes for me?" "Certainly, Secretary Zhang. I will go buy some ingredients. It will be my treat." Zhang Jun retrieved his wallet, producing a stack of cash to hand to her, saying, "Use my money. This coincidentally covers my living expenses for the month as well. Here, take it, no need to be polite." Guo Qiao accepted the money, smiling, "Secretary Zhang, it feels wonderful to have a man providing for my family." Zhang Jun was taken aback. "You are so outstanding, how could I ever be worthy of you? It is an honor just to assist you." Zhang Jun chuckled, "You truly are a joy to be around. Now, go and get busy." Guo Chaochao tucked the money away, saying, Secretary. He suddenly recalled what Wang Dexing had previously mentioned. Wang Dexing had once let slip that he had given someone a considerable sum of money to secure his position as deputy director of the management committee. Could this be true? Zhang Jun's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stated gravely, let us discuss this at home. Chapter 133 Ascending the ranks. One evening, Zhang Jun invited the Armed Forces Minister, Wang Digui, to dinner at his dormitory. Guo Chaochao prepared a sumptuous spread of 4 dishes and a soup, featuring stir-fried diced chicken, red pepper stir-fried beef, poached large prawns, perilla snails, and scallion tofu soup. Each dish complemented the wine splendidly. Wang Digui arrived as promised, handing over a bag with a smile, saying, as this is my first visit to Secretary Zhang's residence, I have brought some cured meat from my hometown. Please do not stand on ceremony, I hope you will accept it. Zhang Jun opened the bag to reveal a substantial piece of cured meat and chuckled, Minister Wang, are you concerned that I might not have enough meat? You've brought it yourself, Xiaoguo, come, let's slice off a piece to enjoy with our drinks. Guo Chaochao beamed, took the bag, and headed to the kitchen. Zhang Jun invited Wang Digui to sit, filled 2 glasses with wine, and said, I raise a toast. Zhang Jun, either intentionally or inadvertently, broached the topic of mahongqi. Observing Wang Digui's reaction, Wang Digui smiled faintly and replied, Comrade Zhang Jun, to be frank, I once served alongside Minister Ma in the military. However, Minister Ma hails from a distinguished family, and his achievements are far beyond my reach. Zhang Jun thought to himself, so that's it. He poured more wine for Wang Digui and offered him a cigarette. Wang Digui lit the cigarette and remarked, Minister Ma has been strategically positioning himself in our province. The forces behind him seek to gain a foothold here, just like you and me. We are mere pieces on this grand chessboard. But you, being much younger, have boundless prospects ahead. Zhang Jun responded, Minister Wang, my arrival in the county has been a solitary battle. I am grateful for your support, and I raise another. In truth, our relationship should remain discreet, otherwise, it would lose its element of surprise. Zhang Jun wholeheartedly agreed, saying, I understand however, sharing a drink, I am quite indifferent to it. Zhang Jun pondered, Minister Wang, you have been in the county longer than I have. What is your perspective on Secretary Chen and County Chief Fu? Wang Digui flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied, do not draw too close to them. Your objective should be to identify the right moment to bring one of them down and ascend the ranks yourself. Zhang Jun was taken aback. I have only been a member of the standing committee for a few months. How could I possibly ascend? Wang Digui shook his head with a smile, Comrade Zhang Jun, even among members of the standing committee, there are distinctions in rank and precedence. Your next step is, do you really intend to remain in this town for several more years? Zhang Jun was startled. He had indeed contemplated staying here for 2 to 3 years before making any further decisions. He had even prepared for a prolonged battle and mapped out his plans for the next few years. However, Wang Digui's words struck him like a bolt from the blue. mahongqi had provided him with such a valuable platform. Did he not aspire for progress? Zhang Jun scratched his head and asked, Minister Wang, I certainly wish to advance, but I have no foundation or connections in the county. At this moment, I am unsure where to begin. I would appreciate your guidance. Wang Digui gestured towards the kitchen, asking, what is your relationship with her? Zhang Jun was taken aback and replied, Xiaogui, she is the deputy director of the management committee. But what is your relationship with her? Zhang Jun laughed, Minister Wang, please do not misunderstand, I have no relationship with her. Wang Digui shook his head, that is not correct. If you have no relationship with her, why is she in your home cooking for you? Why did you mention her during the standing committee meeting? Zhang Jun was momentarily speechless. He had not truly considered this. Minister Wang, the truth is, I think highly of Xiaoguo, which is why I put. Xiaoguo used to work in the party town office and later became my correspondent. Wang Digui made a series of gestures with his fists, laughing, a woman takes the risk of being criticized to assist you in this manner. Do you have no ulterior motives towards her, or have you already crossed that line? Zhang Jun replied earnestly, Minister Wang, what do you take me for? Wang Digui waved his hand, do not be alarmed. What we discuss next must not reach the ears of a third party, hence, I need to ascertain what she means to you and whether she can be trusted with this information. Zhang Jun nodded, Minister Wang, rest assured, Xiaogui is a trustworthy person. Wang Digui smiled, that much is evident. Otherwise, she would not be performing household duties for you. Just then, Guo Chaochao emerged from the kitchen with the cured meat, placing it on the table. She smiled, Minister Wang, my culinary skills may not be up to par. I hope the dishes are to your liking? Wang Digui clucked his tongue, if Secretary Zhang is accustomed to it, what could I possibly find disagreeable? Xiaoguo, please sit and eat, you have worked hard. Guo Chaochao blushed and replied shyly, I am merely here to assist Secretary Zhang with some household chores. He is here, strategizing for our town, exerting both mental and physical effort. We cannot expect him, a grown man, to cook and clean after work, can we? Zhang Jun gestured to a seat, Xiaoguo, please join us for the meal. I hope he gets promoted to a high-ranking position in the capital. Wang Digui laughed heartily, that is too far-fetched, let us not dwell on that. At present, there is the position of executive. You are aware of him, correct? Guo Chaochao, uncertain why he brought up Shi Haining, replied, I have heard of him, but I have not interacted with him. Zhang Jun shared the same confusion, wondering why Wang Digui was discussing such matters with a young woman. Wang Digui maintained his composure and continued, Xiaoguo, do you wish to assist Secretary Zhang in becoming the executive deputy county chief? Guo Qiaoqiao was taken aback, looking at Zhang Jun with astonishment. Minister Wang, I do not possess such capabilities. If I could help, I would certainly do so. Wang Deguai placed his wine glass down with emphasis, stating, Excellent, with your words, let us deliberate on how to facilitate Comrade Zhang Jun's ascent to the position of Executive Deputy County Chief. Every word spoken here today must remain confidential. For this endeavor to succeed, we will need your assistance, Xiaoguo. If you are willing to give your consent, this matter is bound to succeed. Chapter 134. The scheme of a beautiful woman. Upon hearing Wang Deguai's words, not only was Guo Qiaoqiao intrigued, but even Zhang Jun found himself bewildered. Why should Guo Qiaoqiao be involved in Zhang Jun's promotion? Guo Qiaoqiao, with a bashful smile, remarked, Minister Wang, I possess no particular skills. How could I possibly assist Secretary Zhang? Wang Deguai took a sip of his. If it can aid Secretary Zhang, I am willing to do anything. Zhang Jun remained composed, allowing Wang Deguai to continue. He understood that Wang Deguai's words were laden with significance. Zhang Jun and Guo Qiaoqiao exchanged glances, both taken aback, for the character Wang Deguai had written was none other than a seduction. Everything was left unsaid. The three individuals present were to allure through beauty, to entice the enemy deeper, and then to strike decisively. Zhang Jun shuddered, shaking his head vigorously. Absolutely not, this is out of the question. While I will never resort to such tactics, Minister Wang, there's no need to elaborate further. Wang Deguai's expression remained unchanged. Guo Qiaoqiao lowered her gaze, silent. Each person involved was both a participant in the game and a pawn. Wang Deguai sought to utilize Guo Qiaoqiao as a piece to confront Shi Haining. Meanwhile, he and Zhang Jun were mere pawns of Ma Hongqi. Was Ma Hongqi not also a pawn for someone else? Guo Qiaoqiao, still an innocent young woman, felt her cheeks flush at the thought of the impending situation. She had just made a bold declaration, expressing her willingness to do anything for Zhang Jun. Thus, she could not go back on her word, yet, the prospect of employing seduction filled her with trepidation and reservation. Zhang Jun continued to shake his head, resolutely rejecting such a scheme. For centuries, countless individuals have employed the strategy of seduction, often with remarkable success. Since ancient times, heroes have found it difficult to resist the allure of beauty, leading political and military figures to frequently resort to this tactic against their adversaries. The cost of such a scheme is minimal, yet it can yield extraordinary results, turning the tide in one's favor. The most renowned examples are undoubtedly Shi Shi and Diao Chan. During the spring and autumn period, in a bid to avert annihilation by the state of Wu, Go Jian presented the fairest maiden of you, Shi Shi, to Fu Chai, thereby feigning submission. King Fu Chai, consumed by indulgence and complacency, neglected his duties, while Go Jian returned to Yu, enduring hardship and diligently strengthening his nation, eventually surpassing Wu in power. Once strong enough, Go Jian led his troops to vanquish Wu, resulting in the demise of King Fu Chai. In the late Han Dynasty, Wang Yun sacrificed his adopted daughter Dao Chan to eliminate Dong Zhuo, a tale that remains widely known. Furthermore, during the Three Kingdoms period, Zhou Yu suffered losses due to his wife and his troops, employing the strategy of seduction with none. Additionally, Wang Jiajun was sent to the Xiongnu chieftain Hu Hangxi by Emperor Yuan of the Han, which could also be viewed as a form of bribery through the beauty of women. The multitude of similar instances is staggering, many of which have proven successful. Just recently, the story between Shang Yufeng and Ding Changrong can also be classified as a variant of the seduction strategy. Wang Deguai murmured, Shi Haining is a man of lecherous tendencies. To ensnare him, employing this tactic is the most secure and straightforward approach. Zhang Jun replied with gravity, that is inappropriate, absolutely improper. Or perhaps, every individual entangled in such dynamics resorts to stratagems. The distinction lies in the finesse of execution and the clarity of intent. Wang Deguai smiled slightly. It seems, Comrade Zhang Jun, that you are reluctant to part with little Guo. The flush on Guo Qiaoqiao's face spread to her. Zhang Jun shook his head, asserting, Minister Wang, regardless of the circumstances, I, Zhang Jun, may not be a heroic figure, nor do I hold a lofty position, but I cannot stoop to using such a strategy that sacrifices a woman's virtue. Often, when yellow mud falls into one's pants, it is not excrement, yet it is treated as such. Zhang Jun grasped his implication. The goal was simply to ensnare Shi Haining, without needing to engage in any. Wang Deguai scoffed lightly. If Shi Haining were truly a paragon of virtue, untainted by greed or lust, then even if we wished to ensnare him, he would remain impervious, wouldn't he? Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively. Minister Wang, there is no need for further discussion on this matter. He stated, Minister Wang, I understand that these are conventional strategies, enshrined in the 36 stratagems, widely circulated and studied. They are not inherently unscrupulous techniques. As you mentioned, as long as the opponent possesses integrity, this strategy. However, I refuse to employ this tactic. I would rather resort to alternative strategies. Wang Deguai chuckled, other strategies are merely the art of war and the 36 stratagems, are they not all about guiding one to fortune while avoiding disaster, even if it involves treachery and violence? If you refuse to strategize while the 36 stratagems, renowned military strategies, include tactics such as using a knife to kill, concealing daggers and smiles, taking advantage of chaos, and undermining the foundation of an opponent's strength. Each of these strategies involves manipulation. In comparison, the strategy of seduction could be considered the most gentle and humane of them all. Seeing Zhang Jun's refusal, Wang Deguai could not help but sigh. While you may refrain from employing harmful tactics, it is entirely possible that others are already plotting against you. Of course, I am merely strategizing for your benefit, whether or not to proceed. The crux of this matter does not hinge solely on our desires, it also depends on Comrade Guo's willingness. After a struggle with her thoughts, Guo Qiaoqiao, in a voice barely above a whisper, declared, Whatever you ask of me, I shall certainly comply. Zhang Jun was taken aback, astonished at Guo Qiaoqiao's response. Did she truly believe such matters could be casually agreed upon? Rest assured, this endeavor will not bring you harm. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, weighed down by a heavy heart. Chapter 135 The Temptations of Power. Zhang Jun found himself in a profound quandary. His wife had been persistently clamoring for him to return to the city post-haste. If he were to remain in this small town for several years, or even a decade or more, what would have been the purpose of his initial transfer? It would be far more prudent to seek a position as deputy director in the city. Zhang Jun must urgently pursue advancement. At the age of 30, he was still merely a humble secretary of the town's party committee. Others had become provincial governors before reaching 40. Could Zhang Jun ascend to the position of provincial governor before turning 40? Currently, he held the rank of deputy division chief, and there remained. The hierarchy was steep: a division chief, deputy bureau chief, deputy minister, and minister. Even adhering to the 2-year promotion cycle would necessitate a decade of. For instance, his aspiration to become a division chief could not be realized overnight. He first needed to attain the position of executive deputy county chief, which would then pave the way to becoming a county chief. After achieving the role of county chief, he would have to climb higher, eventually becoming the county party secretary, before he could be eligible for promotion to deputy bureau level. Similarly, within the bureau level, he would have to ascend several more rungs to continue his progression. Furthermore, power operated within a pyramidal structure. The higher one ascends, the narrower the avenues for advancement become. To become a leader wielding actual authority was an endeavor fraught with difficulty. Zhang Jun now faced the daunting challenge of overcoming the hurdle posed by the executive deputy county chief. In the past, Zhang Jun had no allies in the county, nor anyone with whom to discuss these matters, and now, with the support of Wang Degue, he had found a comrade with whom he could strategize and advance together. Although Wang Degue was older and had limited upward mobility, it did not imply that he could not progress further. Those in the political arena all yearned for elevation. By endorsing Zhang Jun's ascent, Wang Degue was also securing additional. Zhang Jun's thoughts were tumultuous, akin to a palette of conflicting flavors. Wang Degue understood that he could not push too hard. It was essential for Zhang Jun to contemplate his position seriously. Thus, he temporarily set the matter aside and remarked, "Perhaps Comrade Zhang Jun has a better solution." But what solutions did Zhang Jun possess? He knew only to engage diligently in his work, hoping. Yet, in this world, there were countless individuals who could perform tasks effectively, were willing to work hard, but not everyone had the opportunity to be acknowledged. Previously, while at the traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute, he had been meticulous in his duties, mentoring several accomplished apprentices, yet he remained stagnant in his own career, without any promotions. Without Ma Hongqi's intervention, Zhang Jun might still be languishing in his original position. Reflecting on this, Zhang Jun's heart grew heavier. After dinner, Wang Degue rose to take his leave. Zhang Jun sat on the sofa, smoking absently. On the television, Xin Shui was delivering the evening news. The graceful and enchanting Xin Shui appeared remarkably poised and captivating on the color screen. Guo Qiaoqiao finished tidying the table, washing the dishes, and wrapping leftovers in cling film before placing them. After completing her household chores, she washed her hands, removed her apron, and sat beside Zhang Jun's secretary Zhang. She softly called out, "Oh," Zhang Jun responded, slowly turning his head to gaze at her bright and delicate face. Guo Qiaoqiao leaned in closer and boldly declared, "Secretary Zhang, I am willing." Zhang Jun understood her implication but shook his head firmly. "No, Xiaoguo, this matter should not be discussed further. I, Zhang Jun, would rather forsake an official position than climb the ladder by stepping on your shoulders." Guo Qiaoqiao was taken aback, feeling deeply moved. "Secretary Zhang, as the saying goes, my ascension to the position of deputy director of the management committee came at the expense of others. I too have climbed over the bodies of my predecessors." Zhang Jun was astonished by her self-taught acumen. Even a woman of such beauty and purity had learned the rules of the political game. Guo Qiaoqiao continued, "Secretary Zhang, you are a good official, and individuals like you deserve to occupy positions of greater significance. Only then can you benefit more of the populace. For your sake, I am willing to offer myself." Zhang Jun was profoundly shaken. With a solemn expression, he replied, "Xiaoguo, this is unacceptable. Please do not dwell on such thoughts." Guo Qiaoqiao, her emotions stirred, grasped his hand, her almond-shaped eyes filled with hope and yearning, saying, "I will not let him succeed. Will you not agree?" Zhang Jun gently patted the back of her hand. Her hand was as cold as jade. "Xiaoguo, I will handle this matter. It does not concern you. Do not involve yourself." Zhang Jun spoke calmly. The struggles within the political arena are also more brutal than you realize. You could easily become a casualty." With resolute determination in his gaze, Zhang Jun continued, "Have you forgotten Chang Yufeng? A woman of beauty in the political realm must possess even greater self-respect and self-love. She must never allow herself to be exploited, nor be beguiled by promises of future prospects, positions, or wealth. Once you become ensnared, extricating yourself becomes an impossibility." Zhang Jun had witnessed numerous examples of this. Chang Yufeng was one. Previously, when she served as Ma Hongqi's secretary, the young woman who had undergone surgery in the imperial palace was similarly exploited, ensnared by the allure of beauty. Fortunately, Ma Hongqi was shrewd enough to deftly defuse the crisis, otherwise, he too might have fallen into someone else's trap and been dragged down. Zhang Jun's admonition was not only a lesson for Guo Qiaoqiao but also a reminder to himself. Xiaogua, we can employ strategies, but we must not resort to unscrupulous means, otherwise, we risk becoming the very people we disdain. Guo Qiao nodded, her bright eyes sparkling with a different light. Secretary Zhang, I understand, you are looking out for me, and you are the only one willing to speak these words to me. She held onto Zhang Jun's hand, her grip unwavering, and sincerely said, Secretary Zhang, this is a tremendous opportunity. If you can become the executive deputy county chief, your power will increase significantly, enabling you to seek welfare for the county's millions of citizens. Zhang Jun smiled slightly, rest assured. I have my own means, however, not through this approach, Guo Qiao insisted. Secretary Zhang, this is the fastest method, please let me try, will you? Zhang Jun fell into contemplation, silent. Guo Qiao, I have never had a boyfriend nor experienced love. I wish to give you my most precious self. I am afraid of being bullied by him. Zhang Jun was taken aback. He saw the expression of yearning in Guo Qiao's eyes, and his masculine composure ignited with sudden heat. Guo Qiao embraced Zhang Jun, her beautiful face pressed against his. Zhang Jun instinctively reached out to push her away, only to find himself touching her soft form. Guo Qiao let out a soft gasp. She whispered gently, Secretary Zhang, I like you, this is all my own choice. Chapter 136 Midnight Incident. Zhang Jun was caught off guard when Guo Qiao kissed him. In the midst of confusion, the gentle voice of Xin Shui floated into his ears. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhang Jun caught sight of Xin Shui on the television, and suddenly his mind cleared. He cradled Guo Qiao's face, wishing to spare her feelings, and said, I have yet to recover from my cold, and I am not feeling well. Xiaogua, it's getting late, you should head home now. Guo Qiao paused, her expression shifting to one of profound sadness and loneliness as she sorrowfully asked, Do you think so little of me? Zhang, what man could resist the charm of such a gentle and lovely young lady as yourself? In a daze of emotions, Guo Qiao responded, Secretary Zhang, then why do you not want me? I do not wish to impose any demands upon you. It is not merely because you have aided me that I feel this way, I have liked you for a long time. Can't you sense it? I can sense it, Zhang Jun affirmed, gently squeezing her hand. However, I am a married man, and I cannot act in a manner that would betray your trust. As a man, I could walk away after such an encounter without a second thought, but you are a good girl with a bright future ahead of you. You will encounter a man who truly loves you and lead a happy and fulfilling life together. His tone was sincere and imbued with care, allowing Guo Qiao to feel the depth of his affection. Secretary Zhang, I did not misjudge you. You truly are a good man, she exclaimed with a radiant smile. I find myself growing fonder of you by the day. I can't help but want to be closer to you. Zhang Jun patted her hand gently. You should head home now. If you return late, your family will worry about you. Reluctantly, Guo Qiao rose to leave. Zhang Jun let out a long sigh. He had narrowly avoided a significant misstep. Her passionate emotions had nearly overwhelmed him. After watching the news, he took a cold shower, allowing his body to gradually calm. He recalled Wang Digui's suggestion, and thoughts began to stir within him. Moving forward was imperative, however, he pondered the means through which to achieve his goals. In the dead of night, his phone suddenly rang, jolting him awake. He glanced at the screen, believing he had overslept, only to realize it was merely midnight. Who could be calling at such an hour? Upon seeing it was Chen Yangjun, he felt a sense of urgency and answered the call. Hello? Secretary Zhang, this is Chen Yangjun. Comrade Yangjun, what is it? Secretary Zhang, we just received a report. Chen Yangjun paused mid-sentence. Zhang Jun, maintaining his composure, inquired, what happened? After gathering his thoughts, Chen Yangjun continued, it was Comrade Guo Qiao who reported it. She claims she has been bullied. After receiving the call, I immediately rushed over with my team. Guo Qiao? Oh? Zhang Jun's heart tightened as he asked, and then? Secretary Zhang, when we arrived, we discovered that the person bullying her was none other than Shi Haining. Sure, how shall we proceed? Where is it happening? At the Aegean Sea Hotel, right next to Qiyuan Pavilion. I'll be there immediately. Understood, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun, lighting a cigarette, he began to formulate a strategy. At midnight, most shops in town had already closed for the night, leaving only the entertainment venues aglow with lights. Zhang Jun soon arrived at the Aegean. A police officer spotted Zhang Jun's vehicle, hurried over, and opened the door for him, saying, Greetings, Secretary Zhang, Chen is in room 205. Nodding, Zhang Jun calmly ascended the stairs. 2 officers were stationed at the hallway entrance, and upon seeing Zhang Jun, they greeted him in unison, Hello, Secretary Zhang. Waving them off, he approached room 205, which was ajar. Peering inside, he saw Chen Yangjun standing in the center, while a man clad only in his underwear sat at the edge of the bed. Shi Haining. Guo Qiao was huddled in the corner, wrapped in a bedsheet. Zhang Jun acknowledged him with a grunt. Shi Haining, disheveled and reeking of alcohol, shouted upon seeing Zhang Jun, Comrade Zhang Jun, save me, this is all a misunderstanding, I was set up by her. Zhang Jun gritted his teeth, a fresh-faced young lady, a university graduate, and a newly appointed deputy director of the committee. Why would she set you up? Why not come after me? Why not target Chen? Shi Haining was left speechless, unable to offer a retort. Guo Qiao wept bitterly, choking out, Secretary Zhang, please help me, he bullied me. Zhang Jun's heart ached for her. He approached and asked in a low voice, Xiaogua, what happened, please tell me. And then? Guo Qiao bit her lip, as if to draw blood, and said, I called Secretary Chen, County Head Fu, Secretary Yu, and they all offered me a few encouraging words, but none accepted my invitation. Only Vice County Head Shi said he would like me to treat him to a late-night meal. Though my upbringing has been strict, and I have never gone out at night alone with a man, I thought he was a leader and could not possibly harm me. Therefore, I agreed. Sure, Haining interjected loudly, she set me up, she is the one who harmed me. Zhang Jun sternly replied, Comrade Sure Haining, I am currently questioning Wu Qiao, please do. You do not believe me, you trust her, everything she says is a lie. Zhang Jun scoffed, whether it is a lie or not, I am capable of discerning the truth, besides, Comrade Chen Yangjun is also present. He is a professional, is he not? The police will determine who is right and who is wrong. Sure Haining was left with no choice but to remain silent. Zhang Jun gently patted Gu Qiao's shoulder and said, Continue, I will ensure justice for you. Gu Qiao trembled slightly. Vice County Head Sure invited me for a late-night meal, persistently urging me to drink. I told him I do not drink, and he said that women naturally have a few drinks in them, accusing me of lacking sincerity to treat a leader if I refused to drink. I ended up having a glass, and then I became intoxicated. He helped me walk, and in my haze, I did not realize he took me to the hotel and booked a room. He tried to assault me. Chapter 137 Cunning and Scheming. As Zhang Jun listened to Gu Qiao's words, he began to comprehend the situation at hand. He gazed at the demure and sensible woman before him, his eyes brimming with compassion and affection. Sure Haining spat vehemently, exclaiming, she is spouting nonsense. Zhang Jun replied coldly, Comrade Sure Haining, then tell me, did you not encourage her to drink? Sure Haining paused in surprise and stammered, she only had one drink. Zhang Jun retorted with a chilling smile, that means you did indeed persuade her to drink. You were fully aware that she could not handle alcohol, as she made that clear to you, yet you still urged her to partake. What were your intentions? Do you not possess any sense of self-awareness? Furthermore, you were the one who booked the hotel room, correct? Sure Haining was taken aback, exclaiming, I did book the room, however, she was the one who seduced me, she was not like this earlier. Truly, you didn't see it, she was half-heartedly resisting. Zhang Jun's gaze hardened, how can a woman inebriated resist? Moreover, you are her respected superior, she trusted you, believing you were providing her a place to rest. Who could have guessed your ulterior motives? You are old enough to be her father, how could you entertain such lascivious thoughts? Are you even human? Sure Haining, overwhelmed by the rebuke, hung his head in defeat. No matter how he tried to wriggle out of the situation, he could not justify why he would intoxicate a female colleague and then bring her to a hotel room. Zhang Jun turned to Chen Yangjun, speaking earnestly, since the victim has filed a report and the facts are clear, you must handle this matter with utmost fairness and restore justice to the involved party. Additionally, since this matter touches on the individual's privacy, you must exercise caution in your approach. Chen Yangjun responded with composure, understood. After concluding, she appeared composed, her attire neat, showing no signs of having been wronged. Upon leaving the room, Gu Qiao playfully made a face at Zhang Jun, completely shedding the image of a victimized figure from earlier. Zhang Jun shot her a stern glance but remained silent. Chen Yangjun stepped forward, handing Zhang Jun 2 photographs and whispering, Secretary Zhang, these were taken with an instant camera. Zhang Jun took the photographs, discovering they featured Sure Haining. The images were artistically captured, with Sure Haining partially obscuring his face with his hand, yet anyone familiar with him would recognize him instantly. The photo depicted him clad only in his underwear, and utterly. In the corner, Gu Qiao was swathed in a blanket, her hair cascading down, her face entirely obscured, leaving only the impression of a woman, her identity unrecognizable. Zhang Jun regarded Chen Yangjun thoughtfully. I will escort you home, Zhang Jun said with a calm demeanor. Gu Qiao silently followed him into the car, with the driver, Wu Chang, present. Both maintained a tacit understanding to remain silent. Soon, they arrived at her doorstep. Zhang Jun alighted from the vehicle, observing her dilapidated apartment building as he lit a cigarette. Secretary Zhang, do you think that by bringing Sure Haining down, the one who ascends will necessarily be me? You are too naive, you are close to me, and if this matter were to spread, those with ulterior motives would assume I orchestrated Sure Haining's downfall, tarnishing my reputation even further. Gu Qiao gasped, then what should I do? I heard Minister Wang say so, which is why I wanted to assist you. Is it possible that Minister Wang would betray you? Zhang Jun replied expressionlessly, in the realm of politics, one can never be certain who their friends or foes are. Perhaps you have no true friends at all and should trust no one. Otherwise, your innocence will be your undoing. Gu Qiao was taken aback, urgently asking, Secretary Zhang, what should I do? Have I made things worse for you? Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively, let us not speak of this matter any further, I will handle it. Noticing her downcast demeanor, Zhang Jun softened his tone, saying, alright, you should go home now. Rest well and think of nothing. Regardless, you have endured much tonight, and I am grateful for your help. You must return to work as usual tomorrow, otherwise, others will grow suspicious. Yes, I understand, Secretary Zhang. I shall return home. Gu Qiao's eyes seemed to plead, as if wanting to draw Zhang Jun away with her. Zhang Jun waved his hand and turned to enter the car. Back at his dormitory, Zhang Jun found himself wide awake. He retrieved the photographs, scrutinizing them as he contemplated his strategy. This indeed presented a splendid opportunity. It remained to be seen how Zhang Jun would leverage it. His earlier words to Gu Qiao were undeniably true. Even if Shirhaning were to fall from grace, it would not necessarily be Zhang Jun who ascended, and numerous other members of the standing committee stood ahead of him. A county committee member, there would be many eyes from the province and city upon him. Following institutional reforms, the county party secretary and county magistrate are provincial officials, while the district party secretaries and district magistrates are also managed by the province. The authority to appoint provincial officials lies. However, other deputy department-level positions, such as the head of the organization department, the discipline inspection commission, and the United Front work department, are typically appointed by the municipal party committee, as they are deputy leaders of the county committee. In essence, who would assume the role of executive deputy county magistrate would ultimately be decided by the city. Zhang Jun's maneuvering to take down Shirhaning would merely open a position. Who would seize this opportunity depended on the fierce competition among the city's elites. He sat on the sofa, smoking half a pack of cigarettes before finally retiring to bed. The following morning, Zhang Jun arrived at the management committee. He walked alone to the vast construction site of the development zone and called Ma Hongqi. "Good day, boss." Zhang Jun greeted respectfully. "The herbal foot-soaking powder has been sent via express delivery to Beijing. Please keep an eye out for it." Ma Hongqi's pleasant and resonant voice responded, "I have received it, thank you for your trouble." Zhang Jun recounted the events involving Shirhaning. Ma Hongqi listened quietly before responding with 4 simple words, "I understand." Zhang Jun did not elaborate further and ended the call. He even suspected that Ma Hongqi had been aware of the situation long before. Wang Degui's remarks in front of Guo Qiaoqiao indicated that he had anticipated that even if Zhang Jun refused, Guo Qiaoqiao would still assist him. After all, Zhang Jun had shown her kindness. Moreover, in Wang Degui's eyes, Guo Qiaoqiao harbored unspoken feelings for Zhang Jun. The success of a beauty scheme largely hinges on the beauty herself. If she were unwilling, such a stratagem could never succeed. Wang Degui, being astute, had calculated that Guo Qiaoqiao would lend her support. Strategies in power plays fundamentally revolve around the manipulation of human emotions and nature. A glimmer of insight shone in Zhang Jun's eyes. Subsequently, he made several more phone calls before leisurely returning to the management committee. One must do their utmost, but ultimately leave the outcome to fate, entrusting everything to the consequences that follow. Chapter 138. At the empty abode that afternoon, Zhang Jun made a trip to the city center, where he paid visits to key figures such as the provincial party secretary Zhang Dongfang and Mayor Su Peisheng. Zhang Dongfang is the true leader of the province, and among the members of the municipal standing committee, there are certainly a few who belong to his faction. With the support of Su Peisheng and the backing of Ma Hongqi, Zhang Jun's chance. Removing Shirhaning from his position was merely the first step of a long journey. The subsequent maneuvers would be of utmost importance. Zhang Jun spent the entire afternoon in the city. Upon returning home that evening, he was taken aback to find his house completely devoid of belongings. Initially, he feared that his home had been ransacked, and in a state of panic, he reached for his phone to call the police. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His wife had called him earlier while he was in a meeting, and though he had not answered, she had subsequently sent him a message stating that they had moved to a new home and inquiring whether he would return to help. Busy with various matters, he had inadvertently forgotten about it. Staring blankly at the empty space, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself. After a moment of daze, Zhang Jun dialed Lu Yujie. When she answered, she teased, well, my esteemed secretary Zhang has finally found the time to call me. What orders do you have?" Despite the sardonic tone in his wife's voice, Zhang Jun could not muster any anger. He inquired, "Where are you?" "Where else would I be, besides working at the office? I am at home cooking, waiting for you, the illustrious secretary Zhang, to bestow your affection upon me. Where else could I possibly go? I'm in the city, I'll be back shortly." "How rare." Lu Yujie responded before abruptly hanging up. Zhang Jun wiped his face and made his way to their new residence. The new home was located in the Wangfu Garden community, characterized by rows of towering elevator buildings, their pristine exteriors gleaming. The entrance was equipped with a barrier, and vehicles with even pedestrians were subjected to an advanced card swipe system. Residents could enter with their cards, while visitors needed to be accompanied or registered by security, which proved to be quite cumbersome. As Zhang Jun arrived without a card, he had to call his wife once more to gain access to the community and finally reached their new home. Lu Yujie was clad in a silk camisole nightgown, entirely without undergarments. "Why are you dressed like that?" "Why shouldn't I dress as I please, even if I chose not to wear anything? What of it? Don't men like women like this? That vixen, doesn't she dress provocatively to entice you daily?" Lu Yujie's remarks grew in. Zhang Jun maintained his composure and replied, "There's no need for such words, I have no women outside." "Then you must be a failure. What successful man isn't surrounded by beautiful women?" Lu Yujie continued her relentless mockery. "I don't wish to argue with you. I'm quite exhausted." Zhang Jun, having visited the place before, was familiar with its layout. He glanced around. His shoes were in the shoe cabinet, and upon opening the wardrobe, he found his clothes neatly hung, each piece impeccably clean. A warmth spread through his heart. He realized that despite her sharp tongue, his wife was soft-hearted. With her arms crossed, Lu Yujie leaned against the doorframe, observing him. "So, what do you think? Do you like the new place?" "Not bad, though the decor is a bit too gaudy." "If you're so capable, then earn enough to buy a villa and decorate it as you wish." "Enough. How many times a year can I return? A place to sleep is all I need. You're aware of how few times you come back. Those who don't know would think I'm still single." Zhang Jun slowly turned to his wife and said, "Moving must have been tiring for you. You've worked hard. I've been overwhelmed with work lately." Lu Yujie let out a cold laugh. "When are you not busy?" Zhang Jun took his clothes and headed for the shower. After washing up, he had no time to change before being pulled into the bedroom by Lu Yujie. She pushed him onto the bed and straddled him, declaring, "It's time for you to fulfill your duties as a husband." Suddenly, Zhang Jun felt a spark of interest. Lu Yujie's attire was incredibly alluring. Afterward, as he inhaled a cigarette, Lu Yujie lay on his chest. He noticed a dampness on his shirt and lifted her face, only to see tear stains on her cheeks. "Why are you crying?" he asked, wiping away. "After saving enough money to purchase this apartment, I've merely covered the down payment, and I still have to earn to pay the mortgage for the next 20 years. By the time the mortgage is settled, I'll be 50 and ready for retirement. My life is shackled to this apartment." Zhang Jun sighed. "That's why I say there's no need to be a slave to housing. The old place was just fine. Everyone else can live in elevator buildings. Why can't we? We are no worse than anyone else. At the very least, you have a graduate degree and hold a deputy department head position. Although you don't earn much, we still need to maintain our dignity." "For the sake of appearances, we ought to afford a place." "Alas!" Zhang Jun replied helplessly, "What's done is done. From now on, I'll transfer my salary to you. You can use it to pay the mortgage. At work, I have my meals and accommodation covered, so I won't need much." "Don't you have to support that vixen?" "Heh, if she's truly a vixen, she should be able to conjure money at will. She can support me." Typically serious, he rarely made jokes, but this time he did. Lu Yujie burst into laughter. "It seems you genuinely have no other woman?" "None." Zhang Jun shook his head. "Even if we argue daily, I will never divorce you. Though I lack the feudal mindset of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, I understand that even if I seek another partner, it would be no different. Those better than you wouldn't look my way, and those worse, I wouldn't be interested in." A shiver ran down Zhang Jun's spine, rekindling his desire as he rolled over. The following morning, the couple awoke to have breakfast together. Lu Yujie asked, "Aren't you going in today?" "Why's that?" Zhang Jun replied, "My mother's birthday. I'll head back in the afternoon." "Is there really that much going on at your place?" "I oversee the development zone. Several businesses are establishing themselves, and I've been quite busy lately. I'll take a leave and accompany you. We've been married for so long, yet we've never traveled together. Let us discuss it later. Even if we go, I'll be busy with work and won't have time to accompany you." It was Chen Guoliang calling. "Secretary Chen, hello." Zhang Jun answered. "Comrade Zhang Jun, have you heard about Sher Haining's situation?" Chen Guoliang asked. "I suspect Sher Haining will not escape unscathed. At the very least, he will be reassigned." Comrade Zhang Jun, do you have any thoughts regarding the position of executive vice-county head? Chapter 139. Choosing sides. Zhang Jun certainly had his thoughts. Could he achieve so much without them? Chen Guoliang's words clearly indicated his desire to win Zhang Jun over. If even the deputy county head had become the secretary's man. However, Zhang Jun held no fondness for the secretary. Chen Guoliang was too cunning, excessively so. His calculations were rather overreaching. Zhang Jun did not appreciate such shrewd individuals. With a faint smile, he replied, "Secretary Chen, such good fortune is hardly meant for me. I rank last in the county, and I have only just arrived. It would be quite challenging." Chen Guoliang said, "Comrade Zhang Jun, do not lose heart. There is nothing insurmountable in this world, only those with." The position of executive deputy county head is not solely within our county's purview. However, our county committee does possess the right to nominate. He paused deliberately mid-sentence. Zhang Jun thought to himself, this old fox is indeed. Under normal circumstances, candidates nominated by the county committee would be seriously considered by the city, yet, it was merely a nomination. Such a significant personnel appointment would undoubtedly provoke fierce competition among the city's standing committee members. Thus, there could not be just one nominee, there would likely be at least 2 or 3. Whether the candidates from the county would be approved depended on the final resolution of the city's standing committee meeting. If Zhang Jun acquiesced to Chen Guoliang, he would have to align himself with his faction. Regardless of whether he would ultimately be approved, he would find himself tethered to Chen Guoliang's chariot. Zhang Jun was unwilling to do so. Therefore, he calmly smiled and said, "I appreciate Secretary Chen's concern, but I prefer to focus on performing my current duties well." Upon hearing this, Chen Guoliang understood. "And you possess both capability and determination. You could certainly advance further. One must strive for progress." "Thank you, Secretary Chen, but I shall prioritize my present work." Chen Guoliang hung up the phone. Zhang Jun mused that Chen Guoliang was likely casting a wide net, reaching out to every potential candidate for advancement. This way, whoever eventually ascended to the position of executive deputy county head would believe that it was Secretary Chen who had championed them, and they would feel a sense of gratitude towards him. However, such petty tricks could hardly deceive Zhang Jun. Moreover, he had no need to rely on the county for a nomination. He had already secured his connections. The political arena was a vast web of relationships. The one with the most connections and the deepest ties would emerge victorious. Lu Yujie inquired, "What's the matter? You're being offered a promotion, and yet you're unwilling. What do you know?" Zhang Jun scoffed, "Do you think he has any good intentions? Individuals like you would be devoured in the political world, leaving not even a scrap behind." Lu Yujie huffed, "Are you so impressive? Yet I don't see you holding a high-ranking position. It would be wonderful if I could become the wife of a provincial governor." Indeed, just wait, one day you may wake up to find everything you desire. After all, dreaming costs nothing. Zhang Jun, you're teasing me again. Ha ha. The couple had not enjoyed such harmonious banter in quite some time. After sharing a few jokes, they seemed to return to the sweetness of their early romance. After breakfast and a brief rest, they descended to purchase some items before heading to Lu Yujia's mother's home. The neighborhood was newly constructed, and they waited a long time without seeing a taxi pass by. Lu Yujia complained, "Why aren't there any taxis? We should really buy a car." Zhang Jun, you're a standing committee member. How is it that you don't even have a dedicated vehicle? There is a car in the town, but it's for official use. We cannot use public vehicles for personal matters, Zhang Jun replied casually. It is still early, a taxi will come by shortly. It's inconvenient. Lu Yujia kept checking the time, saying, this is such a waste of time. Shall we ride a bicycle instead, or take the bus? To visit my family? You can't even spare a car, you'll be looked down upon, I don't mind. Is face really that important? One lives for their reputation, don't you think face is important? As they can, you live here too? Yes, we just moved in, Huang Nan replied, stepping out of the car to greet Lu Yujia. Lu Yujia smiled, we also just moved here. Huang Nan turned to Zhang Jun, so this is your husband? I've heard he holds a significant position in the government. Not at all, Zhang Jun replied modestly, I work in a small locality. Huang Nan asked, where are you stationed? I heard recently that you were at the provincial government. How can a town compare to the provincial government? You really shouldn't have gone. They say it's for grassroots training, but many who go down never manage to climb back up. Huang Nan seemed quite knowledgeable about this system and Zhang Jun smiled slightly, choosing not to engage further in that conversation. Huang Nan offered, where are you headed? I can give you a ride, my husband has a car. No, thank you, we'll just wait for a taxi, Zhang Jun. Let us catch up another time. With that, she turned and got back into her car. Lu Yujia watched the vehicle drive away, a wave of unspoken emotions washing over her as she remarked, she was a classmate of mine in high school, didn't he even get into college, and now she works as a minor employee at the city's education bureau, married to a wealthy husband. She has a house, a car, and money. Zhang Jun sensed her feelings of discontent and said, there is no need to compare yourself to others, just focus on living your own life well. How can I not compare? Lu Yujia retorted, didn't you see how smug she was just now? She flaunted her car like it was the greatest achievement. Luckily, we also bought a house here, otherwise, I would feel even more humiliated. Zhang Jun understood her vanity but felt helpless. Lu Yudai was also at home, dressed in casual attire, his hair a disheveled mess, lacking the previous air of grandeur. The cigarettes he offered Zhang Jun were no longer the premium brands but rather a lower grade option, indicating a significant drop in status. After Zhang Jun's reassignment, Lu Yudai's medical equipment business had also struggled previously. Hospitals collaborated with him mainly due to Zhang Jun's influence. Once he left, the support waned, a common occurrence in the political realm. Zhang Jun had long since grown accustomed to this. Despite their circumstances, the Lu family was still composed of city dwellers and had always held a sense of superiority over Zhang Jun. During Zhang Jun's tenure as a secretary, the Lu family had been cordial, but now that he had been reassigned, they reverted to their elitist ways, occasionally throwing sarcastic remarks his way. Zhang Jun endured patiently until dinner was served. At the table, the Lu family began pressuring them to have children, even suggesting Zhang Jun get a medical checkup, confidently asserting that their daughter was undoubtedly fine. Zhang Jun maintained a stoic expression as he finished his meal, and upon receiving a phone call, he swiftly departed. On his way back to the town for work, Zhang Jun received a call from Fu Ziqiang. Come, let us meet at the same place as last time. Zhang Jun pondered for a moment before agreeing, sure. He felt confident about being selected as the executive deputy county head. It would certainly be beneficial to establish a rapport with Fu Ziqiang now. Perhaps Fu Ziqiang had similar intentions. Chapter 140 Cultivating Connections. In a tea house, in a private room, Zhang Jun and Fu Ziqiang were seated across from each other. The tea table was adorned with an array of teaware. Zhang Jun lifted the teapot and poured tea into both their cups, saying, Director Fu, please enjoy the tea. Fu Ziqiang smiled faintly, Comrade Zhang Jun, you possess quite the skill. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Zhang Jun responded, with your Haining under investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission, it is likely that Comrade Zhang Jun has been the one working behind the scenes, is it not? Zhang Jun gently shook his head, I lack such capability. Fu Ziqiang chuckled, however, the swift involvement of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission suggests that there is certainly someone propelling this matter from behind, and apart from Comrade Zhang Jun, I cannot conceive of anyone with such influence. Zhang Jun mused, realizing that Fu Ziqiang presumed he had instigated the Municipal Commission's inquiry, rather than the matter of Guo Chaoqiao being bullied by Shi Haining. Alas! Comrade Shi Haining possesses considerable ability, yet is unable to amend his old habits. I fear he may be facing severe repercussions this time. Fu Ziqiang lamented, shaking his head, Comrade Zhang Jun, the next individual to ascend must surely be you. Zhang Jun refilled his cup, replying, Director Fu, to assert that I lack ambition would be self-deception. Everyone aspires to progress, naturally, I hope the organization will consider me. I also wish to dedicate my fervent passion and sincerity towards serving Yiping County. However, he paused momentarily before continuing, good fortune often encounters obstacles. While I harbor aspirations for advancement, I am uncertain of the possibility of achieving it. The two exchanged subtle banter, each probing the other's intentions. Fu Zichang's side, talented individuals emerged throughout the ages, with each generation replacing the last. Comrade Zhang Jun, you are the most promising young leader at the county level in Yiping County, endowed with both talent and capability. Our county government is in dire need of a leader with your exceptional skills to oversee essential operations. I am eager to recruit you to share the weight of responsibility. With this declaration, there was no longer a need for pretense between them. Zhang Jun earnestly remarked, I am grateful to Director Fu for your assistance during the last standing committee meeting, which allowed my nominated candidate to be approved. I have always held this gratitude in my heart. During the expanded standing committee meeting, Fu Zichang had cast a vote for Guo Xiaoqiao, not only to vex Chen Guoliang but also to create a rift between him and Zhang Jun. Nonetheless, from a rational standpoint, his action indeed aided Zhang Jun. Furthermore, in the current climate of securing votes, Zhang Jun felt compelled to speak favorably of Fu Zichang. Should Fu Zichang, even if he only has a single connection among the municipal standing committee members, it could prove instrumental in securing a vote for Zhang Jun. At critical moments, an additional vote can determine victory or defeat. Fu Zichang relished Zhang Jun's gratitude, affirming that his efforts were not in vain. Regardless of who were to become the executive deputy county mayor, Fu Zichang must draw that individual under his wing. If the executive deputy county mayor cannot align with the mayor, Fu Zichang would find himself in a precarious position, lacking support during standing committee meetings. This imbalance would only bolster Chen Guoliang's standing, leaving Fu Zichang with no hope of contending with the secretary. Politics has never been a realm of congeniality. What county mayor does not aspire to become secretary, who does not wish to measure their strength against the secretary within the standing committee? From any angle, Fu Zichang must secure Zhang Jun's allegiance even in the most remote possibility. Should Zhang Jun fail to ascend as executive deputy county mayor, he remains a member of the standing committee, wielding a valuable vote. Fu Zichang finally divulged substantial information. Comrade Zhang Jun, I am acquainted with the Minister of the Municipal Propaganda Department. I will speak with him and ensure he casts a vote for you. Moreover, such voting within the standing committee would inevitably leak afterward. Should Zhang Jun be elected, he would learn which members voted for him. Thus, Fu Zichang's statement clearly indicated confidence, devoid of empty rhetoric. Fu Zichang offered his sincerity, and Zhang Jun felt compelled to reciprocate. Director Fu, if I am indeed elected as executive deputy county mayor, I shall steadfastly rally around you, contributing my insights and Comrade Zhang Jun, I eagerly anticipate your further assent. Fu Zichang raised his teacup with a smile, stating, as we both have work to attend to this afternoon, let us toast with tea in place of wine. Zhang Jun returned to the town committee office. After consuming an excess of tea at noon, he made several trips to the restroom. Upon exiting the restroom and heading towards his office, he noticed Ding Changrong peering at the entrance. Ahem. Ding Changrong accepted it with both hands, placing it behind his ear, and said, Secretary Zhang, I've heard that you are set for a promotion, to become the executive deputy county mayor. Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow. Who told you this? Ding Changrong leaned forward, appearing particularly earnest as he responded, it's all the talk. Everyone says that Secretary Zhang has the highest acclaim, as you possess both education and capability. Since your arrival, you have revitalized our development zone. Surely, such an exemplary leader is destined for elevation. With a serious tone, wise individuals put an end to gossip. You are aware that 3 people can create a tiger, do you not, Comrade Changrong? Ding Changrong, startled, realized he had overstepped and quickly amended his words. I merely heard some chatter. Secretary Zhang, if mind you, I say if you do ascend, I hope you will consider taking me under your wing. Now I have held the position of town mayor for quite some time without promotion, and I too wish to progress. I seek an opportunity to prove myself. He raised his right hand, declaring, Secretary Zhang, should you support me, I vow to follow your lead, whether in the county or the town, I shall be your loyal aide. This was an overt display of loyalty. Should Zhang Jun rise, a vacancy would emerge for the position of party secretary of Chengguan Town, a role that grants a seat on the standing committee, while the county may only have nomination rights. Could it not be maneuvered? If he could secure that vote, Zhang Jun's future prospects within the county would indeed become much smoother. Zhang Jun regarded Ding Changrong thoughtfully, his mind deep in contemplation. Chapter 141. Striking at weaknesses. Zhang Jun aspired to elevate an ally, yet, when Zhang Jun first arrived in Yiping County, he had a heated argument with Ding Changrong, resulting in an unpleasant confrontation. Although Ding's demeanor had significantly transformed since the drunken episode, it was still apparent that despite his years in office, Ding Changrong had achieved little, failing to invigorate the development zone or restore public safety, suggesting a lack of capability and a tendency towards bureaucratic lethargy. The recent incident involving Cheng Yufeng had thrust Ding into the eye of the storm. Although it was later established that he had been wronged, the adage, a fly does not buzz around an egg without a crack, underscored Ding's questionable integrity. What merit did Zhang Jun have to support such a person? Zhang Jun sought political partners of substance. Whomever he chose to promote had to be aligned with his vision, possessing both competence and means, alongside a robust network of connections. Only then could they mutually support one another. Individuals of no value would find no allies to assist them, just as Fu Zichang sought to cultivate a relationship with Zhang Jun due to his connections, which made him a worthy associate. In summary, one must be strong oneself to forge alliances. If one lacks the necessary attributes, why should others offer opportunities? Opportunities are reserved for the prepared. The reason Ma Hongqi extended an opportunity to Zhang Jun was precisely due to Zhang's academic credentials and capabilities. He had consistently exhibited diligence and published numerous scholarly articles, achieving notable accomplishments. He had been preparing for advancement, merely awaiting the right opportunity, which Ma Hongqi provided. Ding Changrong, in stark contrast, was evidently unprepared. Zhang Jun did not outright reject Ding. Even if he chose not to support him, there was no need to undermine him. While it was unwise to associate with petty individuals, it was equally unnecessary to create enmity unless absolutely required. Moreover, should Ding possess alternative avenues to ascend, Zhang Jun would need to navigate this landscape with finesse. Comrade Changrong, should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly speak favor. Let us pause our discussion here. Ding Changrong stood to take his leave just as Zhang Jun was about to depart. A knock echoed at the door. A cheerful voice called out, "Hello, Secretary Zhang." Zhang Jun recognized the visitor as somewhat familiar and inquired, "Who might you be?" The newcomer replied with a smile, "Secretary Zhang, have you forgotten me? I am Ling Zhanghua." "Comrade Zhanghua?" Zhang Jun exclaimed, suddenly recalling Ling Zhanghua was the director of the County Industrial Bureau. During Zhang Jun's efforts in attracting investment, Ling had assisted him, but with so many people involved in Zhang being preoccupied, he had forgotten the name. "Please, come in and have a seat," Zhang Jun invited warmly. "What brings you here?" Ling Zhanghua respectfully stated, "Our county's industrial foundation is rather weak, making it challenging to attract significant investment. Our county is about to embark on a trip to the coastal regions for investment promotion, and I have been assigned to accompany you, Secretary Zhang, to discuss the itinerary." Zhang Jun nodded thoughtfully. "This matter is of utmost importance. Besides us, Comrade Guo Qiao, the Deputy Director of the Development Zone Management Committee, will also join us. I believe we should limit our party size. After all, traveling with too many people incurs substantial expenses." Ling Zhanghua queried, "Secretary Zhang, just the three of us? Wouldn't that be too few? We ought to bring along a few comrades to assist you." Zhang Jun waved his hand, asserting firmly, "That is entirely unnecessary. We are fully capable of managing on our own. Given the county's current financial constraints, we should minimize any superfluous expenditures." Ling Zhanghua, taking this to heart, replied, "Understood, Secretary Zhang." After confirming the travel dates and routes, Ling Zhanghua took his leave. Zhang Jun proceeded to the management committee. At the development site, construction of the factories was in full swing, with various machinery bustling about, embodying a scene of vibrant activity. Accompanied by Cheng Dingwen and Guo Qiao, Zhang Jun conducted an inspection of the site, ensuring safety measures were adequately observed. As the day swiftly passed, Zhang Jun pondered whether the Sidious disciplinary committee had arrived and what the findings regarding Shihaining might be. After work, he called Wang Deguai to inquire about the situation. Zhang Jun was in Chengguan town, while Wang Deguai was in the county, making him a reliable source of information. Upon answering, Wang Deguai chuckled, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you certainly have a knack for navigating these matters." Zhang Jun recognized he was referring to Guo Qiao's situation and replied, "Minister Wang, this was unforeseen. Wei initially intended to invite her superiors to a dinner, but Shihaining, harboring ulterior motives, attempted to assault her." Wang Deguai laughed heartily. "Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome is one. The incident involving Comrade Guo was merely a catalyst. When we discover one cockroach, there are often many more lurking nearby. Shihaining is no different. Numerous prior complaints against him had been suppressed. Zhang Jun, he had connections in the city, and past allegations against him had been stifled. Yet this time, the city had responded swiftly, sending investigators to scrutinize Shihaining with remarkable urgency. Zhang Jun was undoubtedly one of the catalysts for this action. While reporting to Zheng Dongfang, Su Peisheng, and Ma Hongqi, he had subtly referenced Shiheining's misconduct. To bring someone down, one must strike multiple blows. A snake should not be struck unless one is certain it bears guilt. Thus, Zhang Jun and Shihaining had become adversaries. Although Zhang Jun had not directly reported Shihaining, he had indirectly facilitated the disciplinary review. Wang Deguai cautioned Zhang Jun, "You must continue to engage with both the city and the county. It is imperative you pay a visit to County Party Secretary Chen Guoliang. Chen Guoliang is backed by the city's party secretary, wielding considerable influence over personnel appointments at the deputy division level in Yiping County." Zhang Jun was taken aback. Having just reconciled with Fu Ziqiang, he now needed to cultivate a relationship with Chen Guoliang. Chapter 142 Beautiful Troubles. The last time Chen Guoliang called Zhang Jun, he expressed a desire to cultivate a friendship. His rejection, of course, was not aimed at the role itself, but rather at the duplicitous old fox. Chen Guoliang and Zhang Jun harbored a rather unfavorable impression of Chen Guoliang, perceiving him as a man excessively skilled in manipulation, devoid of any semblance of. In contrast, Fu Ziqiang presented a more straightforward demeanor, which was a significant factor in Zhang Jun's preference for him. Wang Deguai, however, repeatedly urged Zhang Jun to maintain a cordial relationship with Chen Guoliang. As the county party secretary, Chen held the nomination power within the county, and his backing came from the city party secretary. In the standing committee meetings, it was ultimately the city party secretary who wielded the most influence. After the call, Zhang Jun found himself in deep contemplation. Should he engage in a conversation with Chen Guoliang? Such opportunistic figures are not uncommon in the political arena. If one navigates the situation adeptly, they can indeed benefit from both sides. Nevertheless, Zhang Jun was reluctant to bow to Chen Guoliang. A man of integrity, born amidst the vastness of the world, must act with purpose and restraint. Why should he seek to appease someone he finds distasteful? He could even envision the insidious expression on Chen Guoliang's face. Moreover, Chen Guoliang was not one to be underestimated. Should Zhang Jun wish to gain his support, he would undoubtedly have to pay a corresponding price. After work, Guo Qiao followed him back to the dormitory to assist him in preparing a meal. While undertaking a single task may not pose a challenge, the true difficulty lies in the pursuit of consistency. Guo Qiao's continued efforts in cooking for Zhang Jun were in themselves enough for him to appreciate her. During dinner, Zhang Jun inquired, "Little Guo, are you doing well?" Guo Qiao, lowering her head, "I possess a strong mindset, I'm not that fragile, besides, I haven't truly been bullied, he hasn't even laid a finger on me, I'm quite astute." Zhang Jun shook his head, responding gravely, "Such cunning behavior should be a one-time affair. You were fortunate this time, escaping the clutches of others, but who can guarantee what may transpire next? Although Sure Haining is reckless, he maintains a sense of decorum and would not encountering someone truly ruthless, and you would find it exceedingly difficult to extricate yourself, it would hardly afford you the opportunity to call for help." Guo Qiao expressed some trepidation, saying, "I shall never dare to do so again. This time, I merely wished to assist you, you've been so kind to me, and I had no means to repay you other than through this gesture." Zhang Jun sighed, "Ah, you are far too naive. Well, we shall venture to Huaqing for investment promotion, you should accompany me, but first, ensure that matters at home are in order." Guo Qiao exclaimed joyfully, "Thank you, Secretary Zhang, for I have no obligations at home, I am single and have no one to take care of me." Observing her radiant smile and the clever sparkle in her eyes, Zhang Jun couldn't help but smile faintly. What a considerate and understanding child she was. Following the conclusion of Sure Haining's investigation, the Municipal Disciplinary Committee did not immediately announce the results, indicating that there would be discussions within the city. Zhang Jun and his companions were scheduled to depart for Huaqing on Friday, spending the weekend there. Before setting off, Zhang Jun returned home. As a normal man in the prime of his life, he had not sought a permanent female companion nor lingered in the enchanting realms of nightlife. Rather, he possessed a legitimate wife with whom he could share affection and alleviate his physical solitude. Zhang Jun had come to understand life with clarity. To paraphrase Lu Yujie, as long as they had not divorced, they should enjoy their marital rights and fulfill their obligations for that day. In the adult world, it was merely a matter of weighing pros and cons, emphasizing mutual benefit. As the renowned writer Eileen Chang remarked, in this world, if two people are in love, they should be together. There must be someone lying. If it is true love, they will disregard all else to be together. It is simply a matter of weighing advantages and disadvantages, without exception. Indeed, her insights were penetrating. Zhang Jun harbored feelings for Xin Shui, yet after weighing the consequences, he hesitated to take the leap, rationalizing that it was for your own good, fearing he might cause her harm. In truth, it was his own resolve that faltered. With so many individuals engaging in infidelity, maintaining mistresses, seeking lovers, and parting ways after a single night, why should Zhang Jun be any different? At his core, Zhang Jun was still a refined egoist. Lu Yujie, a city girl and nurse by profession, possessed an appealing figure and captivating features. Her smooth skin and exquisite features made her even more alluring in her nurse's uniform, satisfying certain fantasies men. With a woman like her readily available, Zhang Jun was less inclined to take risks by courting other women. Lu Yujie was no less a sophisticated egoist herself. Had she never contemplated divorce? But post-divorce, at 30, she would be unable to bear children. Where would she find a deputy director with a graduate degree? Though Zhang Jun's income was modest, he held the respectable titles of graduate and deputy director, enough to elevate Lu Yujie in the eyes of her peers and colleagues. Moreover, income should always be evaluated in relation to others. Zhang Jun's earnings, while not extravagant, were sufficient to afford him a comfortable existence. He was upright and honest, maintaining integrity. Otherwise, his wealth could have been substantially greater. Zhang Jun possessed the dual assets of being a deputy director and a graduate, while Lu Yujie boasted beauty and a graceful figure. Thus, this seemingly mismatched couple, at times embroiled in conflict yet equally capable of affection, managed to maintain a stable marital bond. Upon returning home, Zhang Jun found that Lu Yujie had prepared. Ultimately, it's just the round-trip fare. I'll figure something out, Zhang Jun said, not dwelling on it further. See, this is wonderful, we can consider it a public-funded trip. Lu Yujie was adept at managing her finances, skillfully making the most of. In marriage, it is often said that couples may quarrel but ultimately reconcile. Those who divorce over a mere argument fail to grasp the true essence of marriage. After dinner, Lu Yujie, disregarding the dishes. Following their tender moment, she lay still against Zhang Jun's chest. On television, the evening news was being broadcast, and the charming visage of the news anchor, Xin Shui, stirred Zhang Jun's heart. Dressed in a skirt, Lu Yujie tidied the room. As Zhang Jun finished watching the news and was about to take a shower, his phone chimed. A message from Xin Shui read, "I'm going on a business trip tomorrow, heading to Huaqing." Zhang Jun was astonished. He had just agreed to take his wife to Huaqing, only to discover that Xin Shui would also be going. This unexpected turn of events rendered their trip fraught with uncertainty and potential peril. He replied, "I'm going to Huaqing as well." Xin Shui responded, "I know, which is why I specifically sought out this opportunity. I've been thinking of you. We've never traveled together, so let us treat this as a serendipitous encounter. We can explore the city and visit the parks together. Zhang Jun silently replied with an affirmative, yet his heart was plagued by anxiety. Chapter 143:2. Just as he was about to discuss the matter with his wife, Lu Yujie received a phone call. It's over, it's over. Lu Yujie exclaimed, putting down the phone with, my supervisor's father has passed away, and he cannot cover my shift. What a pity. Zhang Jun said somberly, then we shall have to travel together another time. Lu Yujie sighed, we have no personal connection with your supervisor. Lu Yujie suggested, perhaps we should go after all? Zhang Jun waved his hand, saying, you decide, it matters not to me. There had yet to be any updates on Sure Haining's investigation. Zhang Jun could not afford to rush, he had to wait for the results of the city's disciplinary committee investigation. That day, Zhang Jun, along with Ling Zhanghua, the head of the county's industrial bureau, and Guo Qiaoqiao, set off for Huacheng. Upon their arrival, the three checked into a hotel. After settling in, Zhang Jun reached out to Xin Shui. She answered the phone softly, saying, we just left, and we won't arrive until tomorrow morning. Zhang Jun was taken aback and replied, then let us connect tomorrow. I have work during the day, but you can text me in the evening when you are free. Xin Shui gently responded, all right. Understanding that she was with colleagues and their visit to Huacheng was aimed at attracting investments, visiting and inspecting business associations, and informing the local compatriots about the region's conditions, thereby gathering the strengths of fellow townspeople, promoting the next day, Zhang Jun and his party visited the Huacheng Chamber of Commerce and the Dongguan Holdings Group, among other establishments, engaging in discussions with the chamber and business leaders to gain a detailed understanding of their development, production operations, and the effectiveness of industrial advancements. Zhang Jun, representing the county committee and government, warmly introduced the current state of economic and social development in Yiping County, along with its investment environment, industrial layout, and preferential policies, sincerely inviting all fellow townspeople and entrepreneurs to visit their hometown for investment and development. Yiping County is rich in talent, with many thriving in Huacheng. According to statistics from the Industrial Bureau, there are over 300 entrepreneurs in the county, all of whom have factories in Huacheng. It was impossible for Zhang Jun to visit them all, so he could only select a few large enterprises for his visits. He then discussed with the chamber's leadership the hope of organizing a return visit for fellow townspeople to study investment opportunities in their hometown of Yiping County. The chamber leaders warmly received Zhang Jun and promised to arrange for entrepreneurs to visit Yiping County at a convenient time. Among the enterprises Zhang Jun was most optimistic about were Dongguan Holdings and Qilong Industrial Company, Limited. He met with the owners of these two companies, held discussions, and toured their facilities. He earnestly invited the entrepreneurs to frequently return to their hometown, explore the investment environment. The discussions between both parties were exceedingly cordial and amicable. In the evening, Zhang Jun was invited to a banquet hosted by the Yiping County Chamber of Commerce, which lasted in. He occasionally glanced at his phone, but Xin Shui had yet to send a message or call. After the banquet, unable to contain himself, Zhang Jun dialed Xin Shui's number. The call connected, but no one answered. Zhang Jun was taken aback, wondering what was going on. He had no choice but to return to the hotel. Ling Zhanghua approached him to report on their work. Secretary Zhang, I listened to the speeches of the. However, they harbor significant concerns regarding the unfriendly business environment in the inland regions. Shouldn't we take some specific actions to alleviate their worries? Zhang Jun replied with an reclining on. Having consumed a few more drinks that evening, he felt a bit tipsy and responded, Comrade Zhanghua, the best approach is to invite them back to see their hometown. Yiping County is no longer what it used. Numerous investors are coming to Yiping County to establish factories, and our own entrepreneurs can certainly contribute to the development of their hometown. Ling Zhanghua remarked, Secretary Zhang, you handle this matter. Ling Zhanghua said, Secretary Zhang, you should rest early. After he left, he found Guo Qiaoqiao and said, Director Guo, Secretary Zhang, could you check on him? Guo Qiaoqiao nodded, sure, I'll go right away. She entered Zhang Jun's room. Indeed, Zhang Jun was feeling somewhat. Go back to your room and rest. Guo Qiaoqiao replied, Secretary Zhang, you're in such a state, how can I not help you? Let me assist you to bed. I'm not drunk, I'll take a shower, Zhang Jun insisted, swaying as he took a few steps. Unbeknownst to him, the effects of the alcohol were potent, and he felt quite lightheaded now. Guo Qiaoqiao, fearing he might fall, helped him to the bedside and assisted him in lying down. She removed his shoes and socks, saying, Secretary Zhang, I'll fetch some warm water to help you wash your face and hands. Zhang Jun, somewhat dazed, merely murmured in acknowledgement. Guo Qiaoqiao returned with warm water and discovered that Zhang Jun had already fallen asleep. She gently wiped his face and hands and covered him with a blanket. At that moment, Zhang Jun's phone rang. Guo Qiaoqiao glanced at the screen and saw an unfamiliar number. She called out, Secretary Zhang, you have a phone call. Zhang Jun was fast asleep, snoring away, and did not respond. Concerned that it might be a call from an entrepreneur in Huacheng, Guo Qiaoqiao decided to answer it on his behalf. A soft and sweet voice came through. Zhang, I was in a meeting just now and have just finished. Where shall we meet? I miss you. Guo Qiaoqiao was startled by this and quickly replied, I'm sorry, Secretary Zhang has had too much to drink and is asleep. May I ask who was calling? I can inform him when he wakes up. Before she could finish, the caller abruptly hung up. Guo Qiaoqiao felt perplexed. Little did she know that it was Xin Shui on the other end. Zhang Jun had not saved Xin Shui's number but kept it in his heart. Guo Xiaoqiao, unaware of the caller's identity, set down the phone and, just as she was about to leave, Zhang Jun's phone rang again. Upon checking the caller ID, she saw the name Lu Yujie. Not knowing that this was Zhang Jun's wife, she assumed it was a friend of his and, after a brief hesitation, answered the call on his behalf. Chapter 144 On the move. Guo Xiaoqiao answered the phone, having learned from her previous experiences. Upon picking up, she softly greeted, "Hello." Lu Yujie was "Where is Zhang Jun? Have him take the call." Upon hearing the hostility in the caller's voice, Guo Xiaoqiao quickly replied, "Hello, Secretary Zhang is intoxicated and has just fallen asleep." "He is drunk? Who are you, and what is your role?" Lu Yujie questioned, her words tinged with reproach. Guo Xiaoqiao, not one to be easily intimidated, countered, "May I ask who you are?" Lu Yujie, "Zhang Da, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Guo Xiaoqiao, formerly Secretary Zhang's correspondent, and I now serve as the Deputy Director of the Management Committee of the Yiping Development Zone. Currently, I am on a business trip in Huacheng with Secretary Zhang and Director Ling from the Industrial Bureau." "Hello, Xiaoguo, I have heard Zhang Jun mention you," Lu Yujie said, her expression softening. She indeed recalled Zhang Jun often speaking about Guo Xiaoqiao. Guo Xiaoqiao was a woman Zhang Jun had met only after arriving in Yiping County, while Lu Yujie suspected that Zhang Jun had been involved with another woman long before, during his tenure as Ma Hongqi's secretary. Initially intending to accompany Zhang Jun on the trip, Lu Yujie had not opposed his decision to travel with Guo Xiaoqiao, indicating that there was no impropriety between Zhang Jun and Guo Xiaoqiao. If there had been any romantic involvement, Guo Xiaoqiao would not have dared to answer the phone at all. With this thought in mind, Lu Yujie's tone softened once more as she said, "Xiaoguo, thank you for taking care of Zhang Jun. You have worked hard." Guo Xiaoqiao shook her head, realizing that the other party could not see her gesture, and replied, "It is no trouble, it is my responsibility, madam. Do you have any messages for him? I can relay them when Secretary Zhang wakes up tomorrow." Lu Yujie smiled slightly, "Nothing much, just checking on him. Well then, goodbye." "All right, goodbye." Guo Xiaoqiao waited until the call ended before she hung up, letting out a long sigh. Although she had done nothing wrong, she felt a pang of guilt, for she harbored certain feelings for Zhang Jun. She tucked Zhang Jun's blanket snugly around him, turned off the main light, leaving only the bathroom light on, and quietly stepped out. The next day, Zhang Jun awoke and picked up his phone to check. He noticed two missed calls, one from Xin Shui and the other from his wife. Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that it must have been Guo Xiaoqiao. While having breakfast in the hotel restaurant, as Ling Zhonghua stepped away to fetch some kanji, Zhang Jun asked Guo Xiaoqiao, "You answered the call for me yesterday, didn't you?" "Yes, Secretary Zhang. Director Ling mentioned you were intoxicated and asked me to look after you. When I heard the phone ring, I didn't know who was calling and didn't want to miss anything important, so I answered it." "Did they say anything important?" "I told her you were asleep, and she hung up. But the second call was from your wife. She just wanted to check on you, and we chatted briefly." "All right." Zhang Jun nodded, choosing not to elaborate on the identity of the first caller. Ling Zhonghua returned with a bowl and cheerfully remarked, "Secretary Zhang, it was Director Guo who took care of you last night. Asa man, I wouldn't have been much help." Zhang Jun smiled slightly, "Thank you, but they cannot be expected to sign contracts on a whim. At the very least, they need to visit our county a couple of times." Zhang Jun nodded. "Comrade Zhonghua raises a valid point, but we can start by signing a letter. One of the companies we are visiting today is a mobile phone accessory manufacturer called Ruify Electronics. This is a key target." Ling Zhonghua and Guo Xiaoqiao both responded affirmatively. "Understood, Secretary Zhang. We will do our utmost." After breakfast, Zhang Jun led his team to visit various enterprises. Those from outside were unable to participate in local investment promotion conferences and had to rely on visiting local businesses to attract investment. In the taxi, Zhang Jun messaged Xin Shui, "I drank too much last night, let's arrange another meeting for tonight." Xin Shui quickly replied, "I called you after my meeting yesterday, and a woman answered. It startled me." Zhang Jun responded, "Her name is Guo Xiaoqiao, she is the Deputy Director of our county's Management Committee and was previously my correspondent. I will introduce you when the opportunity arises." Xin Shui replied, "All right." She was busy with work during the day and had no time to meet Zhang Jun. Their first stop was Ruify Electronics. The owner, Cheng Gang, a man in his 40s, sported a crew cut, wore a tang suit made of linen, and old-fashioned cloth shoes, adorned with a wrist mala. He appeared energetic and always wore a cheerful smile. Cheng Gang warmly welcomed the officials from his hometown and engaged in delightful conversation with Zhang Jun. "Secretary Zhang, you are a good official. I have heard of your achievements. My parents still live in our hometown. They have become accustomed to life there and are reluctant to move, saying they know everyone in the neighborhood, and outside they would be lost. Cheng Gang, the policies available in Huacheng will be doubled in our county." Cheng Gang waved his hand dismissively. "Secretary Zhang, you need not elaborate. I am indeed willing to invest in my hometown. However, those of us in this industry require the support of an industrial chain. Without the relevant industrial chain in Yiping County, it would be impossible for us to establish a factory there." Zhang Jun's heart sank as he realized the truth in Cheng Gang's words, knowing that this trip might be in vain. Building an industrial chain is not a matter that can be accomplished overnight. Yiping County was simply too small to succeed in such an endeavor. Cheng Gang smiled slightly and said, "For factories like ours, relocating to the interior is not feasible. However, I do have an idea. I want to open a hardware processing factory in the interior. The interior is developing rapidly, especially in real estate, which significantly increases the demand for hardware components. This venture should be promising. Zhang Jun was overjoyed and exclaimed, "We welcome you to invest in your hometown, regardless of the type of factory you establish. It doesn't matter the size of the investment. Every contribution counts." "Cheng Gang, how much are you considering investing in this hardware factory?" Cheng Gang extended his right hand, palm up, and replied, "Around 5 million. Ling Zhonghua timely suggested, "Cheng Gang, shall we draft a letter of intent for investment?" Zhang Jun immediately added, "Yes, this way we can prepare the best industrial land for you and assist in applying for relevant policies. When you are ready to invest in your hometown, everything will fall into place effortlessly, saving considerable time." Cheng Gang readily agreed, "No problem." Chapter 145 Obstacles in Investment Attraction. An investment of 5 million, though not substantial, nonetheless represents a factory. If it can be secured, then Zhang Jun and his associates would not have journeyed in vain. Zhang Jun remarked with a smile, "Very well, Boss Chang, it is settled. Do let me know when you return to the county. I shall treat you to a drink." Cheng Gang, a man of straightforward nature, replied, "Secretary Zhang, there is no time like the present. Let us do it today. Since you all have worked during the day, let us meet in the evening at 6 o'clock at the Panchi restaurant." "It is on me, Secretary Zhang. You must honor me with your presence." Zhang Jun felt a pang of unease internally but maintained a cheerful facade, saying, "Absolutely, Boss Chang, I will certainly be there." After both parties signed the investment intention letter, Cheng Gang saw them off. Zhang Jun and his team then visited several other enterprises. At noon, they found a tea restaurant by the roadside, each enjoying a bowl of clay pot rice. Their final visit was to Genoa Food Factory, primarily engaged in the production of bread, snacks, and light meals. The owner of Genoa Food Factory, Tian Genoa, hailing from Yiping County, came from humble beginnings and possessed only a high school education, yet had built a thriving business. However, upon meeting the officials from his hometown, Tian Genoa did not exhibit much enthusiasm. Having ventured out into the world at a young age, he had little experience dealing with government officials and thus held no particularly favorable view of them. Given that he conducted business elsewhere, he felt no need to curry favor with local authorities. The conversation quickly reached an impasse when Zhang Jun proposed that Tian Genoa open a branch factory in their county. Tian Genoa shook his head. "To be frank, even if I were to open a branch, it would be in the provincial capital, not in the county. The county has a population of merely 1 million, while the provincial capital boasts 6 to 7 million. How many people here would consume bread? The revenue would be minimal." Ling Zhonghua interjected with a smile, "Boss T, aside from opening a factory, we also need to establish storefronts. The shelf life of our products typically ranges from 3 to 10 days, so wherever we set up our factory, that will determine our primary consumer base. I am sorry, esteemed leaders, but I cannot open a branch in the county. Since you have traveled such a distance, allow me to treat you to a meal." Understanding that further discussion would be futile, Zhang Jun rose to take his leave, expressing gratitude for Tian Genoa's hospitality. "Thank you for your kindness, Boss Tian. We have other matters this evening and shall not impose any longer." Tian Genoa insisted on providing them with several bags of bread and snacks to sample. As they exited the factory, Guo Qiao remarked with a smile, "What was the point of that? Why give us these?" Zhang Jun opened the packaging and took a taste, stating, "Not bad, this indicates that Boss Tian is quite adept. No wonder Genoa food has made a name for itself in Huacheng. It is a pity we can't bring this back to the county." Ling Zhonghua, enjoying the snacks, asked, "Secretary Zhang, we've only signed with one factory." Before embarking on this trip to Huacheng, he had been brimming with ambition, hoping to attract at least 2 or 3 enterprises to justify the endeavor. Yet, after 3 days, they had only secured one factory. Contemplating the dinner he was to share with Cheng Gang that evening, he replied, "Let us run another day tomorrow. If all else fails, we can return home." Ling Zhonghua pondered for a moment and suggested, "Secretary Zhang, our current approach is rather inefficient. It might be more effective to attend an investment promotion conference." Zhang Jun chuckled wryly, "I wish it were that simple. The issue is, there aren't that many investment conferences available. We cannot possibly qualify for those in other provinces." Having learned from the previous evening's experience, Zhang Jun was more reserved this time, refraining from overindulgence. The deal had been struck, and the credit belonged to the county. If he were to overextend himself, thankfully, Cheng Gang did not press him to drink excessively, and the meal concluded with both host and guests enjoying themselves. Cheng Gang then suggested going to a KTV for some leisure, but Zhang Jun quickly replied, "Such rules still exist. Moreover, you are not in the county now, you are in Huacheng. This place is a realm of indulgence. Wouldn't it be a pity not to partake in the experience?" Zhang Jun smiled and said, "As public officials, it is best for us to maintain a degree of self-discipline. Thank you for your generous hospitality, Comrade Cheng Gang." Cheng Gang, understanding, sighed, "No wonder people say Secretary Zhang is a good official. You truly are. If it were other officials, they would eagerly look forward to being entertained by entrepreneurs. The more extravagant the outing, the happier they would be." Zhang Jun chose not to engage in that topic further and bid Cheng Gang farewell. While dining, Xin Shui had sent a message inquiring when he would be available. Zhang Jun informed Ling Zhonghua and Guo Qiao, "I have a friend in Huacheng. I will meet up with them. You two head back to the hotel." Ling Zhonghua and Guo Qiao agreed and took a taxi back. Zhang Jun hailed a cab and then called Xin Shui. They arranged to meet at the iconic Canton Tower by the Pearl River. The Canton Tower, a landmark of Huacheng, is the tallest structure in the area at 600 meters, making it the tallest tower in China. Its unique silhouette and height draw numerous tourists. Visitors can take an elevator to the observation deck, offering a breathtaking view of the entire Zhujiang New Town and Huacheng. Upon arriving at the Canton Tower, Zhang Jun waited for a few minutes until Xin Shui hurried over.
Zhang Gu.
Xin Shui greeted with a charming smile. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. She wore a white dress adorned with green flowers, complemented by beige high-heeled sandals. The evening breeze by the river lifted her skirt and tousled her hair. Her long, straight black hair flowed like a waterfall, captivatingly beautiful. In this unfamiliar setting, Xin Shui felt less constrained and reserved, having long envisioned a romantic getaway with Zhang Jun. She naturally linked her arm through his. Zhang Jun gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist and suggested, shall we go to the top of the tower to take a look?
Absolutely. I've been wanting to see it.
Xin Shui beamed, revealing pearly white teeth. They purchased tickets and took the elevator to the top of the observation deck. Was surrounded by glass walls, showcasing the city as stunning scenery. Countless lights twinkled, creating a starry spectacle. Standing atop the tower, one would be engulfed by a profound sense of awe. How beautiful!
Xin Shui gently brushed her hair aside and turned to Zhang Jun. In such a moment, don't you feel like doing something?
Zhang Jun leaned against the railing, offering a slight smile. Xin Shui pouted, leaned in, and kissed his cheek, saying, if you want tea, then I will.
Zhang Jun embraced her, and they nestled together, their heads close. Xin Shui whispered, shall we book another room?
Just the two of us. Chapter 146. No longer avoiding, Zhang Jun listened to Xin Shui's enchanting voice, feeling a rush of emotions that left him somewhat bewildered. In an entirely unfamiliar environment, one is easily lost in one's activities he once shied away from in his hometown. He now felt emboldened to pursue in the Flower City. Even if he were to act, he could easily deceive himself, claiming that this was an alien place where no acquaintances would witness his actions, and thus, no one would ever know neither, especially with Xin Shui before him, whose beauty was utterly captivating. She embodied every fantasy a man could harbor about a woman, tall and graceful, with a curvaceous figure, exquisite features, delicate skin, and an outstanding demeanor that made one forget the mundane world. Any man would be entranced by such extraordinary beauty, unable to resist the temptation to err. Zhang Jun's heart raced, had he not fallen into those romantic traps, served as Ma Hongqi's secretary, witnessed Xiaoya's surgery. Previously, during his time at the Traditional Medicine Research Institute, he had a particular fondness for Xia Xiaoya, who would often flirt with him, igniting the desires of any man. However, he later learned a harsh lesson from her. The cruelty of a woman's sudden change of heart was starkly real, sending shivers down his spine. Even his wife, Lu Yujie, exhibited such traits. How could he expect any other woman to treat him differently? Might Xin Shui be an exception? Zhang Jun dared not make a judgment, yet he could not gamble his future. He understood profoundly that a man can lose everything, but he must never forfeit his career. Even if abandoned by all, without a home or a car, as long as one has a stable profession, there remains hope for a brighter future. Otherwise, all that one possesses is but sand slipping through fingers, ultimately unattainable and destined to depart. At this moment, Zhang Jun was vying for the critical position of executive vice-county chief. If he were to indulge in a dalliance with Xin Shui now, and the flames of passion were to become known, he would be playing with fire that could consume him. Contemplating this, Zhang Jun smiled slightly and remarked, if I do not return to the hotel tonight, they will surely grow suspicious. Xin Shui suddenly distanced herself, her tone tinged with emotion as she said, have you ever truly considered being with me?
Are you merely toying with my feelings?
Zhang Jun was taken aback, rendered speechless. Xin Shui bit her lip, her voice trembling with excitement. You always speak of divorce, yet after all this time, I see no signs of it. We have known each other for nearly a year, Haven Tiwi. From the moment we met, you lamented your unhappy marriage and expressed a desire to leave, yet I see no evidence of your intentions. Zhang Jun reached for a cigarette, glanced around at the surroundings, and then silently returned it to his pocket. Clearly, this was not a place where smoking was permissible. He gazed out at the vibrant and dazzling cityscape, swallowed hard, and said, I'm sorry. Xin Shui extended her hand, playfully punching his chest with her small fist, her voice laced with grievance. I do not want your apologies. I want you to tell me you love me. What are you truly afraid of? Are you scared I'll cling to you, or that I'll pressure you to divorce? I have already stated, even if you never leave your wife, it wouldn't matter to me.
But you cannot keep me in this lukewarm limbo. I need your love.
Zhang Jun grasped her delicate hand and replied, let us go downstairs. The tower was teeming with visitors. Although they were all preoccupied with admiring the view, some were carelessly taking pictures. Zhang Jun feared inadvertently appearing in someone else's shot, which could lead to unintended exposure. Xin Shui pouted, if I'm not afraid, why should you be? Zhang Jun awkwardly chuckled, let us just go down first.
The two entered the elevator in silence.
Upon exiting the slender tower, they strolled along the banks of the Pearl River. The tranquil waters flowed ceaselessly, day and night, toward the horizon. Xin Shui, being a gentle woman, quickly regained her. I even suggested we share a room, and yet you turned me down. What am I to do with my dignity as a woman? Do I love you so humbly that I cannot even ask for the right to love? Zhang Jun felt a jolt throughout his body. He pulled out a cigarette and lit it, but before he could take more than a few puffs, the wind whisked much of it away. Xin Shui's business trip was, after all, an effort to accommodate Zhang Jun, aspiring to fulfill the most sacred. If their relationship never transcended physicality, no matter how profound their feelings, it would remain superficial. Xin Shui loved him deeply and yearned to surpass this stage to complete the most significant process between. Zhang Jun relished this intimacy between the sexes. It evoked a sense of romance he longed for, yet he feared that once they crossed that line, could their closeness remain as it had been? He was not only afraid of losing his job but also terrified of losing Shinshue currently, because their relationship lacked the deeper connection. She would not impose excessive demands or pressure him to divorce. However, once they became intimate, no lover would refrain from urging their partner to leave their spouse. Human desires are insatiable. Once one attains a portion, they seek the entirety. Zhang Jun's situation with Liu Yujie was complex. Liu Yujie would never agree to a divorce. What could he do? But Shinshue was also correct. Time was limited, and it seemed unfair for her to spend her youth waiting for him. Yet, Zhang Jun was selfish. He genuinely cherished Shinshue. How should he navigate this relationship? After smoking 3 cigarettes, he found no clear resolution. From the outset, this relationship had no promising outcome. He could either cut ties swiftly with Shinshue, or pursue a relationship with her and divorce Liu Yujie, or follow Shinshue's suggestion and temporarily remain in a lover's guise, savoring the present while deferring future decisions. Only these 3 options remained. Regardless of which path Zhang Jun chose, someone, perhaps even multiple individuals, would be hurt. Achieving a perfect resolution was impossible. As they walked, they arrived at the entrance of a hotel. Coincidentally, a familiar Cantonese song echoed nearby. By the traffic light, I embrace you tightly, hearing your breath quicken to a frantic pace. Wild embraces, kisses without rest, no need to breathe, no need. It is called dare to love, dare to do. Shinshue boldly gazed at him. Why can't we dare to love and dare to do? Let the universe collapse, the world turn to wasteland, let the sun and moon shatter into meteors, and we will kiss through the ages. I am willing to offer you everything precious, including my most innocent self. What are you still hesitating for? Zhang Jun finally lost his composure. He wrapped his arms around Shinshue's delicate waist, kissing her trembling. Shinshue gasped softly, sinking into his warm and robust embrace. Tears of love welled in the corners of her eyes as she whispered, Zhang Jun, I love you, please love me in return. Chapter 147. Assistance from a beautiful woman. The air conditioning in the hotel room was set to a perfectly comfortable temperature. Shinshue's body shimmered like morning dew, her curves exquisite and full of vitality, evoking endless fantasies. Her skin was as delicate as snowflakes, adorned with a faint blush reminiscent of the early sun casting its gentle light upon peach blossoms, both refreshing and enchanting. The soft glow of the lights caressed her skin, imparting a lustrous sheen that made her appear even more radiant. What captivated Zhang Jun the most was her noble and unique aura, utterly irresistible. Her beauty lay not merely in her appearance but also in her captivating spirit. At this moment, her long legs rested on the edge of the bed, her rounded shoulders and she lay against Zhang Jun's chest, utterly still. The recent storm of passion had rendered her as soft as a bundle of cotton. Zhang Jun held a postcoital cigarette in his right hand, taking an occasional puff. This was his first experience with a woman other than his wife. Initially, he had been filled with anxiety and apprehension, worried about this and fearful of that, yet, once it truly occurred, he found himself surprisingly calm. At least for this moment, he genuinely relished the thrill of infidelity. Shinshue was an enchanting beauty, difficult to resist and impossible to forget. No wonder so many men were infatuated with her. Yet, she had devoted her most beautiful and precious youth to Zhang Jun, deepening his affection for her. Brother, are you all right? Shinshue's soft voice floated to him. I want more. Shinshue said passionately, akin to a tiger that had tasted human flesh, eagerly yearning for more. That night, the two of them spent the entire night in restless intimacy, unable to find sleep. The following morning, Zhang Jun was startled awake by a sudden, persistent ringing of his phone. He opened his eyes abruptly to discover it was already 10:30 in the morning. The phone, resting on the bedside table, continued to vibrate incessantly. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Guo Xiaoqiao. He answered, saying, Hello? Secretary Zhang, are you still sleeping? Guo Xiaoqiao asked softly. You've had a tough time these past few days, and we thought you could use some rest. Zhang Jun replied, Oh, Xiaoguo, why don't you and comrade Zhanghua go out for a while? You can explore the businesses we discussed yesterday. I'm feeling a bit unwell and want to be going out this morning. Guo Xiaoqiao expressed concern, saying, Secretary Zhang, please take care of. You don't need to go out today. Director Ling and I will handle the investment. Zhang Jun responded, Thank you for your hard work. After hanging up, Zhang Jun turned to look at Shinshue, who had also. Afterward, Shinshue inquired, You came to Huacheng to attract investment, didn't you? Yes, but it hasn't been smooth, Zhang Jun sighed. Though these businessmen are all from Yip, don't you have work today? Shinshue replied, We're here for a program, filming some scenes. We actually finished filming yesterday, so today is free time. Zhang Jun chuckled, You certainly have managed. Would you like me to introduce you? Intrigued, Zhang Jun asked, What kind of business does he run? Shinshue answered, He owns an electronics factory. There are quite a few around here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun felt a twinge of disappointment. Many electronics factories rely on an industrial chain. The concentration of factories in Huacheng is due to its complete industrial ecosystem, where businesses coexist, sharing resources and components. Therefore, if a factory wishes to relocate, it becomes quite challenging. Nonetheless, Shinshue's information was worth investigating. Alright, let us check it out, Zhang Jun said. Shall we eat first? Are you in any pain? Shinshue smiled shyly and shook her head. You're so gentle. I'm not in pain at all. They got out of bed and went to the bathroom together to take a shower. Xin Shui's stunning figure captivated Zhang Jun. He momentarily lost himself, disregarding everything, and indulged in another bout of passion with her. The two descended to the hotel restaurant for breakfast. Xin Shui ordered 3 seafood dishes, including sea cucumbers and oysters, all nourishing options for Zhang Jun. He could only smile wryly at her choices. After their meal, they took a taxi to the factory Xin Shui mentioned, named Hongwei Electric. The owner, Wu Hongwei, was around 50 years old, and upon conversing, he and Zhang Jun discovered they were fellow townsmen, able to communicate in their local dialect. Wu Hongwei was open and spoke with a booming voice. Perhaps due to his advancing age, he expressed a desire to return to his hometown, at least to be closer to home. His factory primarily produces components for others, but he is now preparing to pivot his business. He told Zhang Jun, "I plan to start a switch factory. The real estate market in the mainland is booming, creating a high demand for home decoration hardware. Moreover, sourcing components for such products is quite easy. Even self-production is manageable." Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jun suggested, "Boss Wu, you should consider visiting Yiping County. Our development zone has recently been established, and investing now would come." He smiled slightly and said, "Secretary Zhang, no matter how appealing your words are now, if policies change later and I've already invested, what then? I'm not afraid of much, but I dread government inspections at the factory." "Please don't take offense, I'm merely speaking the truth." Zhang Jun chuckled bitterly and responded calmly, "It's clear that Boss Wu is quite the seasoned player in this game. Rest assured, we are committed to fostering a favorable business environment throughout the Comrade Zhang Dongfang recently delivered a special report on this. No one dares to go against the trend. In Yiping County, if anyone dares to disturb your factory without cause, just let me know, and I will address it seriously. Brother Zhang is the head of the Yiping County Development Zone Management Committee and a county leader. He can ensure that you receive greater policy support, and he will certainly follow through on his promises." Wu Hongwei pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 148 The Commitment Ring. Zhang Jun, seizing the moment, extolled a plethora of commendations, reiterating his unwavering resolve in attracting investment to Yiping County, while meticulously outlining the various incentives offered by the development zone. With Xin Shui playing the supportive role, incessantly praising Zhang Jun as an exceptional leader with a stellar reputation in the county, she assured potential investors that with Zhang Jun's endorsement, they could invest with complete peace of mind. Their sincerity ultimately swayed Wu Hongwei, who smiled and nodded slightly, remarking, "Very well, Secretary Zhang, I agree to visit Yiping County. If it truly is as you claim, I shall consider investing." "Boss Wu, when do you anticipate arriving? We shall prepare for your reception in advance." Wu Hongwei chuckled, waving his hand, "I am but a humble businessman. I hardly deserve such attention from officials like you. I shall confirm my itinerary and contact you then." Zhang Jun produced an investment intention letter, stating, "Boss Wu, we are on a mission to attract investment, and since I see your interest, why not we sign this intention letter? This merely signifies your intent to invest, and upon our return to the county, we can assist you in securing the best land and incentives. Rest assured, this is merely a draft, and your future decision on investment will not be affected." Wu Hongwei nodded, glanced at the contents of the letter, and with a flourish, inscribed his name. With the intention letter in hand, Zhang Jun let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, he could return home with a sense of accomplishment. As for whether these entrepreneurs would truly settle in the future, that would depend on their efforts and the overall environment of Yiping County. Zhang Jun and his team had undoubtedly devoted themselves to this investment drive that evening. The two shared a hotel room, indulging in their affections several times. However, they chose not to spend the night together, understanding that, as night fell, they bade a tender farewell and returned to their respective teams' accommodations. Guo Qiaoqiao and Ling Zhonghua had already returned. Zhang Jun inquired, "How did it go today? Any gains?" Ling Zhonghua, with a wry smile, shook his head. "We ran all day and did not secure a single intention letter." Zhang Jun, smiling, produced his own signed letter and said, "Look at this, what do you think?" Guo Qiaoqiao, "Congratulations on your latest achievement." Zhang Jun waved his hand, replying, "I have a friend in Huacheng. I reached out, and fortuitously encountered this entrepreneur. I never anticipated it would conclude so successfully." Ling Zhonghua and Guo Qiaoqiao were in awe of Zhang Jun. As for Zhang Jun's late return, they did not even consider it. Ling Zhonghua then asked, "Secretary Zhang, shall we continue our visits tomorrow?" Zhang Jun pondered briefly. Their original plan was to be out for 5 days. With 5 days completed and a decent harvest, it was not particularly bountiful. Zhang Jun reflected and said, "Let us push for 2 more days. We need to return home with a couple more contracts to showcase our achievements." "Why 2 more days?" Because Xin Shui mentioned she could take an additional 2 days off, treating it as a mini vacation in Huacheng. Zhang Jun and she were like newlyweds, reluctant to part, naturally wanting to remain together. Ling Zhonghua and Guo Qiaoqiao, eager for results, readily concurred with Zhang Jun's proposal. That night, Zhang Jun lay in bed, conversing on the phone with Xin Shui. They exchanged sweet nothings, reluctant to end the call, until exhaustion finally overtook them, and they succumbed to sleep. The following morning, Zhang Jun, accompanied by Ling and Guo, set out once again to explore the various development zones of Huacheng. They possessed a list detailing the entrepreneurs from Yiping County. The entrepreneurial spirit had flourished in Yiping County. Following the reforms, many had ventured out, amassed wealth, and expanded their enterprises, becoming somewhat renowned entrepreneurs. However, a peculiar phenomenon persisted. Everyone favored developing businesses elsewhere rather than establishing factories or companies locally. Previously, the inland counties were not sufficiently open, the business environment, public security, and policies lagged behind those of coastal regions. Yet, with the deepening of reforms in the central and western regions, Yiping County was continuously enhancing its reform measures, and various aspects of the environment were changing. Although it could not yet be compared to coastal cities, it possessed certain advantages. The scarcity of investment enterprises inland reduced competitive pressures compared to coastal cities. Additionally, the tilt-in policies and tax incentives presented significant allure. Coastal regions were gradually encountering labor shortages. The first generation of migrant workers reached retirement age, while the subsequent generations were reluctant to leave home, compounded by a declining demographic dividend, making labor shortages increasingly evident. Yiping County, being a populous town, saw many migrant workers willing to work in factories close to home, even if the wages were slightly lower, as the foremost priority was to balance family commitments and care for their parents and families. With these advantages, many foresight entrepreneurs began relocating their factories back to the mainland. Zhang Jun and his team selected several companies each day for visits, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, relying heavily on. Fortuitously, on this day, they opened a proverbial blind box. An entrepreneur agreed to visit Yiping County for an inspection and signed an investment intention letter with Zhang Jun and his team. The entrepreneur was quite courteous, insisting on treating Zhang Jun and his colleagues to a meal. After dining, Zhang Jun excused himself, claiming to meet a friend, and slipped away. Xin Shui was enjoying her free time over the past few days. Upon his arrival, they eagerly embraced. In the past, their encounters had revolved around tender words and romantic moments. Now, their reunions began with affectionate exchanges. Xin Shui resembled a beautifully bound classic, endlessly captivating. Although Zhang Jun had not experienced many women, he was no stranger to allure. In his eyes, Xin Shui's figure could rival even the most celebrated stars from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Even the pinnacle of fame, Yi Yuqing, paled in comparison to her. Xin Shui's skin was exceptionally soft, radiating a delicate pink glow, an aspect Zhang Jun cherished most. That evening, hand in hand, they strolled through the streets of this foreign land. Passing by a jewelry store, Xin Shui was drawn to the dazzling array of rings within. Inspired, Zhang Jun inquired, "Which one do you fancy? I shall buy one for you." Xin Shui blushed, glancing at her slender, unadorned fingers, and replied, "Is it really all right?" Zhang Jun nodded vigorously. "This shall be our commitment ring." Chapter 149. A man's mistakes. During this trip to Huacheng, Zhang Jun and his companions certainly reaped substantial rewards. By the time they returned home, Zhang Jun had secured a total of 5 letters of intent for investment. Upon arriving in the city, noticing that it was still early, he instructed Ling Zhonghua and Guo Qiaoqiao to head home first, while he proceeded to the mayor's office to report the results of their journey to Su Peixiang. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's account, Su Peixiang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Zhang Jun, being a member of the county committee and a favored disciple of Ma Hongqi, actively seeking to draw nearer to him was indeed gratifying. Su sought to bring Zhang Jun under his wing, hoping to strengthen his rapport with Minister Ma. However, in the realm of politics, one cannot simply recruit individuals at will. While Zhang Jun expressed his willingness to ally, Su needed to make his own intentions clear. Firstly, he had to showcase his own capabilities, ensuring that his subordinates perceived him as a worthy leader. Secondly, he needed to offer his subordinates certain advantages, making them willingly inclined to follow him, much like Zhang Jun. Su Peixiang's next step was to elevate Zhang Jun to the position of executive deputy county head. Only by achieving this could he claim the right to be Zhang Jun's supporter. Su undoubtedly understood this principle, thus during their conversation, he candidly remarked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you have once again achieved remarkable success, the evidence speaks for itself, your work ability is truly outstanding. Yiping County requires diligent and capable individuals like you. It is time for certain complacent individuals, who occupy positions without contributing, to make way." His words could not have been clearer. He intended to support Zhang Jun's rise. Zhang Jun, with a humble smile, replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Mayor Su. I merely fulfilled my responsibilities." Su Peixiang, maintaining his composure, responded, "What a fine example of fulfilling one's responsibilities. If each of us could excel in our duties, what challenges would remain insurmountable? During your time away, you must surely be unaware of the county's current situation, correct?" He had learned that, following an investigation by the Municipal Disciplinary Committee, Shi Haining was found to have committed serious violations and had been summoned for a discussion. However, he feigned ignorance and inquired, "What has transpired, Mayor Su?" Su Peixiang's expression darkened as he stated, "Comrade Shi Haining has betrayed the party and the nation, failing to uphold the responsibilities entrusted to him over the years, engaging in serious misconduct. The city has decided, in accordance with the law, to relieve him of his standing committee position, and his vice-county head role will also be revoked following deliberation by the People's Congress." Zhang Jun's demeanor. What specific violations had Shi Haining committed? No one revealed the details, and Zhang Jun had no desire to know. Prior to this incident, Shi Haining had been the type of individual who engaged in Yet, once the scandal broke, he became a pariah. Not a single person came to his defense. Everyone avoided him as if he were a plague. Discussions about him ignited righteous indignation among all, with many wishing for swift retribution. Zhang Jun witnessed the fragility of human relationships in the political arena and recognized the peril of walking on thin ice. If one were to scrutinize closely, who among them could claim to be entirely blameless? Even in the absence of substantial bribery, could there be no gray income? Is it plausible that one has only ever been faithful to their spouse, never straying? Once an individual ascends to a certain position, various temptations begin to flood in. Those who cannot breach your defenses may resort to targeting your family, or even your household staff. There are those who offer gold, property, or companionship unless one possesses an extraordinary degree of integrity. It is almost inevitable to fall. Social engagements are a given, aren't they? Well, one must partake in drinking, mustn't they? After a few too many, it becomes all too easy for someone to slip a bank card into your pocket or stash a box of gold bars in your trunk, or perhaps arrange for a private room with several lovely companions. Those who understand the rules may see it as a mere transaction, exchanging gifts for favors, yet, those who do not adhere to such conventions might record you, threatening to hold it over your head for a lifetime. Zhang Jun felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Until now, he had no vulnerabilities, he acted justly and maintained his composure, but now, he had Xin Shui. This too was a sword hanging precariously above his head. Who among us is without faults? Zhang Jun was merely guilty of the same transgressions that afflict all men. This was, of course, a self-reproach, yet, the events had transpired, and it was too late for him to backtrack. In such an environment and under such circumstances, no man could refuse the temptations presented. Even a eunuch might find himself tempted. Upon exiting the municipal government, Zhang Jun straightened his posture. What was there to fear? Life and death are mere cycles. One persists through countless years. In the afternoon, he returned home, only to be confronted by Lu Yujie, who immediately inquired, "Why has 5,000 yuan disappeared from your account?" Zhang Jun evasively, "Did you get caught and fined 5,000? I've heard that Huacheng is rife with such activities." "Good grief, can't you ever wish me well?" Zhang Jun shot a glare at his wife. "We were short on expenses, so I covered 5. Is this really something I need to report to you? Of course, this household belongs to me. What is mine is mine, and what is yours is still mine. Every penny you earn is mine." "Ha, then what is left that belongs? Let us go join them." Zhang Jun, who despised playing cards as a waste of time and life, shook his head and replied, "I don't want to play." Lu Yujie frowned. "Playing cards is simply a common form. Everyone gets together to pass the time. Huang Nan is my classmate. Are you unwilling to engage?" Zhang Jun replied coolly, "I rarely get a day off. I wish to rest. How about you skip the card game and stay home to accompany me instead?" "I can't be bothered to keep you company." Regardless of the setting, one must rely on their own strength and status to communicate effectively. In this household, until Zhang Jun made a name for himself, a message from Xin Shui appeared. "Where are you?" Zhang Jun responded, "I'm at home." Xin Shui replied, "I miss you. After not seeing you for just half a day, my heart feels uneasy. I wish to be with you every day. Even if we do nothing, just quietly sitting by your side brings me peace." Zhang Jun replied, "I will come to see you tomorrow." He understood that he and Xin Shui were inevitably entangled in a perilous romance. Once they established a relationship, Xin Shui's expectations of him would undoubtedly escalate. Previously, a simple phone call or text message sufficed for their connection, yet now, that was no longer adequate. After merely half a day apart, Xin Shui grew anxious, longing for him and wanting to see him. Zhang Jun recognized that he had erred, and grievously so. He had only seen Xin Shui's innocence and beauty, forgetting that the purer a woman is, once she invests herself completely, she will cling to you relentlessly, until the very end. Chapter 150. A hospital examination. Zhang Jun took an early shower and reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the television, rarely bestowed with a moment of leisure. He allowed his mind and body. Upon returning from a card game, Lu Yujie kicked off her high heels as she entered, slipped into her slippers, and muttered, "Huang Nan's family is truly affluent. I saw a safe at her house." During the game, she went in to fetch cash, and it was always several tens of thousands. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "Why concern yourself with whether others are wealthy? Their fortune will not find its way into your hands." Lu Yujie scoffed, "She possesses no talent. It's all due to marrying a fortunate husband. Her husband certainly knows how to make money. Unlike you, when you held power, if you had been willing to extend a hand, we could have easily earned several 100,000. Power wasted is power expired. Now you understand the taste of it, don't you?" Zhang Jun retorted with a cold smile, "If you wish to marry a man who can earn money, I would. Do you truly believe I would shy away? Though I am 30, I am still a rare beauty in the medical field. Countless suitors are eager to pursue me. Just yesterday, a wealthy businessman, driving a luxurious Mercedes-Benz G-Class, offered to shower me with roses." "Is that so? Did you accept? Don't just boast, at least send me a picture to verify," he challenged. "You, don't provoke me." "Who is provoking whom? You spend hours playing. How would you feel if I spoke of other wives bearing 3 children at will? You can't even conceive." "Scoundrel." Lu Yujie was indeed incensed, storming over to seize a cushion from the sofa, hurling it at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun shot her a glare, declaring, "Have you lost your mind?" Lu Yujie lunged forward, pinning Zhang Jun down and biting into his shoulder. Zhang Jun winced in pain. Lu Yujie, emboldened, began to tug at his shirt. In that moment, Zhang Jun experienced a sudden sense of violation. He comprehended, deeply, the psychological turmoil a woman endures when subjected to oppression. Abruptly, he sprang to his feet, forcefully pushed. Lu Yujie, hands flailing, struck Zhang Jun repeatedly. "Who says I can't have children? If you're so capable, let us go to the hospital for an examination tomorrow. Let us see whose fault it truly is." Zhang Jun had long been reluctant to undergo such tests, yet today, he found himself agreeing, very well, let us proceed with the examination. Lu Yujie, taken aback by his consent, ceased her commotion and, do you intend to divorce me? Zhang Jun remained silent, picking up a cigarette and lighter from the coffee table, retreating to the balcony. The view from the high-rise was splendid, he could see countless twinkling lights. His gaze drifted towards the broadcasting center, and his mood shifted to one of complexity and heaviness. Inside, Lu Yujie continued her tirade, berating Zhang Jun for his lack of income one moment, then accusing. Zhang Jun turned a deaf ear, waiting until she fell asleep before re-entering the room the following morning. Both Zhang Jun and Lu Yujie took leave from work, they certainly would not visit the provincial hospital. Undergoing such examinations, if discovered, would invite endless gossip and ridicule, regardless of the outcome. No one would pity them, nor would anyone care. Their inability to conceive would be a source of amusement, a joke to last a lifetime. Zhang Jun reached out to an old classmate, Gu Xiaowan, aware of their situation. Having been together for several years without any progress, she had long suggested they undergo an examination. Upon receiving Zhang Jun's call, Gu Xiaowan made the necessary arrangements. Zhang Jun and Lu Yujie arrived at the hospital. Gu Xiaowan greeted them with a smile. Zhang Jun, for this examination, you must refrain from intimate. Have you adhered to that? Lu Yujie coldly interjected, he has been away on business for over 3 weeks, unless he has been hiding another woman from me. Upon sensing the tension, Zhang Jun calmly stated, please arrange for us to undergo the examination. Gu Xiaowan escorted them to the relevant department for the tests. Results would only be available in 3 hours, meaning they would have to wait until the afternoon. Zhang Jun and Lu Yujie spent the time meandering nearby, purchasing some household necessities. At noon, they returned home for lunch, engaging in a cold war, neither uttering a word. Both felt a sense of trepidation about the impending results. If it were indeed their issue, the psychological burden would undoubtedly be immense. Before the examination, they could offer excuses, attributing the blame to the other or claiming the timing was off. However, once the results were revealed, confirming the source of the problem, whoever it was would face considerable pressure, particularly Zhang Jun. The Lu family was already assertive, if the issue lay with. Conversely, if it were Zhang Jun's fault, he would feel even more diminished in the Lu household, destined to endure Lu Yujie's jibes for a lifetime. During the afternoon rest, Zhang Jun could not find solace in sleep. After lying in bed for an hour, he rose to smoke a few cigarettes. His phone buzzed. Shen Shui had sent a message, where are you? Zhang Jun replied, I am occupied with matters, let us talk tomorrow. Shen Shui did not respond. After some time, she messaged again, do you think I'm boring? Have you grown tired of me? Zhang Jun was taken aback, hastily typing back, don't overthink it, I'm genuinely busy. I'll get in touch when They sought out Gu Xiaowan. Zhang Jun stated, Xiaowan, we appreciate your help in checking the results, just inform us of the findings. Gu Xiaowan invited them to sit before saying, please don't rush. I'll see if the results are ready. With that, she stood and exited the office. Zhang Jun and Lu Yujie sat side by side, exchanging glances. Lu Yujie suddenly asked, if it's my issue, what will you do? Zhang Jun shook his head, whether we divorce or remain together, just take a step back. I caused disturbances, do you think I'm being unreasonable? Lu Yujie's temper flared, her voice raised, I endure countless grievances at work, facing scorn from superiors and patients alike. When I return home, have you offered me even a shred of comfort or support? You only blame me, have you ever considered my difficulties? This is a hospital, please keep your voice down. Zhang Jun responded sternly, do you wish to become... Do you think our lives aren't already a joke? Once the results are out, it won't matter whose fault it is, we might as well divorce, after all, what meaning is there in continuing this way? Zhang Jun remained silent. Just then, Gu Xiaowan re-entered, announcing, the results are out. Both Lu Yujie and Zhang Jun turned to her simultaneously, neither speaking, awaiting her verdict. Chapter 151 The Extinction of Good Men. Gu Xiaowan glanced at Zhang Jun and then at Lu Yujie, holding the examination. She said, why don't you take a look for yourselves, Yujie, you should be able to comprehend the results. Lu Yujie waved her hand and replied, Xiaowan, just announce the answer directly. Regardless of whose issue it is, we can accept it. Zhang Jun nodded and added, Xiaowan, please go ahead. Gu Xiaowan sat down and said, it's actually not a serious problem, if there's an illness, we can treat it, right? She handed the examination results to Lu Yujie, saying, So, it truly was her fault. She took the report and upon glancing at it, she understood the situation. Congenital developmental disorder. It really was her fault, Gu Xiaowan nodded, yes, Yujie, you're part of the healthcare system, why would you avoid seeking medical advice, why wait until now to get examined? Lu Yujie blushed and, in a subdued tone, I always thought it was his issue. Gu Xiaowan gently shook her head, Zhang Jun's examination results are all normal, the quantity and motility are both up to standard. Lu Yujie slightly raised her head, took a deep breath, and said, alright, I accept this result. It's all my fault. Suddenly, she began to cry softly. Gu Xiaowan stood up and patted her back, saying, Yujie, please don't cry, this condition can be treated. You're only 30, still young, and there will be plenty of time to conceive and have children in the future. Lu Yujie sobbed, I understand, but doesn't healing also depend on chance? What if I can never conceive in this lifetime? Gu Xiaowan replied, then it would save Zhang Jun some trouble. During their romantic moments, they could skip the precautions. How carefree would he be? Lu Yujia wanted to laugh but could not, continuing to cry, he will definitely divorce me. Gu Xiaowan, he is still a graduate student, how could he possibly leave you over this? That would be utterly inhumane. Zhang Jun, do you agree? Zhang Jun, feeling quite vexed, responded, don't conspire to dig a pit for me. I've never once mentioned divorce. Lu Yujie, feeling wronged, said, Xiaowan, you don't understand, he has always wanted a child, and since we haven't been able to conceive, now that it's she said, alright, it's okay, don't cry. Zhang Jun is not someone who would turn ungrateful. Would you like to rest here for a while, or shall we head home? Zhang Jun stood up and said, we'll be leaving now. Thank you for your help. We'll treat you to dinner tonight. Oh, no, we're old classmates, there is no need for such formalities, it would be a waste of money. I read in the news that many restaurants use recycled oil for cooking. We'll host you at home. Gu Xiaowan chuckled, really, then I won't hold back. At that moment, Lu Yujie longed to confide in a friend. Huang Nan would surely ridicule. Colleagues were also unsuitable, workplace relationships are fraught with competition and interests, and others might even wish for her misfortune. Gu Xiaowan was already aware of the situation, and being Zhang Jun's classmate made her a more suitable. As Zhang Jun and his wife exited the hospital, they squinted against the glaring sun. They took a taxi in silence and returned home. Lu Yujie quietly opened the refrigerator, preparing a variety of dishes. Zhang Jun smoked of steadily. To be honest, accepting the reality of not having children would require time for him. After all, he grew up in a rural environment, heavily influenced by familial expectations. Moreover, his parents had been pressing him to have grandchildren. If divorce were not an option, how would he face his family? At 30, he could still use youth as an excuse, saying he needed a few more. But what about in a few years? The truth would eventually surface, his family would likely create a scene, even demanding he remarry. Any number of scenarios could unfold. Zhang Jun could endure it. If he remained married, he would truly become a rare breed of good man. In this life, he would bear the weight of others' scrutiny, yet he would also be deprived of the joy of having children to care for him in his old. When he grows old and weary, there would be no children to offer warmth and comfort. Young couples often have each other as companions in their twilight years. However, one will inevitably depart first, leaving the other to. What if Lu Yujie were the first to go? Zhang Jun would have to navigate the latter half of his life alone. What, then, would be the purpose of maintaining such a marriage? Is it truly worth it? Is it out of love? The years of quarrels had eroded that love to nearly nothing. Is it out of responsibility? Who is responsible for whom? They have no children. Both are adults, whose youth hasn't been delayed. Zhang Jun sighed heavily, finding no solutions. Yet, leaving Lu Yujie at this moment was something he could not bring himself to do. His upbringing prevented him from committing such a callous act. His relationship with Xin Shui had been a momentary lapse in judgment. However, abandoning Lu Yujie simply because she was ill was something he could not bear to do. Since returning from the hospital, Lu Yujie had not uttered a word. Her past pride, confidence, and advantages had all vanished due to her inability to bear children. In the realm of marital life, a woman's greatest asset is her ability. This is a gift bestowed by heaven. In contrast, a man's greatest value lies in his ability to provide. This, too, is a divine advantage granted to men. A woman who relinquishes the advantage of fertility, unless she is as ruthless as Ms. Dong from Gri, is unlikely to amass significant wealth or attain genuine happiness in her lifetime. Lu Yujie chopped the vegetables and rinsed the rice, setting it in the rice cooker, timing it perfectly. She was merely waiting for Gu Xiaowan's arrival to begin cooking. Once she completed these tasks, Lu Yujie wiped her hands on her apron and approached Zhang Jun with her lips tightly pressed. She sat down weakly beside him, grasping his arm. I didn't realize it was my issue. I've wronged you all along. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, and she choked on her words. I beg you, please don't leave me. I can't live without you. The reason I've been quarrelsome is merely to assert my existence, to validate my place in this home. Deep down, I know I'm not worthy of you, and I'm afraid you'll despise me. That is why I've resorted to such tactics to seek your attention. I promise I won't quarrel anymore. I will listen to you in everything. Please don't leave me. Zhang Jun embraced his wife, gently touching her forehead, and said, it's all right. It's not a terminal illness, it's treatable. I'm afraid it won't be cured. Promise me you won't divorce me, please? Lu Yujie clung to him tightly, pleading, you must say you won't leave me. Chapter 152. The bold woman Zhang Jun sighed in resignation. I never said I wanted a divorce. Enough of your wild imaginings. Identify the root of the problem, and then we shall treat it. Lu Yujie fervently kissed his cheek. Zhang Jun chuckled. Alright, just imagine what will happen if Gu Xiaowan arrives and sees this. What a spectacle it would be. Lu Yujie pouted. Fine, we'll save the fun for tonight. Gu Xiaowan, now divorced, enjoyed a newfound freedom after work. Upon arriving at Zhang Jun's home, she took a moment to explore, exclaiming, not bad at all, Zhang Jun, you seem to be doing quite well. You have the house and the wife. All you're missing is a son. Oh, my apologies, that was just a jest. Suddenly recalling Lu Yujie's inability to conceive, she fell silent. Lu Yujie forced a smile. No worries, I hope your words bring me luck, and perhaps I shall have a son. Please, make yourself comfortable while I prepare dinner, everything is nearly ready. She turned and entered the kitchen. Gu Xiaowan and Zhang Jun settled on the sofa to converse. Have some fruit, Zhang Jun offered, placing an Zhang Jun, however, had no recollection. He merely grabbed the nearest fruit without any ulterior motive, unaware of the misunderstanding it would cause. Gu Xiaowan placed the orange in Zhang Jun's hands, insisting, peel it for me.
I am divorced now and have no one to pamper me, can't you show me some affection?
Zhang Jun chuckled in disbelief. I've never encountered such a delicate woman.
So, do you fancy a woman like me?
Gu Xiaowan giggled playfully. Zhang Jun peeled the orange and placed the segments in her hand, saying, of course, enjoy. As Gu Xiaowan nibbled on the fruit, she inquired, where do you plan to seek treatment?
Zhang Jun shook his head, I'm not sure which hospital is best. Gu Xiaowan suggested, the provincial hospital is certainly a good choice. However, Yujie might struggle to face the ridicule of her colleagues, perhaps she should come to our hospital for treatment?
Zhang Jun pondered briefly, I haven't discussed this with her yet, I'll consult with her first and then get back to you. Gu Xiaowan spat out a seed from the orange segment, urging, the sooner you start treatment, the better.
Don't delay. She lowered her voice, adding, if it truly cannot be cured, you need to make plans soon. What plans could I possibly make?
Zhang Jun replied with a wry smile.
Just find another.
With your qualifications, you needn't worry about finding someone else. If you truly struggle, I could always settle for you and join you in your search for love.
What, don't jest with me.
Zhang Jun exclaimed, all the while feeling a sense of, he couldn't shake the notion that Gu Xiaowan was not merely joking. What could a divorced woman be capable of? Gu Xiaowan disdainfully rolled her eyes, then playfully spat an orange seed into Zhang Jun's palm, laughing, I know you're a notorious flirt. That woman from the palace, she was your mistress, wasn't she? I refuse to believe she is your cousin.
Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, warning, do not speak carelessly.
Gu Xiaowan straightened her posture, her hands resting.
Let us not continue down this path, have you never considered remarrying?
Gu Xiaowan scoffed, remarry, him, not a chance, even if I were to search with my eyes closed, I could find someone better.
Zhang Jun mused, am I the one you would find with your eyes closed? Do you think me a fool? They say that the more a woman has been divorced, the bolder she becomes. It seems to hold true. Even if Zhang Jun were to part ways with Lu Yujie, he could never entertain the idea of marrying a divorced woman.
After dinner, Gu Xiaowan suggested with a grin, it's still early, let us play some mahjong. Lu Yujie glanced at Zhang Jun, fully aware that he had no fondness for mahjong, especially.
Gu Xiaowan, catching their exchange, laughed, Yujie, why do you need to gauge his reaction? You've become too obedient, such behavior will spoil a man.
Zhang Jun, unable to refuse, replied, let us just play for fun then.
He had mahjong tiles at home, though he lacked a specialized automatic table.
The three of them played and built their hands, finding it rather enjoyable. Lu Yujie, who relished mahjong, cast her worries aside as she engaged in lighthearted banter. Suddenly, Zhang Jun felt someone brushing against his leg beneath the table. He needed no further confirmation, it was Gu Xiaowan making advances. This woman was audacious indeed. Zhang Jun remained unfazed, continuing to play his cards with an air of calm. Gu Xiaowan, being single, felt free to flirt with whomever she pleased. She suspected that Zhang Jun might divorce Lu Yujie, and her mind wandered to the possibility of marrying him. It would indeed be a splendid match, yet it seemed that her feelings were unreciprocated. Zhang Jun was impervious to her charms. It wasn't that Gu Xiaowan was unappealing. She possessed a sweet visage and an alluring figure. With commendable education and career, however, Zhang Jun had already married a nurse and had no desire to wed another doctor. He found himself drawn to women of a gentler demeanor, like Xin Shui. After finishing the game, Gu Xiaowan yawned and stood to take her leave. Zhang Jun escorted her to the door, saying, thank you for today.
Let us arrange to meet again soon.
Gu Xiaowan smiled brightly, absolutely, I'll be waiting for your call. That night, Lu Yujie was exceedingly forward, seemingly intent on he did not decline her advances. Life is fleeting, one must seize joy when it presents itself, indulging in the pleasures that come their way. After all, this was his legitimate wife, engaging in such activities was hardly excessive. Later, as Lu Yujie lay on her husband's chest, they discussed her medical treatment. Let us keep this from my family for now, she murmured softly, I'll undergo treatment first, who knows, I might recover swiftly.
Do not rush. Take your time, we are still young.
Zhang Jun gently patted her back, saying, let us get some rest, I have to go to the county for work tomorrow.
All right. Lu Yujie replied, switching off the light. The following day, Zhang Jun arrived in Yiping County. No sooner had he settled into the town committee office than his phone rang. Xin Shui had sent a message, you deceiver, I waited for you all day and night yesterday, and you didn't even bother to come see me. Now that you've had your fun, you forget about me?
Zhang Jun called her back, Xin Shui answered, her voice playful, if I hadn't messaged you, you would have completely forgotten about me, wouldn't you? Zhang Jun chuckled, I told you, something very important came up yesterday.
What could possibly be more important than me? Xin Shui teased. Zhang Jun cleared his throat, ensuring no one was listening, and whispered, we found out yesterday that she cannot conceive.
Really? That is fantastic. What use is she to you? Hurry up and divorce her so we can marry, I'll give you a whole brood. Zhang Jun chuckled ruefully, her spirits are quite low right now, if I bring up divorce, I fear she might take drastic measures.
That would complicate things for both of us.
Surely not, she is a nurse, she has seen all manner of life and death, how can she be so fragile?
At that moment, Zhang Jun's desk phone rang.
Xiao Xue, I must cut our conversation short. I have a call coming in, I'll reach out to you after work.
Oh, alright, talk later, love you. Okay. Zhang Jun ended the call and answered the phone. A commanding voice spoke, is this Comrade Zhang Jun?
I am Chen Guolian, please come to the county committee at once, there is an urgent matter to discuss. Zhang Jun acknowledged and wiped his face, wondering what urgent business Chen Guolian could have with him. Chapter 153 Betrayal in the Shadows. Zhang Jun rose from his seat and called upon Wu Chang to accompany him to the county committee. Upon arriving, he approached Chen Guoliang's office and knocked on the door. With a grave expression, Chen Guoliang replied, "Come in." As Zhang Jun entered, he greeted, "Hello, Secretary Chen, what brings me here?" Chen Guoliang nodded, set down his pen, and took a sip. Zhang Jun remained composed, quietly taking a seat. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Chen Guoliang remarked, "Your recent investment endeavors in Huacheng have yielded impressive results. During your absence, Comrade Shi Haining encountered difficulties and was summoned by the city's disciplinary committee for assistance in an investigation. His issues appear quite serious, and he may no longer hold the position of a standing committee member or executive deputy county head." Zhang Jun listened with calm detachment, as he was already— If he were oblivious to such significant matters, his role as a standing committee member would be meaningless. Chen Guoliang observed Zhang Jun closely, impressed by his composure, and continued, "With Shi Haining absent, someone must take over his responsibilities." As he spoke, he assessed Zhang Jun's reaction, who remained unflustered. Zhang Jun understood that Shi Haining was in charge of the county's industrial and economic affairs, domains where the executive deputy county head wielded considerable power. Although these responsibilities were currently unattended, it was not within Chen Guoliang's purview. The allocation of tasks among the county's deputy heads was determined by the county mayor's office. Even if temporarily reassigned, these powers would eventually revert for redistribution once a new executive deputy county. Thus, Zhang Jun felt no envy. Even if such duties were bestowed upon him, it would merely mean more burdens without substantial authority. Besides, there were several deputy heads in the government who could oversee these tasks. As for the notion of performing exceptionally in these roles to enhance his chances of becoming the executive deputy county head, that was nothing more than a fool's errand. The appointment and dismissal of the executive deputy county head rested with the city. The machinations among the city's elite were inscrutable, and no one could predict the outcome. Regardless of Zhang Jun's contributions, visibility was key, and ultimately, success hinged on who garnered the most votes. Therefore, Zhang Jun displayed little interest in Chen Guoliang's overtures of alliance. With a gentle smile, Chen Guoliang said, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you excel in economic matters and have demonstrated notable skills in industrial management. The county committee wishes for you to temporarily oversee these responsibilities. What are your thoughts?" With clarity and poise, Zhang Jun replied, "I have no objections. However, I am concerned about— Your reach exceeds your grasp. Matters concerning the county government should not fall under your jurisdiction." Chen Guoliang had not anticipated Zhang Jun's astuteness. He had presumed Zhang Jun to be inexperienced and thought, "What objections could there be?" Chen Guoliang said with a serious tone. "Naturally, those with capability shall manage what they can, wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Jun humbly responded, "I possess only average abilities. There are many in the county who surpass me." However, Chen Guoliang perceived this clearly displeased. Chen Guoliang insisted, "Comrade Zhang Jun, please refrain from further protest. I earnestly request that you take on this responsibility." Zhang Jun inquired, "But even if Shi Haining does not return, the city will certainly appoint a new executive deputy county head. Is it not premature for the county to act? Perhaps we should wait and see. A decision from the city may arrive shortly." Chen Guoliang shook his head and picked up the phone, dialing Fu Ziqiang. "Comrade Ziqiang, in light of Shi Haining's predicament, we need someone to manage the county's crucial economic and industrial tasks temporarily. I believe Comrade Zhang Jun would be an excellent choice. Do you concur?" As he spoke, he observed Zhang Jun's reaction. Zhang Jun was taken aback, realizing for the first time that Chen Guoliang had summoned him under false pretenses. Chen Guoliang was treating him as a pawn. Should Fu Ziqiang express disapproval, Chen Guoliang could sow discord between them. Conversely, if Fu Ziqiang agreed, all the accolades would accrue to Chen Guoliang, compelling Zhang Jun to feel grateful and, in turn, become his ally. At this realization, Zhang Jun felt a chill run down his spine. The intricacies of political maneuvering had reached a level of complexity that was hard to anticipate. He had merely come at Chen Guoliang's behest to discuss a matter but found himself unwittingly embroiled in his schemes. Fu Ziqiang was no naif either. He harbored a strong aversion to Chen Guoliang's interference in county affairs and was unaware that Zhang Jun was present with Chen Guoliang. Thus, he coldly replied, "Comrade Guoliang, we have our own understanding of the division of labor within the government, so there's no need for your concern. Furthermore, the city has yet to clarify Shi Haining's situation. Reallocating his responsibilities at this juncture seems rather inappropriate. As for his duties, the county heads can manage them collectively without issue." Chen Guoliang chuckled, "So..." Zhang Jun could only manage a wry smile, resigned to watching Chen Guoliang's performance. Fu Ziqiang replied, "This matter requires careful consideration. Secretary Guoliang, let us await the city's verdict." Suddenly, Chen Guoliang laughed heartily. "Comrade Ziqiang, it seems you are reluctant to relinquish authority to Comrade Zhang Jun. Are you intent on monopolizing all power in the county? As long as the city remains indecisive, you will hold on to power indefinitely?" Fu Ziqiang retorted firmly, "Secretary Guoliang, you exaggerate. We are managing all The greater the authority, the heavier the burden." Chen Guoliang's demeanor shifted to one of cold seriousness. "Very well, since Comrade Ziqiang disagrees, I shall relay to Comrade Zhang Jun your sentiments. I hope he understands your genuine concern. You merely wish to spare him from an undue burden, all in his best interest." Fu Ziqiang sensed the underlying implications and asked in disbelief, "What do you mean?"
Is Comrade Zhang Jun with you?
Chen Guoliang replied somberly, indeed, Comrade Zhang Jun is sitting right here before me. Fu Ziqiang gasped in shock. It was only at this moment that he had inadvertently offended Zhang Jun. Chen Guoliang did not afford him the opportunity to defend himself and abruptly terminated the call. With a resigned shake of his head, he expressed his dismay to Zhang Jun. Comrade Zhang Jun, you intended to align yourself with the bright moon, yet the moon shines into the gutter. Some individuals are duplicitous, praising you to your face while stabbing you in the back. Had it not been for his meddling, this matter would have surely succeeded. You must keep your eyes wide open and discern who truly has your best interests at heart.
Chapter 154.
100,000 yuan reward. Zhang Jun maintained a calm demeanor as he observed Chen Guoliang performing like a clown before him. He found it somewhat unbecoming of a county party secretary to resort to such lowly tactics of sowing discord. Nevertheless, such methods of conflict are timeless, perpetually fresh in their application. Zhang Jun and Fu Ziqiang, should their minds wander even slightly or if they were to react impulsively, would undoubtedly fall prey to Chen Guoliang's manipulations. After listening to Chen Guoliang's words, Zhang Jun remained unfazed, responding nonchalantly, Secretary Chen, I never had any expectations for something that was not rightfully mine, so I cannot say I am disappointed.
I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave.
Chen Guoliang called him back, saying, wait a moment, Comrade Zhang Jun, you have successfully attracted several enterprises to invest here, which is no small feat. The county should reward you with a bonus. I have already spoken with Comrade Ziqiang about this. While it may not be a substantial sum, it is a recognition of your hard work.
Please continue to strive for excellence. Zhang Jun was taken aback, surprised by the mention of a bonus.
Thank you, Secretary Chen, he replied after leaving. The advantage of discussing matters there lay in its serene environment, where they could converse without the prying ears of others. Departing unnoticed once their discussion concluded, Zhang Jun instructed Wu Chang to drive him to the auspicious tea house in town. At the front desk of the tea house stood a captivating young woman in her 20s, clad in an elegant cheapao, her hair styled in a graceful bun, radiating charm. Her figure was striking, with alluring curves and a slender waist. Zhang Jun had never inquired about her name or status as the proprietress. Frequent visits had led her to recognize him. Upon seeing him, she beamed, Secretary Zhang has arrived. Please, upstairs, Director Fu is waiting for you in the private room. Zhang Jun nodded and ascended to the second floor. At this hour, the tea house was nearly empty. Upon entering the private room, Fu Ziqiang gestured for him to take a seat and poured him a cup of tea. I was just played by Chen Guoliang. Fu Ziqiang chuckled ruefully, I hope Comrade Zhang Jun does not take offense.
Zhang Jun laughed heartily, I too was outmaneuvered.
We have both become his pawns. He thinks we are mere foot soldiers, while he sees himself as the Grand Commander.
Fu Ziqiang was momentarily taken aback. Comrade Zhang Jun, you are not upset?
Zhang Jun waved his hand.
Could I possibly be oblivious to such an obvious scheme?
Fu Ziqiang was overjoyed, exclaiming, you truly are Comrade Zhang Jun. I genuinely wish to forge a friendship with you. Let us not allow that. If either of us were to doubt the other, his scheme would have succeeded today. Fu Ziqiang replied earnestly, thus, it is said that people flock together, and like-minded individuals gather. If one is not of the same ilk, they do not enter the same door. I believe you have made significant sacrifices for work recently, distancing yourself from home and enduring solitude, all while attracting numerous enterprises to our development zone. Therefore, I have requested a reward of 100,000 yuan from the county for you. He had anticipated no more than a few thousand. Fu Ziqiang explained, we must generously reward those who contribute. This will motivate everyone. If all are compensated the same regardless of effort or achievement, who would strive to excel?
The current emphasis is on the economy. Since we prioritize economics, we should also incentivize through financial rewards.
Zhang Jun's expression grew serious. He could not help but acknowledge the soundness of Fu Ziqiang's reasoning. Director Fu, other colleagues have also contributed. It would be unjust to reward only me. I wish to allocate a portion of this bonus to them. That's unnecessary. This is a bonus specifically for you. Others will receive their own rewards.
Director Fu, this seems a bit excessive. I am at a loss for words.
How can 100,000 be considered excessive, compared to the funds and investments you have attracted? This sum is negligible. We all know you are an upright and incorruptible official. You have even rebuked those who attempted to bribe you. If you were willing to extend your hand, it would be more than just this 100,000. You could amass 100 of such sums. Zhang Jun waved his hand, laughing as he shook his head. He thought of Chen Guoliang. This bonus, which Fu Ziqiang had fought for on his behalf, would undoubtedly be twisted by Chen Guoliang into a reward bestowed upon Zhang Jun. Chen Guoliang was indeed an intriguing character. Though he lacked grand ambitions, he reveled in accolades. He was petty and calculating, yet he delighted in recruiting others. Did he truly believe he could manipulate everyone as fools? Fu Ziqiang remarked, this bonus will be deposited into your salary account in the coming days. Please check. Zhang Jun pondered. He had entrusted Lu Yujie with managing his salary account, rarely touching the funds. He was a man devoid of desires, needing nothing more than the bare essentials. He seldom bought clothes, which rendered his salary account virtually untouched. Whenever he received his salary, he would withdraw a small amount for cigarettes. The last time in Huacheng, he had only spent 5,000 on a ring, which Lu Yujie had discovered. This gave the impression that he had no financial autonomy. Previously, without any romantic entanglements, it was of little consequence. Now, with Xin Shui in his life, his lack of funds made every endeavor cumbersome. Thus, he said to Fu Zicheng, would it be possible to receive this in cash? I have some matters at home that require funds, and I am reluctant to go to the bank, as the queues are time-consuming and dreadfully dull. Fu Zicheng smiled, that is easily arranged. You can collect it from the finance bureau. Zhang Jun agreed. After concluding their discussion, they parted ways. Zhang Jun arrived at the finance bureau and sought out director Jin Yue. Zhang Jun had previously cast his vote for Jin. Subsequently, Jin Yue had personally called to express his gratitude upon Zhang Jun's arrival. Jin Yue was exceedingly courteous, inviting him to sit and offering cigarettes and tea. Zhang Jun accepted graciously. Comrade Yue, I am here to collect the bonuses for several colleagues from the management committee. I just spoke with Director Fu and believe that distributing cash would better convey the significance of the bonuses. Jin Yue nodded. Director Fu called me earlier and instructed me to treat Secretary Zhang well. The funds are ready, and I have prepared a list detailing how much each colleague will receive. Please, could you sign here, and you may take the funds with you? Zhang Jun thought to himself, Fu Zicheng truly leaves no stone unturned. After signing, he counted the money, confirming there were no discrepancies, and then left with the cash. Jin Yue escorted him to his car before returning. Clutching the heavy bundle of cash, Zhang Jun contemplated what to do with it. Perhaps he could purchase a small apartment that would provide a place for dates with Xin Shui. However, 100,000 yuan still seemed insufficient for a home. Even for a modest apartment, after making a down payment, he would still need. Upon returning to the town committee office, Zhang Jun tucked the money away. Suddenly, he noticed a package in the drawer. Picking it up, he was taken aback. It was a bundle of cash. It appeared to be roughly the same amount as the 100,000 yuan he had just withdrawn from the finance bureau. Chapter 155. Who delivers gifts? Zhang Jun was taken aback. Someone had audaciously slipped an enormous sum of money into his office drawer while he was away. One might think that Zhang Jun was not in need of funds, yet he found himself in dire financial straits. Not merely 10,000, but even a million was a necessity for him. However, a gentleman appreciates wealth, acquiring it through rightful means. Such unclear and dubious money, he would never dare to accept. Just as every man may be drawn to beautiful women, Zhang Jun was no exception, yet, he would not dare to accept a woman shrouded in mystery, even if she lay in his bed. Similarly, this bundle of cash, now residing in his drawer, was something he could not accept. Maintaining his composure, Zhang Jun summoned the office director, Zhou Wang. Good day, Secretary Zhang. Zhou Wang entered with a beaming smile. Zhang Jun nodded and inquired, while I was away from the office, did anyone come looking for me? Zhou Wang tilted his head in contemplation and replied, 2 individuals visited. One was Iyuchi, the owner of Shizhou, and the other was Lu Jinsai, the deputy director of the county labor bureau. Were you present when they came to see me? Zhang Jun asked. With a grin, Zhou Wang responded, I am acquainted with Lu Jinsai, so I engaged him in conversation. As for Iyuchi, he is quite a prominent figure, our county's. However, I do not know him personally. He insisted on waiting for you when I informed him you were unavailable. I am unsure when he departed. Zhang Jun probed, what did Lu Jinsai wish to discuss with me? Zhou Wang chuckled softly. Secretary Zhang, Lu Jinsai is a diligent individual, eager for advancement. Having served as deputy director in the labor bureau for several years, he likely hopes to align. Zhang Jun cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Wang. You and he must share more than a mere acquaintance, I presume. Zhou Wang was taken aback and stammered, Secretary Zhang, I merely conveyed his message. It is nothing more than that. Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively. No matter. So, what is Lu Jinsai like as a person? With a sigh, Zhou Wang remarked, he possesses a straightforward disposition, which often rubs people the wrong way. Previously, he worked in the Industrial Bureau but was marginalized by Deputy County Chief Shur and subsequently reassigned to the Labor Bureau. Upon hearing rumors that Deputy County Chief Shur has encountered difficulties, he likely dared to approach you for support. Zhang Jun comprehended the situation and inquired, is he financially well off? Zhou Wang shook his head vigorously, he is destitute, even poorer than I am. His wife has left him, taking their sole child back to her parents, as she resented his inability to provide. Lu Jinsai resides alone in a unit assigned by the organization, devoid of a vehicle or savings. I once advised him to offer small gifts to his superiors during holidays, even a bottle of wine would suffice. Yet he refused, claiming, if I have money for wine, why wouldn't I drink it myself? Zhang Jun couldn't help but smile, realizing that this money was unlikely to have come from Lu Jinsai. And what of Iyuchi? What brought him to seek me out? Zhang Jun asked. Maintaining his calm demeanor, Zhou Wang responded, this is even more straightforward. There are rumors circulating that Secretary Zhang is to be promoted to executive deputy county chief. Iyuchi, being the owner of Shizhou, the largest entertainment venue in the county, naturally wishes to curry favor with you to ensure his establishment continues to thrive. Zhang Jun pondered to himself that this money was most likely a gift from Iyuchi. This type of businessman's money was even less acceptable to him. The question now was how to handle this bundle of cash. Recalling his time working at the provincial government, he remembered often receiving money. Some he knew the origin of, while others were a mystery. Initially, he reported such instances to Ma Hongqi, who advised him to turn the money over to the Discipline Inspection Commission for a receipt. This ensured that the funds had a legitimate destination, providing a defense should anyone report him later. Subsequently, Ma Hongqi recommended that in future occurrences, he should donate the money to the Red Cross, a poverty alleviation foundation, or an integrity fund. Such donations would yield receipts, allowing him to prove the money's whereabouts. Ma Hongqi's guidance aimed to instruct Zhang Jun on self-preservation, as not every sum was suitable for the discipline commission.
Discreetly handling the matter protected him while avoiding the need to explain the money's origin, thereby preventing any potential scandal. Zhang Jun concluded that since this bundle of cash had an unclear source, he could not accept it. It must be donated. Have Lu Jinsai come again tomorrow. I shall meet with him. Zhang Jun decided. He aimed to cultivate his network within the county, and it was prudent to meet such individuals eager to align themselves with him, assessing their capabilities and worthiness for support. Moreover, such a statement would grant Zhou Wang satisfaction. Zhou Wang, visibly pleased, beamed like a blooming chrysanthemum. Very well, Secretary Zhang, I shall inform him forthwith. Zhang Jun nodded, sensing no further instructions. Zhou Wang took his leave. In Zhang Jun's office stood a large bookcase concealing a safe, which, while not overly large, was intended for storing confidential documents. He placed the money within the safe, contemplating its future handling. Zhang Jun proceeded to the management committee and distributed the funds he had received from the county finance bureau to several individuals who had made significant contributions. Qing Dingguan and Guo Qiaoqiao each received a bonus of 10,000, while the others were awarded 2,000 apiece. The atmosphere was jubilant, more festive than the New Year celebrations, with everyone clamoring for an evening gathering. Seeing the enthusiasm, Zhang Jun acquiesced to the idea of a gathering that evening. Cheng Dingguan proposed, shall we go to Shizhouyao? Guo Qiaoqiao interjected, Shizhouyao, the prices there are exorbitant, we de-spend our bonuses in no time. Unfamiliar with Shizhouyao and its offerings, Zhang Jun inquired, what is Shizhouyao known for? Guo Qiaoqiao smiled coyly, Secretary Zhang, it's quite the entertainment venue, though, the expenses are rather steep. Cheng Dingguan interjected, do not heed her exaggerations, Secretary Zhang, the prices are quite reasonable for a county entertainment venue. It features singing, dancing, KTV, billiards, and bathing facilities, all legitimate activities. If we avoid the bathing on the 4th floor and merely sing and dance, it won't cost much at all. Upon realizing it was such an establishment, Zhang Jun remarked, then perhaps we should refrain from going there, let us simply gather for a meal and find a place to sing. As the leader, his word was final, and no one objected. Cheng Dingguan and Zhang Jun deliberated. Secretary Zhang, what about the funding for this gathering? Zhang Jun pondered briefly. Cheng Dingguan's eyes sparkled with an idea. How about we invite the canned goods factory personnel to join us for dinner, and they can cover the costs? This was a customary practice. Government gatherings often saw enterprises footing the bill. Zhang Jun shook his head, deeming it inappropriate. Ultimately, he resolved to draw from the committee's small fund. Rarely did Zhang Jun utilize this fund, initially intending to reserve it for year-end bonuses. However, seeing the collective joy today, he decided to allocate a sum for the event. Chapter 156, a car accident. That evening, Zhang Jun gathered with the members of the management committee for a dinner. Just as they were about to leave, Zhang Jun received a call from Ling Zhonghua, the director of the industrial bureau. Upon learning that Zhang Jun and his colleagues were dining together, Ling Zhonghua chuckled and said, Secretary Zhang, I would like to join in the merriment, but I wonder if you would welcome my presence? Having had a pleasant rapport with Ling Zhonghua during their previous business trip to Huacheng, Zhang Jun readily agreed, Comrade Ling Zhonghua, please do come. It will be a delightful opportunity to catch up. During the meal, everyone raised their glasses to toast Zhang Jun. He covered his cup and remarked, everyone, please feel free, there is no need for formal toasts. Those who can drink, indulge yourselves, and those who cannot, do not feel obliged. However, the others insisted, persistently urging him to drink. With no other option, Zhang Jun found himself drinking, much like a romantic entanglement, began with strict resistance but gradually led to open-heartedness. After a few rounds, Zhang Jun ceased to concern himself with their insistence. It is well known that grassroots cadres possess remarkable drinking abilities. With each toast, Zhang Jun found himself thoroughly inebriated. Upon finishing their meal, the group exited, preparing to head to the KTV. Zhang Jun approached the front desk to settle the bill. The attendant informed him, someone has already settled the bill. Startled, Zhang Jun's senses sharpened as he inquired, who paid? The attendant glanced around and pointed to Ling Zhonghua, saying, that gentleman over there took care of it. Zhang Jun nodded, appreciating Ling Zhonghua's thoughtfulness. He sought out Ling Zhonghua to reimburse him, but Ling Zhonghua adamantly refused. Secretary Zhang, accepting your money would be akin to slapping both my face and that of our industrial bureau. How could we, from the industrial bureau, invite you and your colleagues to dinner and then accept your payment? Ling Zhonghua insisted, Secretary Zhang, please grant me this favor. With no alternative, Zhang Jun reluctantly took back the money. In truth, he understood that Ling Zhonghua could easily reimburse the expense through official channels, rather than personally footing the bill. At the KTV, buoyed by the effects of alcohol, everyone belted out songs. Zhang Jun joined in the revelry for a while, singing a few tunes, but soon succumbed to the effects of the drink and returned to his dormitory for rest. Guo Qiaoqiao, having ceased her singing, volunteered to escort him back. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Guo Qiaoqiao helped him to bed. Secretary Zhang, are you feeling unwell? Shall I prepare some hangover soup for you? She inquired. No need. Zhang Jun replied, still coherent enough to respond, Shaguo, I appreciate your kindness. You should head back now. After tidying up, Guo Qiaoqiao departed. Lying half reclined on the bed, Zhang Jun picked up a book from the bedside table. As his eyes grew heavy, he eventually tossed the book aside. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he was suddenly jolted awake by a sharp ringing of his phone. Startled, he took a moment to gather his thoughts before answering the call. Secretary Zhang, sorry to disturb your rest, came a stranger's voice. Who is this? Zhang Jun asked.
Secretary Zhang, it's Lu Zhenchai from the County Labor Bureau.
Oh, Comrade Lu Zhenchai. What brings you to call at this late hour?
I was just drinking with Comrade Zhou Wang, and he mentioned that you were quite concerned about me, urging me to report my work to you more frequently.
Ha ha.
I have no jurisdiction over your labor bureau, there is no need for you to report to me, Zhang Jun said, his alcohol-induced haze lifting slightly as he glanced at the clock, which read only 9 o'clock. Lu Zhenchai chuckled, Secretary Zhang, as a leader of the county, you are my superior, I shall report to you tomorrow. Zhang Jun acknowledged with a brief all right before ending the call. Having just dozed off for a moment, he now found himself wide awake. Zhang Jun rose to take a shower, washing away the scent of alcohol. In that moment, he felt a wave of longing for Xinshui. When one is deeply in love, the yearning for the beloved becomes irresistible.
A day apart feels like an eternity. With his phone in hand, he contemplated calling Xinshui when suddenly another call came through. This time, it was Zhou Wang. Zhang Jun wondered, having just been with Lu Zhenchai, what could Zhou Wang want now? He answered the call. Zhou Wang's voice held an incredulous tone.
Secretary Zhang, I just heard that Hiyuchi was involved in a car accident and has died.
Hiyuchi, who is that?
Zhang Jun's mind faltered for a moment. He is the owner of Shizhou Yao, a wealthy figure in our county.
He came looking for you today.
Oh, I did not meet him.
Correct, he left before he could see you. I just received news that he was driving to the provincial capital for leisure when he flipped off an overpass and died. Oh? He is dead?
Indeed, he has passed. A businessman passing away is not a matter for alarm, Zhang Jun remarked dismissively.
Secretary Zhang, Hiyuchi Shizhou Yao is a well-known enterprise in our county.
His sudden demise is bound to cause significant upheaval. Zhang Jun's mind raced as he urged, please, continue. Zhou Wang explained, Secretary Zhang, Hiyuchi is the major shareholder. With his death, several factions will vie for control over Shizhou Yao's shares, likely leading to considerable chaos.
Shouldn't the county prepare for an emergency response? Zhang Jun pondered, Shizhou Yao is situated within our jurisdiction in Chengwan Town?
Zhou Wang affirmed, yes, Secretary Zhang, it is indeed within our Chengwan Town.
Zhang Jun replied slowly, understood.
After hanging up, he called Chen Yangjun.
Once the call connected, he inquired, Comrade Yangjun, are you aware of the car accident involving Hiyuchi?
Chen Yangjun responded with surprise, Hiyuchi was in an accident, I have yet to receive any news.
Zhang Jun mused that Zhou Wang's connections were indeed extensive.
The news of Hiyuchi's death was likely still scarce, with those in the know purposefully suppressing it to exploit the situation or maneuver for power. It was surprising that Zhou Wang had learned of it so promptly, indicating his influence in the county. Zhang Jun spoke in a serious tone, I have received reliable information that Hiyuchi has died in a car accident. Shizhou Yao is a renowned enterprise in our county, located in Chengwan Town. You should send someone to investigate the situation.
Chen Yangjun, being astute, recognized that the news of Hiyuchi's death would undoubtedly lead to significant internal changes at Shizhou Yao that very night.
He responded emphatically, Secretary Zhang, I understand. I will head over immediately. Zhang Jun cautioned, exercise caution, ensure stability is maintained, we cannot allow any public disturbances. I will report this to the Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Comrade Yu Xingli, to request additional support from the county.
Chen Yangjun affirmed, understood, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun's actions served as a timely reminder for Chen Yangjun.
Should any of the major shareholders at Shizhou Yao create a ruckus on home turf, potentially leading to casualties, Chen Yangjun would share in the responsibility. After concluding that call, Zhang Jun reached out to Yu Xingli. Their relationship was somewhat intricate, generally cordial, at least not hostile. Yu Xingli, having just heard the news, was profoundly shocked. He understood the depth of the situation better than Zhang Jun.
Comrade Zhang Jun, thank you for the timely warning.
Yu Xingli replied solemnly, this matter cannot be taken lightly. I will arrange for personnel to be dispatched immediately. Chapter 157 of The Enchanting Beauty. Zhang Jun had never visited Shizhou Yao, he had merely passed by in a vehicle, paying little heed to the grandest entertainment venue in the entire county. After finishing a phone call, he found his desire to seek out Xinshui had waned, and he opted to retire to bed instead. Regardless of whether a significant upheaval would occur at Shizhou Yao that evening, it was not within his purview to concern himself. Upon awakening, he noticed there were no missed calls on his phone, indicating that the previous night had been relatively calm. After freshening up, he prepared to step out for breakfast. Living alone, he felt quite lethargic, deeming both cooking porridge and boiling noodles to be too bothersome. Just then, Guo Qiao approached, carrying breakfast. Secretary Zhang, I've brought you breakfast, she exclaimed. You should eat with me, Zhang Jun remarked. I'll be satisfied after finishing this bowl of noodles.
Don't be modest, all of this is for you, I already had my fill earlier. Guo Qiao said, her two long braids swaying gracefully as they cascaded over her chest.
She incessantly toyed with her braids, gazing at Zhang Jun with a gentle smile. After finishing the noodles, Zhang Jun devoured the fried dough sticks and soy milk with delight. Observing his enjoyment, Guo Qiao's smile became even more genuine and joyful.
Secretary Zhang, Boss Wu Delin will be coming today.
Their factory is constructed with steel structures, making it the fastest to build.
Guo Qiao informed him. Will you be heading to the management committee today?
Of course.
Zhang Jun inquired.
I must go greet him, otherwise, he might feel that once his investment is made, we in the county do not take him seriously.
I did not inquire about that. Once work begins, please call Boss Wu's secretary and ask. Then let me know. Understood, Secretary Zhang.
The two descended the stairs, and Guo Qiaoqiao headed off to her duties at the management committee. Although they no longer worked side by side, she remained. This thoughtful gesture deeply touched Zhang Jun, affirming his belief that this comrade was truly exceptional and deserving of his care. Mutual affection is paramount. If it cannot be reciprocated, one must seek a different companion. Clearly, Zhang Jun had a keen eye for discerning character. Both Guo Qiaoqiao and Chen Yangjun were unwaveringly loyal to him. In the morning, Chen Yangjun arrived to report on work matters.
Secretary, we arrived in time to avert a bloody conflict. Zhang Jun was somewhat taken aback and asked solemnly, did they truly dare to fight?
Chen Yangjun nodded steadily. Yes, Secretary Zhang, these individuals operate in a gray area, and they would resort to anything to vie for control.
I've heard that Shizhou can generate daily revenues exceeding 1 million. Remarkable. Zhang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. Is it not more profitable than running a factory?
Indeed, at Shizhou, there are dozens of servers, not to mention the various technicians, entertainers, and bathhouse attendants, over 100 in total. Zhang Jun could hardly contain his surprise. Such a substantial establishment existed within his jurisdiction.
Is it unregulated? He queried. If it is, why does it continue to operate? This question stumped Chen Yangjun.
Well, Secretary, it's difficult to take action against them. Moreover, the county is currently focused on economic development, and Shizhou contributes significantly in taxes, making it a prized asset. During Vice County Head Shi's tenure, he even advised us not to interfere.
Oh? Zhang Jun mused, realizing that Shi Haining's notorious proclivities were perhaps nurtured within the confines of Shizhou. He was uncertain about the true nature of Shizhou, and since it fell outside his jurisdiction, as long as the area remained tranquil, he would count himself fortunate. Seeking to learn more, he inquired, could you tell me who the major shareholders of Shizhou are?
Chen Yangjun replied, Hiyuchi is the largest shareholder. He has a widow, a much younger wife, reportedly only 22, who was once the top performer at Shizhou. She was one to sell her talents, not her body, until Hiyuchi took notice and married her, although their wedding has yet to occur. Tragically, Hiyuchi passed away before they could celebrate.
Oh, I see, so after Hiyuchi's death, she will undoubtedly seek to seize power?
Yes, her name is quite melodious, Su Wanner.
Is that her real name or a stage name?
She is a heroine amidst the makeup and glamour. Last night, she led a faction in an attempt to seize control. Competing with her is another major shareholder, Bao, who has built his own influence and has long coveted Shizhou's shares.
Currently, it is a struggle between the factions of Bao and Su Wanner. Whose faction is stronger?
I cannot say definitively. However, Su Wanner is merely a woman, and although she has a marriage certificate with Hiyuchi, they have yet to hold a wedding.
Thus, should she wish to ascend, other shareholders may not acquiesce, considering her position to be illegitimate.
Very well, you two must remain vigilant and exercise caution. No collective incidents must arise within our jurisdiction.
Understood, Secretary Zhang.
As they conversed, a knock sounded at the door.
Zhang Jun called out, come in.
The door slowly creaked open as Zhang Jun's eyes brightened, only to widen in surprise. A woman had entered, an extraordinary beauty, clad in black attire, with black shoes and a black veil adorning her arm. Her lustrous black hair was crowned with a pure white flower. She wore no makeup yet radiated beauty like blooming peach blossoms. Dressed in dark hues, she rivaled the elegance of Shi. Secretary Zhang, this humble girl, Su Wanner, pays her respects to you.
Zhang Jun was taken aback. You are Su Wanner, Hiyuchi's woman?
I have already secured a marriage certificate with Yuchi, and we are to hold a banquet soon. I am his wife. Su Wanner spoke with a voice so gentle it felt like a soothing balm to the ears.
Such a captivating figure, what man could remain indifferent? No wonder she was the star attraction at Shizhou. No wonder Hiyuchi would leave his former wife for her. Zhang Jun asked in a serious tone, what brings you to me?
Suddenly, Su Wanner knelt before him, her voice choked with emotion as she sobbed, I implore Secretary Zhang to take charge.
Save me, this widow.
Zhang Jun was taken aback and glanced at Chen Yangjun, who wore a furrowed brow and remained silent as Zhang Jun said sternly, Su Wanner, please rise and speak. We live in a new society where such practices are no longer acceptable. Whatever grievances you have, you may share them with me and Comrade Chen Yangjun. We shall advocate for you. Chapter 158, A grave situation. Su Wanner wept pitifully, her body weakening as she sank to the ground. Zhang Jun wished to have Chen Yangjun assist her, yet the latter stood resolutely, exuding an air of authority, unmoving.
Su Wanner.
Zhang Jun rose to his feet, grasping her arm to help her up.
You must. If others see you like this, they might think we are bullying you.
Su Wanner felt utterly limp, as though devoid of bones. Although Zhang Jun merely supported her briefly, he could not help but perceive her as an extraordinary beauty. Su Wanner settled onto the guest sofa, choking back her sobs as she implored, Secretary Zhang, I've heard them say you are a good official. I dare not trust anyone else, only you, which is why I have come to seek your help.
I beg of you, please stand up for me.
Zhang Jun took a seat beside her and replied, what do you wish me to do, please be clear. Su Wanner gasped, her voice wavering as she lamented, Secretary Zhang, my family Yuchi has met a tragic fate. He has perished in a car accident, leaving me, a frail woman, in a precarious position. Yuchi has left behind some assets that surely should be inherited by me. Do you not agree? Zhang Jun did not affirm her assertion but are there any other legal heirs to Yuchi? My word alone cannot settle this. Su Wanner paused, clearly taken aback by Zhang Jun's calm demeanor. They claim I am unqualified to inherit the assets and wish to expel me from the company, intending to seize its shares. Zhang Jun pondered, in such a case, you may file a lawsuit. The outcome will ultimately depend on the court's ruling. You must have faith in the people's court, as they will surely deliver justice. Su Wan'er offered a faint, bitter smile, saying, Secretary Zhang, if lawsuits were effective, would I need to seek your assistance? Zhang Jun I was blind to believe the rumors outside and came to you for salvation. To my dismay, you two protect your own kind, you and the others are merely two peas in a pod. With that, she shifted her demeanor and prepared to leave. Zhang Jun lightly struck the table and commanded, stop. Chen Yangjun stepped forward, blocking Su Wan'er's path, and stated, Su Wan'er, did you not hear? Secretary Zhang has ordered you to halt. She was undeniably stunning, her beauty was entirely distinct from Xin Shue's. Xin Shue possessed a pure and innocent beauty, as clear and bright as the waters of a celestial lake. In contrast, Su Wan'er radiated in a... Zhang Jun regarded this enchanting woman with a slight frown, demanding, you must clarify your earlier insults, what did you mean by those words? Su Wan'er wore an expression of resigned defiance, I merely spoke the truth. Is Secretary Zhang angered by his own shame? Do you wish to apprehend me? Go ahead, I would welcome the opportunity to enjoy free state provisions, haha. Zhang Jun found this woman perplexing. One moment she wept, the next she laughed, her behavior erratic. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Su Wan'er, I understand you have faced sudden upheaval, and your emotions are tumultuous. However, you cannot hurl insults indiscriminately. We are strangers, you sought my assistance, and I extended my goodwill. Why then accuse me of being corrupt? Have I ever taken a penny from anyone? A layer of frost seemed to envelop her countenance, yet, despite her fury, her beauty remained strikingly vivid. Secretary Zhang, I have been threatened with violence. Someone has murdered my husband, and I am the next target. I cannot trust anyone else. I heard you are a good official, so I came seeking refuge and assistance, yet you dismiss me, relegating my plight to the authorities. If you are not corrupt, then you are merely an ineffectual official, a slothful bureaucrat. Zhang Jun was taken aback by her accusations. After years in politics, he had endured many insults. Maintaining his composure, he inquired, Su Wan'er, do you claim that Hiyuchi was murdered? What evidence do you possess? Was he not a victim of a car accident? Su Wan'er offered a bitter smile. An accident? Could it not have been orchestrated? His vehicle was just serviced at the repair shop 2 days ago, and then it met with an accident yesterday. Do you believe this is mere coincidence? Secretary Zhang, do you truly think this world is so clear-cut, black and white? Zhang Jun was suddenly struck with realization. He recalled the death of Gao Hai, the former secretary of Ma Hongqi. Gao had also perished in a car accident, one fraught with suspicious circumstances. Investigations later revealed that foul play had been involved, yet the trail had gone cold, making it difficult to identify the master. Ma Hongqi had never ceased his inquiries into the matter, even after his transfer to the capital, remaining deeply troubled by it. During the recent May Day holiday, he returned to the provincial. To reclaim his position, he needed to unearth the true culprit, otherwise, he would remain in the light while his enemies plotted in the shadows. His family would never allow him to risk himself in such a perilous... Now, with Su Wan'er claiming Hiyuchi had also died in a car accident, Zhang Jun found himself believing her words to some extent. If Hiyuchi was indeed in an accident, the vehicle would have to undergo testing, Zhang Jun mused, and a report will indicate what. Who do you suspect was behind this? Su Wan'er clenched her teeth and slowly revealed 2 words of Baozi. Zhang Jun asked in confusion, Baozi, how could a bun kill someone? Su Wan'er clarified, Bao Yoli, his nickname is Baozi because he is so rotund. His face is as plump as a large bun. Zhang Jun could not simply take her word for it and assert that Bao Yoli was a murderer, responding, if you have evidence, then you should file a lawsuit against him. Su Wan'er replied with a resigned expression, Secretary Zhang, are you genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? If I had evidence, would I be here seeking your help? If it were not for Chen and his team arriving in time last night, I would have been ground into a pulp by Baozi and his associates. Zhang Jun turned to Chen Yangjun. Both sides were armed and prepared for a deadly confrontation. Zhang Jun contemplated the situation and asked, in that case, Su Wan'er, what are your demands? How can we assist you? Without evidence, it is unrealistic. That must be feasible, right? Chapter 159 Risk assumed. Zhang Jun inquired of Chen Yangjun, is it possible to summon Bao Yoli? Chen Yangjun replied with a stoic expression, if Bao Yoli indeed appears suspicious, we can issue a summons. However, any detention can only last for a maximum of 48 hours. If no further evidence of wrongdoing is found, he must be released. Nonetheless, we need to establish a valid reason. That could be classified as disturbing the peace. Su Wan'er, her demeanor turning sorrowful, implored, Secretary Zhang, I beseech you to advocate for me.
Zhang Jun had previous. Su Honor, should you require assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to Comrade Chen Yangjun, he will be of help. If you ever feel threatened, please report it immediately. Su Honor, observing her enchanting silhouette, Zhang Jun mused, this woman is not to be underestimated. His phone rang, and it was Guo Xiaoqiao reporting, Secretary Zhang, I just spoke with Secretary Wu Delin's assistant. He will arrive in our county in half an hour. Zhang Jun responded, excellent, I shall come over shortly. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Jun tidied himself up and called Wu Chang to arrange for a. Ding Changrong sauntered over, smiling as he greeted, good day, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun nodded, Comrade Changrong, is there something you need? Ding Changrong offered a cigarette, grinning, Secretary, she's a woman to be wary of. Zhang Jun, momentarily pausing as he held his briefcase, asked slowly, you know her? Ding Changrong chuckled, indeed, she is a vixen, her involvement in Hiyuchi's demise cannot be dismissed. She was merely a socialite within Shizhouyao but has now climbed the ranks. It is said that she possesses an innate charm, adept at ensnaring men, Secretary Zhang, she undoubtedly intends to seize control of the company's shares. Zhang Jun responded coolly, such trifles are of no concern to me. I advise you, Comrade Changrong, to keep your distance. Ding Changrong was momentarily stunned, he had come to caution Zhang Jun against involving himself in this affair. Oh, I certainly can't manage this situation. Ding Changrong chuckled, however, a considerable upheaval is surely brewing at Shizhouyao. Checking the time, Zhang Jun remarked, I still need to visit the management committee, Comrade Changrong. Once in the vehicle, Zhang Jun asked, Director Zhou, I owe you gratitude for your timely warning last night, it averted a major disaster, your information is truly invaluable. Zhou Wang beamed, I happened to overhear the news and anticipated potential issues, hence I reported to you promptly. Zhang Jun queried, what is your perspective on this matter? Zhou, Shizhouyao is such a lucrative enterprise, everyone wants a piece of the pie. Zhang Jun thought to himself that Zhou Wang, having received this news so promptly, must know more, and thus asked, do you find anything suspicious regarding Hiyuchi's death? Zhou Wang chuckled, well, I wouldn't want to speculate The vehicle soon arrived at the management committee. Before long, Wu Delin's car approached. Zhang Jun led the group to greet him. As Wu Delin exited his vehicle and spotted Zhang Jun, he laughed heartily, Secretary Zhang, you flatter me. There was no need for you to come out to welcome me. Zhang Jun shook his hand and replied, greetings, Director Wu, are you here to inspect the construction site? Please, allow me to escort you to the management committee for some tea and to rest. Wu Delin remarked, I find this place, Yiping County, to be quite prosperous for me. Zhang Jun followed suit, it seems Director Wu has been enjoying some financial success lately? Wu Delin, in high spirits, responded, indeed, I've made a few million in stock trading recently. A profit of a few million? Cheng Dingwen and Guo Xiaoqiao exclaimed, clearly astonished, we too have dabbled in stocks and funds, only to suffer losses beyond recognition. Zhang Jun, with a smile, asked, I have never traded stocks and am quite oblivious to the process, surely, you must be a stock market sage. Wu Delin waved his hand, chuckling, I hardly consider myself a sage. As for stock trading, that's a lengthy discussion. If Secretary Zhang is interested, I could share a straightforward method, simply follow the lead of the big players, I do the same, they feast while I merely savor the broth. Zhang Jun laughed, then I shall trade alongside you, Director Wu. I recently received a bonus and am uncertain how best to utilize it, perhaps I shall invest in the stock market and see if I can earn a little profit. Wu Delin, becoming serious, cautioned, Secretary Zhang, I must advise you that trading stocks carries risks. One must proceed with caution. Zhang Jun responded with a grin, understood, after all, it's merely a bonus, so any loss would be considered unexpected fortune, I shall test my luck, you know well that for individuals in our system, engaging in business is out of the question. Thus, trading stocks is one of the few avenues still available, please guide me, and I shall assume the risks. Wu Delin nodded, since you insist, I will provide you with a few stock codes. You may purchase them at your discretion, but ensure you assess them carefully before investing. Should you incur losses, I shall bear no responsibility. Of course, thank you, Director Wu. Zhang Jun turned to Cheng Dingwen and Guo Xiaoqiao. I have no funds to invest, the bonus I received last time has long been claimed by my wife, currently, I only have enough for a pack of cigarettes. Guo Xiaoqiao smiled sweetly, with my meager funds, joining would be futile. I prefer to play it safe and save for my dowry. Everyone erupted in laughter at this. Wu Delin, ever the generous spirit, took out a pen and paper and scribbled several stock codes for Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun accepted them, folded the paper, and tucked it into his pocket. Subsequently, he accompanied Wu Delin on a site inspection, addressing issues as they arose. At noon, the management committee hosted a banquet in honor of Wu Delin. In the afternoon, Zhang Jun traveled to the city to pursue the approval documents for several new projects in the development zone. Once his business was concluded, he visited the stock exchange, pulling out the paper Wu Delin had provided to study the codes. Chapter 160. The most beautiful pain. Zhang Jun had never dabbled in stocks prior to his management of the development zone, but he had since taken a keen interest in domestic enterprises. Before arriving, he brought with him a bonus of 100,000 yuan, along with another 100,000 yuan given to him by Hiyuchi, intending to donate it to the Red Cross. As he gazed at the vibrant red and green displays of the securities hall, he found himself utterly mesmerized. After analyzing the stocks recommended by Wu Delin, he felt that they all possessed considerable potential.
For a moment, he was at a loss regarding his next steps. Zhang Jun pulled out his phone and called Xin Shui.
Xiao Shui, are you free? Brother, I'm fine, where are you? Missing me? Of course, I'm at the stock exchange on Wui Road. You're trading stocks? Yes, I want to earn some extra money. A man cannot be without wealth. Hee, I didn't expect you to be into stocks. I am uncertain about which stock to purchase. How about this? I'll give you a few stock codes, and you can help me choose one. Whichever one you choose, I will buy. I'm hesitant to choose. What if it incurs losses? Don't worry, if it loses, it loses. Since I'm trading stocks, I've accepted the possibility of loss. I trust your intuition. After all, people say a woman's sixth sense is the most acute. Really? Just don't blame me if things go awry. I won't blame you. Zhang Jun relayed the stock codes provided by Wu Delin to Xin Shui. After a moment of consideration, I'll repeat the codes. Don't hesitate, just rely on your sixth sense. All right. Zhang Jun repeated the codes, and Xin Shui chose one of the stocks. Zhang Jun declared, all right, I'll buy this one. Xin Shui chuckled, are you serious? Zhang Jun replied, if I make money, I'll treat you to a delicious meal. Xin Shui responded, will you come to see me when you have time? I'll head over shortly, Zhang Jun said, let us have dinner together tonight. I'll wait for you, shall we eat at home? I'll cook a few dishes. Sounds good. Zhang Jun approached the trader, withdrew his money, opened an account, and subsequently purchased the stock that Xin Shui had specified. Upon seeing the bundle of cash from Iyuchi, a thought crossed his mind. Iyuchi was already deceased, there were no witnesses to attest that she had given this bundle of money to Zhang Jun before her passing. He pondered, why not use this money to buy stocks? If he lost, it could be considered a donation to the stock market, contributing to the national economy. With this thought, he took out the bundle of cash. Indeed, it was 100,000 yuan. He purchased stocks with that as well. After completing his transactions, he saw no reason to linger at the exchange and left directly. He arrived at the broadcasting center dormitory, where Xin Shui had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. As soon as Zhang Jun entered, Xin Shui leaped into his arms, laughing, you finally deemed it worthwhile to visit me. I thought you had grown tired of me. Humph. How could that be? I doubt you can believe that yourself. Hee, I can't believe it, which is why it's a toast. Quite amusing, let us clink our glasses. The two shared a toast. Xin Shui gently dabbed at the corner of her mouth, beamed a smile, and placed a chicken leg in Zhang Jun's bowl. After dining, Zhang Jun embraced Xin Shui, inviting her to sit on his lap. Xin Shui softly inquired, have you divorced her? Zhang Jun's expression faltered as he replied, not yet. Xin Shui pouted, didn't you say you were going to divorce her? Xiao Shui, what am I to do? Xin Shui sighed softly, I knew it, you're just playing with me when you talk about divorce, aren't you? Zhang Jun awkwardly laughed, not at all, you know very well that my relationship with her has long since deteriorated. It's merely a matter of surviving day by day now. You used to say you couldn't divorce her because you had just become the secretary to the leader, it was complicated. And now, you're no longer the leader as secretary, yet you still can't divorce? Xiao Shui, I've been discussing divorce with her, no one desires it more than I do. Truly, but you know her, the more I bring up divorce, the more she resists. So, I thought it best to delay until both of us are weary of the situation, and the arguments cease. Then it will naturally conclude. I rarely return home on weekends, you know that. I don't care, I just want to be with you every day. Xiao Shui, I have nothing. If I divorce, I'll walk away with nothing, no house, no car, just my job with a modest salary. I don't care about those things. I love you for who you are, even if you have nothing, I need nothing else, I just want to be with you, I suffer every day, constantly thinking of you, it's unbearable. I never knew that longing could be the most exquisite pain. Zhang Jun gently caressed her beautiful back, inhaling her subtle fragrance, and said, I miss you too, always. The two indulged in passionate affection, for only in such moments could they alleviate their yearning. That evening, Zhang Jun returned to the dormitory in town. He found himself deeply troubled by Xin Shui's words, anticipating a change in their relationship. He had foreseen that a woman's demands would inevitably increase once intimacy was established. The Xin Shui of the past had been so considerate and gentle, devoid of any demands. Now, however, after becoming intimate, Xin Shui had directly requested that Zhang Jun divorce. Zhang Jun had indeed longed for a divorce. What he hesitated over was the little dog, but how to navigate this divorce. He resolved to have a serious conversation with Lu Yujie over the weekend. Later that night, as he slept, Zhang Jun was abruptly awakened by his phone ringing in the middle of the night. Startled, he rubbed his face before answering the call. Hello, Secretary Zhang, it's me, Chun Yangjun. Yes, what's the matter? This afternoon, we legally summoned Bao Yoli, but he revealed nothing, and then, what happened? Speak. At 1:30 this morning, a group of thugs stormed into Shizhou Yao and smashed the lobby. What's the casualty situation? Zhang Jun was alarmed, his sleep. There must be no incidents, didn't you arrange personnel for surveillance? Chapter 161 Rural Work. Zhang Jun, fully aware of his blunder, spoke in a subdued tone. Secretary Zhang, I sincerely apologize. It was an oversight on my part. The incident resulted in 9 injuries, but fortunately, there have been no fatalities thus far. 9 injured. Zhang Jun felt, have those responsible for the vandalism in Zizuya been apprehended? Report to Secretary Zhang, they have not. Exert every effort to apprehend them. Is it possible that his arrest has incited his associates to retaliate against Su Wanner? We harbor such suspicions and are expediting the interrogation process. Very well. As a secretary, he had to answer calls, but typically, these occurred during business hours. At least after hours, his time belonged solely to him, and he was rarely disturbed now. However, whether it was during work hours or after, he found himself perpetually engaged in his duties. He resided in the government dormitory, making it all too easy for others to reach him even after hours. Accidents could occur at any time in grassroots work, day or night. The phone could ring. He could not turn off his phone or even silence it, for calls in the dead of night were invariably of great significance. After finishing a call, he settled into the living room, suddenly wide awake. He lit a cigarette, taking drags intermittently, and soon the room was filled with swirling smoke. Zhang Jun abruptly coughed violently a few times. He opened the doors and windows for ventilation. Outside, a resplendent full moon illuminated the earth. With the approaching Dragon Boat Festival, nostalgia for his hometown washed over him. Since leaving the countryside, he had been working and living away, returning home only 2 or 3 times a year. Each visit felt more like a fleeting guest, and he had made no contributions to the family that nurtured him. Every time he returned, his family beamed with pride, lauding his achievements of gaining admission to graduate school and securing a stable position within the system, exclaiming that he had risen above his rural origins, bringing honor to the family. Each time he heard such words, Zhang Jun felt a profound sense of shame and embarrassment, for he alone knew the true nature of his circumstances and status. In the vast provincial capital, he was but a mere speck. As for his graduate degree, it had only afforded him slight advantages upon entering the workforce. Subsequently, it became a source of mockery from others. There were always those who pointed at him, either openly or behind his back, saying, "Look, he is a graduate student. Yet he sits idly each year, with no prospects for promotion. What good is a high degree?" In the workplace, he faced exclusion and disdain due to his qualifications, as colleagues feared he might encroach upon their positions. Capable individuals do not necessarily secure their places, rather, the incapable often thrive. At times, Zhang Jun found himself perplexed by the nature of this world, where lay his path. It was only after becoming Ma Hongqi's secretary that he experienced a fleeting sense. Yet now, he found himself engulfed in new uncertainties. What lay ahead for him, after such arduous toil? What was it all for? His parents, who had raised him, had not been adequately cared for, and his own domestic life was in disarray. At the age of 30, he had yet to father even a single child. A sudden wail pierced the air. The wind had picked up. A gust swept through the window, carrying with it a chill that banished the smoke. Suddenly, torrential rain began to pour. The heavens roared with thunder and flashed with lightning. The lightning danced like a dragon, vanishing in an instant. Zhang Jun's thoughts cleared as the fatigue and confusion that had clouded his mind dissipated. He secured the doors and windows and retired to bed. Upon awakening, the day had already brightened. Secretary Zhang, came Guo Xiaoqiao's voice from. I've already bought breakfast and placed it on the dining table. You're not unwell, are you? Zhang Jun shook his head, stretching lazily as he explained, I was awakened last night by the commotion from a brawl in Zizuya. Oh, Zhang Jun glanced down and quickly donned his clothes. He shot her a playful glare, saying, what is so funny, haven't you seen this before? Guo Xiaoqiao let out a tinkling laugh, shyly replying, I haven't. I've never had a boyfriend. After freshening up, Zhang Jun joined her for breakfast. Once at work, he attended to routine matters. A man, appearing to be a farmer, stood at the entrance peering in. Zhang Jun looked up and, with a friendly demeanor, asked, fellow villager, whom are you looking for? The farmer stepped inside and inquired, I'm looking for the person in charge. Zhang Jun replied, are you from Chengguan town? What's the matter? You can speak to me, I'm the one in charge here. The farmer explained, last night, the heavy rain collapsed my earthen house, the village sent me to the town to inquire about any assistance available. Zhang Jun was taken aback. An earthen house? Is that your residence? The farmer answered cautiously, yes, it was completely destroyed by the rain. Zhang Jun asked, is it your? The rain was so torrential that it poured inside, and we all fled the house. Do you have temporary accommodation now? We're staying with a brother. Alright, please go to the party and government office to register. We will verify the situation with the local village committee, and if everything checks out, we will ensure that any necessary assistance is dispersed to you promptly. Thank you. Zhang Jun called for Zhou Wang to assist the farmer with the registration. This incident served as a reminder for Zhang Jun. Since taking office, he had focused primarily on the development zone, neglecting the broader rural work. Chengguan town was not entirely urban, it encompassed a vast rural area as well. Zhang Jun retrieved a map of Chengguan town to review. The town comprised 16 administrative villages and 6 communities, with 90 village groups. In the afternoon, accompanied by Zhou Wang, he drove around the various villages.
The road construction project connecting each village was commendably executed, with nearly every village linked by cement roads, and many model villages had achieved household access. The vast majority of rural areas were sparsely populated, with roads and fields rarely seeing activity. Zhou Wang, seated in the passenger seat, turned and remarked, Secretary Zhang, the young people have all left. The villages are populated mainly by the elderly and children. Most households have only 2 or 3 residents, and some even have just one person keeping watch. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt. Zhang Jun lurched forward violently. Chapter 162. A dire encounter. Are you seeking death? Wu Chang bellowed at the car window. Can't you walk? Why are you jaywalking? He hurriedly turned to Zhang Jun and apologized. I'm sorry, Secretary Zhang, someone crossed the road. Secretary Zhang, are you all right? Zhang Jun waved his hand, rubbing his forehead, and replied, I'm fine. Did we hit anyone? Wu Chang responded, no, thankfully I managed to brake in time. Zhang Jun glanced outside and remarked, but where is the person? Wu Chang replied, he was just out there. Secretary Zhang, he's kneeling outside. Zhang Jun was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that his rare outing would involve such a roadside complaint. He had thought such occurrences only happened in films. Zhou Wang said, Secretary Zhang, I'll get out and take a look. Zhang Jun calmly responded, be polite, don't frighten him. Zhou Wang nodded in agreement, opened the door, and approached the old farmer, asking, Old fellow, what seems to be the problem? I seek the official to advocate for me, the old farmer said in a hoarse tone. Zhou Wang glanced around and pulled out his phone, making a call. I was wondering what was going on in your village. Secretary Zhang came down for an inspection, and was stopped by someone. He stepped out of the car, approached the old farmer, helped him to his feet, and asked, Uncle, what is the matter, why are you kneeling here? I seek the official to advocate for me, the old farmer reiterated. Zhang Jun wiped his face, dismayed to encounter such a situation during an unofficial visit. How did the farmer know? Did he recognize the car as belonging to an official? Zhang Jun inquired, do you know who was in this car? The old farmer replied, yes, it's an official. Zhang Jun's curiosity piqued. He asked, how do you know? Who informed you? The old farmer responded, Principal Lu from the village told me to find the owner of this car to resolve my issue. Zhang Jun thought to himself, indeed, without guidance, how would he know the person in this vehicle? Uncle, please tell me what your issue is. I am dissatisfied. I have 2 sons, why can't I have a new house built? How can my sons marry without a new home? Why can't you have a new house? They say I must separate households first, and have 2 household registration books before I can build 2. 1 household, 1 residence. Zhang Jun nodded, since it's policy, we have no choice, you must first complete the household separation process. The old farmer replied, I've been to the town police station, they said I need a house first to separate households. Isn't that deliberately making it difficult? Without separating households, I can't build a house. Without a house, I can't separate households. What kind of nonsense is this? This was Zhang Jun's first encounter with such a predicament, and he indeed found it paradoxical. However, every phenomenon has its underlying rationale. Zhang Jun was not a hot-headed individual. He would not react with fury upon hearing a complaint, nor would he act as a self-appointed arbiter for the people. Even if he were to advocate for the people, he must first ascertain the facts rather than rely solely on one side's narrative. All right, I will take note of this matter. Zhang Jun responded calmly, once I return to the town, I will find someone to verify where the problem lies. Uncle, please return home for now, I will have someone contact you when there is news. You are deceiving me, the old farmer suddenly exclaimed. How dare you? Zhou Wang retorted, stern-faced, do you know who? He is our county committee leader, Comrade Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun shot Zhou Wang a severe glare. Zhou Wang immediately fell silent. The old farmer said, you didn't even ask who I am, how will you convey any news to me? This shows you are deceiving me. Zhang Jun was taken aback and replied, I will relay the news to your village committee, and they will naturally inform you. In your village, are there not many families with 2 sons who cannot build houses? I don't know the situation of other families. My name is Fengshan. When you have news, please have the village secretary inform me. Zhang Jun acknowledged with a good. At that moment, the village secretary arrived on a motorcycle. Hello, Secretary Zhang. The village secretary recognized Zhang Jun and greeted him from a distance. Hello? Zhang Jun replied calmly. Zhou Wang quietly remarked, this is the village secretary of Wuli village, Comrade Tianshan. Tianshan extended his hands and shook Zhang Jun's hand. Zhang Jun inquired, Comrade Tianshan, is it true that Comrade Fengshan is facing difficulties in building a house? If they want to build a house, they can't occupy arable land, right? That would certainly not get approved. My suggestion is to demolish the ancestral home and rebuild it, with each son taking half. That would be the best solution without encroaching on farmland. Zhang Jun thought, indeed, there must be a reason for this. He addressed Fengshan, Uncle, did you hear that? Your family cannot build a house without excess homestead land. The state is implementing basic farmland protection. Arable land cannot be used for construction. This is a strict regulation. No one can bend the rules. Fengshan's emotions flared, and he exclaimed loudly, my family has only 4 rooms, housing 3 generations. With my 2 sons and 4 grandsons, may I ask, how are we supposed to live? Zhang Jun furrowed his brow. Tianshan replied solemnly, Fengshan, didn't I just say, if you demolish your current house and build a 3-story building, even if each floor has only 4 rooms, it would total 100 square meters, enough for your 3 generations to live comfortably. Many families in the city have 3 generations living in a single apartment.
Shi Fengshan countered, how can rural areas be compared to cities? Where would we store the rice we harvest? Where would we put all our farming tools? Tian Shan retorted, who doesn't face difficulties? If you encounter challenges, find ways to overcome them, don't bring your trivial matters to trouble Secretary Zhang. He turned to Zhang Jun, smiling, and said, Secretary Zhang, I apologize for the disturbance. Please allow us to handle this matter. Zhang Jun replied seriously, do not make things difficult for him, since there is a policy, it must be clearly communicated, I believe our farmer brothers will understand and support it. Tian Shan smiled, understood. We will ensure the policy is well communicated. Zhang Jun nodded and entered the car. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Zhang Jun looked on in shock. He saw Shi Fengshan pull out a sharp knife from somewhere and plunge it. Chapter 163, trapped in a predicament. The sudden turn of events left Zhang Jun and his companions in stunned silence. Zhou Wang had yet to enter the vehicle, his spirit nearly fleeing in terror. Gathering his courage, he rushed forward, forcefully pushing aside Shi Fengshan, and shouted in fury, have you lost your mind? Why would you resort to murder? Confronted by the bloodied Tian Shan, Shi Fengshan was momentarily paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. The driver, Wu Chang, called out, Secretary Zhang, please remain in the car, I will investigate. Zhang Jun's breath quickened. This marked the second time he had been perilously close to death. The first instance occurred in the provincial capital when a special police officer shot the assailant Jin Daolong in an attempt to save Xin Shui. Now, he had witnessed Shi Fengshan wielding a knife against Tian Shan. Zhang Jun was filled with dread, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Tian Shan lay on the ground, clutching his wound and moaning in agony. Zhang Jun swiftly retrieved his phone, dialing emergency services at 120, and then contacted Chen Yangjun to report the homicide. Upon hearing the news, Chen Yangjun was understandably alarmed. After all, this was Secretary Zhang. What if the assailant's knife had been aimed at Zhang Jun instead of Tian Shan? The consequences would have been unimaginable. Shi Fengshan did not flee, fully aware of his culpability. Evasion would be futile. He sat on the ground, his expression a mixture of pain and confusion, muttering, I only wish to build a house, I am not encroaching on farmland, my family possesses wasteland, we have ample land. Tian Shan deliberately sought to trouble me, he intended to make my life difficult, he despised my poverty, refusing to accept a bribe of 10,000 yuan. Whenever someone else constructs a home, they always offer him 10,000 yuan. Zhang Jun, he chose not to leave but remained in the vehicle, awaiting the arrival of help. The distance from the town to Woolly village was not far, and soon the ambulance and police car arrived. Although Zhang Jun had a vehicle at his disposal, he hesitated to move Tian Shan, as such knife wounds often involve internal injuries, and any improper movement could lead to even more fatal secondary damage. Therefore, he could only wait for the professional medical personnel to arrive. Tian Shan was lifted onto the ambulance, while Shi Fengshan was taken away by the police. The once tranquil village was suddenly thrown into disarray. Villagers, alerted by the commotion, rushed out to witness the spectacle. They gathered around, pointing and whispering among themselves. Good riddance, someone shouted. Tian Shan deserved it. He has never done a single good deed, only ever pursued wealth. He did not linger, departing Woolly village in his vehicle. The circumstances in other villages were, for the most part, similar. Each settlement had its share of earthen houses. Starkly noticeable, Zhang Jun took special note that these dwellings were inhabited. Clearly, every village had a few impoverished families. As he sat in the car, Zhang Jun pondered strategies for transforming rural conditions, yet, this was an enigma without a solution. So many capable officials had been contemplating and searching for strategies, yet none had uncovered a superior resolution. How could one man, no matter how talented, possibly devise an answer? On the journey back to the county seat, Zhou Wang remarked, Secretary Zhang, the work in rural areas is increasingly challenging. Our Chengguan town has made considerable progress, with only a handful of impoverished households in each village. Most of these families have their reasons, either being 5 guarantee households or having descendants who are unfilial, indulging in vices like gambling and substance abuse. Such families, no matter how much money they earn, cannot thrive. Wu Chang chimed in, exactly, in today's society, whether one has sons or daughters, it's far too easy to find work and earn money. As long as one follows the right path, after a few decades of hard work, one should be able to save enough to buy a house, right? Zhang Jun acknowledged, that makes sense. Zhou Wang's words struck a chord within him. 5 guarantee households, childless. Zhang Jun's thoughts turned to his wife, who could not bear children, and a wave of melancholy washed over him. Of course, after retirement, he would receive a pension, he could manage to sustain himself, but the notion of being childless pierced his heart like a thorn. Returning to the county seat, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Jun went directly to his dormitory that evening. He called to inquire about Tian Shan's condition. Fortunately, the knife had not struck any vital organs, and Tian Shan's life was spared. Shi Fengshan's violent act would not allow him to evade justice. The already struggling family now faced even greater misfortune. Zhang Jun called Chen Yangjun to check on the progress of the Shizhouyao case. Chen Yangjun replied, Secretary Zhang, Baoyoli insists he is not responsible. He claims that once the police apprehended him, he had no phone and could not possibly direct anyone outside to vandalize the premises. Zhang Jun frowned, speaking in a low tone, are we unable to capture those who destroyed the property? Chen Yangjun responded, After the destruction, they immediately retreated, and they had vehicles for transport. I suspect they have already fled the county. Zhang Jun's heart sank. A multitude of troubles and incidents weighed heavily upon him. At a pivotal moment when he was poised to ascend to the position of executive deputy county chief, disturbances arose from all directions as Zhang Jun felt overwhelmed with anxiety. A call from county party secretary Chen Guoliang interrupted his thoughts.
Comrade Zhang Jun, what is happening? What has transpired in Chengguan town recently? We have reports of organized crime attacking legitimate businesses and now a murder incident. Shouldn't you reflect on whether your work has been adequately performed? Faced with Chen Guoliang's inquiry, Zhang Jun, what could he say? Could he argue that these matters were not his concern? You occupy that position of authority, and you must take responsibility for the welfare of the people in your jurisdiction. When issues arise, they are deemed a reflection of your inadequacy. Why is it that while others in office face no such crises, you, Zhang Jun, encounter an unending series of calamities? Remaining composed, Zhang Jun replied, Secretary Chen, I will certainly reflect on my work and ensure that these sudden incidents are addressed appropriately. Chen Guoliang's tone was measured as he continued, Comrade Zhang Jun, first focus on, as a secretary, your role is to oversee the macro aspects, delegate specific tasks to Comrade Ding Changrong. This way, you can also reduce unnecessary complications. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Jun felt a jolt of realization. From the tone of his counterpart, it was evident that Ding Changrong had already aligned himself with Chen Guoliang. Moreover, Chen Guoliang had little faith in Zhang Jun's potential promotion to executive deputy county chief. Zhang Jun gasped, feeling ensnared in an enormous web that trapped him tightly. He yearned to escape but was at a loss as to how to proceed. In an instant, Zhang Jun grasped the predicament faced by Ma Hongqi. Why had Ma Hongqi, who had been performing so well, suddenly chosen to return to the capital? Because, like Zhang Jun now, he had found himself in a quagmire. To temporarily retreat from the limelight was the wisest course of action. Yet, Zhang Jun found himself with no avenue for retreat. What should he do? Chapter 164 Acting on behalf of the people, Zhang Jun could not afford to remain idle. He had to seek a breakthrough. He had come to realize that these events were intertwined, and they represented not merely a series of violent incidents, but possibly a concerted effort aimed at undermining his promotion. Just as Shi Haining had been ousted, the catalyst being the machinations of Guo Xiaoqiao. No one questioned whether Guo Xiaoqiao had intentionally set a trap for Shi Haining. All that mattered to the same was true now. In the dispute over shares of Shizhou and the stabbing of the village party secretary by a farmer, no one sought to understand the reasons behind these occurrences. No one cared whether these incidents were connected to Zhang Jun. They only desired one outcome, to utilize these events to strike a blow against Zhang Jun. If he wished to break free from this predicament, he must act decisively and resolve these two. He needed to ensure that no one could find any fault with him. Caught in the midst of chaos, he found himself propelled forward by a succession of events, with no respite in sight. Unless he could completely resign and extricate himself from this quagmire of disputes and the theater of fame and fortune, he was destined to fight on as long as he remained within this realm. Zhang Jun had endured a reprimand from the county party secretary, Chen Guoliang, and ended the call in silence. He took out a cigarette and lit it, while outside, the wind howled and the rain poured. Recently, the weather had been turbulent, with calamities befalling the land. The next morning, the rain had diminished significantly, yet it continued to fall. Zhang Jun braved the rain to visit the police station in Chengguan town for an investigation. Accompanied by the deputy town mayor, police chief Chen Yangjun, and the director of the town's party office, Zhou Wang, Zhang Jun and his team inspected the archives, the service hall, the law enforcement area, the party building activity room, and the duty room, gaining a thorough understanding of the local security environment. They delved into the existing problems and constraints in the current work and proposed targeted improvements. During the inspection, Comrade Zhang Jun emphasized that the police station was the foundation of public security work in the town, serving as the front line in community service. It must focus on its responsibilities, play a proactive defensive role, and faithfully fulfill its duties while closely monitoring risks and hazards. He underscored the importance of combating and rectifying issues, innovating grassroots social governance, and effectively resolving various conflicts and disputes in a timely manner. Zhang Jun's speech, though seemingly filled with empty platitudes, was in fact closely aligned with the significant criminal cases that had recently transpired. After the inspection, Chen Yangjun invited Zhang Jun to his office for tea. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Zhang, Chen Yangjun said, pouring tea and offering cigarettes. Zhang Jun waved his hand and replied, Please, take a seat, let us have a discussion. Chen Yangjun sat up straight. Zhang Jun inquired, the motive behind the murder by Shi Fengshan in Wuli village was due to his family's need to build a house and the subsequent failure to process their household separation.
Shi Fengshan vented his frustration on village secretary Tian Shun, resulting in this tragic incident. Can you explain to me whether there are any specific requirements regarding housing for household separation? Chen Yangjun nodded and responded, separation of households does not necessarily require independent housing. It can be processed if the following conditions are met. First, the individual must be an adult and financially independent. Second, they must not reside at the same address as the head of the household, possessing a separate dwelling with a clear address. For instance, those who have moved their household registration for education and then returned can be considered. Third, there must be proof of consent for separation from the village, town, or group. Zhang Jun smirked. So it seems the village must issue a certificate. This indicates that Tian Shun indeed acted. Chen Yangjun replied, that still requires investigation. In certain cases, such as in rural areas, if a family has only one child, that child typically cannot establish a separate household after marriage with. However, if a family has 2 or more children, even without independent housing, they can separate the household registration of 1 or more married children. In the case of Shi Fengshan's family, both sons are married, so they certainly meet the criteria for separation. With a grave expression, Zhang Jun stated, if that is the case, can your police station refrain from deliberately complicating matters for our farming brethren? It is already a challenge for them to travel to the city, and yet after numerous trips, they still cannot get their issues resolved. Who wouldn't harbor resentment under such circumstances? Given the clarity of the facts, why can't we process their application? Chen Yangjun flushed with embarrassment, admitting, the staff may have been. Zhang Jun rapped the table with his hand and spoke sternly, this is utterly irresponsible. In truth, any adult wishing to separate their household should have their request honored. As for construction approvals, that is an entirely different matter. Why should these two issues be conflated? Chen Yangjun explained, Secretary Zhang, I know a bit about this issue. Before your transfer to our county, there was a regulation stating that construction must have an independent household. Zhang Jun countered, regulations are rigid, but people are not. There is no county rule preventing the separation of households, is there? You are here to serve the people, not to complicate their lives. Chen Yangjun bowed his head in shame. Zhang Jun continued, I will not concern myself with other areas of the county. However, in Chengguan town, we must operate in accordance with the law and not deliberately create obstacles for the populace. In cases like Shi Fengshan's, I suspect there are many similar situations in the town. You must prioritize these matters and provide the people with a resolution. The household registration book is the basis. Why must there be village certification? If the village does not issue a certificate, how can we prove how many sons he has? Chen Yangjun replied, understood, Secretary Zhang. We will rectify this immediately. Zhang Jun added, as for the stabbing of Tian Shun, you must handle this case fairly and without favoritism, consider the actual circumstances at the time. Furthermore, Shi Fengshan reported that Tian Shun accepted bribes to allow someone to build a house, requiring him to pay 10,000. This matter will be thoroughly investigated, and you can refer to this case in the examination of Tian Shun's case, Chen Yangjun affirmed. Understood, Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun pondered, what is the status of the incident involving the vandalism at Shizhouyao? Chen Yangjun replied, Bao Yoli has not divulged anything. Without further evidence, we can only release him. Zhang Jun inquired sternly, in your opinion, were the individuals responsible for the vandalism associated with Bao Yoli? Chen Yangjun responded, Secretary Zhang, logically, it is indeed possible that they are his subordinates, but without evidence, we cannot jump to conclusions. Zhang Jun declared, I will give you 7 days to conclude this case. Chen Yangjun appeared troubled. Secretary Zhang, 7 days, isn't that a bit too brief? Zhang Jun retorted, then make it 5 days. Chen Yangjun exclaimed, Secretary Zhang, why is the time you give becoming increasingly shorter? I was hoping for a few extra days. Zhang Jun responded, fine, then make it 3 days. Chen Yangjun dared not negotiate further, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly untenable. Chapter 165. The wise Secretary Zhang Jun must swiftly resolve these two cases, otherwise, he risks being held accountable, which could adversely affect his standing. Such matters cannot be divulged entirely to Chen Yangjun. He must come to his own conclusions upon leaving the police station and returning to the town. Zhang Jun spotted Su Wanner in the lobby. It was evident she was awaiting his arrival. As soon as she saw him enter, she rose to greet him. Secretary Zhang, greetings. Su Wanner, though not weeping this time, still exuded an air of poignant fragility. Particularly striking was her graceful figure, the allure of her form, and her fair skin, which Zhang Jun nodded and inquired, what brings you here? Following him to the office, Su Wanner replied, Secretary Zhang, the investigation results of Hiyuchi's accident have come in. His vehicle was indeed tampered with. My Yuchi's death is so unjust, I implore you to advocate on my behalf. Zhang Jun settled into his chair and reassured her, rest assured, the public security and judicial systems of our county and town will uphold the law impartially. No wrongdoer shall evade justice, nor shall any innocent suffer unjustly. With a soft sob, Su Wanner produced a silk handkerchief to dab at her tear-streaked eyes, saying, Secretary Zhang, the last time they rampaged through our Shizhouyao, the nature of their shouldn't Bao Yoli be formally arrested? Zhang Jun queried, do you possess any evidence? It can be submitted to the Public Security Bureau. Clenching her silver teeth, she retorted, I know those who vandalized. They are all under Bao Yoli. What more evidence is needed? Zhang Jun pressed. Are you aware of their whereabouts? Where are they hiding? Su Wanner exclaimed, how would I know? If I did, what need would there be for your government? With our substantial enterprise located in Chengguan town, you cannot merely collect taxes without taking action. Zhang Jun urged, ms.su, please remain calm. We are exerting every effort to solve this case. Su Wanner insisted, Bao Yoli must not be released. What if he harms me again? Zhang Jun advised, if you sense danger, please call the emergency number immediately. Rest assured, our police colleagues are diligently working to resolve this matter.
Left without a concrete outcome, Suwaner departed. Zhang Jun contemplated a matter and summoned Zhou Wang, asking, last time, a fellow villager came to report that his earthen house was washed away by rain. I instructed you to document it. What transpired? Is there compensation? Zhou Wang smiled. Secretary Zhang, this is indeed true, and there is a small compensation available, nearly 2,000 yuan. Zhang Jun nodded, for the villagers. Sighing, Zhou Wang replied, indeed, however, our nation is vast, the compensation available is limited when distributed among various villages. Zhang Jun pondered, in our town, we must thoroughly eradicate the pockets of poverty. Every villager should have an income and a place to live. Comrade Zhou Wang, I have an idea. With so many enterprises settling in the development zone, they will undoubtedly need to recruit a large workforce. We can prioritize arranging for impoverished households to apply. This initiative must be enacted. Stable employment and income are the foundations of poverty alleviation. Bending slightly, Zhou Wang remarked, Secretary Zhang, your wisdom is evident. You are a leader who genuinely cares for the people. I will ensure this is implemented. At that moment, Zhang Jun's phone rang. He answered, hello. Gu Xiaoqiao's melodious voice came through. Secretary Zhang, the entrepreneur we met last time in Huacheng, boss Wu Hongwei. Wu Hongwei, Zhang Jun recalled immediately, excellent, I shall come over right away. Previously at Huacheng, Xin Shui had introduced him to Wu Hongwei. It was surprising that he was the first entrepreneur to return for an inspection. Zhang Jun had signed investment intention agreements with several companies during his last visit, but whether they would follow through depended on the results of their inspections. He promptly accompanied Zhou Wang to the management committee. Wu Hongwei's intended investment was in a switch factory. With the real estate market booming in the interior, the demand for hardware and renovation components was surging. While his investment may not be, Zhang Jun accompanied Wu Hongwei on a tour of the development zone. The companies that had previously reached agreements were now settling in and commencing construction. The canning factory and Wu Delin's factory were progressing the fastest, with their buildings taking shape. Wearing hard hats, Zhang Jun and the others traversed the construction site. Boss Wu, our development zone is thriving. In addition to these enterprises, there are 4 or 5 others that have signed investment intention agreements. By the end of this year, 10 enterprises will have successively commenced operations. Our development zone's reputation will be firmly established. Wu Hongwei nodded, stating, very good, Secretary Zhang. As a native of, primarily because we have a leader like you who genuinely cares for the welfare of the people, I am confident that Yiping County's future will be even brighter. Zhang Jun smiled, thank you, Boss Wu. I will treat you to dinner. I hope you will accept my invitation. Wu Hongwei replied, Secretary Zhang, please grant me the opportunity to host. How about tonight? I will treat everyone. Zhang Jun and the others graciously acquiesced, smiling in agreement. In the evening, Wu Hongwei invited Zhang Jun and the others to Shizhou Yao. It was Zhang Jun's first visit. Previously, he had heard others describe it merely as a leisure venue. He was surprised to discover a high-end restaurant within. As a significant entrepreneur, Wu Hongwei clearly wished to impress, choosing the finest and most expensive options. Of the interior and exterior of Shizhou Yao were resplendent, more opulent than a palace. Upon entering, Zhang Jun noticed Suwaner in the lobby engaged in conversation with her subordinates. She glanced up and hurried to greet Zhang Jun. Secretary Zhang, welcome. Suwaner welcomed him with a captivating smile. Zhang Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Since it was Wu Hongwei's treat, he allowed him to take the lead. Wu Hongwei mentioned dining, and Suwaner personally escorted them to the restaurant on the first floor. The business was remarkably bustling. Suwaner had prepared a private room for Zhang Jun and the others. After Wu Hongwei placed his order, Suwaner instructed the waiter, bring 2 bottles of Maotai and put it on my tab. With multiple shareholders in her company, even if she wished to treat, it would still need to be on account. Suwaner displayed an impressive demeanor, shedding her previous delicate appearance, embodying the essence of a strong woman. It was no wonder she managed to run Shizhou Yao so successfully. As the dishes and drinks were served, Suwaner raised a toast to Zhang Jun and the others, offering numerous compliments before taking her leave. Zhang Jun's phone rang again. It was Chen Yangjun calling, inquiring, Secretary Zhang, Bao Yoli has returned. I fear he may retaliate against Suwaner should we continue to monitor him. Chapter 166 The kidnapping of my sister. Zhang Jun contemplated. At this moment, Wu Hongwei is dining at Shizhou Yao. Everything must go perfectly. Therefore, he calmly stated, I am dining at Shizhou Yao with investors. Although he did not issue any direct orders, Chen Yangjun evidently understood what was required of him. Understood, Secretary Zhang. After hanging up, a glint of determination flashed in Chen Yangjun's eyes. He instructed his subordinates, rearrest Bao Yoli. The group was taken aback. Why were they to apprehend someone they had just released? Chen Yangjun slammed his hand on the table. Did you not hear me? Bring Bao Yoli back. We'll deal with him in 2 days. The team hastily sprang into action. Just as Bao Yoli was about to step out of the police station, he was handcuffed and brought back. The waiting subordinates outside watched in disbelief as their boss was once again taken into custody. Hey, what are you doing? Bao Yoli shouted indignantly. On what grounds are you arrested? We are arresting you in accordance with the law. Bao Yoli retorted angrily, I did no such thing. I have been here in your station the entire time. How could I possibly vandalize anything? Chen Yangjun waved his hand dismissively. Whether you did or did not is irrelevant.
We will investigate thoroughly, but for now, please cooperate with our inquiry. Take him inside. This is a routine detention for questioning. If we have not found evidence within 48 hours, you shall naturally be released. Outside he was a crime lord, but within the precinct, he had to be compliant. Nonetheless, a flicker of rage ignited in his eyes. He said nothing further and complied as he was led into the detention room. At this moment, Zhang Jun was enjoying drinks with Wu Hongwei. Wu Hongwei remarked with a smile, Secretary Zhang, you truly have significant influence. I've heard that Su Wanner is quite a person of note in Yiping County. Zhang Jun replied casually, Boss Wu, these are merely the... I am a government official, and she is a businesswoman. Naturally, she seeks to curry favor with me. However, despite being in the county for quite some time, this is my first visit to Shizhouliao. We also have disciplinary regulations. We cannot take advantage of the people. Had it not been for your invitation today, I would not have dared to indulge in these 2 bottles of wine. Wu Hongwei, I admire you. Come, let us toast. After their meal, Wu Hongwei invited Zhang Jun to the upper floor for leisure. Zhang Jun, aware that the upper floor was a den of indulgence, felt no need to attend and replied, Boss Wu, I have some matters to attend to. Please enjoy yourselves. His decision not to join meant that Guo Qiaoqiao and Zhou Wang would also remain behind. Wu Hongwei, being a businessman, did not mind and chuckled as he followed the hostess in a qipao upstairs. As Zhang Jun turned to leave, he caught sight of Su Wanner, who was smiling charmingly at him. She approached gracefully and asked, Secretary Zhang, why not join us upstairs for some fun? Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Su Wanner giggled, Secretary Zhang, are you afraid you won't be able to pass the beauty test of Shizhouliao? Zhang Jun gazed deeply into her eyes and said, you are the most beautiful gem of Shizhouliao. If I can pass your test, what else could possibly deter me? Su Wanner was momentarily stunned as Zhang Jun waved his hand and departed with Guo Qiaoqiao and Zhou Wang. Guo Qiaoqiao accompanied Zhang Jun. Ive heard the upper floor at Shizhouliao is incredibly entertaining. Zhang Jun shook his head, what is so entertaining? It's merely singing, dancing, playing cards, and then foot massages and baths. I find it to be a tremendous waste of time. There is no place more comfortable than home. The women there cannot compare to your tenderness and thoughtfulness. Guo Qiaoqiao chuckled, with your words, Secretary Zhang, I would happily... Would you like me to give you a massage? Zhang Jun was surprised, really, you know how to massage? Guo Qiaoqiao replied, just a little, I can't guarantee it will be as pleasant as those professionals outside. Zhang Jun turned slightly, presenting his back to her. Guo Qiaoqiao placed her hands on his shoulders and gently began to massage his neck. Her hands were deft and strong, providing an exceptionally soothing experience. Having consumed several glasses of wine, Zhang Jun felt drowsy as he listened to the news on television, swaying slightly as if he might topple over at any moment. Guo Qiaoqiao steadied herself against the sofa and encouraged Zhang Jun to lean against her. His head found rest against her chest, experiencing an overwhelming sense of softness and warmth. Zhang Jun drifted into slumber. Guo Qiaoqiao, inhaling the masculine scent emanating from Zhang Jun, felt a swirl of emotions. Which young man is not sentimental? Which young woman does not harbor romantic feelings? Zhang Jun's head nestled against Guo Qiaoqiao's heart. She could feel his warmth, accompanied by an exhilarating sense of pressure. Although Zhang Jun was asleep, Guo Qiaoqiao's thoughts wandered. She ceased her massage, simply holding Zhang Jun, allowing him to rest upon her. If only time could stand still at this moment, how wonderful it would be. Suddenly, Guo Qiaoqiao shyly smiled, leaning down to plant a swift kiss on Zhang Jun's face. Zhang Jun rolled over, still disoriented, as if in a bed, and instinctively embraced Guo Qiaoqiao, burying his head in her bosom. Guo Qiaoqiao's heart raced. She secretly hoped that something might unfold next. However, Zhang Jun simply treated her as a pillow. Suddenly, an urgent ringtone shattered the silence. Zhang Jun jolted awake, realizing he was in Guo Qiaoqiao's embrace. I wanted you to have a good rest. Zhang Jun grunted in acknowledgement, retrieving his phone. Upon seeing it was a call from Su Wanner, he frowned slightly and answered, Hello, who is this? Secretary Zhang, it's Su Wanner. Something has happened at my home. Something has happened? What do you mean? I have a younger sister, only 12 years old, in 6th grade, and she has been kidnapped. Have you reported this to... I suspect Bao Yoli sent someone to kidnap my sister. If I report it, they will surely kill her. Have you received any calls or messages? What demands have they made? Yes, I received a text from an unknown number demanding that I renounce my inheritance rights to Shizhouliao. Otherwise, they will send me my sister's body. That is a threat. Please forward that number to me. I will have someone investigate who it belongs to. Secretary Zhang, that must be the kidnapper's number. They certainly won't use their own. Stop stalling. Do you want to save your sister or not? Alright, Secretary Zhang, where are you? I would like to meet with you. I'm in my dormitory. I'll be there right away. After hanging up, Zhang Jun called Chen Yangjun, come to my dormitory immediately. He then ended the call. Guo Qiaoqiao inquired, Secretary Zhang, should I leave now? Zhang Jun replied, not yet, Su Wanner will be coming soon, it will be more convenient with a woman present. Chapter 1. Zhang Jun, maintaining his composure, inquired of Su Wanner, could you recount the circumstances surrounding your sister's abduction?
At that moment, Chen Yongjun was struck with astonishment upon learning that Su Wanner's sister had indeed been kidnapped. Su Wanner produced her mobile phone, scrolling through the threatening messages she had received, and handed it to Zhang Jun for inspection. After a brief glance, Zhang Jun turned to Chen Yongjun and asked, "Is it possible to trace the sender of this? Why did you wait until evening to inform us?" With a sorrowful expression, Su Wanner replied, "At first, I thought Xiaoman had merely gone out to play or was visiting a classmate. Later, upon receiving the messages from the assailants, I grew conflicted as they forbade me from contacting the police. By nightfall, unable to endure any longer, I had no choice but to confide in Secretary Zhang. You must save my sister, she is only 12 years old, she cannot perish." Zhang Jun offered her a few words of comfort and conferred with Chen Yongjun on a strategy. Chen Yongjun spoke gravely, "Secretary Zhang, time is of the essence. We must swiftly mobilize our forces for a broad search and simultaneously investigate all hotels, inns, and suspicious rental properties. Missing the critical window for rescue would render our task immensely more difficult." Zhang Jun turned to Su Wanner and remarked, "For solving cases, Comrade Chen Yongjun is exceptionally skilled. We ought to heed his counsel." Su Wanner bit her lip and said, "Secretary Zhang, what if we alert the kidnappers? If they realize I have reported this to the authorities, what if they harm her? I am certain this is the work of Bao Yoli. If you interrogate him, you will uncover the truth." Zhang Jun pondered, "But Bao Yoli is currently in the detention room. During the last incident at Shizhouyao, he orchestrated everything from within. He has acquaintances at the police station. If he sends a message, his underlings will assist him." Zhang Jun looked at Chen Yongjun. "Is there a possibility of this?" Chen Yongjun, feeling somewhat ashamed, replied, "Secretary Zhang, we cannot dismiss this possibility." Zhang Jun's expression darkened. "Surely there are cameras in the detention room? Can we verify this?" Chen Yongjun responded, "I will investigate that immediately." Zhang Jun waved his hand, "We must uncover the truth." Chen Yongjun affirmed, "Yes, Secretary Zhang, should we quickly ascertain the identity of the phone's owner?" Chen Yongjun saluted and departed. Zhang Jun turned to Su Wanner, "You should return home and await further news." Su Wanner, with a mournful expression, said, "Secretary Zhang, I am a vulnerable woman, utterly alone in this county. Now, as I contend for my inheritance, I am being threatened by others. We are both strangers here, sharing a common plight. I implore you, Secretary Zhang, to assist me." Guo Qiao could not help but interject, "You are you, and Secretary Zhang is Secretary Zhang. How can you claim to share a common plight? Secretary Zhang is not afflicted, he is not under threat from anyone." Zhang Jun smiled gently, "Little Guo, Miss Su was merely using an idiom." Su Wanner added, "I am not. I apologize for my clumsiness, Secretary Zhang. Alas, I hope you can help me find my sister Xiaoman as soon as possible." Guo Qiao asked, "Would you be willing to relinquish? As his lawful wife, it rightfully belongs to me. Why should I abandon it? My sister's kidnapping is a criminal act perpetrated by others. How can I bow to malevolent forces? Isn't that right, Secretary Zhang?" Zhang Jun nodded, "You make a valid point." Su Wanner asserted, "I must. It rightfully belongs to me. Well then, it is late. I shall not disturb your rest any further. Farewell." Zhang Jun found her words somewhat troubling, yet he could not refute them at that moment. Su Wanner said, "Secretary Zhang, please notify me at the first opportunity when you receive any news. No matter how late it is, I will await your call." Zhang Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Su Wanner turned and left. Guo Qiao watched her retreating figure, closed the door, and said to Zhang Jun, "Secretary Zhang, this woman has a heart of stone. Clearly, if she simply agreed to withdraw from the... In her eyes, the inheritance of the company is more crucial than her sister's safety." Zhang Jun lit a cigarette and asked, "What would you do in her position?" Guo Qiao replied, "I would My sister is far more important." Zhang Jun inquired, "Do you have any siblings?" Guo Qiao hesitated and said, "No, I am an only child." Zhang Jun stated, "The bonds between siblings are often not as harmonious, especially among sisters. Once they grow up and marry, they drift apart, making it difficult to even meet. If there are family assets to inherit, it could lead to fierce conflicts, where love turns to strife." Guo Qiao, "They are blood relatives, how could they not?" "They do not." Why not?" Siblings are considered collateral relatives, not direct ones. Direct relatives are those with whom one has a direct... This also encompasses maternal grandparents and their grandchildren. I see now, I truly did not know that. What then constitutes collateral relatives? Zhang Jun chuckled, "Collateral relatives are those outside of direct relatives. Siblings are actually collateral relatives." Zhang Jun affirmed, "Indeed, siblings do not share the same status as spouses. Now, do you understand why Su Wanner is unwilling to relinquish her husband's inheritance? Because it is the property of her direct relatives. Possessing this company would afford her a lifetime of wealth. Moreover, her sister Xiaoman, being 10 years her junior, did not grow up alongside her, resulting in a diminished familial bond." Guo Qiao fell silent. This revelation was harsh yet undeniably realistic. As Zhang Jun glanced at the time and said, "It is getting late, you should head home. I too am ready to rest. The matter of solving the case will be left to the Public Security Department. We are of little assistance in this regard." Guo Qiao nodded, reluctantly taking her leave. The night passed without further conversation. The following morning, Zhang Jun awoke and called Chen Yongjun to inquire about the interrogation and
For both professional and personal reasons, he felt an urgent need to resolve the troublesome situation surrounding Shizhou Yao. Chapter 168, Stealthy Pursuit of a Killer. Zhang Jun received a phone call and wearily said, Secretary Zhang, we reviewed the surveillance footage last night and indeed discovered communication between Bao Yoli and an associate. However, we could not discern their conversation. We interrogated Bao Yoli throughout the night, but he adamantly refused to speak. Zhang Jun inquired, what about the kidnapped hostage? Any leads? Not yet. We have deployed plainclothes officers to conduct searches throughout the county and have questioned Xiaomin's classmates, but no one has seen the suspect. A 12-year-old girl cannot simply vanish into thin air, Secretary Zhang. We will do our utmost. Very well, I await your good news. After a brief pause, Zhang Jun noticed that Guo Qiaoqiao had not brought breakfast, so as he passed a bun shop, he observed a lanky young man with dyed yellow hair loudly asking, do you have those buns with sausage, the kind that little girls love? Zhang Jun's ears perked up, and he scrutinized the young man. The fellow appeared no older than 20, too young to have a daughter who would crave sausage buns. The young man's eyes darted around nervously, his legs shaking incessantly. Upon spotting Zhang Jun, he quickly turned his face away and urged the shopkeeper, hurry, give me 2 buns with sausage. Maintaining a facade of indifference, Zhang Jun entered a nearby rice noodle shop. After the young man purchased his buns, he hurriedly departed. Zhang Jun, neglecting his meal, swiftly followed the young man, clutching a plastic bag, scurried ahead, keeping his head down. Just then, Zhang Jun encountered Guo Qiaoqiao, who was riding her bicycle towards him. Zhang, before she could finish, Zhang Jun covered her mouth and whispered, do not speak. Guo Qiaoqiao's eyes widened in confusion as she gazed at Zhang Jun. Gradually, he released his grip and said, I have identified a suspicious individual. Guo Qiaoqiao gasped, Secretary Zhang, we must alert the police. Zhang Jun replied, let us assess the situation first. What if we are mistaken? Guo Qiaoqiao handed Zhang Jun his breakfast and asked, not yet, give it to me. Zhang Jun took it, munching on fried dough sticks while sipping soy milk, and continued to trail the young man. The young man suddenly darted around a corner and vanished. Zhang Jun hurried after him and discovered an exit leading out of an old neighborhood. Secretary Zhang, let me go in and take a look. Guo Qiaoqiao volunteered. No need, we will go in together. For now, just call me brother instead of Secretary Zhang. Okay, I will call you brother from now on. Guo Qiaoqiao giggled. She pushed her bicycle and followed Zhang Jun inside. Inside, there were 4 5-story buildings. Zhang Jun hesitated, uncertain which building the young man had entered, and equally clueless about which floor he resided on. Just then, he heard the faint sound of a little girl crying from upstairs, but it ceased abruptly. Zhang Jun quickly finished off his breakfast, stuffing his mouth with fried dough sticks, and ascended the stairs with haste. He deduced that the girl's cries had originated from the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he found 2 doors. Relying on his instincts, he knocked on one of them. Who is it? A sharp voice called from within. The water meter inspector. Zhang Jun replied lazily. Why are you checking the water meter again? Came the grumbling response from inside. Zhang Jun, displaying impatience, retorted, do you still eat and use the restroom every day? Guo Qiaoqiao stifled a laugh at his remark. After a moment, the door opened, revealing the same young man from earlier. He stared at Zhang Jun, momentarily taken aback. Guo Qiaoqiao, petite, stood behind Zhang Jun, and the young man did not notice her at first. Without uttering a word, Zhang Jun strode directly into the room. The young man exclaimed, hey, didn't you just check the water meter last time? Guo Qiaoqiao, with her cherubic face and innate charm, smiled. It is for work. Hey, big brother, aren't you supposed to be at work? The young man yawned, rubbing the back of his neck, and replied, I'm not working today. When he saw Zhang Jun heading towards the bedroom, he called out, hey, where are you going? The water meter is not in there, it's in the bathroom. Ignoring him, Zhang Jun forcefully pushed open the bedroom door. What are you doing? The young man exclaimed angrily, rushing forward to shove Zhang Jun's shoulder. Zhang Jun had already scanned the bedroom. It was small, and on the bed lay a young woman, covered only by a blanket due to the sweltering heat. Although she was young, she was certainly older than 12. The woman let out a piercing scream. Who are you? What are you doing? She sat up, realizing her state of undress, and quickly wrapped the blanket around herself. Zhang Jun quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I must have entered the wrong room. The young man slammed the door shut, glaring fiercely. Are you really the water meter inspectors? If not, get out. Do you realize you're committing a crime by trespassing? Guo Qiaoqiao chuckled. We truly are the water meter inspectors. It was simply a case of entering the wrong room. This was a 1-bedroom apartment, with only a single. The balcony was at the end of the living room, easily visible. As Zhang Jun frowned, realizing he had been overly anxious and had followed the wrong lead, he decided against checking the water meter and turned to leave. The young man, cursing, urged them out and forcefully closed the door behind them. As Zhang Jun, feeling frustrated, descended the stairs. Just as he had taken a few steps, he abruptly looked up at another door on the 3rd floor. He had distinctly heard the cries of a little girl. The girl's voice, still unaltered by age, was exceptionally clear and melodious. Her call strikingly unique. Zhang Jun was certain he had not misheard. Guo Qiao whispered, "Brother, do you suspect that door?" Zhang Jun replied, "The most dangerous places are often the safest. The abductor kidnapped Xiao Men and would not immediately relocate but rather hide within the county." Guo Qiao remarked, "That makes sense. Should I knock on the door to inquire? I can say I'm from the neighborhood committee." "No, if you mention the neighborhood committee, they will become alert. Then I'll say I'm selling insurance." "Good, that works." The two turned back to the door. Guo Qiao knocked gently. No response came from within. She knocked again. A gruff voice from inside replied, "Who is it?" Upon hearing the voice's guarded tone, Zhang Jun's instincts flared. Something was amiss. Those with guilty consciences tend to be especially wary when unexpected knocks sound at their door. With a cheerful demeanor, Guo Qiao said, "Hello, big brother, I'm from the insurance company." "I am not buying insurance," came the rough reply from within. Guo Qiao, thinking quickly, responded, "I'm not selling insurance. Rather, the homeowner previously purchased a policy from our company and has a claim to settle. We have the cash and need to deliver it in person. Big brother, could you please open the door?" Chapter 169 of the rescue of the hostage. Inside, silence reigned. Guo Qiao was certain that the landlord was not residing here personally. The place must have been rented out. Typically, in such aged neighborhoods, landlords were doing quite well. Those who had lived in such houses decades ago had mostly upgraded to newer residences. Guo Qiao knocked again, saying, "Big brother, please open the door. We will leave the money and be on our way. We have many matters to attend to." Her repeated mentions of cash evidently struck a chord with the individual inside. "Wait, of course." Before long, the door creaked open. A burly man leaned against the doorframe with one hand, gripping the door tightly with the other as he scrutinized Guo Qiao and Zhang Jun. It was rather amusing. Zhang Jun and Guo Qiao's attire did bear a resemblance to that of insurance agents. Guo Qiao smiled and inquired, "Hello, big brother, are you the landlord?" The man gruffly replied, "We need to see your identification first." The man waved dismissively, "I don't have my ID at home." Guo Qiao persisted, "A household register will suffice, or even a driver's license. You must provide some form of identification." "Enough already. I don't need it." The man, seeing that she was not easily swayed, attempted to shut the door as Zhang Jun lunged forward, forcefully pushing the door open. The man was taken aback. "What do you think you're doing?" Zhang Jun squeezed inside. The man tried to slam the door, but Zhang Jun wedged his thigh in, grinning, "We must deliver the money today. You can't keep us out. You're not the landlord, are you?" The man defiantly replied, "I'm not." "So what?" Guo Qiao sneered, "If you're not the landlord, why were you pretending to be one to collect money?" The man retorted, "I just wanted you to leave the money here. When the landlord arrives, I'll hand it over to him." Guo Qiao pressed, "Where does the landlord live?" "Do you know?" Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jun slipped further inside. The man spread his arms, blocking their path. "Hey, how dare you barge into my home? Get out." Zhang Jun feigned concern. "Did I just hear a little girl? You must be mistaken." Zhang Jun feigned surprise, pointing upstairs. "It might be coming from above. Do you know where the landlord resides?" "I don't know. Get out." The man continued to wave his hands insistently. Zhang Jun nodded, "All right, we'll leave." He exchanged a knowing glance with Guo Qiao, and they stepped back outside. Once downstairs, Zhang Jun spoke in a low voice, "I'm certain that man is hiding something." Guo Qiao agreed, "Yes, I noticed it too. He was evasive, definitely suspicious. Brother, what should we do now?" Zhang Jun retrieved his phone and called Chen Yangjun, providing the address and requesting immediate assistance. 10 minutes later, Chen Yangjun arrived in person, leading a team. Zhang Jun pointed out the specific room, saying, "I suspect there is something amiss in there. The occupant is quite alert, so you'll need to devise a way to trick him into opening the door." "Understood." Chen Yangjun's eyes glinted with determination. He gestured to two colleagues, "You two stay downstairs to prevent anyone from escaping. Keep an eye on the windows. Someone might try to jump out. The rest of you, follow me." Zhang Jun and Guo Qiao closely followed. Upon reaching the third floor, Zhang Jun pointed to the door on the right. Chen Yangjun pondered for a moment, then said, "Secretary Zhang, here's the plan. You two try to lure him out again while we conceal ourselves in the hallway, ready to act." Zhang Jun nodded calmly and signaled to Guo Qiao. Chen Yangjun and his team ascended the stairs, pressing against the wall. Guo Qiao knocked on the door and called out, "Big brother, could you please open the door?" "Who is it?" the man inside barked. "It's me, big brother. We can't reach the landlord. How about this, we leave the money with you, and when he comes to collect the rent next time, you can hand it over to him." How does that sound? The man hesitated, contemplating whether this arrangement was trustworthy. However, having interacted with Zhang Jun and Guo Qiao earlier, he deemed them harmless and asked, "How much?" If she quoted too high, he wouldn't believe it. 300 yuan, she casually mentioned. "Only 300? Is it worth your trouble to come all this way?" The man scoffed derisively, "What kind of insurance only covers such a paltry sum? Hence the low claim." "What kind of insurance is that, claiming so little? Who would want to buy your insurance after this?" As the man spoke, he opened the door. This time, he had noticeably I'll pass it on to the landlord. He extended his hand. Guo Xiaoqiao, committed to her act, feigned reaching into her wallet. Just then, the door across the hall swung open. The previous young man with bleached hair emerged with his girlfriend. Upon witnessing the scene, their eyes instinctively darted to Zhang Jun and his team on the stairs, who were dressed in police uniforms. The young man was taken aback. Why are there so many police officers? What is going on? I am just dating Xiaoyan, although she is a high school student. It's consensual. She truly is willing. I haven't committed any crime. Seeing their cover blown, Zhang Jun and his team rushed in without further ado. Zhang Jun and Guo Xiaoqiao immediately surged into the room to prevent the man from closing the door. The man was startled and turned to flee inside. Zhang Jun acted swiftly, lunging forward to seize the man. The man retaliated by drawing a sharp knife. Zhang Jun and his team followed closely, observing the man's knife aimed at Zhang Jun's head. Zhang Jun lunged forward, delivering a single strike could prove decisive. The man doubled over in pain. Seizing the moment, Zhang Jun released his grip and hastily retreated. Zhang Jun advanced, grasping the man's arm, and executed a powerful shoulder throw. With a thud, the man was slammed to the ground. Several officers pounced upon him, pinning him down and swiftly applying handcuffs. Zhang Jun and Guo Xiaoqiao searched the room. Guo Xiaoqiao opened a large wardrobe, exclaiming, "Brother! Over here!" Zhang Jun peered inside to discover a young girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old, hidden within. The girl's mouth was taped shut, and her hands and feet were bound. Guo Xiaoqiao cautiously peeled off the tape from the girl's mouth. The little girl burst into tears. Zhang Jun spoke in a solemn tone, "We are the police, here to rescue you. Are you Xiaoman?" The girl remained silent but nodded as Zhang Jun continued, "Is your sister's name Su Wanner?" The girl nodded again. Zhang Jun let out a long breath. In Yiping County, a storm of bloodshed was destined to unfold once more. Chapter 170. Wise and powerful Guo Xiaoqiao gently lifted Su Xiaoman from the confines of the cupboard. Upon seeing the uniformed officers, including Zhang Jun, Su Xiaoman was suddenly enveloped by a sense of security. Her tears ceased, though her lips and eyes remained reddened as she gazed at them. Zhang Jun knelt upon the back of the assailant, whose wrists were shackled and rendered immobile. "Who ordered you to take hostages?" "Speak!" Chen demanded. The assailant emitted a rasping sound, clenching his teeth resolutely in silence. Chen struck him between the shoulders with a forceful punch. "Will you speak or not?" The assailant opened his mouth, spitting forth a droplet of blood. The pain forced the assailant to comply, his expression defiant. The officers escorted him downstairs, while a young couple across the street, terrified, retreated into their abode, too afraid to emerge. Zhang Jun called Su Wanner, announcing, "Your sister has been found." Su Wanner exclaimed in delight, "She has been found? Where? I will come to fetch her immediately. Thank heavens, we finally located her. We are heading there now." "All right, Secretary Zhang, I cannot thank you enough." After ending the call, Zhang Jun informed Su Xiaoman, "Your sister will be here shortly to pick you up." Su Xiaoman responded with a faint acknowledgment. Upon arriving at the police station, Zhang Jun bore a stern expression as he instructed his subordinates to take the assailant into the interrogation room. "I refuse to believe I cannot extract the truth from him." Chen's eyes burned with fury. Zhang Jun was aware they had a methodical approach to pry confessions from suspects. Before long, Su Wanner arrived driving a car. "Xiaoman." Upon spotting her sister, Su Wanner rushed forward. "Did anyone bully you? Tell your sister, did the bad man take off your clothes?" Su Xiaoman nodded and shook her head intermittently. Zhang Jun suggested, "Take her to the hospital for a checkup. My parents passed away early, and she is my only family. She cannot suffer any harm." Zhang Jun was taken aback, realizing her tragic background. "First, take your sister to the hospital." Guo Xiaoqiao commented softly, "She certainly has a deep bond with her sister." Zhang Jun replied, "Blood is thicker than water. Now that she has been rescued, and her interests are not adversely affected, After a considerable commotion, the hours passed. By noon, Zhang Jun had finished his meal and rested briefly before being roused by a call from Su Wanner. "Secretary Zhang, I took my sister for a comprehensive examination. She has no significant injuries, and it is a relief you rescued her in time, otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." "Oh, that is good to hear. Secretary Zhang, I would like to treat you to dinner at our Zuzugo restaurant. I sincerely hope you can grace us with your presence. Tonight, I may not be available, there is no need for such formality." "Secretary, do I not deserve to invite you to dinner?" No, you are overthinking it. I truly have prior commitments." "Then how about tomorrow night?" "Tomorrow night, I may also be busy. Tell me when you are free, and I will prepare a feast for you." "This? Secretary Zhang, I merely wish to treat you to a meal. Surely you would not deny me such a small—" "You saved my sister, and my gratitude compels me to invite you. I am not a villain." "Very well, I will do my utmost to come tonight." "Thank you, Secretary Zhang. Let us not miss each other." This time, it was Zhang Jun. "Secretary Zhang, the assailant has confessed." He revealed that Bao Yoli had leaked information from the police station, instructing him to create chaos outside. The previous vandalism at Zuzuyo and the current kidnapping of Su Xiaoman were orchestrated by them. With this evidence, can we detain Bo Yoli? Yes, we can. Excellent work. This case has been handled admirably. Thank you for your praise, Secretary Zhang. It is largely due to your astute guidance that we were able to swiftly resolve the case. In the afternoon, he went to the county committee to report to Chen Guoliang and Yuxingli Zhang Jun's decisive and efficient handling of the Zizuyo incident garnered respect from Chen Guoliang and Yuxingli. Chen Guoliang regarded the young man before him with admiration. What a remarkable talent. Alas, he cannot be utilized for my purposes. When Zhang Jun first arrived in Yiping County, he had sought to cultivate a good relationship with Chen Guoliang. Unfortunately, Chen Guoliang had repeatedly spurned Zhang Jun's goodwill. Conversely, Fu Zichang had earned Zhang Jun's alliance through his sincerity. In the afternoon, Xin Shui arrived in Yiping County. This was her first visit to Zhang Jun's dormitory. This place is rather nice. Xin Shui observed, smiling brightly. I could move in and live with you. Zhang Jun wrapped his arms around her waist, inhaling her captivating fragrance, lost in the allure of her presence. Sure. If you are willing to come, I am more than happy to support you. Xin Shui turned, playfully sighing as she melted into his embrace. They shared a passionate kiss. Zhang Jun glanced at the time and said, let us dine first. There will be plenty of time to spend together this evening. Xin Shui nestled against his shoulder, softly murmuring, as long as you are willing, from now until the morning after tomorrow, I am entirely yours, free for you to arrange as you wish. Zhang Jun tilted her chin, gazing into her bright. Are you certain? Chapter 171 of the True Form revealed. West Continent Ballad. Zhang Jun and Xin Shui alighted from the vehicle and ascended the steps. Suwana awaited. She resembled a celestial fairy, exuding an enchanting aura. Her hair flowed like silk, gently swaying in the breeze. Her posture was upright, embodying grace and confidence. Her figure was curvaceous and exquisite, with lines that were both graceful and fluid, overflowing with. Walking alongside Zhang Jun, Xin Shui bore a slight smile, her gaze occasionally drifting toward the man beside her. Recognizing Xin Shui, Suwana remarked, you must be the news anchor from the television station? She has come to visit today, so I brought her along. Miss Su, I trust you will not mind? Suwana shook hands with both of them and gestured invitingly. It is an honor to have teacher Xin Shui here. It truly elevates our West Continent Ballad. Please, come in. Once seated in the private room, Suwana also brought her younger sister, Su Xiaoman, to join them. Being still a child, Su Xiaoman quickly forgot the ordeal of her kidnapping, sitting quietly and gazing at Zhang Jun with wide eyes. Zhang Jun smiled gently and asked, Xiaoman, how are you? I'm great. I know you saved me. Su Xiaoman chirped in response. Zhang Jun reassured her, the bad people have all been captured, there is no need for you to be afraid anymore. Su Xiaoman nodded vigorously, saying, my sister told me that I should be careful and not talk to strangers. Xin Shui inquired, what happened? Zhang Jun then recounted the incident of Su Xiaoman's kidnapping. Xin Shui expressed her astonishment, saying, such a thing occurred. Secretary Zhang, you have solved such a significant case, this deserves to be on the news, it is a splendid opportunity to promote Yiping County. Zhang Jun's mind raced. He indeed required publicity. The city would soon convene a standing committee meeting to discuss candidates for the position of executive deputy county head of Yiping County. After all his efforts, if he were ultimately overlooked, would he not be sewing garments for others? All that trouble with Qiao would be in vain. We shall discuss this matter further at a later time, Zhang Jun stated. Suwana arranged a lavish feast for Zhang Jun throughout the meal. She continuously toasted him in gratitude. Zhang Jun waved his hand, saying, you are all ladies, and my capacity for alcohol is limited. Let us refrain from pressuring one another to drink. Those who can drink may indulge, while those who cannot should not feel compelled. That is the way friends should interact. Having consumed 3 cups of wine, Suwana, her cheeks flushed, remarked, Secretary Zhang, I come from humble beginnings, and I am truly delighted to befriend you. Zhang Jun replied, please do not say that. Heroes do not concern themselves with lineage. You are now the proprietor of West Continent Ballad, who would dare to underestimate you? Suwana sighed, alas, this little business of mine is quite a challenge. Thankfully, with Baoyoli captured, I can smoothly inherit this modest enterprise. I owe you my gratitude, Secretary Zhang. Allow me to toast you once more. I will drink, you may choose your own pace. Zhang Jun took a sip and set down his cup, conscious of the evening's upcoming engagements and the necessity to remain sober. After dinner, Zhang Jun and Xin Shui departed. Suwana produced a large red envelope, insisting on giving it to Zhang Jun. He firmly declined, stating, this is not gratitude, it is a burden. If I were to accept your money, what would that make me? Suwana's face flushed like a peach blossom as she insisted, Secretary Zhang, this is my personal token of appreciation for saving my sister. It carries no ulterior motives. Zhang Jun shook his head, saying, then I absolutely cannot accept your money. Saving lives is our duty, one should not seek recompense for kindness. Reluctantly, Suwana retracted the envelope, saying, Secretary Zhang, you truly are a good person, and your immense kindness will be repaid in the future. Xin Shui remarked, is it appropriate for me to stay here tonight? Zhang Jun was aware of the inappropriateness. Their comings and goings were likely observed by many pairs of eyes. Even if nothing untoward occurred, merely sharing a room would fuel rumors the following day. Perhaps it would be better to go to my place? Xin Shui suggested, I am not afraid. Zhang Jun understood that her own dormitory was also not convenient. It simply lacked the number of colleagues present at his. However, should they be discovered, defending themselves would prove challenging. Hence, Zhang Jun contemplated acquiring another property. He had invested his funds in stocks, but after that, he had not kept track. This evening, with some leisure, he opened his laptop to check the status. To his dismay, the stocks he purchased had plummeted by 15. Zhang Jun stared in disbelief. 30,000 yuan had vanished. Xin Shui asked, "Did you buy stocks?" Zhang Jun replied with a sigh, "It appears I truly lack a financial avenue. Just look at this downward trend to see my losses." Xin Shui laughed. "One does not become wealthy without. Few manage to profit from it." Zhang Jun lamented, "Well, it is what it is. Losses are losses. I shall consider it a contribution to domestic enterprises." Xin Shui chuckled, "You are quite philosophical about it. No wonder you are a person of great ambition." Zhang Jun took her hand and said, "What great ambitions can I claim? At 30 years of age, I remain unaccomplished, lacking even a home to call my own." "You are only 30. You are still young. A house, a car, and children will all come in time," Xin Shui consoled him. "Children? That seems unlikely." Zhang Jun furrowed his brow. His relationship with Lu Yujie had sought medical attention and taken medication but showed no signs of improvement. Perhaps aware of her condition or due to the side effects of her treatment, she had recently become irritable, frequently calling Zhang Jun to argue. Despite living separately, she could still find trivial matters to quarrel about, which vexed Zhang Jun immensely. One day, during a phone call, Zhang Jun shouted, "If it can't be resolved, then let it go." Lu Yujie immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, "You have finally shown your true colors. You want to force me into divorce, don't you? You wish. I will never leave. I will drag you down with me. Even if you find 100 women outside, you can never marry them." Zhang Jun found her antics tiresome and hung up. From that moment on, they entered another cold war. That evening, Zhang Jun and Xin Shui arrived at the dormitory of the Broadcasting and Television Center. Here, the accommodation was less populated compared to Zhang Jun's, which was. Moreover, the residents of the Broadcasting and Television dormitory were all employees of higher quality, typically maintaining a quiet demeanor and rarely prying into others' privacy. Chapter 172. Audacious as Zhang Jun and Xin Shui stepped through the door, an affectionate atmosphere enveloped them. The two were inseparable, longing to consume each other entirely. Their fingers intertwined tightly, transmitting an ineffable sensation between them. Their noses brushed against each other, their breaths entwined, creating an extraordinarily warm ambience. Beneath the soft glow of the lights, they gazed into each other's eyes, elongating the stillness of the night into eternity. The heat of their breaths cascaded down each other's necks, igniting an insatiable itch that was almost unbearable. After a night of passionate entanglement, sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains. Xin Shui's long, pristine legs rested upon Zhang Jun's body, while he tenderly caressed her flowing tresses. His affection for this beautiful woman in his arms was boundless. Xin Shui playfully fluttered her doe-like eyes, offering a gentle smile. "How delightful it is to open my eyes and find you here." Zhang Jun replied, "True love is not merely about the desire to sleep with you, but rather the wish to awaken beside you." "Ha! I adore that sentiment." Xin Shui chimed, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "I want to be with you every day, to hold you like this and sleep." "What about her?" Zhang Jun patted. "She has become quite hysterical. However, I cannot be too harsh. If she resorts to desperate measures, it could turn disastrous." "Hasn't she strayed as well?" "How do you know that?" "You mentioned it to me before." "Have you forgotten?" "Did I?" "Yes." Zhang Jun realized he had indeed been forgetful, unwittingly revealing that information, while he lacked concrete evidence of. After all these years, he had unwittingly transformed into the very person he once despised, yet, surprisingly, he found joy in it, feeling an unparalleled sense of happiness. Once loathing Shi Menqing, he now found himself embodying that very persona. Zhang Jun chuckled at his own folly. "What is it?" Xin Shui inquired softly. "Nothing." Zhang Jun replied, "I just suddenly recalled a scene from a television show. We are true love." "Exactly, I am not married, I have given my pure body to you." Zhang Jun sighed deeply. A thought crossed his mind, and he asked, "By the way, do you think the incident with Xiaomin being kidnapped? It is a significant event, the public loves to hear about it. But the incident has already passed, can it still be sensationalized?" "Absolutely, such criminal cases are typically reported after the fact. We cannot report from the scene before a resolution, can we? That would only alert the culprits." "Good point." Zhang Jun acknowledged, "Could you contact your colleagues to interview about this matter in our county? I cannot be the sole face on screen. The political and legal committee Su Shengli and the police. As for the victim, Xiaomin, let us refrain from interviewing her." "I understand, this will be easy to arrange. We can craft an excellent news piece," Xin Shui said, rising to call her colleague. Zhang Jun made a call to Zhuang Wenxiang. "Wenxiang, I have a news tip for you," Zhang Jun said with a chuckle. "What good news do you have for me this time?" Zhuang Wenxiang laughed heartily on the other end. "Last time you helped me write a splendid article when I am now a deputy section chief." Glancing at the time, Zhang Jun realized his friend had yet to start work and allowed him to ramble. Becoming a deputy section chief is a great achievement. You must strive for more, aim for a directorship, or even an editorial position. That is tough, there are so many vying for each position. I lack any particularly outstanding talents. Speaking of talent, did you take my advice to draw? Have you painted anything? Do I need you to remind me? I paint every day, my dorm is nearly overflowing with my work. Perfect, I'll come to see you, bring some of your paintings. What do you need my paintings for? You don't understand art, nor can you appreciate it. Nonsense, am I not at least your equal in skill? I am a graduate student, should I not use your paintings to wipe my behind? Fine. If you don't mind the mess, go ahead, just be careful not to smear yourself with black ink and paint. That's settled, I'll head over shortly. Come on over, I am quite bored anyway, and I have plenty of time to chat with you. Zhang Jun then called back to the town, speaking with Zhou Wang, Director Zhou, I am in this, please manage anything that arises, if it becomes too challenging, consult Ding Changron. Zhou Wang responded, alright, Zhang's secretary is once again securing funding and projects for our town, thank you for your hard work. After hanging out, Xin Shui remarked, I contacted my colleagues, they believe this news event is worth reporting and will head to Yiping County today, would you like to join them for some footage? Zhang Jun pondered for a moment and replied, they won T arrive that quickly, will they? Xin Shui explained, they won T be swift, it will at least be afternoon before they reach the county to film various scenes, which will also how shall we arrange this? Zhang Jun smiled, I will take you to meet a friend Zhuang Wenxiang from the newspaper, a painter and writer. I have met him, you hold him in high regard, a man of integrity, I seldom hear such praise for others. That's the impression he left on me, although I do not know him well. Indeed, our assessments align. A man of integrity, to put it bluntly, he is like a foul stone in a cesspit, stinky and hard. Ha! Xin Shui burst into laughter. In the morning, they indulged in each other's affection 2 more times. Exhausted from their exertions, they finally ventured out. Upon arriving at the newspaper office, they found Zhuang Wenxiang and now serving as a deputy section chief. He had his own small office, which, albeit modest, afforded him freedom and privacy. He enjoyed a relaxed work environment, and upon seeing Zhang Jun, he took a leave to accompany them back to the dormitory for a chat. Are you two together? Zhuang Wenxiang asked. Zhang Jun frowned, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhuang Wenxiang chuckled knowingly, you cannot hide it from me, when 2 individuals of opposite genders are together, I can discern whether they are lovers. How could you tell? Zhuang Wenxiang wore a mysterious smile, look, you just revealed it yourself, you asking how I knew indicates that I am speaking the truth. If you weren't together, you wouldn't be asking me that. This is what we call inadvertently confessing. Xin Shui lowered her head, feeling shy as Zhang Jun couldn't help but laugh, thinking how astute this fellow was, having seen right through him. Zhuang Wenxiang, assuming a serious tone, added, you two appearing so brazenly before me is truly audacious, aren't you afraid I will inform Lu Yujie? I could call her right now. Chapter 173 Grandiosity. She genuinely feared that Zhuang Wenxiang would call Lu Yujie. However, Zhang Jun was well aware that Zhuang Wenxiang was merely jesting and did not take it to heart. He remarked, you are neither a disciplinary committee member nor is. Why should I fear you? I regard you as a friend, which is precisely why I brought Xiao Shui along. If you do not welcome us, we can take our leave right now. Observing his indifference, Zhuang Wenxiang chuckled helplessly, you truly understand me. Show them all to me. Zhuang Wenxiang rose, scratched his head, and pointed to a pile of paper in the corner, all of those. Zhang Jun squatted down to sift through the rice paper, saying, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought this was just a heap of waste paper. These are, after all, the fruits of your labor, could you not show some respect? They won't fetch much money. Zhuang Wenxiang replied, shrugging in exasperation, they're worth less. Xin Shui commented, the artistry is exquisite, the colors are skillfully applied, and the lines flow naturally, the subtle hues and lively lines vividly showcase the beauty of nature, leaving one feeling refreshed and at ease. Zhuang Wenxiang exclaimed, I had no idea. The delicate depictions of water appeared both faint and rich. The intricate ink lines traced the contours of mountains and rivers, as if one could touch the very soul of nature. The soft brushwork captured the essence of flowers and birds, resembling a vivid, poetic scroll. Zhang Jun chuckled, these are splendid, I'll take them all, how much do you want? Zhuang Wenxiang waved dismissively, if you like them, just take them. Why discuss money, how vulgar, these paintings can only fetch scrap prices, a simple meal is more than enough as payment. Xin Shui inquired, brother, what will you do with these? Zhang Jun replied, when I decorate my new house, I'll use them as a door. Zhang Jun, are you buying a new house again? You officials certainly have money, I can't help but feel envious. If you're making such grand plans, then you should invite me to a meal. It should be I who treats you. Having these waste papers displayed in your magnificent new home would be an honor for the paintings and for me. The 3 of them erupted into hearty laughter. When mealtime arrived, Zhang Jun invited Zhuang Wenxiang and Xin Shui to a nearby restaurant for a meal. After dining, Zhang Jun asked, where can I find a framing shop? Zhuang Wenxiang, picking his teeth, replied with a smile, although my paintings aren't worth, just framing these as scrolls would cost over 1,000, if you want a frame, it could be over 10,000. Zhang Jun, aware that he was quoting market prices, pondered, I'm a bit strapped for cash. Let us go with the scroll for now, scrolls are also more convenient for storage and hanging. Scrolls are fine, later on, if you wish to frame them, it will be simple, just buy a frame, remove the scroll, and the store had 3 storefronts, filled with the treasures of the scholar's desk, exuding an aromatic atmosphere of literature. The proprietor, a man in his 60s with a rosy complexion and a somewhat youthful appearance, recognized Zhuang Wenxiang. He smiled, Mr. Zhuang, what delightful matters do you bring today? Zhuang Wenxiang introduced Zhang Jun, saying, this is Zhang Jun, my friend, he wishes to frame some paintings. The owner, Zhuang's friend, I will offer you a special price, for the scroll framing, it will be 800 yuan, ready in 3 days. Zhang Jun, recognizing this was a fair price, did not negotiate further and promptly paid. Xin Shui, eyeing the inkstones within the counter, remarked, it's been ages since I've practiced writing, I used to practice calligraphy regularly. Would you like to buy a set of scholar's tools to practice at home? I have considered it. When I find myself unable to sleep, I think of you and practicing calligraphy could help calm my mind, Xin Shui replied softly. Zhang Jun squeezed her hand and purchased a complete set of scholar's tools. Xin Shui chose the Lingfei script, needing only a small brush, an ink bottle, an inkstone, and a few stacks of paper, totaling over 200 yuan. After acquiring their items, Zhuang Wenxiang glanced at the time and said, I must return to work. I have yet to attend to the day's tasks. Zhang Jun called out to him, we haven't discussed the main matter yet. Zhuang Wenxiang chuckled, you have serious business, I see your endeavors as rather dubious. Write a report and get it published. If it ends up in other newspapers, that would be even better. Upon hearing about the news, Zhuang Wenxiang replied, such a trivial matter, write it well, and I will get it published for you. How could I assist you? My writing pales in comparison to yours. Enough of your modesty, write it promptly and send it out. The television station is coming to interview and film in our county this afternoon. Your newspaper must also see it published by tomorrow. If my writing isn't good, please don't scold me. If you write with sincerity, you will do well. If your writing is lacking, it is simply because you did not invest enough. Is that satisfactory? Xin Shui watched the two banter, finding it quite amusing, and smiled gently. After parting ways with Zhuang Wenxiang, Zhang Jun took Xin Shui back to the county. Your friend is quite commendable, Xin Shui said with a that is indeed rare. Ah, he is somewhat self-absorbed, but he possesses genuine talent. It's just that his talent is above average, which makes him overly proud. He struggles to fit in. He had a girlfriend for several years, relinquished. You should lend him a helping hand. Those who are pitiable often have their own faults. I have been making efforts to assist him, but a master can only guide one to the door. The journey of cultivation lies within oneself. The two returned to Yiping County. The television crew had already arrived. Xin Shui joined them to cover the story regarding the rescue of Su Xiaoman. Their report primarily focused on the rescue of the hostages and how Zhang Jun exhibited wisdom and valor in locating and liberating them. As the event had already transpired, the hostages would not appear in the news footage. Instead, voiceovers would be added for narration. Chapter 174 Political Exchange. This promotional video, to put it plainly, was tailor-made for Zhang Jun, aimed at showcasing his accomplishments in Yiping County. And Yu Xingli, Zhang Jun, and Chen Yangjun all made appearances. Chen Yangjun, with remarkable humility, attributed all accolades during the interview solely to Zhang Jun. The news segment Xin Shui's accompanying narration was hurried and tense, vividly recreating the intensity of that critical moment. Upon completing the filming, Xin Shui returned to the broadcasting center, where, following editing and production, the segment was slated to air. That night, Zhang Jun sat before the television, engrossed in the news program. As the broadcast unfolded, he watched with rapt attention, thoroughly impressed by the quality of the segment. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Lu Yujie calling. You're on television. Lu Yujie exclaimed. Oh, indeed. What is happening? Aren't you supposed to be the secretary? Why are you're not a police officer? Why are you playing the hero? What will happen to your family if you die? What is it to you? If I die, you can remarry a wealthy man. Wouldn't that be better for you? Zhang Jun, have you lost your mind? I'm genuinely concerned for you, and you're arguing with me? Who has lost their mind? Look at you, are you starting to resent me? Is it because I can't bear children? Have you found a woman outside? That news anchor tonight was quite beautiful. Did she accompany you to Yiping County to shoot the segment? And if she did? Do you have feelings for her? Is she your mistress? Lu Yujie, you're becoming increasingly unreasonable. I'm unreasonable, let me tell you, a woman's intuition is remarkably strong. I remember someone messaged you in the middle of the night. You didn't reply, and I noted that number, secretly calling it. Zhang Jun was taken aback. He never anticipated Lu Yujie would harbor such suspicions. It was utterly shocking and terrifying. Lu Yujie, although she was cautious and claimed I had dialed the wrong number, I remember her voice. It was so sweet, so melodious that it's unforgettable. Zhang Jun replied sternly, have you lost your sanity? What are you trying to accomplish? Lu Yujie chuckled coldly, what is wrong? Did I hit a nerve? Are you flustered? I recognize her voice. It's that anchor. Lu Yujie pressed on, call her right now. I still remember her number. Zhang Jun, exasperated, replied, Lu Yujie, do not engage in such foolishness. Xin Shui is a good comrade. Our interactions are purely professional. If you dare to harass her, I won't let you off easily. Oh, I'm merely looking to have a friendly chat. Why are you so anxious? Since you're good friends, why can't I befriend her as well? Lu Yujie laughed. She has done you a tremendous. It is only reasonable for me to invite her to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Isn't it? Lu Yujie, I advise you to be a good person. I am a good person. That is why I'm always bullied. Just look at how wretched my life has been. Are you really that wretched? Your life is a dream for many. Zhang Jun, stop shielding her, I'll chat. Zhang Jun was left in a state of uncertainty. The most dreaded scenario had unfolded, a battleground. His wife and Shin Shui were about to meet. What should he do? Zhang Jun knew Shin Shui was currently live and wouldn't answer her phone. He quickly sent a message to Shin Shui. Xiao Shui, Lu Yujie suspects our relationship. She called you earlier. She may reach out again. Zhang Jun felt it was sufficient to alert Shin Shui. As for how to proceed, how to converse with Lu Yujie, or whether to meet, he left those decisions to Shin Shui. He trusted that a wise woman would refrain from meeting with the legal wife. After all, Shin Shui was at a disadvantage, from both a legal and emotional standpoint. Shin Shui had no face to confront Lu Yujie. As long as Shin Shui avoided meeting Lu Yujie and categorically denied any connection with Zhang Jun, Lu Yujie, no matter how formidable, would find no leverage. Zhang Jun set his phone down, feeling anxious. The suddenness of the situation left him uneasy. His phone rang again. Upon seeing it was a call from Yu Xingli, he answered promptly. Hello, Secretary Yu. I watched today's news and sensed something. You're seeking to further your own ambitions, aren't you? Ah. Zhang Jun chuckled. Secretary Yu, who doesn't aspire to progress? Yu Xingli replied, I had my suspicions. The speed at which the television crew arrived struck me as odd. It turns out you're behind this push. Aspiring for advancement is understandable. The position of executive deputy county head will be discussed in the city next Monday. Since you have connections in the city, be proactive. Zhang Jun's mind raced. He realized that Yu Xingli wouldn't make this call without reason. Seeing through his aspirations and reaching out to chat must have a purpose. However, Zhang Jun remained composed. He wouldn't reveal too much, engaging in trivial conversation instead. He understood that Yu Xingli was no ordinary individual. To gain his substantial support, Zhang Jun would need to offer corresponding benefits. Thus, he needed to maintain control over this dialogue, ensuring Yu Xingli couldn't dictate terms to him. If he appeared overly eager for Yu Xingli's backing, it would give Yu Xingli leverage over him. As expected, Yu Xingli soon revealed his impatience. He chuckled. Comrade Zhang Jun, I have connections in the city. If you need assistance, I can lend a hand. Zhang Jun laughed heartily. Thank you for your kind offer, Secretary Yu. Yu Xingli continued. I genuinely believe in your potential. You possess capability, determination, and education. You will undoubtedly excel as the executive deputy county head. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhang Jun's eyes as he gravely inquired. I don't accept favors without merit. May I ask why Secretary Yu wishes to assist me? Politics is fundamentally about interests, not personal relationships. Yu Xingli's offer of help must come with his own expectations. Zhang Jun needed to ascertain Yu Xingli's intentions to determine if he could bear them. If he could not, then he would have to decline Yu Xingli's assistance. Chapter 175 of the Dilemma of Affection. Yu Xingli chuckled heartily. Comrade Zhang Jun, why such words? I genuinely hold you in high regard and wish to extend a helping hand. Do not overcomplicate human intentions. Zhang Jun pondered that perhaps it would be prudent to consider human nature with a bit more complexity. Should he underestimate the intricacies of relationships, only to discover their true complexity, navigating the situation would become quite challenging. Secretary Yu, relationships are reciprocal, Zhang Jun remarked with a subtle smile. Both of us are entrenched in the political arena. Some matters need not be stated overtly. Yu Xingli paused for a moment, then replied, if you insist on such a stance, allow me to be forthright. Zhang Jun responded with a grin, as men of resolve, it is best to speak candidly. Yu Xingli continued, Comrade Zhang Jun, a good man requires allies, just as a fence needs multiple posts. We are both officials in Yiping County. It is essential to find a companion or two with whom we resonate, call it an alliance, if you will. Don't you agree? Indeed, that is quite reasonable. I wholeheartedly concur, Zhang Jun affirmed. I also admire your character, Secretary Yu, and I hope we may have the opportunity to collaborate in the future. That's the spirit. Yu Xingli beamed. The essence of friendship lies in mutual support. If you require assistance today, I shall lend you a hand, and perhaps one day, I may find myself in need of your aid. His words were straightforward and unambiguous. Presently, Yu Xingli had no pressing matters requiring Zhang Jun's assistance, but it was certain that after all, everyone encounters moments of adversity. Yu Xingli undoubtedly aspired for advancement. His next ambition was likely the position of county magistrate, with the possibility of even aiming for the role of county party secretary. It was clear that he intended to help Zhang Jun first, with the hope of securing Zhang Jun's backing during crucial moments to facilitate his own ascent. Zhang Jun contemplated, sensing no conflict of interest between himself and Yu Xingli. Furthermore, there was no clash in interests between Yu Xingli and Fu Ziqiang. It was plausible that Fu Ziqiang would soon ascend to secretary while Yu Xingli became county magistrate. Thus, the aspirations of these two individuals bore little relevance to Zhang Jun. He could deftly navigate between their ambitions. Very well. Zhang Jun readily agreed. I am grateful for Secretary Yu's assistance. Should you require my help in the future, do not hesitate to speak. Yu Xingli expressed satisfaction with Zhang Jun's response, stating, excellent. I shall communicate this with the city leaders. Keep an ear out for news from the upcoming city committee meeting next Monday. Zhang Jun promptly affirmed. One who is virtuous attracts allies, while one who is misguided finds few supporters. The multitude of assistance Zhang Jun received was a testament to his own merits. In merely a few months since his arrival in Yiping County, he had already carved out a prominent position for himself.
In the realm of politics, both capability and connections are indispensable. Lacking capability with connections leads to a stagnant career, while possessing connections without capability renders one unable to seize opportunities for recognition. Zhang Jun, however, was fortunate to possess both attributes. He had a commendable skill set alongside a robust network, consequently, individuals gravitated towards him. Of course, Zhang Jun also had his own strengths. He had ventured into Chengguan town alone, forging a path amidst challenges and successfully garnering the support of numerous committee members. Nevertheless, such support was often transient. Today's exchange of benefits could easily shift to others tomorrow. There are no permanent enemies, nor are there everlasting friends. Zhang Jun was acutely aware of this reality. Upon concluding the call, Zhang Jun felt elated. He retrieved a cigarette, poised to light it when another call interrupted him. Shen Shui had just concluded her program. "Brother, I just finished my segment and saw your message," Shen Shui said. "When she called me last time, I knew it was her." Zhang Jun mused that indeed, women are rarely to be underestimated. Shen Shui's gentle voice reassured him, "If she approaches me, I will handle it myself. You need not worry, I will not implicate you." Zhang Jun was taken aback. He sensed the melancholy in her tone but felt powerless to offer solace. Zhang Jun chastised himself for lacking the necessary strength while inadvertently entangling Shen Shui in his troubles. What a predicament! That day, Zhang Jun arrived at the town committee office, diligently attending to his duties when he was suddenly interrupted by the raucous sounds of drums and gongs from outside. Zhou Wang rushed in, grinning. "Secretary Zhang, joyous news." Zhang Jun, pen in hand, did not lift his gaze and inquired, "What joyous occasion? Is someone getting married in the town?" Zhou Wang chuckled, "Secretary Zhang, someone has come to present you with a banner." Zhang Jun was taken aback. "A banner for me? What does that mean?" At that moment, the sounds of celebration reverberated inside. He beheld Su Wanner entering, cradling a banner in her hands, her face beaming with delight. "Secretary Zhang, thank you for ridding the people of harm and rescuing my sister. This is a banner I present to you." Zhang Jun stood in stunned silence. For officials, a banner can be a double-edged sword. If wielded appropriately, it is a commendable gesture. If subjected to scrutiny, it may be perceived as mere theatrics. Su Wanner clearly acted with good intentions, yet for Zhang Jun, it was not necessarily a boon, especially given the ostentatious display, which could draw unwelcome attention. Surely, there were those who would find amusement in this spectacle. Su Wanner unveiled the banner, which bore the inscription, "Guardian of the People, Servant of the Public." Zhang Jun's expression turned serious as he replied, "Miss Su, I cannot accept such an honor. Please take it back." Su Wanner smiled, "Secretary Zhang, I believe you are entirely deserving of this commendation. Do not be so modest." Zhang Jun waved his hand, insisting, "No, absolutely not." Su Wanner persisted, "Secretary Zhang, your dedication to the people and your public spirit are commendable. I offered you financial rewards as thanks, which you declined. What is wrong with me presenting you with a banner instead?" Zhou Wang chimed in, "Secretary Zhang, you should accept it. This is also a gesture of goodwill from Su." Zhang Jun pondered briefly before stating, "This banner should not be conferred upon me personally, but rather presented to the Chengguan Town Party Committee and government." Zhou Wang remarked, "Secretary Zhang, how noble." Zhang Jun then stepped forward, declaring, "On behalf of the Chengguan Town Party Committee and government of Yiping County, I graciously accept this banner from Su. Thank you for your support and trust in our party and government." Su Wanner extended her hand to shake Zhang Jun's, exclaiming, "Secretary Zhang, you truly are a commendable leader. With a leader like you in Yiping County, prosperity is surely on the horizon." As Zhang Jun accepted the banner, a swell of pride surged within him. This was perhaps the greatest reward of his political career, the gratitude of the people and the appreciation of the citizens. In that moment, Zhang Jun brimmed with boundless confidence for the future. Yet, awaiting him were storms of turmoil, both familial crises and political predicaments poised to converge upon him. Chapter 176, The Gentle Scheme. On Friday evening, after finishing work, Zhang Jun returned home. To his astonishment, Lu Yujia had actually invited Shen Shui over as a guest. Zhang Jun looked at the two women, filled with uncertainty. "Zhang Jun, you're back!" Lu Yujia exclaimed with exceptional warmth, stepping forward to take his briefcase and offering him a pair of slippers. Shen Shui rose gracefully, smiling gently like a friend, and said, "Hello, Secretary Zhang. Mrs. Lu invited me over for dinner, and I felt it would be impolite to decline. I hope I'm not interrupting your time together?" Zhang Jun felt a wave of distress wash over him, wondering what was going on with the two of them. How did they end up dining together? Wasn't this a recipe for disaster? He cleared his throat and said, "Comrade Shen Shui, hello, it's been a while." Lu Yujia observed their expressions and chuckled, "What do you mean a while? Didn't Shen Shui come to your county recently to help you with a promotional program?" Zhang Jun walked over calmly and shook hands with Shen Shui. Indeed, the last promotional campaign was quite successful, thanks to Comrade Shen Shui's assistance. The Shizhou Company even presented us with a banner. For us officials, it's a tremendous honor. Shen Shui smiled radiantly and replied courteously, "It is our duty, Secretary Zhang. You are a commendable leader, deeply cherished by the local populace." Seeing them exchange pleasantries as if he were a government official meeting the citizens, Lu Yujie felt momentarily dazed, almost doubting her initial suspicions. She laughed lightly, "Shen Shui, have a seat. Don't treat him as a leader. He is merely a humble deputy director. Such officials may be leaders in a small town, but in our provincial capital, there are plenty like him in every bureau." Shen Shui smiled, "To me, Secretary Zhang is indeed a leader." Lu Yujie said, "You two chat. I'll go prepare dinner. It will be ready shortly." She swayed her hips and entered the kitchen. Zhang Jun's gaze lingered on the kitchen door as he quietly asked Shui, "What brings you here?" Shui turned to him, lowering her voice. "She came to my workplace and insisted on inviting me over. If I hadn't come, it would have been even more awkward if she made a scene at my office. So, I agreed. However, it seems she has no real evidence against me and hasn't done anything. This is merely a facade. She hasn't yet revealed her true nature. Just like a patient with a mental disorder, she can appear calm at times, but once she erupts, even the heavens cannot contain her."
Ah. Should I leave then?
"Since you're here, let us just have dinner."
"Oh, your home is quite beautiful, may I take a look?" Shui exclaimed, noticing Lu Yujie re-emerging, and she deliberately laughed aloud. "Mrs. Lu, may I tour your lovely home?"
"Of course." Lu Yujie replied while retrieving vegetables from the refrigerator, adding, "Don't call me Mrs.
Just call me Yujie. You're younger than I am, I can call you little sister, right?" "That would be just fine."
Shui said gently, "Thank you, Sister Lu, for inviting me to dinner. I feel a bit anxious, as I believe one should not accept favors without merit." Lu Yujie had prepared well, with the refrigerator filled with various seafood and meats. She took out several dishes and said, "We must thank you for taking care of my Zhang Jun. He is quite the dullard and not adept at socializing. He probably hasn't treated you to dinner or given you any gifts. Today, we're simply gathering together, and I hope we can become friends."
"What do you think?"
Shui smiled lightly. "That sounds wonderful, thank you, Sister Lu." Lu Yujie returned to the kitchen with the dishes. Zhang Jun and Shui stood up to explore the home, checking out the bedroom and arriving at the balcony.
Shui leaned against the railing, gazing into the distance, and remarked, "This community is lovely. You can see the river and the distant mountains, and the air is so fresh." Zhang Jun lit a cigarette, slowly exhaling a smoke ring, and remarked nonchalantly, "What is so great about it?
It is neither up in the sky nor down on the ground. My ceiling is someone else's floor. My floor is the ceiling of the apartment below, even the walls are shared. It is aptly described as a pigeon coop." Shui chuckled softly. "That metaphor is rather amusing, but upon reflection, it does hold some truth."
Zhang Jun continued, "These high-rises are tolerable for the first 20 years. After that, issues will start to arise: worn elevators, peeling walls, outdated facilities, making them uninhabitable. Just look at those buildings constructed in the early 90s, which were low-rise. They seem quite dilapidated now. The high-rises of today will undoubtedly be even less livable in 20 years.
Shui laughed. "So, according to you, living in a villa is the way to go?"
"Indeed, villas are certainly appealing.
However, for city dwellers, a villa is a luxury few can afford, given the limited land availability."
The evening breeze stirred Shui's hair, its strands brushing against Zhang Jun's face.
Her profile was striking, her features exquisite, resembling a fairy stepping out of a painting. Shui's large, bright eyes sparkled with warmth, her brows delicate, her nose perfectly sculpted, and her lips naturally tinted a soft hue, exuding an enchanting scholarly aura. Previously, Zhang Jun had never made comparisons. He simply knew Shui was beautiful, and he found his wife attractive in isolation. However, seeing the two of them side by side today, he had a visceral realization. Shui's beauty was truly unparalleled. Although Lu Yujie was lovely, in comparison to Shui, she fell short in every detail. The two chatted on the balcony, watching the sun dip below the horizon. Summer nights arrived late. It was already 7 o'clock, yet the sky had not fully darkened.
"Do you have work tonight?" Zhang Jun inquired. I took a leave of absence to come and spend time with you." Shui smiled brightly. "Isn't it nice to come to your home openly?"
"Good.
I just fear this is a trap."
Zhang Jun chuckled ruefully, saying, "Be cautious. Lu Yujie has a way of ensnaring you with her words. Don't rush your responses. Think carefully before you speak."
"Oh. I know how to handle it."
Shui replied with a playful smile. "I see her as a good person, not as terrible as you described." Zhang Jun was taken aback. Suddenly, he understood Lu Yujie's well-meaning intentions. Lu Yujie was employing a strategy of openness rather than deceit. She recognized Shui as a kind-hearted woman and intentionally approached her with a friendly demeanor. Once Shui perceived Lu Yujie as a vulnerable woman deserving of pity, she would fall into Lu Yujie's trap. Ultimately, Shui might leave Zhang Jun due to her own moral conscience. Lu Yujie, unaware of the true nature of Zhang Jun and Shui's relationship, had executed this maneuver flawlessly. It allowed her to test Shui while also attempting to win her over. As Zhang Jun contemplated this, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He had underestimated the woman beside him. Chapter 177. A triumph at the casino. Lu Yujie emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes, exclaiming, "Dinner is served." "Zhang Jun, Shui, have you two been chatting on the balcony this whole time?" Shui gracefully walked in, smiling as she replied, "The view outside is delightful. I was just pondering when I might afford a home here." Lu Yujie chuckled. "With your status as a celebrity, acquiring a house should be a trivial matter. It can be done in a heartbeat."
"Which star doesn't own multiple properties?"
Shui burst into laughter. "Sister Lu, are you jesting? Firstly, I am not a genuine celebrity. I receive no endorsement fees or performance payments, merely a fixed salary. Secondly, having just begun my career, I can barely support myself, let alone think of purchasing a house. The cost of living is exorbitant. A single set of cosmetics can run into thousands, and a few designer outfits? That adds up to thousands as well." As Lu Yujie untied her apron and set the chopsticks on the table, she remarked, "That is indeed true. We only managed to put down a down payment on our home, and now the pressure is immense."
Thankfully, we have no children. If we did, our financial situation would be dire. Despite Zhang Jun being a leader, his income is not substantial. He is quite reticent. Not only would he never ask for money, but he wouldn't accept any if it were offered. Xin Shui glanced at Zhang Jun and remarked with a smile, that is precisely what makes Secretary Zhang admirable. He is a commendable leader. Lu Yujie responded, what good is it to be a good person? What era are we living in that we still espouse such ideals? It only brings suffering upon oneself and one's family. Consider it, after diligently studying for over a decade, finally achieving a modest success, only to be unable to support one's parents or family, what is the use of that? Xin Shui giggled, Sister Lu, please refrain from your humble bragging in front of me. You have such a wonderful family and still face hardships, whereas I possess nothing. Lu Yujie picked up a large chicken leg and placed it in Xin Shui's bowl, saying, you are young and beautiful. Marry a wealthy man, and you will have it all, house, car, husband, children, and money, everything you could desire. Xin Shui blushed and transferred the chicken leg to Zhang Jun's bowl, saying, I cannot possibly eat such a large portion. A little chicken will suffice for me. Lu Yujie laughed heartily, Xin Shui, be honest with me, do you have a boyfriend? Xin Shui gradually appeared flustered and replied, and not yet. Lu Yujie fluttered her eyelashes and turned to Zhang Jun, do you know any good men who could be introduced to Xin Shui? Zhang Jun nearly choked, responding, with Xin Shui's exceptional qualities, who among my acquaintances could possibly be worthy of her? Xin Shui shyly smiled, you need not worry about me. I am still quite young, we can discuss this another time. Lu Yujie asserted, indeed, when it comes to choosing a partner, a woman's happiness for a lifetime is at stake, so one must not be careless. Better to be single than to settle for less, you are stunning, far more so than I, and surely you can find a wonderful partner. After dinner, Lu Yujie called Huang Nan, saying, Huang Nan, come over to my place to play mahjong. I have a guest here whom you haven't met, but I assure you, you will know her. Huang Nan laughed on the other end of the line, is that true? I'm on my way. Great, I'll wait for you. Lu Yujie smiled at Xin Shui, we shall play cards tonight. Xin Shui glanced at the time, saying, is that really a good idea? It's rather late. Late? What do you mean late? You would just be going home alone with nothing to do. My home has plenty of space. Don't bother going back, stay the night, our figures are similar, so you can wear. Just don't mind if they're not to your taste. Is that really appropriate? Xin Shui stammered, glancing at Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun smiled slightly but remained silent. He understood that Lu Yujie was extending her goodwill toward Xin Shui, attempting to win her over with tenderness. Lu Yujie was employing a gentle strategy, she aimed to subtly convince Xin Shui to withdraw, this was her way of protecting her family. Huang Nan soon arrived, living in the same neighborhood. Ah, is that not the one? The female anchor from the urban channel's 8 o'clock news? Huang Nan recognized Xin Shui and exclaimed, I know you, Xin Shui, am I right? I am Xin Shui, nice to meet you. Xin Shui smiled shyly. Huang Nan remarked, oh my, how did you come to know such a beautiful lady? No doubt, it was Zhang Jun who brought you here. Zhang Jun clarified, you're mistaken, it was Yujie who invited her. Lu Yujie felt proud to have brought Xin Shui, a star from the television station, into their circle. The four of them began playing mahjong. Zhang Jun, who typically disliked playing, had poor skills and predictably lost several rounds in a row. Fortunately, there were no outsiders present, and the stakes were low. Lu Yujie won frequently while Zhang Jun suffered more losses, leaving their household finances roughly balanced. Xin Shui, though inexperienced at mahjong, was extraordinarily lucky. Huang Nan lost over 500 and was irked, insisting they continue playing. Xin Shui had initially intended to take her leave, but having won several hundred, it felt inappropriate to depart just like that. Thus, the four of them played until past midnight. Huang Nan ultimately lost over 1,000, her eyes bloodshot from the losses, yet she was eager to recoup her losses, despite her exhaustion and constant yawns, declaring, we'll continue tomorrow. No one is allowed to back out, I'll bring 5,000 with me, if you all have the skill, win it all. As Xin Shui prepared to head home, she realized it was pouring rain outside. Lu Yujie grasped her hand and smiled, don't be formal, just stay at my place. She diligently prepared sleepwear and slippers, even providing Xin Shui with a clean towel. Xin Shui felt somewhat guilty but was unable to decline such hospitality, so she stayed the night. That evening, Lu Yujie and Zhang Jun were affectionate with one another, deliberately making quite a bit of noise. She intended for Xin Shui, in the neighboring room, to understand that her relationship with Zhang Jun was flourishing. Zhang Jun felt once again as if he were being overwhelmed by his wife's affections. That night, Xin Shui was unable to sleep. The following day, the rain continued, growing even heavier. Lu Yujie looked out at the rain and said, Xin Shui, don't go home, it's the weekend, after all, let us enjoy the day, your luck is good, perhaps you'll win some money. Huang Nan has plenty, so just focus on winning from her. If she loses, she'll simply ask her husband for more. That's the advantage of marrying a wealthy man living a life of luxury. You must keep your eyes wide open in the future, don't be like me, foolishly marrying for love. Both Zhang Jun and Xin Shui felt a twinge of discomfort at her words. Huang Nan soon arrived, opening her wallet and placing 5,000 on the table, declaring, I won't go home until I've lost it all today. Zhang Jun chuckled, it's not certain you'll lose everything. You might win. Huang Nan crossed her legs, scoffing, even in losing, I find a sense of accomplishment, only those with wealth have the luxury to lose, how can the poor even afford to play? Zhang Jun laughed, alright. May you lose more and more. Huang Nan called out, come on, everyone, let us play until midnight. Chapter 178 You are a deceiver. Xin Shui was truly experiencing a stroke of financial luck. After a day of playing mahjong, she had won several thousand. Coupled with her winnings from the previous day, her total gain had reached 5 or 6,000 yuan. Huang Nana's face turned pale with his losses. Although her husband was wealthy, he was not a billionaire, merely a businessman, slightly better off than an office worker. Losing such a substantial amount in a single day was still somewhat painful for her. However, Xin Shui was reveling in an unexpected delight. Was this not vastly superior to a mundane job? Xin Shui spent another night at Zhang Jun's residence. Lu Yujie provided her with meticulous care, demonstrating a bond that felt even closer than that of biological sisters. Xin Shui experienced the true essence of being at home away from home. On Sunday, Huang Nan arrived with more money, eager to play mahjong with the three of them for the entire day. Lu Yujie waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Haven't you been sitting for long? Aren't you tired? I'm exhausted. How about we go to the park, or perhaps a shopping spree would be enjoyable." Huang Nan readily agreed. Xin Shui interjected, "I must return to the station in the afternoon." "I can't take another day off," Lu Yujie responded. "Then I'll drive you back in the afternoon. Come on, let us enjoy the morning shopping." "Zhang Jun, will you join us?" Zhang Jun had initially wished to decline, knowing he would merely serve as the packhorse for the three women, yet, worried about the potential fallout between Lu Yujie and Xin Shui, he reluctantly agreed. Shopping with three women was indeed a daunting task. Initially, each of them carried their own bags, but with a man present, they naturally entrusted their bags to him under the guise of, "Please hold this while I try on some clothes." And what happened next? After trying on the clothes, they completely forgot to reclaim their bags. Thus, Zhang Jun, the unfortunate soul, found himself laden with an ever-increasing number of bags. What began as 3 small purses soon burgeoned into an array of clothing bags and cosmetic pouches. Zhang Jun vowed that even if each of them offered him 1,000 yuan, he would never accompany them on a shopping spree again. Fortunately, Xin Shui had to return to the station in the afternoon, so the four of them only shopped until noon before finding a restaurant to dine together. Zhang Jun turned to Xin Shui and said, "Wait for me, let us leave together. I'm heading back to the county and will pass by your unit, so we can share a taxi fare." Xin Shui readily agreed. In truth, she didn't mind returning to the station a little later, but she simply wished to avoid staying at Zhang Jun's home any longer. Lu Yujie, who had to work the night shift, decided not to keep the two of them any longer. Upon returning home, they gathered their belongings. Lu Yujie saw them off to the taxi, smiling at Xin Shui. "Come visit again." Xin Shui waved back with a smile. As the taxi drove away, her expression turned profoundly despondent. "Xia Shui, what is wrong?" Zhang Jun grasped her hand and Xin Shui pulled away, shaking her head in silence, yet it was evident that her mood was amiss. Zhang Jun, feeling anxious, inquired, "What is troubling you?" Xin Shui gently brushed her hair aside and replied, "It's nothing. She is truly wonderful. She is not as terrible as you claim. You tell me how she is malicious, how she loses her temper, how she treats you poorly. I believe these are merely fabrications of yours, attempts to deceive me for your affection, to win my love, which is why you speak ill of her, claiming you will divorce her." Zhang Jun was taken aback, exclaiming, "I did not deceive you. What I have said is the truth." Xin Shui shook her head gently, saying, "How could that be? Do you think I cannot see through it? She is gentle and virtuous, wholly devoted to managing this household. You claim she is unfaithful, but I cannot believe she would betray you. You say she strikes you, yet I find that implausible. I will never believe such words again. You have fallen under her spell. She is deliberately treating you well." Zhang Jun exclaimed in frustration that he had long known that Xin Shui was someone who responded better to kindness than to force. Now, it seemed Lu Yujie's scheme had succeeded. The taxi soon arrived at the broadcasting center. Xin Shui exited the vehicle, and Zhang Jun hurriedly paid the fare, following closely behind her. "Let us go to your dormitory. We need to clarify things." Zhang Jun grasped Xin Shui's hand. She did not resist but stated, "Secretary Zhang, this is the entrance to the broadcasting center. Look at all the people coming and going. They might recognize me, and perhaps they know you too. You have not been off television for long. If they see us entangled in this situation, would it benefit you? I, on the other hand, am alone. It doesn't matter to me." Zhang Jun released her hand, insisting, "Let us go to your dormitory. I have to work. I need to speak with you. Let us talk another time." "No, it must be today." "Fine, say what you must. We can talk here. I am listening. You may express whatever sweet nothings you wish. I have never deceived you. Everything I have told you is true. There is no reason for me to lie to you. Indeed, you have no reason to deceive me, because I like you. I have never cared for anything else about you, even if you had told me the truth from the start, that you won't divorce, that you have a loving wife. You cannot be without her. I would still love you, perhaps even more, because your kindness towards your wife proves you are a good man, yet you did not. From the very beginning, you have deceived me. I loathe being deceived." As Xin Shui spoke, tears began to fall. She was genuinely heartbroken. Zhang Jun was left speechless. "Xia Shui, please let me explain. This is all part of Lu Yujie's cunning plan. She is deliberately being kind to you, showing off her affection for me in your presence, even calling Huang Nan over, all to make it impossible for me to refuse her goodwill. She knows I value my pride. If you believe her, you will have fallen for her trap. What trap could I fall into? She has never harmed me. She treats me as a friend, providing me with food and shelter, and even allowed me to win 6,000 yuan. How can you be so foolish? Come on, let us go to the dormitory and talk." "Absolutely not. I am going to work. For the next few days, do not seek me out. I wish to be alone." With that, Xin Shui strode toward the television station. She displayed her work ID to the armed police at the entrance and walked inside. Zhang Jun, lacking any identification, could only leave unless someone escorted him in. Defeated, he departed back in the town. Zhang Jun found himself devoid of appetite for food or tea. He lay on his bed in a daze, contemplating the events of the past few days as if trapped in a surreal dream.
The following day was Monday. The city was convening a meeting of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee. One of the agenda items for discussion was the candidate for the executive deputy mayor of Yiping County. Although Zhang Jun was not in the city, he remained preoccupied with the upcoming meeting. There are no secrets in the government. Not even the most confidential standing committee meetings can be held without information leaking. When Zhou Wang and others approached Zhang Jun with reports, their faces were alight with joy. They were all confident that Zhang Jun would undoubtedly secure the position of executive deputy mayor. Zhang Jun felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation, believing he had a 70 to 80% chance of success, but now, would he truly achieve his desires? Zhang Jun endeavored to calm his nerves, waiting for fate to unfold. They say one finds success in gambling while failing in love. Would his romantic failures lead to triumph in his political aspirations? Chapter 179 of the invitation from the Discipline Inspection Commission. The Standing Committee meeting of the municipal government had been ongoing from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until well past 4, yet it showed no signs of concluding.
Zhang Jun sat anxiously in his office, awaiting the outcome. May I inquire if this is Comrade Zhang Jun?
A stern voice resonated from the doorway. Zhang Jun's right eyelid twitched involuntarily. He lifted his gaze to the visitor and calmly responded, I am Zhang Jun.
May I ask who you are?
The visitor, maintaining a composed demeanor and an expressionless face, replied, Comrade Zhang Jun, I am He, the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhang Jun's heart sank, and he quickly rose to greet him, exclaiming, Secretary He, greetings.
Please come in, I am eager to hear your instructions.
He waved his hand dismissively and said, Let us go to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission for a cup of tea. We need to discuss a matter with you.
Tea at the Discipline Inspection Commission?
How familiar those words were. Once upon a time, Zhang Jun had watched others being taken to the Discipline Inspection Commission for tea. While serving as a secretary to Ma Hongqi at the provincial level, he had witnessed Zhou Wenbin, Zhou Kong, and others being escorted away by Zhao Yujun, the deputy secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Those who went for tea at the commission were typically already deemed guilty. However, Zhang Jun felt assured of his innocence. Why was the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission seeking him out at this time? What could it be regarding? Did it have anything to do with the discussions about his personnel matters during the standing committee meeting? Zhang Jun's mind raced as he contemplated his next steps.
Secretary He, may I ask what this is about?
Zhang Jun inquired, puzzled. It pertains to a disciplinary issue. I regret that we cannot elaborate further. Please, Comrade Zhang Jun. Hefei's expression was resolute, showing no semblance of leniency. Just then, Zhou Wang happened to walk by and, upon witnessing the scene, was taken aback and asked, What is going on here? Zhang Jun understood that further discussion would be futile, and causing a scene would only be more detrimental to himself. Thus, he said, Director Zhou, I need to accompany Secretary He to the city. Please keep an eye on things here.
Zhou Wang nodded repeatedly, understood, Secretary Zhang.
Zhang Jun addressed Hefei, allow me a moment to gather my things and use the restroom.
I will be right out.
Hefei, unconcerned about Zhang Jun escaping, replied, Very well, I will wait for you in the car. With that, Hefei turned and exited. Outside, 2 other members of the Discipline Inspection Commission stood waiting. Zhang Jun realized he was being summoned. What on earth was happening? He could never have imagined being called to the commission for tea. Could it be related to Xin Shui? That seemed unlikely, for their relationship was consensual, a matter of mutual affection. Such relationships are difficult to expose and typically remain unknown to outsiders. Even if someone were to find out, it would merely reflect personal moral failings, not constitute a violation of law or discipline. As long as Xin Shui didn't accuse him of assault or Lu Yujie didn't report him for indiscretions, no one would concern themselves with such matters. Zhang Jun also recalled that he had never accepted money from others. The only instance being He Yuqi's 100,000 yuan, which he had invested in the stock market. His financial luck had not been favorable. Having put in 200,000, he had already lost 80,000. Zhang Jun was indifferent to the situation, allowing the stocks to plummet. He occasionally checked the stock prices, watching his funds dwindle without a hint of disturbance in his heart, let them fall. After all, it was unexpected wealth. Even if he lost it all, he would consider it a contribution to economic development. Zhang Jun stepped outside, with the 2 Discipline Inspection Commission members closely following him.
Upon reaching the restroom door, he remarked, Am I not allowed to use the restroom without you following me?
The 2 hesitated momentarily but then stayed outside. Zhang Jun entered a stall and closed the door. He took out his phone, momentarily at a loss as to whom to call. Ma Hongqi, given the uncertainty of the situation, it might be inappropriate to disturb his superior. Who else could he reach out to? Suddenly, he thought of someone, quickly composed a text message, and sent it to Han Jin. Then he deleted the message, pressed the flush button, and emerged with composure. He returned to his office, grabbed his briefcase, and walked out of the administrative building with the 2 members of the Discipline Inspection Commission. Staff members from the town committee and government peered out from windows, curious about the situation. Zhang Jun feigned ignorance, calmly entering the vehicle of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. 2 cars, one in front and the other behind, departed from the town government gate. As soon as the vehicles left, the town government erupted in a flurry of activity. Whispers filled the air.
Secretary Zhang has been taken away.
That's a car from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. The person who just came was Hefei, the deputy secretary of the commission.
I recognize him. Heavens, has Secretary Zhang been placed under double regulation? What happened? What could Secretary Zhang have done to warrant this? Zhou Wang entered the office, exclaiming, Aren't any of you working? Why are you all so idle?
Do you have time to joke around? Whoever spreads rumors will face consequences. The crowd fell silent, each person subtly taciturn. Zhou Wang anxiously raked his fingers through his hair and walked into the office of Town Head Ding Changrong.
Town Head Ding.
There has been an incident. Secretary Zhang has been taken away by Deputy Secretary He of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. We have no idea why. What should we do about this?
Ding Changrong, engrossed in a document, replied, What's the rush? You don't even know what's going on. What good will your panic do?
Zhou Wang forced a smile, realizing that Ding Changrong lacked significant influence and would be unable to manage the situation. He stepped out, pulled out his phone, and was unsure of whom to call. After pondering, he decided to contact Suli, the secretary of the County Discipline Inspection Commission. Upon hearing the news, Suli was considerably astonished. Zhang Jun had always struck him as a person of integrity, entirely unlike a criminal. How could he be taken by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? Furthermore, the county had received no prior indication of any issues. Zhou Wang said over the phone, Secretary Su, you are a leader in the discipline inspection field. You must have connections in the city. Please help us find out what is happening. Secretary Zhang is a commendable leader. We cannot afford for anything to happen to him. The town of Chengguan is in dire need of development, and the construction of the development zone relies heavily on Secretary Zhang. If he were to leave, the hard-earned progress would surely be undone. Suli was even more perplexed. Zhang Jun had only been in the county for a few months, while Zhou Wang and Ding Changrong had worked together for many years.
Yet, Zhou Wang was staunchly supporting Zhang Jun, speaking highly of him. This indicated Zhang Jun's popularity and respect in Chengguan town. In a grave tone, Suli replied, I understand, do not spread rumors in the town.
Perhaps Secretary He is merely conducting routine business and has called Comrade Zhang Jun to inquire about something. Yes, I will ensure that the town staff behaves, Zhou Wang assured him. Suli hung up and sought to leverage his connections in the city. However, he found it strange that even other deputy secretaries at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission were unaware of Zhang Jun's double regulation.
Suli deemed the situation exceedingly bizarre. He contemplated whether to report this to County Party Secretary Chen Guoliang. After a brief deliberation, Suli decided it was best to remain discreet for the time being. Perhaps there was nothing amiss, and making it widely known would only lead to unnecessary commotion. At that moment, Zhang Jun arrived at the city's Discipline Inspection Commission in their vehicle. The instant he was ushered into the commission, his life would irrevocably change. Chapter 180 Zhang Jun on trial. Zhang Jun alighted from the vehicle, gazing at the imposing and solemn municipal building before him. The circumstances of each city vary. In some locales, the municipal party committee and the city government occupy separate office buildings, while in others, they share a common facility. This city is of the latter kind. The grand, newly constructed edifice boasts 3 towering columns at its entrance, each adorned with large plaques. The central column displays a sign with red characters on a white background, representing the municipal party committee. To the left, a plaque with black characters on a white background signifies the city government, and to the right, another sign with red characters on a white background denotes the City Discipline Inspection Commission. He regarded Zhang Jun with a composed demeanor and stated, Comrade Zhang Jun, please proceed. Zhang Jun offered a slight smile and, maintaining his composure, followed He into the building. He had visited the municipal building on numerous occasions, but he had never envisioned being escorted inside by comrades from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhang Jun sensed acutely that this matter was extraordinary, particularly at such a pivotal moment. During the upcoming Municipal Standing Committee meeting, the candidates for the position of Executive Deputy County Head of Yiping County would likely be discussed. Should news of Zhang Jun's investigation leak, his nomination would undoubtedly be jeopardized. Even if the committee managed to appoint him in the interim, the decision would surely be rescinded. Subsequently, those committee members who had supported him would become the subject of ridicule, accused of poor judgment for backing someone under investigation. Zhang Jun was aware that there were influential figures orchestrating the events behind his investigation, yet he remained oblivious to their identities. He feigned calmness while internally grappling with a torrent of anxiety. Maintaining tranquility in the face of significant challenges was imperative. Zhang Jun had to compel himself to remain composed. Upon arriving at the Discipline Inspection Commission, He ushered him into a discussion room. This space was neither a formal office nor an interrogation chamber, but rather a designated area for private conversations, colloquially referred to as having tea. The room was modest in size, featuring 2 facing sofas and a desk for the recorder near the entrance. He invited Zhang Jun to take a seat and summoned someone to prepare a cup of tea. The tea from the Discipline Inspection Commission was indeed quite bitter, yet Zhang Jun drank it with a sense of relish. He settled across from him, observing Zhang Jun's apparent ease, and inquired, Is the tea to your liking? Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, It's quite good, better than what we have in our town. Such fine tea is a rare treat in a lifetime, I must savor it. He not in a hurry, waited until Zhang Jun set down his cup before continuing, Comrade Zhang Jun, we have some matters to investigate with you. Zhang Jun nodded and asked, What is it, Secretary He found it peculiar. Typically, anyone entering this room would exhibit signs of distress and trepidation. Those with something to hide would naturally feel guilty, while those innocent would fervently defend themselves. Most individuals would protest loudly, asserting their innocence, while the more timid might even lose control. A person as composed as Zhang Jun was a rarity in He years of handling cases. He scrutinized Zhang Jun closely and slowly posed, Comrade Zhang Jun, we have received reports alleging that you. He paused deliberately, gauging Zhang Jun's reaction. Zhang Jun maintained an air of calm, his expression betraying no emotion. He pressed on, You are accused of engaging in inappropriate relationships and coercing female subordinates to become your mistresses.
Zhang Jun, who had initially felt a twinge of anxiety, could not help but chuckle upon hearing the words female subordinate. He Fei, his tone grave, demanded, "What is so amusing, Comrade Zhang Jun?" Zhang Jun replied with a hint of exasperation, "Secretary He, may I inquire who made this report? Was it anonymous or identified? Who am I allegedly involved with? When and where did these events supposedly occur? What evidence is there? If there is any, I am willing to accept disciplinary action. If there is none, then this is a baseless accusation. I request a thorough investigation of the accuser, as their intentions are clearly malicious and slanderous."
He Fei retorted, "Comrade Zhang Jun, we cannot disclose the identity of the accuser.
However, you must know in your heart the truth of your relationships. Which female subordinate have you coerced?
Zhang Jun shook his head resolutely. "I am unaware, for I have no female subordinates.
My driver is male, and I have not appointed a communication officer. My office director, as you just saw, is Comrade Zhou Wang, also a male. My interactions are primarily with them."
He Fei's voice grew stern. "Comrade Zhang Jun, do not attempt to deny it."
Zhang Jun laughed. "There is nothing to deny, for I am innocent."
"What era are we in that someone would still wish to frame me?"
He Fei's expression darkened. "What sort of attitude is this? Once you are here, you must address the matter at hand." His true intentions began to surface, shedding the pretense of solemnity.
Zhang Jun laughed heartily. "Only those with issues need to address them. If there are no issues, what is there to discuss?"
He Fei's gaze hardened as he warned, "Let me remind you of Guo Qiao."
Zhang Jun's,
upon the mention of a female subordinate, he knew they were referring to Guo Qiao, the only female subordinate he had encountered. "Guo Qiao," he replied, laughing incredulously, "she is a colleague from the Development Zone Management Committee. You could argue she is my subordinate, but I spend most of my time at the town committee office, seldom visiting the management committee, and I am not well acquainted with her."
He Fei scoffed. "Not well acquainted?
If that were true, how could she cook for you every day? How could she wash your clothes daily? How could she come to your room every night?" Zhang Jun countered. "Then you should ask her why she assists me so generously."
He Fei stated, "I am currently questioning you.
Please answer truthfully. What is your relationship with Guo Qiao? When did you become involved as lovers?" Zhang Jun, unfazed, extracted a cigarette, lit it, and through the swirling smoke, regarded He Fei with a look of derision and mockery. He Fei, incensed by Zhang Jun's demeanor, barked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, adjust your attitude, do not provoke us." Zhang Jun replied firmly, "Secretary He, what measures do you possess? Feel free to employ them. If I furrow my brow even slightly, I would no longer bear the surname Zhang. However, before you resort to measures, please present your evidence. Coercing a confession through duress, dream on." He Fei slammed his thigh in frustration and shouted, "Comrade Zhang Jun, do not delude yourself into thinking you can evade responsibility.
You know full well what you have done."
Zhang Jun responded calmly, "Indeed, that is why I am at peace, unlike Secretary He, who appears eager to pin a crime on me and seems quite agitated."
He Fei's face fluctuated between red and white as he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Jun. "What do you mean by that?"
Zhang Jun retorted disdainfully, "I wonder whose interests you are serving with such fervor to target me.
Are you not concerned that if you fail to bring me down, it might backfire on you?"
He Fei gritted his teeth. "Are you threatening me? I, He Fei, act with integrity and purpose. Calling you here today is for official business, devoid of any personal motives. Will you confess or not?" Zhang Jun, radiating righteous indignation, declared, "There is nothing to discuss. What you are doing is akin to a shrimp pulling a chicken's egg. Utter nonsense."
Chapter 181.
A call from the provincial committee. He Fei was incensed by Zhang Jun's uncooperative demeanor. However, he quickly regained his composure and remarked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, it's merely a matter involving a woman. We are all men here. I can empathize with you. If you confess, we will simply record it, and this matter will be behind us. Such personal entanglements will not inflict significant harm upon you. Should you continue to refuse cooperation, we will have no choice but to proceed according to regulations."
Zhang Jun thought to himself, "Who do you think you're intimidating? Do you take me for a naive child?"
"I cannot possibly believe your deceitful words." Not only did he not have any affair with Guo Qiao, but even if he did, he would rather die than admit it. He Fei was attempting to dupe him into a confession of infidelity. The moment he uttered such an admission, his future would undoubtedly be ruined. Some matters, once done, cannot be spoken of. Zhang Jun responded nonchalantly, "To catch someone in the act, one must do so in the bedroom, and with both parties present. Bringing me here alone is absurd. You should have also summoned Comrade Guo. Locking us together for questioning would indeed be more engaging."
He Fei finally grasped the situation. This was akin to a stone in a cesspool, foul and unyielding.
Zhang Jun's indifferent attitude and his perceptive gaze deeply provoked He Fei. Glancing at his wristwatch, He Fei's eyes momentarily flashed with a sinister expression. It was evident that this man was pressed for time, eager to extract a confession from Zhang Jun as swiftly as possible. Zhang Jun also checked the time. It was already 5 o'clock. He wondered how the standing committee meeting was progressing. Many such meetings often extended for hours, some even into the night. He Fei resolved to escalate his interrogation tactics. He was confident that anyone who entered this room would ultimately succumb to questioning. The disciplinary committee employed a variety of measures during investigations, aimed at obtaining information while ensuring procedural legality and propriety. Common interrogation methods included intimidation and psychological manipulation, for instance, handcuffing, solitary confinement, and fatigue-based questioning, among others. Once an ordinary person was handcuffed and isolated, their psychological defenses would crumble within 3 days. Even the most resilient individuals, subjected to relentless questioning day and night, would find it challenging to withstand the barrage of interrogative tactics. As for other methods, they were generally not utilized anymore, though there were occasional exceptions. He Fei stated sternly, "Comrade Zhang Jun, if you do not confess, we will have no choice but to handcuff you and take you to a small darkroom. You will be confined there for 3 days and nights." Zhang Jun recognized that his counterpart was merely attempting to intimidate him. Thus, he felt no apprehension and instead laughed, "Excellent, I was just looking for a quiet place without interruptions to take a good nap." He Fei scoffed, "You wish to sleep, we will be questioning you around the clock. If you can endure a full day and night, I will concede that you possess some skill." Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, "Secretary you have no evidence, and summoning me for questioning constitutes a serious violation of protocol. If you truly dare to interrogate me, I shall report you for abuse of power." He Fei, undeterred, replied, "Once you step through that door, you may threaten me then." Zhang Jun felt a shiver run down his spine, contemplating whether his interlocutor was indeed intent on bringing about his ruin. But even if they could substantiate his alleged affair with a woman, what crime would that constitute? Surely, they had no more formidable evidence up their sleeves, Zhang Jun asserted. "You are taking measures against a principled and upright comrade based solely on hearsay. This is utterly excessive. I can assure you, my relationship with Comrade Gui is entirely innocent. No inappropriate conduct has ever transpired." He Fei waved his hand dismissively, "Just because you say there is nothing, does that make it so?" Zhang Jun retorted coldly, "And just because you claim there is, does that make it true? Produce your evidence, otherwise, prepare to face the consequences. I will pursue this matter to the end." He Fei gritted his teeth in frustration. He was desperate to obtain Zhang Jun's confession, as it was needed for the standing committee meeting. Yet, in his eagerness, he found himself unable to pry Zhang Jun's lips open. A glimmer of cunning crossed He Fei's eyes as he declared, "If you do not confess, we will indeed resort to measures. Bring in the lights." An aide brought in a large lamp, flipping it on to cast its glare directly upon Zhang Jun. The blinding light bore down on him. Instinctively, Zhang Jun raised a hand to shield his eyes. However, maintaining that position was tiring, He Fei shouted again, "Handcuff him." Zhang Jun clenched his jaw and replied, "Secretary what is your intention?" He Fei ignored him. The aide produced a gleaming pair of handcuffs, preparing to restrain Zhang Jun. An overwhelming sense of humiliation surged through Zhang Jun's mind. With a roar, he exclaimed, "He Fei, whose orders do you follow to treat me this way? If you have the guts, say it out loud." He Fei's cold gaze remained fixed upon him. "Zhang Jun, confess now to spare yourself from suffering." Zhang Jun spat, "I, Zhang Jun, have never committed any heinous acts. What you allege is pure nonsense. My relationship with Gui is entirely above board." He Fei signaled to the aide. The aide approached Zhang Jun, and just as the handcuffs were about to encircle his wrists, a voice called from outside, "Secretary someone is looking for you." He Fei shouted, "Who is it?" Cough. "It is Deputy Secretary Zhao from the Provincial Disciplinary Committee," came the response from outside. "Please take the call immediately." "Zhao Yujun?" He Fei's body jolted. He dared not delay and waved his hand at the aide, saying, "Suspend the interrogation. I shall return shortly." The aide halted his motion to handcuff Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, addressing the aide, "Please move that lamp, the light is too harsh, and it's unbearable for my eyes." The aide hesitated briefly before switching off the lamp. Zhang Jun sighed in relief, saying, "Thank you, young comrade, what is your name?" The aide replied, "I am Xiao Limin, Comrade Zhang Jun. I apologize, I am merely fulfilling my duty, and all of this is arranged by Deputy Secretary He." Zhang Jun smiled bitterly, "This matter does not concern you." Xiao Limin inquired, "Would you like some tea?" Zhang Jun shook his head, "Your tea is unbearably bitter. I shall refrain." Xiao Limin chuckled lightly, "We do not drink it either. I heard it was specifically sourced to be the most bitter variety." Meanwhile, He Fei entered his office to take the call, cheerfully saying, "Secretary Zhao, greetings. I am He Fei, please, give your instructions." Zhao Yujun immediately bombarded him with questions. "Where is Comrade Zhang Jun? What crime has he committed? Why are you summoning him?" The rapid-fire questions left He Fei bewildered. He had taken Zhang Jun away, and at that moment, hardly anyone was aware of it. How did Deputy Secretary Zhao find out? What was even more shocking to He Fei was Zhao Youjuan's apparent favoritism towards Zhang Jun. What was the reason behind this? Zhao Youjuan's calm voice resounded again, "Comrade He Fei, please answer my questions." Chapter 182 A counter-strike. The reason Zhao Yujun intervened in the matter of Zhang Jun being taken away by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission was, of course, due to a notification from Han Zhengxian. Prior to being taken away, Zhang Jun discreetly sent a message to Han Zhengxian, before his retirement, had been working in the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhao Yujun was a protege of Han Zhengxian, having been cultivated through his connections. Back when Ma Hongqi was working in the province, he had maintained a close rapport with Zhao Yujun, largely facilitated by this very relationship with Han Zhengxian. Therefore, when Zhang Jun was detained by He Fei, his first instinct was to send a text to Han Jin. As expected, the astute Han Jin promptly sought out her grandfather and then appealed to Zhao Yujun for assistance. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Yujun immediately called He Fei. The hierarchy in government can be crushing. He Fei, as the deputy secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, held the power to suppress Zhang Jun. Zhao Yujun, as the deputy secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, was not merely a level above He Fei. He towered over him, thus, he too wielded the authority to restrain He Fei. He Fei, trembling with trepidation, stammered, "Secretary Zhao, Comrade Zhang Jun. He is a guest at our Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhao Yujun snorted coldly. For what reason were you inviting him to your Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission? What is your ulterior motive? Feeling an immense pressure, He Fei dared not evade the question. We received a report alleging that Comrade Zhang Jun has committed disciplinary violations, hence we summoned him for inquiry. What kind of disciplinary violations? Who reported him? Zhao Yaojuan's voice was as frigid as ice, laced with menace. He Fei, unable to fabricate lies, admitted, someone anonymously reported that he has an improper relationship with a female subordinate. Zhao Yujun scoffed, it is a disgrace that you are a cadre of the discipline inspection. Do you not grasp the most fundamental organizational principles? You are so easily swayed by baseless accusations, you lack even the most rudimentary ability to discern right from wrong. How can you conduct discipline inspection work? He Fei was reprimanded to the point of humiliation, yet he could only force a smile and reply, Secretary Zhao, please calm your anger. We are merely conducting a routine inquiry. If we find no evidence, we will release him. A loud bang echoed through the line. Zhao Yujun had slammed his hand on the table. Despite the distance of the telephone line, He Fei felt a surge of anxiety, his brow twitching in fright. Without evidence or proof, you dare to detain a deputy department-level cadre. Just because he has achieved results in his position, and someone is envious enough to report him, you choose to be their accomplice? Zhao Yaojuan's fury was palpable. Release him immediately. I want to receive a call from Comrade Zhang Jun in 3 minutes. He Fei dared not argue further, hastily responding, okay, I will release him right away. With a clang, the call ended abruptly. He Fei stood there, dazed, as if he had swallowed 1,000 flies, unable to articulate what he felt. He wiped his face, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and made a call, stating, hello, leader, Secretary Zhao Yujun from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission just called to intervene on behalf of someone. I cannot hold my ground any longer, I must release Zhang Jun. What do you think? Okay, I understand, I will release him now. After hanging up, He Fei shook his head with a wry smile, muttering, what kind of situation is this? A celestial battle, and I'm caught in the middle, suffering. If something goes awry, Secretary Zhao could crush me with a mere flick of his finger. He lit a cigarette and returned to the interview room, addressing Zhang Jun, Comrade Zhang Jun, regarding your situation, our Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission still needs to conduct further investigations. In the absence of conclusive evidence, you are free to leave for now. This conversation is merely a cautionary one, do not take it to heart, amend what is wrong and reinforce what is right. Zhang Jun silently scoffed, thinking to himself that were it not for the influence he had behind him, they would have certainly stripped him of his skin today. He Fei waved to the staff, saying, all right, that will be all for today, you may leave. He then turned to Zhang Jun, Comrade Zhang Jun, shall I arrange for someone to escort you home? Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, there is no need for Secretary He to trouble himself. I have no intention of leaving just yet. He Fei, unsure of Zhang Jun's intentions, waved his hand and said, very well, you may go. Zhang Jun rose leisurely, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a smoke ring, casually picking up the record sheet from the desk as he walked out. He Fei was taken aback, rushing after him, exclaiming, hey, Comrade Zhang Jun, that is our department's conversation record, you cannot take it. Zhang Jun turned back, shooting him a fierce glare. If I do not take it, I will show it to Secretary Zhao. Do you wish to accompany me to report to Secretary Zhao? He Fei was struck with terror. How could he dare to meet Zhao Yujun? Zhang Jun let out a cold laugh and turned away. His previous claim of going to report to Zhao Yujun was merely a ruse. However, this record held significant value for him. Often, once you step through the doors of the Discipline Inspection Commission, rumors will swirl about like a tempest. 3 people can fabricate a tiger, enough to leave you without a grave. Perhaps the mastermind behind this scheme understood that such baseless accusations could never truly condemn Zhang Jun. What they sought was the nebulous feeling of truth mingled with falsehood. As long as they could cast aspersions on Zhang Jun, it would suffice to ensure his defeat in the upcoming election. Thus, Zhang Jun had to clear his name. Before entering the interview room, he had surrendered his phone. Just as he received his belongings, Wu Xiaoqiao's call came through. She had heard about his detention by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and was quite anxious. Secretary Zhang, what is happening? I heard that you were taken away by Secretary He from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Zhang Jun maintained his composure, replying, yes, someone reported that I have an improper relationship with you. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission summoned me for a chat to investigate the matter. Ah, how could I possibly have an improper relationship with you, Secretary Zhang? Where are you? I will come to find you right now. I am at the Municipal Party Committee. I intend to go to the meeting room of the Municipal Standing Committee. I wish to clarify this matter in front of all the leaders in the city. Is that feasible? Regardless of whether it is feasible or not, I must defend my integrity. What else am I to do? Wait for them to set a trap and bury me. Alright, Xiaogua, do not worry about me. I will handle my own affairs. After concluding the call, Zhang Jun exited the Discipline Inspection Commission and headed straight for the meeting room of the Municipal Standing Committee. The meeting of the Municipal Standing Committee was still in full swing, addressing numerous personnel issues. Personnel matters have always been a fiercely contested area among the committee members. The greater the number of cadres one controls, the more substantial their actual. It is not enough to merely occupy a position. Your words must be heeded by others. If no one listens to you or if everyone acts in opposition, feigning compliance while actively undermining you, it won't be long before your position becomes untenable. In essence, political maneuvering boils down to the art of employing and managing people. As Zhang Jun arrived at the entrance of the meeting room, he was halted by the duty personnel. Who are you?
A standing committee meeting is currently in session. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter.
Zhang Jun, maintaining a composed demeanor, stated, Secretary Zhao Jun from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission has dispatched me with an important document for Mayor Su Peisheng. I kindly ask that you relay this message. I must see Mayor Su immediately. Chapter 183. Entering the standing committee, the duty personnel looked at Zhang Jun with astonishment, evidently skeptical of the veracity of his claims. Zhang Jun presented his work identification and stated, You may enter to seek permission from Mayor Su. If Mayor Su refuses to meet with me, I shall not impose upon you and will ensure my immediate departure. The duty personnel, not daring to be negligent, took Zhang Jun's mention of Zhao Yujun as a shield. Given his rank, it was improbable that he would genuinely seek Zhao Yaojun's confirmation, thus they could only approach Su Peisheng for guidance.
Very well, please wait a moment. The tone of the duty personnel shifted to one of respect. Zhang Jun nodded and replied, Thank you.
The duty personnel proceeded to the lounge, locating Su Peisheng's secretary to relay the matter. The secretary, having previously encountered Zhang Jun, recognized him immediately. Asa County Committee. Hence, the secretary believed that Zhang Jun must have an urgent matter to discuss and entered to brief Su Peisheng. Inside the standing committee meeting room, a personnel issue was being deliberated. Su Peisheng's countenance was grim, evidently having been defeated in the preceding round of discussions. The secretary, cautiously approaching Su Peisheng, covered his mouth with his hand and whispered a few words. Su Peisheng first displayed a look of incredulity, followed by a peculiar smile. Invite him in. The secretary nodded and stepped out to inform Zhang Jun, Comrade Zhang Jun, Mayor Su has requested your presence. Zhang Jun expressed his gratitude, took a deep breath, and confidently walked through the door that symbolized the highest authority in the city.
Upon his entrance, he immediately became the focal point of attention. The mayor of the city, Yang Jinheng, raised his piercing gaze towards Zhang Jun and inquired, Who are you? How did you come to be in the standing committee meeting? Su Peisheng cleared his throat and said, Allow me to introduce, this is Comrade Zhang Jun from Yiping County.
He is a member of the county committee, the secretary of Qingguan Town, and the director of the Yiping County Development Zone Management Committee. I trust many of you are familiar with him.
Indeed, they were familiar.
For the impending discussion regarding the position of the executive deputy county head of Yiping County, Zhang Jun was a significant contender. Yang Jinhan was certainly aware of Zhang Jun and involuntarily furrowed his brow, stating, Today's agenda pertains to Yiping County, and any relevant individuals must recuse themselves.
Comrade Zhang Jun, what is your business? Please state your matter and leave.
Zhang Jun slightly bowed and replied, I extend my gratitude to Secretary Yang, Mayor Su, and all esteemed leaders of the committee for granting me this opportunity. I have just come from the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission, as there is a matter of utmost importance concerning my lifelong reputation that necessitates clarification to all standing committee members. This matter also pertains to the integrity of all city officials. A wave of astonishment swept through the room, and whispers erupted, clearly perceiving Zhang Jun's words as somewhat alarmist. Su Peisheng, playing along, asked, Comrade Zhang Jun, why do you say this?
What circumstances led to your summons by the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission?
Zhang Jun raised the documents in his hand, proclaiming, Deputy Secretary He of the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission summoned me under the pretext of an anonymous report alleging an inappropriate relationship with a female subordinate, without any evidence. This is the record of his interrogation of me, which I have brought for the leader's perusal. Yang Jinhan's expression soured as he remarked, The Disciplinary Inspection Commission conducts its investigation.
Comrade Zhang Jun, you need only comply with their inquiries, why come to us? Zhang Jun responded firmly, Because I seek to clear my name, such baseless accusations can easily lead to the detention of a county committee member.
What chaos could this incite? Will all city officials not live in fear of being reported? Today, if I find someone displeasing, I could simply write an anonymous letter to report them.
Tomorrow, if someone else seems suspect, I could do the same. After all, I remain anonymous and bear no responsibility, yet the accused individual must unconditionally submit to the disciplinary.
Su Peisheng turned to the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Commission's secretary, Tao Lied, and mockingly inquired, Secretary Tao, is it now the case that your commission operates in such a capricious, arbitrary manner? He emphasized the word arbitrary thrice, placing Tao Lied in a precarious position. Tao Lied, in his 50s, with thinning hair gathered on top, wore an expression of ire as he replied, I was completely unaware of this matter. This was the personal action of Comrade He. He did not report this to me beforehand. Zhang Jun interjected, I believe Secretary Tao, for it was shortly after 4 o'clock in the afternoon that Secretary He suddenly arrived at my office and took me away. At that time, Secretary Tao was certainly in a meeting here. I also believe Secretary Tao is a steadfast leader. Had he been aware of this, he would not have consented.
His intention was to draw Tao Lied into his camp. Tao Lied solemnly affirmed, Yes, I was unaware.
Zhang Jun extended the documents towards Tao Lied, stating, Secretary Tao, please review this. If it were not for Secretary Zhao's timely phone call from the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Commission, Comrade He would not have allowed me to leave. His mention of Zhao Yujun served as a reminder to Tao Lied of the powerful backing he had. Would he choose to support him? Indeed, Tao Lied appeared greatly taken aback. As he accepted the documents, he cast a deep glance at Zhang Jun. Yang Jinheng inquired, So, Comrade Zhang Jun, are you innocent? Zhang Jun took a step back and affirmed, Indeed. In this case, I am innocent, thus, I dared to come to the standing committee to explain the situation to all leaders.
Yang Jinheng replied coolly, Since you are free now, you may return to Yiping County. The innocent will clear their names. Zhang Jun suddenly raised his voice, stating, "The innocent will clear their names. When I was taken by Comrade He, all my colleagues in Qingguan town witnessed it. They must have speculated that their secretary Zhang had committed some heinous crime. May I ask Secretary Yang, how am I to clear my name?" Yang Jinheng was left speechless. Zhang Jun, though visibly agitated, maintained control over his pace, calmly asserting, "The Disciplinary Inspection Commission summoned me with great fanfare, interrogated me for an extended period, and then simply declared, 'No issue,' and released me? Should they not provide me with an explanation? Should they not offer Yiping County an explanation? If the Disciplinary Inspection Commission can operate so arbitrarily, how will city officials be able to work in the future? Those who perform well will be envied, reported, and subsequently investigated. What awaits them is marginalization." Silence enveloped the room. Zhang Jun's words resonated profoundly. Su Peixing gently tapped the table in support of Zhang Jun, stating, "Comrade Zhang Jun makes a valid point. It is easy to tarnish a comrade's reputation, but it is difficult to restore it." Yang Jinheng, with a dark expression, questioned, "Comrade Zhang Jun, what sort of justice do you seek? Furthermore, are you truly innocent? How can you prove your innocence? There is no smoke without fire. There must be a reason behind the rumors. That if you and that female subordinate are indeed blameless, why would others report you?" Chapter 184. Heated debate. Yang Jinheng's aggressive demeanor left Zhang Jun feeling somewhat overwhelmed. However, he had prepared himself well before coming here. If he failed to prove his innocence today, even if he escaped punishment, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Any hopes of future advancement would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, he had to clarify this matter. "Secretary Yang, is it truly so costless to slander and fabricate stories?" Zhang Jun said with a slight, cold smile. "If I declare you guilty, must you then prove your innocence? Should it not be the case that if you assert my guilt, the onus is on you to provide proof of my wrongdoing?" Su Peixing chuckled. "Comrade Zhang Jun makes a valid point. In legal terms, there exists a principle known as he who asserts must prove. If you claim I am guilty, you are obliged to furnish evidence to substantiate your accusation, otherwise, it is presumed that I am innocent. Otherwise, chaos would ensue." Tao Lai cleared his throat and interjected, "Allow me to offer my perspective. In judicial practice, as well as during our investigations at the Discipline Inspection Commission, there are typically two methods of establishing guilt. The first assumes your guilt and seeks various materials and evidence to confirm it. The second method presumes your innocence and then conducts the argumentation." Zhang Jun asserted, "The general principles of the Criminal Procedure Law, Article 12, explicitly states that no one shall be deemed guilty without a judgment from the People's Court. This is a vital principle established by the Criminal Procedure Law, commonly referred to as the presumption of innocence or the principle of in dubio pro reo." Tao Lai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is precisely the point." Zhang Jun raised his voice, "Therefore, Comrade He-Fei's actions have already violated relevant regulations." Tao Lai gestured with his right hand, pointing in midair, and said, "Yes, this matter is indeed egregious." It appeared that Tao Lai and He-Fei, the two deputy secretaries, were not on amicable terms. Given the chance, Tao Lai was ready to undermine He-Fei decisively. Yang Jinheng stroked his chin, pondering, "Now that the matter has transpired, Comrade Zhang Jun, how do you wish to address the situation?" Zhang Jun responded solemnly, "Those who violate regulations must face consequences. If Comrade He-Fei has transgressed, he should be disciplined accordingly. Only in this manner can my innocence be restored and allow the city's officials to feel at ease." Yang Jinheng raised an eyebrow and replied, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you are merely a standing committee member of the County Party Committee. This is a meeting of the Municipal Standing Committee, and it is not your place to instruct us on how to conduct our affairs. Whether Comrade He-Fei has violated regulations and how to address him will be discussed at a later time." Zhang Jun remained composed and stated, "Secretary Yang, please forgive my candor. This issue is of paramount importance to me, yet for all of you leaders, it might seem trivial. If we miss this opportunity today, no one will ever mention this matter again. The handling of He-Fei will also fade into oblivion, hence, I must seize this chance and implore you all to make a decision on my behalf." Yang Jinheng was displeased, yet his composure remained intact. He did not erupt in anger but rather spoke in a low tone, "Are you attempting to force us to arrive at a conclusion on the spot? In that case, you must also present evidence of your innocence." Zhang Jun, undeterred, replied with a smile, "Secretary Yang, I have already addressed your question. The principle of in dubio pro reo." Yang Jinheng was taken aback and said to Tao Lai, "Show me the interrogation materials." Tao Lai handed over the documents. Yang Jinheng examined the materials and remarked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, this Guo Qiao Qiao, correct? She has been cohabiting with you, washing your clothes, preparing your meals, and staying late in your dormitory every night. Who would believe you if you claim such a woman has no connection to you?" "Ha!" Zhang Jun suddenly realized, Yang Jinheng and He-Fei shared common interests. Whether they were allies or not, their objectives aligned to tarnish Zhang Jun's reputation and prevent him from participating in the election for executive deputy county head. After all, Zhang Jun was Su Peixing's nominated candidate, hence, Yang Jinheng was, in fact, eager for Zhang Jun to falter, as this would eliminate a formidable rival from his slate of nominees. Indeed, with Yang Jinheng's words, the expressions of the standing committee members shifted dramatically. Zhang Jun declared, "My relationship with Comrade Gui is one of mere colleagues and friends. As I am in a foreign place for official duties, Comrade Zhou Wang from the party town office arranged for Comrade Gui to assist me. She primarily cooks and tidies up. Our relationship is utterly innocent." Yang Jinheng chuckled, "You claim innocence, and that suffices?"
Zhang Jun gritted his teeth and replied, "This is precisely why I am here to seek clarification. This case concerns not only my personal integrity but also that of Comrade Gui. She is an exemplary comrade, diligent in her work, sincere in her character, loyal to the organization, and amiable to her colleagues. Such a commendable individual should not be slandered or defamed." Yang Jinheng's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight. "I suddenly recall that there was a case in Yiping County involving the former executive deputy county head, Comrade Shi Haining, accused of assaulting a female comrade. Was that not Gui Qiao? What a woman, one moment entangled with one male leader, the next with another." This statement was a veritable assault on Zhang Jun's character. Not only did it vilify him, but it also condemned Gui Qiao as a promiscuous. Zhang Jun had intended to seek clarification, yet he found himself ensnared in a deeper quagmire. "Secretary Yang, your words are misguided," Zhang Jun exclaimed. "The last incident involved Shi Haining intoxicated Comrade Gui with nefarious intent. She courageously resisted and reported the crime. She is the victim. How can you continue to pour salt on her wounds?" Yang Jinheng scoffed. "In such matters, who can ascertain the truth?" Zhang Jun solemnly queried, "Who among you has a housekeeper?" "A housekeeper also helps with laundry and cooking, often returning home late, even staying overnight at your residence. Does that imply a questionable relationship with your housekeeper?" The assembly fell into stunned silence. At that moment, a loud voice erupted from outside, "Let me in, let me in." Yang Jinheng, visibly irritated, bellowed, "Who is causing such a commotion outside? Do you take this place for a marketplace where anyone can stroll in?" Though his words were not directed at anyone in particular, they nonetheless served to belittle Zhang Jun. Yet, Zhang Jun's heart raced. The voice outside belonged to Gui Qiao. What was she doing here? "Secretary Zhang, are you inside? It's me, Gui Qiao," she shouted from outside. A stir swept through the room as everyone heard Gui Qiao's arrival. The standing committee members began to murmur among themselves, "Gui Qiao, isn't she that woman? What does she look like? Indeed, I am also curious about her beauty. How could she captivate 2 county committee members at once? Shall we invite her in to take a look?" Yang Jinheng's expression darkened as he commanded, "Bring that woman in." The door swung open. Gui Qiao burst in. Upon seeing Zhang Jun, she was overcome with emotion, tears brimming in her eyes, exclaiming, "Secretary Zhang, I am so sorry for causing you trouble." Zhang Jun replied sternly, "Little Gua, this is not your fault. You should return." Gui Qiao bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, choking out, "Esteemed leaders, I can attest that my relationship with Secretary Zhang is entirely innocent." All eyes turned toward her in unison. Yang Jinheng sneered, "And how do you intend to prove that?" Chapter 185 Restoring Innocence. The members of the municipal committee were all scrutinizing Gui Qiao. Gui Qiao possessed a delicate oval face, a graceful figure, and an air of ethereal beauty. Her long eyelashes framed large, expressive eyes, complemented by fair skin and 2 glossy black braids. Tears shimmered in her bright, clear eyes, rendering her appearance utterly pitiable. Indeed, she was a beauty. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow and spoke in a low, firm voice, "Xiao Gua, listen to me, this matter does not concern you, please step outside." Gui Qiao bit her lip and boldly declared once more, "I can prove my innocence regarding Secretary Zhang. I am willing to undergo a gynecological examination to demonstrate that I have never had a boyfriend." The room fell into stunned silence, followed by an uproar of gasps. Gui Qiao's implication was unmistakable, she was still a virgin. Furthermore, she was prepared to undergo a medical examination. If she truly was a maiden, then there could be no inappropriate relationship between her and Zhang Jun. However, what ordinary woman would be so brazen as to volunteer to assist a man with such a personal medical examination? Wouldn't that be utterly disgraceful? How could she ever hope to find love or marry after such a revelation? Any man would surely hesitate, burdened by the knowledge of her having undergone such an examination for another. Zhang Jun was equally astonished. He had already formulated a plan to address this dilemma, but Gui Qiao's unexpected intervention had thrown him off balance. Her audacious words had utterly shocked all the committee members. They whispered among themselves, debating the implications. Zhang Jun spoke with conviction, "I see no need for this examination. Xiao Gui is a commendable young woman, and I trust her word." Someone chuckled, "On what basis do you assert that she is indeed a virgin?" Zhang Jun replied confidently, "Because I hold a master's degree in medicine. With just a glance, I can ascertain that she is a healthy young woman with regular menstrual cycles who has not engaged in sexual relations." An immediate hush fell over the room. Indeed, Zhang Jun was a medical graduate. His assertion was difficult to contest. He continued, "This matter pertains to a woman's honor, and I urge all committee members to approach it with the utmost seriousness. Xiao Gui is barely in her 20s, the same age as many of your children. It is often said that those in power should care for their citizens as if they were their own offspring. If she were your daughter, how could you bear to see her subjected to such an examination?" The atmosphere shifted, and the members appeared contemplative. Zhang Jun's reasoning was compelling. The mere fact that Gui Qiao dared to step forward and seek a medical examination demonstrated her confidence and indicated that she had indeed never had a boyfriend. Yang Jinheng, stroking his chin with a piercing gaze, oscillated his attention between Zhang Jun and Gui Qiao. Seemingly deep in thought, suddenly, he inquired, "Gui Qiao, what is your relationship with Shi Haining?" Gui Qiao responded in astonishment, "I have no relationship with him." Yang Jinheng chuckled, "If you are indeed a virgin, then there was no encounter between you and Shi Haining last time?" Gui Qiao replied, "No. He attempted to assault me, and I reported him after escaping." Zhang Jun understood that Yang Jinheng was resurrecting old matters to vindicate Shi Haining and thus spoke firmly, "This is an entirely different issue.
Sure, Haining's actions constitute attempted rape, which is a crime.
Guo Qiaoqiao seemed resolute, declaring, if you do not believe in Secretary Zhang's innocence, I am prepared to go to the hospital for a gynecological examination right now.
The results can be obtained immediately. Yang Jinheng asked in a serious tone, why would you do this?
Guo Qiaoqiao, her expression unwavering, replied, no one has instructed me to do this, I came of my own accord. Secretary Zhang is a commendable leader, we can manage without me, but we absolutely cannot do without Secretary Zhang. Her words captivated everyone, and they leaned in to hear her continue. Guo Qiaoqiao paused before adding, esteemed leaders, you are undoubtedly aware that our county's development zone was previously barren and unutilized. It was only when Secretary Zhang arrived that, within a few months, the development zone blossomed, attracting 10 enterprises with total investments reaching billions. Beyond the development zone, Secretary Zhang has diligently improved public safety and addressed the farmers' pressing issues, facilitating employment opportunities for the impoverished. The citizens of our county remember Secretary Zhang fondly. All eyes turned toward Zhang Jun. Su Peixing took a sip of tea and said with gravity, I have long maintained that Comrade Zhang Jun is indeed a commendable individual. Our county has benefited immensely from his leadership. It is outrageous that such a good comrade has been slandered and subjected to baseless accusations and detention.
Yang Jinheng scoffed, Guo Qiaoqiao, who sent you here? How did you know that Zhang Jun was present?
Zhang Jun was taken aback, realizing that Yang Jinheng had astutely grasped the crux of the matter. Had Zhang Jun not mentioned over the phone that he intended to seek justice at the municipal committee meeting, Guo Qiaoqiao would not have known to come here. If Guo Qiaoqiao answered truthfully, it could imply that Zhang Jun had instructed his subordinate to stir up trouble. Fortunately, Guo Qiaoqiao was not foolish. She excitedly replied, I had no idea Secretary Zhang would be here. I thought he was still at the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. This afternoon, Secretary He from the commission came and, before many witnesses, took Secretary Zhang away. Many people in our town saw it. Everyone was anxious and inquired about Secretary Zhang's whereabouts. Worried for his well-being, I bravely came to the city to appeal to all of you leaders. Her response was flawless. Yang Jinheng's barrage of questions had been deftly deflected by Guo Qiaoqiao. Su Peixing checked his watch and stated, Yang Secretary, it is clear that Comrade Zhang Jun has been wronged, we must stand up for him, that He has acted recklessly and should face disciplinary action. I propose we reassign him from his position. Such a person is no longer fit to serve as the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission.
Zhang Jun thought to himself, Su Mayor is truly formidable, swiftly seizing the opportunity to counterattack.
Sometimes, a disadvantage can be transformed into an advantage, it all depends on how one chooses to wield it. Yang Jinheng was incredulous, even if He has made some minor missteps, it scarcely warrants such a severe response.
Moreover, there is currently no concrete evidence to prove that Comrade Zhang Jun is innocent.
The discussion circled back once more. Guo Qiaoqiao took a deep breath and declared, I will go to the hospital now.
Please send a representative to accompany me. Zhang Jun shouted, Xiaogui, no.
Guo Qiaoqiao smiled sadly, Secretary Zhang, I am willing to do whatever it takes to clear your name.
Everyone turned to Yang Jinheng, eager to hear the leader's opinion.
Yang Jinheng, his face grim, turned to the full-time deputy secretary, Ho Qiulan, and slowly said, to restore Comrade Zhang Jun's innocence, let us proceed with the examination. Comrade Ho Qiulan, you are the only—
Please accompany Guo Qiaoqiao to the hospital.
Chapter 186 Re-encounter with the old Taoist. Zhang Jun's expression was eerily calm, a facade that concealed the tempest within. He had not anticipated that Yang Jinheng would indeed compel Guo Qiaoqiao to undergo a gynecological examination. This act not only indicated Yang's desire to publicly humiliate Guo but also cast aspersions on Zhang Jun's character. Moreover, this individual seemed indifferent to offending Zhang Jun, relentlessly seeking to undermine him at every opportunity. Though Zhang Jun was seething with anger, it was ultimately futile. Yang Jinheng was not only the top authority in the city but also a member of the Provincial Standing Committee. The mayor of a provincial capital typically held a high-ranking position, often serving concurrently as a member of the Provincial Standing Committee. Yang Jinheng's rank far surpassed Zhang Jun's, rendering him powerless to challenge Yang's authority. Even Zhang Jun's former superior, Ma Hongqi, had merely been a vice-governor during his tenure in the province, never ascending to the standing committee. Despite both holding the same deputy ministerial rank, Yang Jinheng's standing as a committee member elevated him half a rank above Ma Hongqi. What could Zhang Jun possibly wield against Yang Jinheng? Until he could enhance his own power, he had no choice but to endure. In this moment, Zhang Jun found himself unnaturally composed. Anger, fury, and impulsiveness would resolve nothing, they would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, he resolved to maintain his composure, seek out his opponent's vulnerabilities, and prepare for a calculated and forceful counterattack. Ho Qiulan, the full-time deputy secretary of the municipal party committee, was around 50 years old. She rose slowly and spoke kindly to Guo Qiaoqiao, saying, My daughter is about your age. There is no need to be anxious. I shall accompany you to the hospital. I admire your courage in standing up for your colleagues, and I commend your spirit of righteousness. Undergoing an examination is merely a trivial matter. It will not only affirm Comrade Zhang Jun's innocence but also restore your own honor. Filled with gratitude, Guo Qiaoqiao replied, Thank you, Secretary Ho.
Ho Qiulan addressed the assembly, We shall be back shortly.
I know a gynecologist, the examination will be swift. However, I must stress that all present here are esteemed leaders and cultivated intellectuals, so I implore you to keep the details of this examination, regardless of the outcome, strictly confidential.
Anyone who dares to disseminate this information shall face severe consequences. A female colleague, compelled to utter such harsh words, caused a palpable shift in the atmosphere. Su Peisheng, maintaining a stern countenance, declared, "Indeed. Anyone who dares to leak this matter shall be dealt with severely once verified." Secretary Yang, what is your stance on this? Yang Jinhong, his expression impassive, nodded affirmatively, of course. The others echoed their agreement, pledging, "We shall uphold this secrecy." Zhang Jun contemplated Ho Chiolan's commendable stance. She recognized the futility of altering the circumstances and resolved to comply with Yang Jinhong's orders while minimizing the fallout. Ho Chiolan turned to Guo Qiaoqiao, saying, "Little Guo, come with me. I will arrange a special vehicle to take you." Guo Qiaoqiao glanced at Zhang Jun and in his starry eyes, a flicker of tenderness shone through upon witnessing his concern. Guo Qiaoqiao felt that enduring any hardship was worthwhile. Resolutely, she turned and followed Ho Chiolan out of the standing committee meeting room. In Ho Chiolan's absence, the committee meeting was temporarily suspended. Yang Jinhong spoke in a low tone, "It is getting late. Let us take a break and have a meal. Comrade Chiolan will likely take at least an hour, so we shall reconvene in 1 hour." Zhang Jun silently exited the municipal building. He had no appetite, feeling utterly devoid of hunger. He found a secluded spot by the roadside, sat down on a flower bed, and lit a cigarette, taking drags in a desultory manner. Amidst the swirling smoke, he noticed a fortune teller swaying towards him. Wasn't this the same old Taoist who had foretold his future last year? The old Taoist, recognizing Zhang Jun, grinned widely and remarked, "Noble one, how have you fallen so low?" At that moment, Zhang Jun, unshaven and disheveled, with a countenance marked by anxiety, indeed bore the appearance of someone in decline. He offered a cigarette to the old man, managing a wry smile. "You predicted my rise, yet here I am, ensnared in despair." The old man settled beside him, chuckling, "Merely having a wealth of knowledge does not suffice. Martial prowess cannot satiate hunger. One's ambitions may soar high, yet if fortune does not favor, it is but a source of frustration." Zhang Jun was taken aback. "Elder, are you mocking me?" The old man waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. "When fortune smiles, one meets good friends. In adversity, one encounters noble souls. Why lament? Noble one, a true gentleman is no ordinary man. He can rise from the depths, yet, in shallow waters, one may be toyed with by shrimp, only to soar to the heavens when the moment is right." Zhang Jun was momentarily stunned. After finishing a cigarette, the old man stood, brushing off the dust from his clothes, and said, "The most seasoned wheat bends low. Truly wise individuals understand the value of humility. With spring's return, flowers bloom in abundance. To gain assistance from others is to seize the moment." He laughed heartily, striding away as Zhang Jun watched the old man's slender figure, feeling a flicker of enlightenment. This old Taoist was no ordinary fortune teller. He rose, intending to pursue him, but the old man had vanished from sight to eye in the vast sea of humanity. Although Zhang Jun and the old Taoist had crossed paths thrice without engaging in deep conversation, he had gleaned much wisdom from their exchanges. Zhang Jun approached a nearby trash bin, extinguishing his cigarette butt, and wandered into a nearby noodle shop, where he hastily consumed a bowl of pig's blood noodles. After glancing at the time, he made his way back to the municipal building. An hour passed, and the committee members gradually returned to the meeting room. Zhang Jun stood at the door, glancing down the corridor, but Ho Chiolan and Guo Qiaoqiao had yet to arrive. Inside, the committee members were enveloped in clouds of smoke, engaged in hushed conversations. At this moment, Zhang Jun's sole concern was for Guo Qiaoqiao. He scarcely contemplated his own prospects of becoming the executive deputy county head. As dusk fell, dark clouds gathered ominously outside, signaling an impending storm. Zhang Jun checked the time and heard Yang Jinhong's voice from within. "The time is nearly up. Comrade Chiolan must be returning soon. Let us prepare to continue the meeting." At that moment, Zhang Jun spotted Ho Chiolan entering with Guo Qiaoqiao. His heart raced, uncertainty gripping him. What would the examination reveal? Was Guo Qiaoqiao truly still a maiden? As a medical student, Zhang Jun understood that a young girl, even without prior romantic encounters, might lose her virginity through vigorous physical activity. What if the examination results were unfavorable? Would that not be counterproductive? Both Zhang Jun and Guo Qiaoqiao would find themselves in an irrevocable predicament. Ho Chiolan led Guo Qiaoqiao into the meeting room. Yang Jinhong's sharp gaze swept over Ho Chiolan as he declared, "All right, let us resume the meeting. Please ensure the door is tightly closed." Zhang Jun stood by the door, silently shutting it, then turned to Guo Qiaoqiao. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and her expression betrayed no discernible change. Zhang Jun thought to himself, "Little Guo, my fate now rests in your hands." Chapter 187. To deter others in the standing committee of the municipal party committee, there was no seat for Zhang Jun. Although there was a row of seats against the wall meant for other attendees during expanded meetings, Zhang Jun chose not to sit down, instead standing alongside Guo Qiaoqiao. But he understood the profound wisdom in the seasoned words he had heard. The truly knowledgeable and experienced individuals often bow their heads and place themselves in lower positions. Once Ho Chiolan took her seat, she calmly raised her glass and took a sip of water. Yang Jinhong turned his head and asked, "Comrade Chiolan, have you had your meal?" Ho Chiolan nodded and replied, "I had lunch with Xiao Gui in the hospital canteen." Yang Jinhong clearly wanted to inquire about the results of Guo Qiaoqiao's gynecological examination, questioning whether she was still a virgin. Yet, as a man, he found it difficult to voice such a query. Nevertheless, as the host, he steered the meeting's rhythm and, after a brief moment of contemplation, rephrased his question, "Comrade Chiolan, please share the situation with us." Ho Chiolan produced a medical record and examination results, stating, "Everyone sent me here because they trust me, so regardless of the findings, you must believe in their authenticity." Yang Jinhong responded composedly, "Of course. You are our municipal party committee's dedicated deputy secretary. If we do not trust you, whom can we trust?"
The others nodded in agreement. Zhang Jun's heart raced, feeling as if it were lodged in his throat. The moment that would determine his fate had arrived. He had never anticipated that one day his destiny would be intertwined with Guo Qiaoqiao's, and in such a dramatic fashion. Casting a glance at Zhang Jun, Ho Qiulan declared, "Comrade Zhang Jun is innocent." The results of Guo Qiaoqiao's gynecological examination indicate that she has not engaged in any intimate relations. This is the authoritative conclusion provided by the Provincial Maternal and Child Health Hospital's Obstetrics and Gynecology Department. Thus, Comrade Guo Qiaoqiao is also blameless. An immediate silence enveloped the room. Not everyone's expressions turned solemn as they gazed at Zhang Jun and Guo Qiaoqiao. Zhang Jun's eyes welled with tears. A man rarely sheds tears, but at that moment, he was on the verge of breaking down. He looked gratefully at Guo Qiaoqiao, who was radiant, her features akin to a picturesque painting, adorned with a bashful smile. Her thick, long braids accentuated her simplicity while radiating brilliance. Mayor Su Peisheng laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a heroine, boldly crashing the standing committee meeting to rescue your esteemed secretary Zhang. Truly commendable, Comrade Zhang Jun, you have nurtured an excellent cadre." Zhang Jun offered a modest smile. "We are all officials under the leadership of the Municipal Party Committee and government." Yet, he felt a cold sweat forming in his palms. Su Peisheng's eyes gleamed with intensity, quickly transforming into a sharp gaze. He gently tapped his fingers on the table, his expression serious as he stated, "Everyone, look here, an inconsequential individual has penned a meaningless letter, and what is worse, it was anonymous. This nearly wronged two innocent and virtuous individuals. If Comrade Guo Qiaoqiao had been shy or fearful of retaliation, and had not mustered the courage to step forward, or if her revolutionary friendship with Comrade Zhang Jun had not reached the level of such self-sacrifice, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Secretary Tao, what are your thoughts?" Tao lied, the secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, wore a grave expression and replied solemnly, "I will certainly address this matter with the utmost seriousness. He Fei indeed committed a grievous error." Yang Jinheng furrowed his brow, pressing his hand against it, and remarked, "Comrade He Fei has indeed abused his power and deserves punishment. Since Comrade Zhang Jun is present today, we should restore his honor. I will recommend to the provincial authorities that Comrade He Fei receive a serious reprimand, with probation, as a warning to others." Zhang Jun thought to himself, Yang Jinheng is clearly shielding He Fei. Could it be that He Fei is connected to Yang Jinheng? There was no suggestion of dismissal or expulsion, only a serious reprimand. In the bureaucratic system, such a penalty is rather mild, akin to being tasked with writing out a list of vocabulary 10 times in school. However, through this punishment, Zhang Jun could restore his own reputation. If the city acknowledged He Fei's wrongdoing, then Zhang Jun would naturally be exonerated. Zhang Jun had never expected that this incident could lead to the downfall of a deputy secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. Such a notion was evidently unrealistic. The authority to dismiss a deputy secretary is not held by the city, but rather by the province. The city only has the right to recommend. Even if the city made a recommendation, the province might not necessarily approve it. Personnel changes at the departmental level often involve intricate negotiations among numerous provincial leaders, rather than being dictated by a single voice. For Zhang Jun to achieve this outcome was indeed fortunate. Thus, he wisely refrained from speaking. Yang Jinheng pondered, "Next, we will discuss related personnel matters. Comrades Zhang Jun and Guo Qiaoqiao, you may step down for now." Zhang Jun acknowledged, saying, "Thank you, leaders, for restoring my reputation." Zhang Jun takes his leave. He and Guo Qiaoqiao exited. The ensuing standing committee meeting would undoubtedly deliberate on the selection of the executive deputy county head of Yiping County. Zhang Jun had not secured any additional votes for himself, but at the very least, he had thwarted a significant conspiracy against him. Had he not cleared his name, any future mention of this incident would have rendered him vulnerable and hindered his chances of election. Yet, Zhang Jun found himself unconcerned about the outcome. "Xiao Guo, let us depart." Zhang Jun walked ahead with composure, and Guo Qiaoqiao followed closely by his side. "Secretary Zhang, did I do something wrong?" Guo Qiaoqiao asked anxiously. "You did wonderfully. Then why are you not happy?" "Alas! I am frustrated with my own inadequacy, that you, a delicate woman, had to make such sacrifices for me." "No, Secretary Zhang, this was my own choice. I have not suffered any loss." Zhang Jun turned back slowly, gazing at her and saying, "You foolish girl." "Truly foolish." Guo Qiaoqiao softly replied, "For you, I am willing to be a fool." Zhang Jun was taken aback. Guo Qiaoqiao bit her lip and confessed, "I know you look down on me. You are a graduate student, and you hold a leadership position. Yet, I cannot help but like you." Zhang Jun extended his hand and gently patted her slender shoulder, speaking tenderly, "You are mistaken. I hold great affection for you. If I were a few years younger, and if I had not married, I would certainly propose to your family." Guo Qiaoqiao's eyes glistened with tears, 2 large droplets spilling down. "How painful is the reality of unfulfilled encounters." Zhang Jun smiled slightly. "Isn't our current relationship rather good?" Guo Qiaoqiao pouted, gently shaking her head, and with a heart full of pain and helplessness, said, "Secretary Zhang, you are truly wonderful." Zhang Jun smiled easily. "Are you still hungry? Let me treat you to a late-night snack." "Sure, where shall we go?" Guo Qiaoqiao wiped away her tears and smiled again. "The food at the hospital canteen is too bland, I hardly ate." "Let us go. I know a late-night eatery where they serve authentic crayfish." "Wow, crayfish, that's my favorite. How many pounds can you eat?" 3 pounds, 5 pounds? "Then let us order 10 pounds of crayfish, let us feast." "Secretary Zhang, are you going to be elected as the executive deputy county head?"
Who cares? To hell with the executive deputy county head, a trivial position that so many are vying for, which nearly caused harm to both of us. Right now, I only wish to accompany you and enjoy a hearty meal of crayfish. Yet, he too longed for contention. Let everything be determined by the conclusions drawn in the standing committee meeting. Chapter 188. A fractured relationship. The midnight snacks of the provincial capital are renowned across the nation, particularly the exquisite crayfish, which is celebrated for its myriad flavors: spicy, fragrant, braised, and garlic-infused, among others. Zhang Jun inquired of Guo Xiaoqiao about her preferred flavor. She puckered her lips and giggled, exclaiming, "It must be the spicy flavor. Crayfish just isn't enjoyable unless it's spicy. The thrill lies in sweating profusely." Zhang Jun laughed heartily. "I too relish the spicy flavor." He summoned the waiter and instructed, "Bring us 10 pounds of spicy crayfish. Also, 4 servings each of charcoal grilled beef, beef tallow, and chicken kidneys, along with 4 cans of pure draft beer." The waiter noted the order, confirmed its accuracy, and departed. "Wah, Secretary Zhang, have you struck it rich? Ordering so many dishes must cost hundreds." "Money is merely a trifle. What one earns is meant to be spent." Zhang Jun chuckled generously. In truth, he valued money greatly as his earnings were modest. His lavishness today stemmed entirely from Guo Xiaoqiao's contributions, serving as a reward for her. Even if he offered her cash, she would likely refuse. Thus, he opted to treat her to a splendid meal. Soon, the dishes arrived, and Guo Xiaoqiao assisted Zhang Jun in peeling the crayfish, one after another. As Zhang Jun jested, "Little Guo, you eat, I can manage." They chatted amiably as they dined. Guo Xiaoqiao asked, "Secretary Zhang, what about the painting you took to be framed? Did you retrieve it?" "Oh, I nearly forgot until you mentioned it. I'll go pick it up tomorrow." In reality, Zhang Jun had not forgotten but had been preoccupied with recent matters. The duo's appetites were formidable, devouring every morsel of their midnight feast. Guo Xiaoqiao, cradling her belly, exclaimed, "I've never felt so full. Thank you, Secretary Zhang." Zhang Jun sincerely replied, "Thank you as well, little Guo." Suddenly, Zhang Jun's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from his wife. "Zhang Jun, are you alright?" Lu Yujie asked loudly. "What could possibly be wrong?" Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly. "I just heard someone say you were taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission." "Who told you that?" "While at work, a colleague's husband, who works for the Municipal Discipline Inspection, said he saw you." "I merely went to discuss some matters. I left long ago." "So, are you back in Yiping County or staying in the city?" "I'm returning to the county. I have work tomorrow. Don't believe every rumor." "I'm relieved you're fine. I thought you had been arrested." After hanging up, Zhang Jun mused to himself how quickly news travels, especially bad news. It had barely been a moment since he had been involved with the discipline inspection, and already it had reached his wife's ears. Fortunately, he had made a scene at the municipal standing committee meeting, clearing his name. Otherwise, who knows what kind of farce might have ensued. After settling the bill, his phone rang once more, this time from an unfamiliar number. Zhang Jun answered, "Hello?" A furious voice erupted, "Zhang Jun, you little brat, how dare you report my wrongdoing?" Zhang Jun paused, moving the phone slightly away, and replied, "Who are you? Did you drink too much Sanlu?" The irate voice retorted, "I am Yifei. The one coming to get you." Zhang Jun scoffed, "Keep your distance. I suffer from a phobia of crowded spaces and prefer not to be near those with ulterior motives." A loud bang echoed through the phone, evidently Yifei slamming a table, as he furiously shouted, "Just wait and see. You think you can get away with this? I won't let it go. You're just a mere deputy director. Do you think you can soar high? Watch me ruin you." Zhang Jun spat, "You're fortunate I didn't take you down today." Having already severed ties with Yifei, Zhang Jun harbored no fear of confrontation. There was no need for pretense anymore. Why not tear the facade apart together? Who was afraid of whom? Upon hearing that he would be reprimanded, Yifei was incensed. A reprimand, while seemingly trivial, could severely hinder his future promotions, likely halting his progress. Each time personnel discussions occurred, old grievances would be dredged up, undermining his chances for advancement. Yifei's attempt to apprehend Zhang Jun was originally to curry favor with a superior, aiming for a promotion. Instead, he managed to offend Zhang Jun while failing in his task, all while receiving a reprimand. In a fit of rage, Yifei sought to vent his frustrations on Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun, equally incensed, had initially intended to let it go, but with Yifei practically delivering himself at his doorstep, how could he resist the opportunity to retaliate? The two engaged in a lively exchange of insults, and Zhang Jun discovered that venting his frustrations through cursing was indeed cathartic. No wonder Lu Yuji often lashed out. She probably released all her pent-up frustrations on Zhang Jun. Yet Zhang Jun was not her punching bag. Why not direct her anger towards her parents or younger brother instead of solely at her husband? Zhang Jun had his own grievances that needed an outlet. At that moment, he berated Yifei over the phone, saying, "Speak your piece, but do not threaten me loudly. I'm afraid of dogs." "Fine, I won't pressure you further. I won't want to push you to the edge. Perhaps you should bark a few more times. It's quite entertaining." Unable to match Zhang Jun's wit, Yifei, consumed with rage, abruptly hung up. Zhang Jun set down his phone, muttering angrily that Yifei is truly a mad dog. He snaps at everyone. Guo Xiaoqiao, having listened to Secretary Zhang's tirade, found it quite exhilarating, knowing full well that it was Yifei who had wronged both Zhang Jun and herself. However, after the laughter subsided, she expressed concern, saying, "Secretary Zhang, he is the deputy secretary of the Municipal Discipline Inspection. That is quite a significant position. You must be cautious. If he seeks revenge, you should be wary." He may not have found anything this time, but he could easily concoct another excuse. Zhang Jun sneered, "What is there to fear? My actions are upright and my conscience clear, let us head home." Guo Qiao glanced at the time and asked, "Aren't you going to wait for the standing committee meeting to conclude? We don't even know the outcome yet." Zhang Jun shook his head, "No need to wait, let it be, whether it rains or not is irrelevant, whoever becomes the executive deputy county head is of little concern to me. I am quite content being the party secretary of Chengguan town, better to be a rooster's head than a phoenix's tail, don't you think, little Guo?" Guo Qiao smiled, "To me, whether you are the party secretary or the executive deputy county head, it's all the same. You re still my superior." Observing the cheerful Guo Qiao, Zhang Jun thought to himself how genuinely innocent she was. After such a tumultuous incident, she could still laugh so carefree, yet perhaps that was for the best. Such individuals live simply and joyfully. Upon returning to the town, Zhang Jun took a shower and went to bed. After such a long day, he was genuinely fatigued. He paid no mind to the earlier conflicts of the standing committee or who would ultimately assume the role of executive deputy county head, and simply fell asleep. Chapter 189. The dust settles. Zhang Jun was abruptly awakened by a series of vigorous knocks on the door. He sat up suddenly, momentarily believing he was late, but upon glancing at his watch, he realized it was only 7:30 in the morning. He let out a long sigh and got out of bed to open the door. Standing outside were Zhou Wang and Guo Qiao. "Ah, Secretary Zhang, congratulations," the two exclaimed in unison, eagerly extending their hands toward Zhang Jun. Still dazed from sleep, Zhang Jun managed a bewildered smile. "What is going on? What is the cause for celebration?" Zhou Wang's face was beaming with joy, contorted into an expression resembling a chrysanthemum, his body bent like an old pine tree as he said, "Secretary Zhang, the Municipal Standing Committee has already passed a resolution, appointing you as the acting executive vice-county head of Yiping County." Zhang Jun's mind buzzed with disbelief. It was indeed a surprise, an immense surprise. The resolution had been passed in the Municipal Standing Committee, but he was merely the acting executive vice-county head for now. The government officials still needed to go through the local People's Congress for an election before he could officially assume the position. Zhang Jun, as the acting executive vice-county head, was only authorized to perform the duties of the vice-county head temporarily. The position would need to be affirmed through the county's People's Congress before he could be considered duly appointed. The role of acting vice-county head implies a temporary assumption of responsibilities pending formal ratification by the local representatives during the next assembly. Such situations typically arise when there is an urgent need to fill a vacancy due to the reassignment of a superior official. Guo Qiao stood at the door with a radiant smile, her eyes twinkling with delight, and playfully remarked, "Secretary Zhang, congratulations, we tried calling you, but your phone was off." Zhang Jun replied, "Oh, my phone ran out of battery. I forgot to charge it when I got home last night, please, come in." Guo Qiao had brought him breakfast, which she carried inside. As Zhou Wang entered, he said, "Secretary Zhang, although your new role as executive vice-county head is still within our county, it is undoubtedly a promotion, and we should hold a farewell banquet for you in our town. Allow me to take charge of the arrangements." Zhang Jun invited them to sit down while he plugged in his phone, responding, "You may handle that as you see fit, but since the official order has yet to be issued, it seems a bit premature to discuss it." Once the phone powered on, a flood of notifications inundated his screen. Zhang Jun glanced at it, noticing dozens of missed calls and over 100 messages. He couldn't afford to respond just yet, he needed to freshen up and have breakfast first. Upon arriving at the office, Zhang Jun charged his phone while tending to work. Until the appointment was official, everything remained hypothetical. Changes in directives were not uncommon. However, he found it difficult to concentrate. As his phone continued to ring incessantly, he repeatedly answered calls and replied to messages. Without exception, everyone was calling to share their congratulations. It felt as though the entire county was aware of his new role, while he was just now catching up with the news through others. Was there anyone else as nonchalant about such a significant promotion as he? Through conversations with various individuals, Zhang Jun gradually pieced together the details of the Municipal Standing Committee meeting. Although he lacked first-hand knowledge, the information he collected painted a clear picture. Su Peixing had strongly endorsed Zhang Jun. His reasoning was sound. Since arriving in Yiping County, Zhang Jun had ushered in transformative changes across various sectors, from the development zone to public security, and from the county seat to rural areas, all showing marked improvement. Such a commendable individual deserved to be elevated to a more significant position of responsibility. Zhang Jun's achievements were widely recognized. Furthermore, the recent incident involving Guo Qiao had vindicated him, allowing all members of the committee to witness his remarkable character. A young and beautiful woman assisting him in household chores, yet he remained unperturbed, treating her with respect. Such composure surpassed that of 99.99% of men. The Municipal Party Committee's deputy secretary, Ho Chilan, also lent her support, casting a vote for Zhang Jun. The Minister of Propaganda also backed him. With the votes of several other committee members, Zhang Jun ultimately triumphed by a narrow margin of 2 votes over his competitors. Municipal Party Secretary Yang Jinheng did not cast a vote, which Zhang Jun had anticipated. Yang Jinheng had his preferred candidate, and now that Zhang Jun had ascended to the government's ranks, it would be difficult for them to share the same interests. Thus, his vote was never in question. The political arena is indeed a harsh reality. Zhang Jun had initially believed hope was lost. Although the investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission and the Guo Qiao incident had clarified his innocence, they would inevitably affect his support base. To his surprise, he had managed to break through the obstacles and taken a crucial step forward in his political career. Zhang Jun called Su Peixing, Ho Chilan, and others to express his sincere gratitude, inviting them to a meal together.
They all insisted there was no need for formality, assuring him they would have plenty of time to gather in the future, and they congratulated him on his appointment as acting executive vice-county head. It wasn't until noon that Zhang Jun finished his calls. His phone had been charging the whole time, yet it still hadn't gained enough power. Just as he hung up, it rang again. It was Lu Yujie, who inquired with surprise, "Zhang Jun, I heard you become the executive vice-county head. Is it true?" Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, "No, it's not." Lu Yujie was taken aback. "How is that possible?" "I've heard everyone discussing it. Such a significant development cannot be false." Zhang Jun maintained his calm demeanor. "I'm currently just acting in the role. I haven't officially taken office yet. Even the order for this acting position has not been issued." Lu Yujie chuckled. "Then it must be true. Do you really need to be so formal? If it was passed in the standing committee, it's a done deal. Everything else is merely procedural." "Oh, such a monumental event, and you didn't think to let me know?" Zhang Jun thought to himself, "Why would I share this with you?" "I only found out about it today," he replied, not wishing to engage in an argument. There was no prior indication. "Oh, this is wonderful." Lu Yujie suddenly became exuberant. "Come home for dinner tonight. I'll prepare a few exquisite dishes for you. Let us talk about it over the weekend. I'm quite busy at the moment, my phone is dying, so I'll have to hang up." Wait. Now that you've been promoted to the county, doesn't that mean you hold more power? My aunt's son graduated from university but hasn't found a job yet. Could you arrange a position for him in Yiping County? As long as it's a job in the county government or office, you can arrange it as you see fit. We not picky." Zhang Jun felt as though he had swallowed a fly, utterly uncomfortable. It was no wonder Lu Yujie was being so warm. She had an ulterior motive. Coldly, he replied, "Positions in the county government? Arrange it as if it's easy. You call that not being picky? Do you think I'm the county party secretary? Even if I were the secretary, personnel matters are not solely at my discretion." Lu Yujie's temper flared. "Zhang Jun, you've just become a minor official. Don't let it go to your head. What's wrong with helping a relative secure a position? My aunt's son is not an outsider." Zhang Jun replied firmly, "Yiping County is a small place. Working here feels like exile. That's your own words, therefore, I suggest you keep him in the city." Chapter 190 Only personnel changes. Upon hearing this, Lu Yujie became extremely agitated and reprimanded loudly. "If I had the ability to arrange his job, would I need to plead with you? If I seek assistance from others, you accuse me of being unfaithful and flirting with other men." Zhang Jun responded with a cold laugh. "What utter nonsense. Are you indebted to your second aunt? Why should you be responsible for securing a job for her son? If their family lacks the capability to arrange employment for him, then they should not have brought him into this world." Fuming with anger, Lu Yujie retorted, "Are you even being reasonable? What's wrong with helping a relative when you can?" Zhang Jun replied sternly, "Is this merely a matter of assistance? This is a serious violation of organizational principles. If he possesses the skills, let him take the civil service exam. I achieved my position through examination. But he can't pass the exam. If he could, would he be seeking our help? You dare to push someone who can't pass the exam onto me? What power do I have to arrange his entry? Do you think I am the Minister of Organization for the Municipal Party Committee, who can just make a call and have Yiping County comply? Or do you believe I am the Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee?" Lu Yujie, recognizing Zhang Jun's predicament, sighed and said, "So what should we do? My second aunt has come to me for help, and she even mentioned visiting our home this weekend." Zhang Jun replied in a serious tone, "Perfect timing. I have plans this weekend, so I won't be going home." "What plans do you have?" Lu Yujie's temper flared again. "You're not going out on another date, are you? Is it with Shen Shui? I'll call her over for a game of mahjong." Zhang Jun shouted in frustration, "Will you ever stop? I have no desire to meet your relatives, is that clear? I'm staying in the dormitory. If you wish to see me, you can come over yourself." With that, he slammed the phone down. He was already overwhelmed, and now his wife was burdening him with these irrelevant matters, insisting that he take action. How could Zhang Jun, who was barely managing his own affairs, possibly arrange for someone to enter the system? Moreover, working in Yiping County, what sense does it make to facilitate a relative's entry? Even if he had the capability, he would never place them in his own unit. The implications of arranging such individuals, especially those who might cause trouble, are secondary. The real fear lies in being exploited by adversaries, serving as leverage to undermine you. Zhang Jun, despite his simplicity, would never place a ticking time bomb beside himself. In the political sphere, the closer one's relatives are, the more vulnerabilities one exposes, making it easier for opponents to exploit and attack. That is why many officials are assigned to distant locations, often alone, refraining from bringing any family members. Even if they do wish to bring family, it is generally only after they have stabilized their position. In the past, officials could bring secretaries and drivers when promoted. However, regulations now prohibit taking secretaries, and drivers are usually not brought along either. From an organizational standpoint, forming cliques is strictly forbidden. Lu Yujie's insistence for Zhang Jun to arrange for a relative's entry raises suspicions of forming a faction. Furthermore, Zhang Jun truly lacks the ability to place a civil servant within the system. All positions are filled through standardized examinations. Of course, there may be a few positions where connections could facilitate entry. However, how could such opportunities ever fall into Zhang Jun's hands? He is neither the Minister of Organization nor the Secretary of the County Committee. After years of marriage, Lu Yujie still fails to understand Zhang Jun. Not only does she withhold support in his career, but she also occasionally undermines him. When Zhang Jun was sidelined at the Traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute, Lu Yujie looked down on him at every turn. Then, when he finally became the secretary to Ma Hongqi, she extended her hand, accepting bribes and gifts, even arranging for her brother to engage in medical equipment sales. Fortunately, these matters did not come to light, allowing Zhang Jun to secure his position. As soon as Zhang Jun was assigned to a new post, Lu Yujie's attitude shifted dramatically, and she became indifferent towards him. Now, with Zhang Jun on the verge of promotion, Lu Yujie immediately expects him to leverage his newfound power to benefit her family. What kind of woman could possibly serve as a leader's spouse? If one day Zhang Jun attains a high office, would Lu Yujie not indulge in accepting gifts and money behind his back, arranging for all her family members to secure good positions? Zhang Jun felt that his marriage with Lu Yujie had reached a point of no return. The exchange of hearts cannot be forced. If it cannot be achieved, then one must seek a new partner. If he cannot change Lu Yujie, he must sever emotional ties decisively. With this thought, Zhang Jun found a surprising calmness. That day, visitors came to see him in droves. Not only individuals from the town, but also people from the county continued to arrive. They were not there for any specific business but rather to offer congratulations and familiarize themselves, seeking Zhang Jun's favor for future endeavors. Zhang Jun was occupied throughout the day, meeting with visitors until the end of office hours. In the end, he realized that nearly all department heads from the county had come to pay their respects. It seemed that each of them was quite astute. Since they were in the office, Zhang Jun only exchanged pleasantries with them. Some guests didn't even sip tea. They would merely sit for a moment, see others arriving, and then take their leave. Everyone was busy with their own work, and Zhang Jun understood this well. There is a saying, a leader may not remember everyone who visits, but they certainly recall who did not come. Indeed, it was true. Zhang Jun could not recall who had visited that day, but he would certainly remember if someone from a department was absent. As the end of the workday approached, Zhang Jun stood to pour tea and suddenly noticed a document bag conspicuously placed beside the sofa. He was taken aback. Almost instinctively, he thought it might contain cash. He picked it up. It felt heavy. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained a staggering 40,000 yuan in cash. Zhang Jun tried to recollect who might have left it there, but he simply could not remember. Who would be foolish enough to give a gift without leaving their name? How could anyone know who sent it? Zhang Jun was perplexed, but he certainly could not accept this money. He placed the document bag back where it was, calling over Zhou Wang, stating, "There is a document bag here, but I don't know who left it behind. Please take it and notify everyone tomorrow so the owner can come to claim it." Zhou Wang hesitated for a moment before picking it up and saying, "Secretary Zhang, there may be money inside." Zhang Jun responded in surprise, "Money? Who would leave behind such a large sum? It's probably public funds. You must find out who this belongs to tomorrow and return it." Zhou Wang exclaimed, "But how can we find that out? So many people came today." Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, "Can't you just call each one to inquire?" Zhou Wang dared not retort further, saying, "Understood, Secretary Zhang." Zhang Jun calmly instructed, "Count how much is there so we won't get confused later. We can serve as witnesses for each other. For instance, if it's clearly 40,000 yuan and the person who lost it insists it was 50,000, that could lead to complications, right?" Zhou Wang repeatedly agreed, and in front of Zhang Jun, he counted the money, declaring, "Secretary Zhang, it is indeed exactly 40,000. Zhang Jun nodded, "Excellent, keep it safe. Make sure to return it to the rightful owner tomorrow." Zhou Wang scratched his head and asked, "Secretary Zhang, what if we can't find the person?" Zhang Jun chuckled, 40,000 yuan, and we can't find the owner? That is simply impossible. With that, he gracefully departed, leaving Zhou Wang in a state of confusion. Chapter 191. Unwilling to leave due to a delay, Zhang Jun found himself leaving work half an hour later than usual. Upon returning to his dormitory, as he ascended the staircase, he was greeted by the sound of conversation. The voice seemed familiar. Was it not Lu Yujie? What brought her here? Upon reaching his floor, he indeed found his door wide open, with Lu Yujie seated on the sofa alongside a middle-aged woman and a young man, engaged in conversation with Guo Qiao. Zhang Jun vaguely recognized the young man as Lu Yujie's cousin Wang Chanlong, who had grown significantly over the years. As for the middle-aged woman, it was undoubtedly Lu Yujie's aunt, Zhang Meili. Spotting Zhang Jun's arrival, Guo Qiao cheerfully exclaimed, "Secretary Zhang, you're back. I just got off work and bumped into the lady at the entrance. She was inquiring about your residence, so I brought her here." Zhang Jun nodded and waved his hand, saying, "Xiao Guo, there's no let us dine out." Zhang Meili chimed in with a playful tone, "Zhang Jun, you've really made it big now." Setting down his briefcase, Zhang Jun replied, "Auntie, Chanlong, I'd like to treat you all to a meal out." "Xiao Guo, you're coming too." Guo Qiao smiled and said, "Secretary Zhang, I can whip up a quick meal at home. The ingredients are all ready." Zhang Jun then called Su Wanner, stating, "No need to cook. Let us head to Shizhou for dinner. I've arranged a private room with manager Su." He also called Wu Chang, instructing him to wait outside with the car. Lu Yujie and the others rose to leave with Zhang Jun. Auntie Jian hopped into her Toyota Corolla, a vehicle worth over 100,000. Lu Yujie initially approached the passenger seat of the Corolla but turned back at the last moment and chose to join Zhang Jun in his car. Fortunately, Guo Qiao was accustomed to sitting in the front passenger seat, thus avoiding the back seat with Zhang Jun. Once in the car, Lu Yujie remarked, "You seem to be living quite comfortably here, no wonder you're reluctant to return." Zhang Jun replied coolly, "In a small town, do you think it's appealing? Is it comfortable? Why haven't you come to keep me company for a day?"
Lu Yujie's expression fell, leaving her momentarily speechless in her defense. The car soon arrived at Shizhou. Wu Chang quickly exited the vehicle and opened the back door, assisting Zhang Jun as he alighted. After Zhang Jun stepped out, he said, "Xiao Wu, join us for dinner, don't be shy." Wu Chang chuckled, "Thank you, Secretary Zhang. I'll park the car first." Zhang Jun nodded in acknowledgement. Although Shizhou was a county club, its decor was exquisite and splendid, rivaling the upscale restaurants in the provincial capital. Auntie Jiang merely parked the car and approached, exclaiming, "I never expected such a high-end restaurant in this small town." Just as Lu Yujie was about to speak, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared, clad in a flowing gown, enchanting and graceful, rivaling Shen Shui, yet possessing a unique allure that made her exceptionally captivating. Even as a woman, Lu Yujie found herself momentarily entranced, pondering how such beauty existed in the world. The legendary beauties of ancient times, like Shishir and Diaochan, could hardly compare. Su Wan'er approached with a radiant smile, extending her delicate right hand to grasp Zhang Jun's, warmly stating, "Secretary Zhang, welcome, I've arranged everything for the banquet. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me." Zhang Jun offered a faint smile, replying, "Thank you, Manager Su." Su Wan'er laughed lightly, "Secretary Zhang, why so formal? You remaking me blush, watch your step." Lu Yujie observed her partner basking in the attention of such a lovely woman, her heart swirling with an indescribable mix of emotions. This enchanting woman was, after all, the owner of this luxurious establishment. A true embodiment of talent and beauty, a powerful woman in the business world, adept at navigating social situations, exactly the type of woman men often admired. Su Wan'er's gaze was solely fixed on Zhang Jun, naturally perceiving the others as mere appendages to him. However, she was exceptionally gracious, warmly welcoming everyone with a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Upon entering the private room, Su Wan'er naturally and attentively pulled out a chair for Zhang Jun, inviting him to sit before addressing the others. "Everyone, please make yourselves comfortable." Once they were seated, Su Wan'er instructed a waitress dressed in a qipao, "Bring a bottle of Mao Tai and a Boston lobster for this table. Charge it to my account, and have the drinks and dishes served immediately." The waitress respectfully acknowledged and departed. Su Wan'er personally unwrapped the sanitary coverings of the utensils for Zhang Jun, sanitizing them with hot water from a kettle and neatly arranging them before him, pouring him a cup of tea. Lu Yujie, feeling a surge of unspoken words, found it difficult to voice her thoughts and instead quietly busied herself with pouring tea. Watching Zhang Jun relish the attentive service of the beautiful woman, Lu Yujie couldn't help but pout. At that moment, Zhang Jun was a far cry from the obedient husband she knew at home. The Zhang Jun at home was mundane and unassuming, without a trace of temper. Yet here, he exuded the composure and gravitas of a leader, with everyone around him orbiting his presence, gauging their actions based on his mood, fearing to offend him, but he needed not utter a word. Without direction, everyone naturally facilitated the next steps for him. Perhaps it was only at that moment that Lu Yujie began to comprehend that the husband she deemed inept was, in fact, a person of significance. A deputy director, while common in the provincial capital, wielded considerable influence in towns and counties, depending on the extent of their authority. With this layer of prestige, Zhang Jun appeared transformed in Lu Yujie's eyes, becoming someone who held substantial power, capable of determining fates, meting out judgments, and influencing promotions. It dawned on her that the husband she had dismissed as a failure was not as pathetic as she once believed. This man possessed a side of him that was truly admirable. Yet, his world, his domain, his authority, was confined to Yiping County. Contemplating this, Lu Yujie felt a bittersweet pang in her heart. Zhang Jun maintained a calm and composed demeanor, his expression serious yet unyielding, exuding a gentle authority that simultaneously conveyed an air of untouchable dignity. Su Wan'er, like a favored maid, catered to Zhang Jun's comfort. Once she had seen to all these matters, Zhang Jun finally said, "Manager Su, please take a seat, let us share a drink." Surprised and delighted, Su Wan'er responded, "Of course. I'll join Secretary Zhang for a toast. By the way, I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on your promotion. Today's drink doesn't count. I'll treat you to a special one another day. You must accept my invitation." Zhang Jun waved his hand slightly, saying, "We can discuss it another time. How have you been lately?" His inquiry was vague, open to interpretation, whether asking about her personal well-being or the state of her business. Su Wan'er, astutely perceptive, replied smoothly, "Everything is going well. Having a leader like Secretary Zhang is truly a blessing for the people of Yiping County." Chapter 192 Signature Service. A procession of young waitresses clad in elegant kipaos gracefully entered, each balancing exquisite large porcelain dishes, all adorned with fine porcelain lids. They placed the dishes upon the table and lifted the covers. Following them, additional attendants brought in an array of beverages, silently setting them down and uncorking the bottles before discreetly retreating. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, replete with an assortment of delicacies from land and sea. There were Boston lobsters, deep-sea yellow croakers, shark fins, and bird's nest soup. Additionally, the menu boasted pan-seared French silver cod, stir-fried squid, sea cucumber and shrimp congee, steamed green mussels with garlic, braised seafood tofu and rich sauce, seafood platters, and steamed eggs with clams, among other delights. Even Lu Yujie was experiencing such a lavish banquet for the very first time. It appeared that, despite its small size, Yiping County did not lack in culinary wealth. Lu Yujie and Jiang merely picked up their chopsticks. Zhang Jun raised his glass and declared, "Second aunt, Xiaolong, everyone, I propose a toast to all of you. Since we are familiar with one another, let us drink this one together. Thereafter, you may drink at your leisure. Those who can drink, please indulge, and for those who cannot, there is no need to force yourselves, let's keep it comfortable." Su Wan'er, Wu Xiaoqiao, Wu Chang, and the others lifted their glasses in agreement. Lu Yujie, Zhang Meili, and Wang Chanlong also laid down their chopsticks, raised their glasses, and shared a toast with Zhang Jun. The moment the wine was consumed, the atmosphere brightened considerably. Su Waner and Zhang Jun engaged in hushed conversation, while Lu Yujie occasionally glanced their way. The lively chatter at the table made it difficult for her to voice her thoughts. Zhang Jun understood their purpose for visiting, primarily to secure a job for Wang Chanlong. That he had made it abundantly clear over the phone that he was unable to assist in arranging employment for Wang. Yet, Lu Yujie brought her second aunt and son to confront him, seemingly intent on creating discomfort for Zhang Jun. After the meal, Su Waner cheerfully suggested, "Secretary Zhang, shall I invite everyone upstairs for some leisure?" Under normal circumstances, Zhang Jun would have declined. However, given that the evening was still young, returning home to sit uncomfortably with his second aunt and others felt awkward. He thought it better to indulge in a foot bath or a massage instead. "Su, don't say I haven't supported your business today. Everyone here is my family and friends. I must cover the expenses. If you insist on treating, I cannot agree to that," Zhang Jun stated firmly. It was a minor affair to play around, especially since he was out with his wife, and no one could fault him for that. However, if a businessman were to host, the situation would change entirely. Su Waner chuckled, "Secretary Zhang, I know you are a man of integrity. I wouldn't tarnish your reputation. How about I give you a discount? Please, allow me." Zhang Jun turned to Zhang Meili and said, "Second aunt, since it is your first time in Yiping County, let me extend my hospitality by treating you to a foot bath." Zhang Meili smiled warmly. "Zhang Jun, there is no need for such formality." Su Waner led them upstairs and inquired, "Is that your second aunt? And who is the other lady?" Zhang Jun cleared his throat, "That is my wife." Su Waner playfully stuck out her tongue and beamed, "Oh, so she is the lady of the house. Thankfully, I didn't act too flirtatiously. Otherwise, the lady might become upset." Zhang Jun shot her a stern glance. Undeterred, Su Waner maintained her playful demeanor, saying, "I'll arrange a foot bath for them, and for you, how about a SPA? It is quite delightful. I'll ensure you have the finest therapist." Zhang Jun replied mildly, "Isn't the best therapist, hear you?" Su Waner grinned, "Thank you for the compliment, Secretary Zhang. If you request me, I can also provide you with a SPA treatment." Zhang Jun paused, pondering how few men could resist the allure of such a captivating woman. In a private room, a maximum of 3 individuals could enjoy a foot bath together. Su Waner arranged for Lu Yujie, Zhang Meili, and Wang Chanlong to share a suite, while Guo Qiaoqiao and Wu Chang opted to wait in the lounge, watching television. Su Waner invited Zhang Jun into a separate room, which was tastefully decorated to resemble a high-end hotel suite, complete with all amenities of the room exuded an antique charm, featuring a spacious massage bed adorned with exquisite towels and pillows. A large-screen television, air conditioning, and soothing instrumental music created a serene atmosphere. The room also included a private bathing area and restroom, along with a pristine ceramic soaking tub. Su Waner gestured for him to sit on the sofa, presenting a set of short attire, saying, "Please take a shower first and change into this outfit, then lie down on the bed." Though Zhang Jun had never been a patron before, he understood the procedure and nodded slowly. Su Waner flashed a smile and exited the room. After showering and donning the designated attire, Zhang Jun reclined on the bed. The gentle strains of guzheng music wafted through the air, making it easy to relax, and with the effects of the wine still lingering, he soon drifted off to sleep. In a hazy state, he lost track of time until he was gently roused. He felt a presence behind him, as a soft and skillful touch began to massage his back. Each knead and stroke brought immense relief, as if every muscle and sinew was being rejuvenated. "Secretary Zhang, you're awake," the woman behind him murmured softly. Zhang Jun replied, "How did you know I was awake?" "Hee, of course, I can sense when you're awake. It's an instinct." "Su, how come it's you giving me a massage? Didn't you specifically request me? You said I am the signature service here. What makes you so special? Did you used to do this work?" "No." "Oh? After graduating from university, I joined Shizhou Yao as a supervisor. There are very few graduates in this line of work, making us quite rare. Then Hiyuchi recognized my potential and promoted me to manager. So how did others come to call you the signature service?" "It's all hype, because I'm beautiful. That draws men in to spend. However, even if they come seeking me, I'm seldom available." "That makes sense. Your technique is quite impressive. You must have trained?" "Indeed, I learned from the female masters here when I was a supervisor. This method isn't difficult to master. It is always good to have multiple skills. You are the first guest to receive my service." "Really, Hiyuchi never had a session with you?" "No, he never got the chance. He passed away too soon." "Oh. Is the pressure all right?" "It's perfect. Turn over, let me massage your abdomen." "All right." Zhang Jun flipped onto his back. The overhead lights were dimmed. Gentle illumination from a nearby lamp cast a soft glow. When Zhang Jun opened his eyes, he found Su Waner's exquisitely beautiful face mere inches away. Her stunning figure, perfectly contoured, was breathtakingly alluring. Zhang Jun couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Su Waner knelt beside him, her hands slick with oil, gently massaging his abdomen. A wave of warmth surged from his lower belly. Zhang Jun felt an unusual flush creep across his cheeks. Su Waner giggled softly, feeling something is perfectly natural. If you didn't feel anything, I'd have to consider jumping off a building. Zhang Jun chuckled at her playful remark. Suddenly, Su Waner leaned closer, her face inches from his, gazing deeply into his eyes without uttering a word. Zhang Jun inhaled her delicate fragrance, reminiscent of orchids. He found it increasingly difficult to resist. His hand instinctively reached for her slender waist, but just as it was about to make contact, he withdrew it, forcing himself to regain composure.
Chapter 193 The Cave of Gold. Su Waner brought Zhang Jun an exquisite temptation that no man could resist. Even the eunuchs within the imperial palace would find their hearts stirred upon encountering such a stunning beauty. Su Waner sensed Zhang Jun's shifting emotions and, with a gentle smile, softly said, "Secretary Zhang, your neck and shoulders seem to be in distress. Allow me to help relieve the tension."
"Oh, is that so?"
Zhang Jun slowly closed his eyes and replied, "Then I would be grateful for your assistance." Su Waner settled onto a stool at the head of the bed, leaning her body against Zhang Jun's head as she began to massage his shoulders and neck. Zhang Jun felt a delightful softness with a certain elasticity under his head. He understood that he could only force himself to ignore the rising desire within him, yet, the subtle fragrance emanating from Su Waner enveloped his senses, making it increasingly difficult to resist. "Secretary Zhang, have you ever watched Journey to the West?" she inquired.
"I have.
"It is a remarkable book that I have read several times," he responded.
I meant the television series."
"Oh, I have seen that as well. I watched it during my childhood."
"Indeed, I enjoyed it too.
I particularly liked the episode featuring the Kingdom of Women. The queen of that realm truly possesses an unparalleled beauty."
"Do you think Tang Sang would be able to pass her test?"
"Her heart is resolute, unlike that of an ordinary man. If it were me, I surely would fail."
"Exactly, especially when the queen says, 'Brother, you claim to be free of desires, yet you keep your eyes shut. If you were to open them and look at me, I wouldn't believe you are truly desireless.' Secretary Zhang, would you dare to open your eyes and look at me?"
Zhang Jun slowly opened his eyes. Gazing up at a woman from below presents a perilous angle for her. If the woman possesses a double chin or a fuller face, it can be quite unflattering. However, the exquisite Su Waner before him was utterly flawless. Zhang Jun found himself momentarily entranced. Compared to Shui, Su Waner exuded a different kind of enchanting charm. Shui's purity and Su Waner's allure each possessed their own unique allure. Zhang Jun found it difficult to determine who was more beautiful, as both were equally captivating. Though he tried to maintain his composure, his Adam's apple betrayed him, involuntarily bobbing up and down. Su Waner leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "If I were the queen of the Kingdom of Women and you were my brother, would you be able to pass my emotional test?"
Her words hung between truth and illusion, like a dream.
No matter how Zhang Jun replied, he would be wrong. Rationally, he closed his mouth. The breath that Su Waner released, carrying the fragrance of orchids, gently lingered at his ear and neck. Zhang Jun once again shut his eyes, pretending to be asleep. Just as the massage reached its conclusion, a knock resonated at the door. Su Waner straightened her posture, draping a blanket over Zhang Jun and inquiring, "Who is it?" "President Su, Secretary Zhang's wife is looking for him," came a clear female voice.
"Please allow her to enter." Su Waner replied without hesitation.
Zhang Jun thought to himself, that was a close call. Lu Yujie entered, inhaling the pleasant aroma of essential oils, and remarked, "Oh, look at you, indulging yourself with a massage." Zhang Jun merely hummed in response, remaining silent.
Su Waner laughed lightly, saying, "Madam, Secretary Zhang will be ready shortly. Please have a seat. Would you like me to arrange a massage for you as well?" "Never mind, this is a place meant for men to enjoy."
"If I wanted a massage, I would go to a beauty salon. They are cleaner and more professional there." Lu Yujie retorted, her tone laced with sharpness. Su Waner chose not to argue, simply smiling faintly. Her technique was impeccable, and she continued to massage Zhang Jun's head, asking, "Secretary Zhang, are you satisfied with my service?"
Zhang Jun replied, "Very well, thank you for your hard work."
He sat up, rotated his shoulders, and remarked, "I must admit, it feels much better now.
The pain has subsided."
Su Waner noted, "Your neck and back are not in good condition. Perhaps you sit too much. You should try to be more active." Zhang Jun acknowledged her advice. Su Waner then took her leave. Zhang Jun took a shower and changed clothes. Lu Yujie had been waiting inside and couldn't help but ask, "What is your relationship with this Su? She seems quite attentive towards you."
Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, "What do you think?"
Lu Yujie, with a stern expression, responded, "I don't know.
I can't figure it out."
Zhang Jun stated, "Then don't bother guessing. Let's go." Lu Yujie, feeling irritated, raised her voice, "I'm asking you a question, why won't you answer?"
Zhang Jun, serious in tone, declared, "You see the relationship as it is.
Whatever you perceive it to be is what it is. If you insist on making a scene here, I will gladly oblige. I have lost all face long ago. Whether you have any dignity left is your concern." Lu Yujie was momentarily taken aback, gathering her grievances before standing up abruptly and striding out. To her surprise, Su Waner had been waiting just outside. Upon seeing them emerge, she smiled brightly, "Secretary Zhang, madam, this way, please." It was unclear whether she had overheard their earlier conversation, but her expression betrayed no sign of having done so.
Zhang Jun inquired, "How much do I owe in total?"
Su Waner laughed with a sound like silver bells. "Secretary Zhang, why so formal? Must we settle accounts? You saved my sister, and I haven't had the chance to express my gratitude yet. You are far too selfless, denying me even a moment to show my appreciation."
Zhang Jun replied, "Even among brothers, accounts must be clear. A promise is a promise."
Su Waner conceded, "Very well, then I shall give you a 50% discount.
The total comes to 800 yuan.
Lu Yujie, overhearing this, halted in her tracks. 50% discount still amounts to 800. Without the discount, it would mean a staggering 1600 yuan. This place truly is a den of extravagance. Zhang Jun displayed no reaction. He was already aware of the prices. This was merely the cost for the second floor. The dining expenses on the first floor were additional. To entertain his aunt and the others, Zhang Jun had indeed splurged significantly that night. He settled the bill and left without delay. Throughout the journey, Lu Yujie remained silent. Upon returning to the town committee's courtyard, Zhang Jun took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Wu Chang, saying, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Wu. Please see Comrade Xiao Gua home." Wu Chang accepted with a smile, saying, "Secretary Zhang, I can't accept this, I am grateful, thank you." Gu Qiaoqiao bid farewell to Zhang Jun before getting back into the car. Zhang Jun returned to the dormitory with his wife, Zhang Meili, and Wang Changkong. The moment the door closed, Lu Yujie's expression soured instantly. However, she refrained from exploding in anger. She hadn't forgotten that the primary purpose of today's visit was not to quarrel with Zhang Jun but to ask him to arrange a position for Wang Changkong. Even if she intended to argue, she needed to first coax Zhang Jun into agreeing before she could raise her voice. Zhang Meili remarked, "Zhang Jun has truly become quite a figure. He is so well regarded in Yiping County. Today I have certainly broadened my horizons." Zhang Jun replied indifferently, "It's nothing, we are merely friends helping each other." Lu Yujie cut straight to the point, "Zhang Jun, regarding the matter I discussed with you before, have you given it any thought? Changkong has graduated from university and has yet to find a suitable job. Could you arrange something for him at the county?" Zhang Jun pondered for a moment before responding, "All right, I will take care of it." Lu Yujie and Zhang Meili were both taken aback, never expecting Zhang Jun to agree so readily. However, they rejoiced too soon. Chapter 194 The death of marriage. Zhang Jun's swift agreement, of course, came with ulterior motives. He lit a cigarette, inhaling slowly, showing no urgency to continue. Lu Yujie, however, was overjoyed, feeling that Zhang Jun had granted her ample face, and laughed heartily. "I knew Zhang Jun would be able to assist with this." "Zhang Jun, which department will you arrange for Chang Long? Perhaps the organization department, the county government office could also work. We need not be choosy, either would suffice." Zhang Meili laughed even more broadly, showering compliments upon Zhang Jun. Wang Changlong sat like a puppet, oblivious to the nuances of human emotions and worldly wisdom. Through the haze of smoke, Zhang Jun observed the differing reactions of the three individuals. After finishing his cigarette, he extinguished it and said, "I just discussed with General Manager Su. Their company is hiring. If Xiaolong is willing, he could work at Shizhouliao, where General Manager Su can arrange for him to take on the role of logistics supervisor." "What? Shizhouliao, that leisure club we just mentioned?" Zhang Meili exclaimed in astonishment, shaking her head repeatedly. "That isn't a proper job, that simply won't do, no way, no way." Lu Yujie furrowed her brows, biting her lip, and said, "Zhang Jun, what on earth are you thinking? Changlong is a legitimate university graduate, though it's a second-tier university, he is still a graduate. How can he work at such a place? You must help him with his employment status. A civil servant, a stable job, is what constitutes a proper career." Zhang Meili nodded vigorously. "Yujie is right, if he were to seek such chaotic work, why would we need to come to you for help? Any factory job would be superior to working at a club." Zhang Jun smiled faintly and replied, "Auntie, civil servants must take exams to obtain positions. Surely you are aware of this. I entered through examination myself. Shizhouliao is a large company, and the supervisory position is quite respectable, the salary is considerable, and the work is relatively easy." Zhang Meili turned her face away in silence. Lu Yujie's countenance began to show signs of embarrassment, as she remarked, "Zhang Jun, is it just a small county town? You are already the deputy county chief, and yet you cannot arrange a job?" With a wry smile, Zhang Jun responded, "If I could arrange positions, I would have already secured jobs for my own siblings." In the county, there are over a dozen leaders, each placing their own family members. How could there be room for Changlong? This statement left everyone momentarily speechless. Indeed, if Zhang Jun had not managed to arrange jobs for his own siblings, what right did he have to assist his aunt's son? Lu Yujie rolled her eyes and said, "Your family matters can wait. For now, help Xiaolong find a job. Even if he cannot enter the administrative, at least arrange him a position with a public institution, right? He could gradually transition into an administrative role later." Zhang Jun pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about this? I still have some influence in the townships. If Auntie and Xiaolong agree, I can speak on his behalf and arrange for him to be placed in a public institution in the township, perhaps at the hydropower station or agricultural machinery station. Those are the positions I can help with." Lu Yujie looked towards Zhang Meili. Zhang Meili was taken aback. "Township, at the hydropower station or agricultural machinery station? Oh dear, that sounds too arduous. Changlong, are you willing?" Wang Changlong shook his head. "Mom, I do not wish to go to the countryside. It is too tough there, I want to stay in the city." Zhang Jun thought to himself, "Here is a second-tier university graduate who is quite selective. If you truly have the capability, you should take the civil servant examination and apply for whatever position you desire. A public institution position in the township is also quite sought after. Most people cannot even get in. Even if Zhang Jun wanted to arrange for someone to enter, he would need to seek favors. Who would have thought that Auntie's family would be unwilling?" Zhang Jun sighed. "Auntie, my personal abilities are limited. I can only assist to this extent. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer? There may be more suitable positions in the future. Each unit has its own openings. If no one leaves, naturally, no one can be accommodated." His words were quite reasonable and tactful, preserving everyone's dignity. Zhang Meili, clearly displeased, said, "Fine, let us just forget it. Have we come here for nothing? Yujie, shall we head back to the city now? Will you stay here or come with us?" Lu Yujie, having matters to discuss with Zhang Jun, replied, "You all go ahead. I will stay here with Zhang Jun." Jiang Meili, with a sullen expression, left with her son. Throughout the encounter, neither of the women had uttered a single word of thanks or appreciation to Zhang Jun for his hospitality.
Zhang Jun paid little heed to such trivialities, accompanying Lu Yujie downstairs and watching as they drove away. Upon returning to his room, Lu Yujie's expression darkened. Why can't you even arrange a regular position? Your title as deputy director seems to lack substance. Zhang Jun continued to smoke, unwilling to engage in an argument. Lu Yujie extended her hand, snatching the cigarette but from him, and said, "Speak up. I made an effort to come here to be with you, and this is your attitude?" Zhang Jun coldly replied, "I have grown accustomed to being alone. Your sudden appearance caught me off guard. I genuinely did not notice your presence. My apologies. I will go take a shower. You didn't bring any clothes, did you? Feel free to wash or not, as you wish." Just as he was about to rise, Lu Yujie pulled him back. "What do you mean? Sit down and clarify." Lu Yujie glared at him, saying, "Is your refusal to help Chan Long find a job a sign of disdain for our family?" Zhang Jun replied indifferently, "He is a Wang. A member of the Wang family, not yours. Moreover, my appointment as deputy county chief has not yet been finalized. I am nothing at present. How can you expect me to arrange anything? Furthermore, even if I were to become the executive deputy county chief, do you think it appropriate to immediately place my own people in the system right after my promotion?" Lu Yujie sneered, "So, it's not that you cannot arrange it. You simply do not wish to, fearing it might affect your future, isn't that so?" Zhang Jun shook his head, saying, "No, it's not that. I genuinely cannot arrange it. Who do I think I am? What authority do I possess? Yujie, let us refrain from meddling in other families' matters. Let us instead discuss our own issues." Lu Yujie's anger was still simmering as she asked, "What issues do we have? Matters regarding children?" Zhang Jun, unable to restrain himself, lit another cigarette and said, "Let us get a divorce. Consider tonight's meal as a farewell dinner." Lu Yujie stared at him in shock, as if she were looking at a stranger. Her expression shifted dramatically, her fingers trembling lightly, and soon her whole body began to shake, her eyes ablaze with fury. "Zhang Jun, you scoundrel, you dare to mention divorce? What right do you have to bring it up? If anyone is to propose it, it should be me." Zhang Jun maintained a blank expression, "Then go ahead and propose." Lu Yujie clenched her fists, raining blows upon him like raindrops. "Why do you want a divorce? Is it for Xin Shui, or for that Su Waner?" Zhang Jun grasped her wrist firmly, gazing intently into her eyes, and said in a deep voice, "It's for no one but myself. Our values clash, our feelings are incompatible, I no longer wish to waste time and emotions. Is it not better to part amicably?" Lu Yujie shouted in rage, "You're dreaming, I will not divorce. Forget it." Zhang Jun swallowed hard, saying, "If you do not wish to part, then you must learn to change yourself. I have 3 conditions. If you can meet them, we can continue this marriage. If you cannot, then even if we do not divorce, it would be the same as being separated. This marriage is dead. What you are holding on to is merely the corpse of a marriage." Lu Yujie, stunned, asked, "What conditions?" Chapter 195. Assertion of sovereignty at the bedside. A husband instructs his wife, in the hall, he teaches his children. To kill without teaching is to commit cruelty. Zhang Jun is a refined and cultured intellectual, and after many years with Lu Yujie, even as he follows the procedures for divorce, he feels it essential for her to understand the reasons behind their separation. "Yujie, I am aware that changing a person is a formidable challenge. Rather than attempting to alter others, it is often more effective to transform the world around us. Nonetheless, I wish to make an effort." Zhang Jun gazes at his spirited wife. At this moment, he cannot articulate affection, yet he cannot voice disdain either. To deny one's choice is, in essence, to negate oneself. Zhang Jun calmly states, "I have a few points to raise. No, perhaps it is more apt to call them suggestions. Firstly, please refrain from interfering in my work or using it for personal gain. This is not merely a personal request, but a requirement of the organization and discipline. As the wife of a party and government official, this is the bare minimum of etiquette and upbringing one should uphold. I hope you can practice self-discipline." Lu Yujie opens her mouth as if to retort, but pauses and replies, "Please continue." Zhang Jun flicks the ash from his cigarette, watching the gray ash drift down, his mood somewhat somber as he continues, "I understand that your work is incredibly stressful. As a nurse, you must obey your superiors and endure the complaints and grievances of patients. You are constantly surrounded by the realities of life and death, and I can comprehend your irritability. While I can tolerate being your outlet for frustration, could you refrain from breaking things around the house in your anger? A gentleman speaks with words, not with fists. When you are upset, express it. Do not resort to violence or destruction of our belongings." Lu Yujie furrows her brow, her gaze icy as she retorts, "Am I, in your eyes, devoid of any merit? After all these years of marriage, is it only complaints and criticisms that remain? Do you see only my flaws? Have you not noticed my virtues?" Zhang Jun hesitates before responding, "Of course you possess numerous virtues, otherwise, how could we have been together? What we are discussing today is how we might amend our shortcomings." Lu Yujie clings to her argument, insisting, "Why must I be the only one to change? Do you not have your own flaws and shortcomings? Why do you not address them?" Zhang Jun, at a loss for words, replies, "I certainly intend to change as well. Feel free to point out any shortcomings you see in me." Lu Yujie responds without hesitation, "The most pressing flaw you should amend is your penchant for nitpicking. You are a leader, after all. Why do you focus solely on my shortcomings? When organizations assess leaders, do they only consider faults? Who among us is without temperament, who is flawless? The more she speaks, the more animated she becomes. Even if you married Chen Shui or Su Waner, would they be your perfect wives? Do they lack flaws? They only present you with their best selves, just as we did when we first came together. Zhang Jun feels a wave of headache wash over him and declares, enough. There is no need for further dispute, let us wash up and retire for the night. Lu Yujie stands and asserts, let us wash together. Her suggestion to wash together is clearly a means of monitoring him. Zhang Jun resides alone here, surrounded by young and beautiful women such as Xin Shui, Su Waner, and Guo Qiaoqiao. Who knows if he is strayed? Lu Yujie intends to find out. This trip to Yiping County has unexpectedly revealed to Lu Yujie that her husband possesses notable strengths. Due to her work, she often encounters high-ranking officials, so she has little regard for deputy directors, especially those in small towns. In her eyes, what success could a deputy director in a small place achieve? Yet today, she has gained insight as Zhang Jun wields considerable influence in Yiping County, capable of turning the tides effortlessly. Moreover, his rapid promotions within such a short time frame speak volumes of his capabilities. Is it true that gold will always shine, yet, in the hands of some, gold can be squandered? Undoubtedly, Zhang Jun is indeed gold, not only retained but shining brilliantly in the realm of Yiping County. It is said that marriage is not merely about love or affection, but rather a choice made after weighing the pros and cons. A man like Zhang Jun, endowed with education, talent, and capability, is indeed difficult for Lu Yujie to replace. Given her inability to bear children, finding a suitable partner becomes even more challenging. Thus, she has no intention of leaving Zhang Jun unless she encounters a man of superior stature, one who possesses greater power and is unconcerned with her inability to conceive. However, in today's world, what reason would a man of higher social standing and wealth have for choosing Lu Yujie? Consequently, Lu Yujie finds herself trapped in this marriage. Change is difficult, but one's nature is even harder to alter. Lu Yujie's character is akin to that of a fiery and shrewd woman, demonstrating cleverness and assertiveness. She approaches tasks with decisiveness and efficiency, yet behaves like a playful girl in front of her elders. Authoritative and organized with subordinates, she relishes in vying for power, indulging in jealousy, and resorting to violence when angered. The strengths and weaknesses of such individuals are glaringly apparent. Just as Lian Eryi wished to divorce, he found himself unable to extricate himself from his marriage. Presently, Zhang Jun, much like Lian Eryi, is ensnared in a similar predicament. At night, Lu Yujie takes the initiative, instilling both pleasure and trepidation in Zhang Jun. He has never encountered a wife so insatiable in her desires. Lu Yujie kept him occupied for most of the night before she finally succumbed to sleep. Zhang Jun lit a postcoital cigarette, sitting bewildered at the edge of the bed. It is often said that even the most incorruptible officials find domestic disputes challenging to resolve. How, then, can he untangle the knot between himself and Lu Yujie? The following day, Lu Yujie chose not to leave. She took a day off to extend her stay for another night. As Mrs. Zhang, she actively visited the homes of Ding Changrong and Zhou Wang among others. This was her first visit, as well as her initial foray into mingling with Zhang Jun's colleagues. Previously, she had looked down upon these local officials, and while she still holds a degree of disdain, it does not hinder her from engaging with them, for she intends to assert her sovereignty. There is only one Mrs. Zhang, and that is Lu Yujie. Almost everyone in Chengguan town recognized Mrs. Zhang, each praising her for her understanding nature, benevolence, and amiable demeanor, devoid of any airs. While Zhang Jun was at work, listening to reports from his subordinates, he was often surprised to hear them extolling Lu Yujie's virtues, pondering what scheme she was up to. His new appointment would not be finalized so swiftly. Zhang Jun's current role remains that of the party secretary of Chengguan town. The town's affairs are complex and multifaceted, keeping him exceedingly busy. Zhou Wang entered with a smile, bowing slightly, and said, Secretary Zhang, that 40,000 yuan was indeed carelessly misplaced. We have found the individual responsible. Zhang Jun inquired nonchalantly, and who was so careless? Zhou Wang glanced towards the corridor before lowering his voice to say, Secretary Zhang, it was the deputy director of the county state-owned assets financial bureau, Comrade Xiao Limin. They both understood that this money was not simply lost. A sum of such magnitude could not be carelessly dropped. This was undoubtedly a deliberate offering from Xiao Limin to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun lifted his eyelids slightly and nodded. Has it been returned to him? Zhou Wang replied with a smile. He is waiting outside. He wishes to meet Secretary Zhang. Zhang Jun's gaze towards Zhou Wang sharpened, yet the intensity in his eyes faded as he calmly stated, Please invite him in, I was just hoping to meet him. Chapter 196. Stirring a hornet's nest. Xiao Limin, in his 40s, was somewhat portly, and his short stature only accentuated his corpulence. Clad in a white shirt and blue trousers, his round face was adorned with chubby cheeks. Hello, Secretary Zhang. Upon entering, Xiao Limin immediately bent slightly and smiled broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth stained by smoke. Take a seat. Zhang Jun set aside his work and inquired, Comrade Xiao Limin, is that bundle of money left here with me yours? Thankfully, no one took it that day. You really ought to be more cautious. Did Comrade Zhou Wang return it to you? He did return it. Xiao Limin chuckled. Secretary Zhang, I specifically came to report my work to you. Zhang Jun, taken aback, responded, I oversee Chengguan town, while you are the deputy director of the county state-owned assets and finance bureau. Our work is hardly related. What could you possibly report to me? Leaning forward, Xiao Limin replied, Secretary Zhang, the city has appointed you as the executive deputy county head, hasn't it? The affairs of our county state-owned assets and finance bureau now fall under your purview. Zhang Jun replied coolly, I have yet to assume my position. I cannot manage your bureau's affairs. If you have work to discuss, you can report to Comrade Fu Zicheng. Xiao Limin's visit was primarily to make a lasting impression and subtly convey his intention to align himself with Zhang Jun, rather than to seek direct accountability. Noticing that no one was around, he opened his briefcase, extracting a file and placing it on Zhang Jun's desk. Zhang Jun remained composed and stated, Comrade Xiao Limin, as I mentioned earlier, if you have work matters, go report to County Head Fu. I am not overseeing your bureau's operations at present. Rising, Xiao Limin smiled, Secretary Zhang, this is a very important document, I kindly request that you review it personally. As I will be serving under you, I hope for your support. Zhang Jun glanced at the file, recognizing it from the day before. As Xiao Limin turned to leave, Zhang Jun called out sternly, Xiao Limin. Xiao Limin, startled, turned back. Zhang Jun pointed at the file, take your belongings with you, I would prefer not to speak harshly. Frowning slightly, Xiao Limin forced a smile, unwilling to defy Zhang Jun's command, and walked over to retrieve the file. Zhang Jun pondered, what exactly does Xiao Limin want? Presenting me with 40,000 yuan, he then began reviewing the financial disclosure reports from various villages in the town. During Ma Hongqiu's tenure in the provincial government, he had personally instituted the policy of transparency in rural party and government affairs, which mandated the financial clarity of village committees, known as the Three Disclosures. Once implemented, this initiative rapidly spread throughout the province. Zhang Jun was currently scrutinizing the Three Disclosures reports from the villages under Qingguan Town. At that moment, his phone buzzed. He picked it up to find a message from Xinshui. Brother, I miss you. Please come see me? Zhang Jun hesitated briefly, recalling that Lu Yujie was still residing there, likely not leaving until the following morning. He replied, let's discuss it in a couple of days. I am rather busy at the moment. Xinshui responded, I know you've been elected as the executive deputy county head, I would like to celebrate with you over dinner. He continued reviewing the reports, discovering alarming issues. In some villages, the disclosed contents were neither timely, comprehensive, nor standardized. In other areas, the regulations regarding mandatory disclosures were poorly executed, with delays in publication and a selective approach to what was made public. Zhang Jun's frustration mounted. While the policies from above were commendable, their implementation at the grassroots level was riddled with errors. He took a red pen and annotated nearly every village's Three Disclosures work, noting various issues, big and small. The phrase "a needle from above, 1,000 threads below" encapsulated the relationship between upper-level policies and grassroots execution. The grassroots cadres were the ones threading the needle. Rural tasks were the most arduous and challenging, with the foundation in rural areas being both vast and deep. The heads of townships bore the responsibility of implementing these policies. Zhang Jun summoned the town head, Ding Changrong, and asked, Comrade Changrong, have you reviewed the Three Disclosures report? Ding Changrong, somewhat dazed, replied, what is there to see? It's all just a facade put up by the comrades below for inspections. Zhang Jun retorted, this is a policy mandated by the province, we must ensure proper implementation at the grassroots level. Ding Changrong chuckled, Secretary Zhang, this is all superficial. Moreover, the people in the village have only a high school education at best. How can they comprehend these reports? It's all nonsense. We gather these documents merely to appease inspections from above. Zhang Jun's expression turned serious, but what if the inspections do not pass? Ding Changrong looked bewildered, there is no chance of failure. Those who come to inspect are merely going through the motions, as long as we present them with quarterly reports, that suffices. Noticing Zhang Jun's stern demeanor, he added, Secretary Zhang, in grassroots work, it's not about strict adherence to rules. As long as things generally appear acceptable, that is sufficient. When the inspection team arrives, treating them well is of utmost importance. Zhang Jun replied gravely, you certainly have a knack for navigating inspections. However, what if a meticulous leader comes down to conduct the review? Ding Changrong, wiping his face, responded, there are no such meticulous leaders, those who are overly serious simply cannot remain in their positions. Zhang Jun had prepared an extensive rebuttal but fell silent at this remark. Wasn't this the case? Ma Hongqiu was ousted precisely for being too earnest. Once he left, the Three Disclosures became nothing more than a formality. Zhang Jun, maintaining his composure, declared, I may not be able to manage other areas, but we must ensure the Three Disclosures in Qingguan Town are conducted properly. If not, the responsibility lies squarely with the village committees. Upon witnessing Zhang Jun's fury, Ding Changrong realized the matter was indeed of great importance and straightened up, saying, Secretary Zhang, are you serious? This matter is not easily resolved. If the individuals below cannot manage it, you cannot simply replace them all, can you? Rural work is complex. The village party secretary and head are the most respected figures locally. If you change them arbitrarily, it could lead to unpredictable chaos. The repercussions of such an outcome are too great for anyone to bear. Zhang Jun scoffed, I refuse to believe that in a village with several responsible individuals, not one of them can manage the Three Disclosures. How can they not clarify how much money came in each quarter, how much was spent, and what it was spent on? If they cannot detail that, then their village accounts are nothing but a muddled mess, undoubtedly harboring some foul play. Ding Changrong chuckled ruefully, Secretary Zhang, you have never worked in rural areas, so you cannot comprehend the struggles faced by those below. Let me put it this way, if the province allocates 1 million, it's considered fortunate if 20,000 remains in the village. How do you expect them to fill out these reports? Where did the other 800,000 go? How can they report on that? Zhang Jun was taken aback and asked, then what do you suggest happened to the other 800,000? Ding Changrong smirked, you ask me? How would I know, Secretary Zhang, do not be too insistent, your actions might offend a great many people, this is a hornet's nest,
best left undisturbed. Zhang Jun's expression hardened. I am determined to stir this hornet's nest.
Chapter 197.
Taking real action. Zhang Jun had long been aware of such matters. Whenever there was a hint of funding, it would invariably be subjected to layers of deductions, with every level engaging in what was termed interception. As an increasing number of poverty alleviation projects and funds were allocated to the grassroots level, certain local cadres, particularly those in village committees, frequently extended their corrupt hands into this domain, severely depriving the impoverished of their sense of gain. Zhang Jun discovered that the funds allocated from the national treasury, after undergoing extensive cuts, ultimately amounted to less than a fraction of the original sum received by the people.
What incensed him further was that in the village of Higu, a poverty alleviation project for tea cultivation had been registered under the names of 60 households, with a cultivation scale of 320 acres and project funding of 900,000 yuan, yet each household received a mere 3,000 yuan.
Moreover, this project had yet to be implemented. In addition to the habitual illegal tactics employed by corrupt grassroots officials, such as falsifying claims and misappropriating funds, a new variant of corruption involving kickbacks was emerging, steadily eroding the interests of the populace. Zhang Jun resolved to take decisive action during his tenure to rigorously combat such behavior. However, Ding Changrong felt that Zhang Jun was making a mountain out of a molehill, deeming the endeavor entirely futile. With a dismissive tone, he remarked, Secretary Zhang, the amount of money siphoned off, from top to bottom, is quite minimal. It doesn't even amount to the legs of flies or mosquitoes.
Zhang Jun furrowed his brows, emphatically tapping the table with his fingers, and retorted, is it commonplace and thus acceptable? Shall we simply turn a blind eye? I refuse to believe we cannot rectify this situation. Ding Changrong was left speechless. Zhang Jun continued in a firm tone, Comrade Changrong, you have been in the town for many years. You must be more informed about this matter than I am. Why was nothing done previously? Do you not see this as an act of governmental laziness? Ding Changrong stammered, Secretary Zhang, such matters are difficult to manage. Truly difficult. If you don't believe me, you can handle it yourself. I simply cannot. Zhang Jun directly addressed him, Comrade Changrong, let us tackle this tea project head-on. Inform the village committee of Higu to come to the town immediately. We shall convene a meeting to resolve this issue. Ding Changrong was taken aback, realizing that Zhang Jun was indeed serious, and promptly called to notify the comrades from Higu village to hasten their arrival for the meeting. After the call, Ding Changrong quietly said, Secretary Zhang, if you wish to investigate, I will wholeheartedly support you. However, you must prepare yourself mentally, it will be far more challenging than you anticipate. Zhang Jun replied with a hint of disdain, those who fear difficulty should not hold this office. Anyone who dares to intercept farmers' funds is unworthy of this position.
Ding Changrong's demeanor stiffened, swallowing hard, and refrained from further comments as he prepared for the meeting. Noticing someone peering into the doorway, Zhang Jun inquired, Good fellow, do you require assistance? The visitor replied, I am looking for Secretary Zhang.
I am Zhang Jun. Please come in and have a seat, Zhang Jun said with a warm smile. The individual entered and asked, Are you truly Secretary Zhang?
Zhang Jun chuckled, This is a government office, no one would dare impersonate me.
Good fellow, what brings you here?
He observed that the visitor was dressed very plainly, wearing a pair of inexpensive, severely worn yellow rubber shoes. The individual, appearing somewhat anxious, stated, Secretary Zhang, I wish to report a situation.
Zhang Jun invited him to sit down, saying, Very well, please go ahead.
The visitor perched on the edge of the sofa, rubbing his hands together, and said, Secretary Zhang, my mother has cancer and qualifies as a poverty-stricken household. When I went to the village to process the paperwork, the village committee secretary said I must first pay a 500 yuan handling fee, claiming it was for running around on my behalf and that I should reimburse him for travel expenses. Zhang Jun was taken aback, left momentarily speechless. The visitor continued, Secretary Zhang, my family is already in dire straits. To qualify as a poverty household, I have to pay 500 yuan upfront. I simply cannot afford this. I just want to understand why the handling fee is so exorbitant.
Zhang Jun inquired, Good fellow, which village are you from?
The visitor replied, Higu village.
Zhang Jun's expression turned grave as he asked, Is your village secretary named Sun Shaod?
The visitor affirmed, Yes, that's him.
Zhang Jun nodded slowly, saying, Let me clarify.
The village committee exists to serve the villagers. They cannot charge any so-called handling fees for assisting you. Good fellow, please return home for now. I will address this matter. Rest assured, I will provide you with a satisfactory response within 3 days.
Thank you, Secretary Zhang. The visitor, heartened by the promise, departed joyfully.
The distance from various villages to the town was not particularly far, even by bicycle. It would take at most half an hour. Half an hour later, Ding Changrong approached to report, Secretary Zhang, the comrades from Higu village have arrived.
Shall we convene the meeting now?
Since Zhang Jun's promotion to executive deputy county head, Ding Changrong had grown increasingly respectful towards him. Zhang Jun replied calmly, Let us hold the meeting immediately. They proceeded to the conference room, where several individuals, including Sun Shaod from Higu village, were already seated. Upon seeing Zhang Jun and Ding Changrong enter, they all rose to greet them as Zhang Jun waved his hand in acknowledgement, saying, Comrades, please be seated. He took a seat with composure and stated, I have called everyone here today to inquire about 2 matters. Your village has a tea cultivation poverty alleviation project, collectively registered by 60 farmers, with an allocated fund of 900,000 yuan. How is this project progressing?
The group exchanged glances, remaining silent.
Zhang Jun pointed to Sun Shaod and urged, As the secretary, you should speak. Sun Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Secretary Zhang, this project hasn't been initiated yet.
Zhang Jun replied coolly, although I am not an expert in agriculture or forestry, I am aware that the best season for planting trees is undoubtedly spring.
Spring has already passed, and Arbor Day has come and gone. Why has the project not commenced? Can anyone provide me with an explanation? Sun Xiao forced a smile and replied, the farmers are too busy.
They might have to wait until autumn or next spring to plant.
Zhang Jun's voice grew stern. Sun Xiao, you are merely reporting the situation. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. What do you mean by might or possibly? I have reviewed your transparency reports, and I see that each of the 60 farmers received only 3,000 yuan. What is going on here? With 900,000 yuan divided among 60 households, should each not receive 15,000 yuan? If they only receive 3,000 yuan, of course, they cannot plant tea trees. Sun Xiao was taken aback, awkwardly responding, Secretary Zhang, while it is stated that each household should receive 15,000 yuan, the actual amount received is only 3,000 yuan. In reality, 3,000 yuan is sufficient. Seedlings cost only 1 yuan each for the year.
Zhang Jun scoffed, 1-year-old seedlings, is that how you propose to start a business? Do you think I am uninformed?
For tea cultivation, at the very least, you need to procure 4-year-old seedlings, which can be harvested in the same year they are planted, otherwise, will they survive on the wind? 4-year-old seedlings wholesale for at least 12 yuan each. How many can you buy with 3,000 yuan? Do you honestly believe the farmers can profit from such a meager investment? Sun Xiao stood frozen in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Zhang Jun possessed such knowledge. Zhang Jun slammed his hand on the table, his voice resolute. Sun Xiao, provide me with an explanation. Why is it that the 15,000 yuan allocated to each household ends up being reduced to just 3,000 yuan?
Chapter 198.
The wrath of thunder. Zhang Jun erupted with the fury of thunder. Sun Xiao felt a tremor in his eyelids, cold sweat trickling through his fingers in fear. Zhang Jun was soon to become the executive deputy county magistrate, a figure wielding immense power. Sun Xiao, merely a humble village secretary, dared not provoke Zhang Jun's formidable authority. He scratched his head incessantly, struggling to articulate a response. Zhang Jun's voice resonated with gravity. What is the matter?
Is silence your chosen defense? Do you think remaining mute will absolve you of this situation?
After a lengthy pause, Sun Xiao finally managed to utter, Secretary Zhang, this cannot be solely blamed on us.
Zhang Jun, with an air of sternness, retorted, then who do you propose we blame? The farmers for submitting the project proposal, or the higher-ups for allocating these funds?
Sun Xiao swallowed hard, replying, Secretary Zhang, the 900,000 yuan allocated by the province, by the time it reached our village, was reduced to merely 400,000. We had to temporarily divert part of the funds to fill a gap in our finances. However, we genuinely only received 400,000 yuan.
Zhang Jun turned to Ding Changrong and instructed, record his words verbatim. I will verify this with the relevant departments.
Ding Changrong nodded in agreement, diligently jotting down notes. Zhang Jun then questioned Sun Xiao, given that you received only 400,000 yuan, why did you not report this to the authorities? Sun Xiao replied with a bitter smile, Secretary Zhang, this is merely the way things are done.
Where could I possibly report this situation?
Zhang Jun asserted, whoever has withheld your funds is the one you should approach. Every level has its own oversight, disciplinary committees, and procuratoriates.
Sun Xiao, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, Secretary Zhang, how could I dare to expose them?
If my complaint fails, I fear I might end up with not even a penny next time. Zhang Jun scoffed, this is outrageous, let us set this matter aside for now. I will first address the issues in your village. What gives you the authority to misappropriate these funds? Who granted you such power? Do you dare to misallocate poverty alleviation funds? Sun Xiao stammered, we merely intended to borrow a portion temporarily, with the intention of repaying once the village's finances improved.
Zhang Jun, incensed by his evasions, demanded, then let me ask you.
When villagers seek to claim their entitled poverty alleviation status, why do you charge a 500 yuan processing fee? Who granted you the authority to levy such fees under false pretenses? Sun Xiao gazed at Zhang. He hastily wiped it away with his sleeve, stating, the village is exceedingly poor, we have no choice but to explore various avenues for revenue. Zhang Jun slammed his hand on the table, his voice low and intense. Absurd! You continue to weave excuses, attempting to absolve yourself of guilt, showing no remorse whatsoever. Summon Comrade Luo Baoquan, the secretary of the town's disciplinary committee. Sun Xiao turned pale, trembling as he pleaded, Secretary Zhang, I realize my mistakes.
I implore you to spare me this time.
Zhang Jun gritted his teeth, spare you? Have you ever spared those impoverished households? Who stands up for the tea farmers?
The staff swiftly called for Luo Baoquan.
Greetings, Secretary Zhang, Luo Baoquan addressed him. Zhang Jun pointed at Sun Xiao, instructing Luo, Comrade Baoquan, Sun Xiao from Yigu village has committed severe violations, please initiate an immediate investigation.
In the current, Luo Baoquan dared not defy the order, responding, understood, Secretary Zhang.
Sun Xiao's body weakened, collapsing into his chair. Luo Baoquan, his expression unreadable, commanded Sun Xiao, come with me. Sun Xiao rose unsteadily, his legs trembling, limping as he followed Luo Baoquan out of the meeting room. The others sat rigidly, scarcely daring to breathe. Zhang Jun's voice was resolute as he addressed the remaining officials, upon your return to the village, ensure that the corresponding funds are promptly dispersed to the tea farmers.
As for the remaining 500,000, I will pursue recovery from the relevant departments. The village chief and clerk dared not oppose him, nodding submissively. Zhang Jun's gaze sharpened. I care not where you have misallocated this money or how you have divided it among yourselves. Return it to me at once. If even a single cent is missing, I will hold you accountable. How audacious, you dare to consume funds meant for others. Furthermore, regarding applications for poverty and subsistence allowances, should anyone dare to extract a single penny from the farmers, I will impose severe penalties. The village chief and others nodded vigorously. Zhang Jun waved his hand. Enough, you may leave now. The village chief and his companions departed as if liberated from a great burden. Turning to Ding Changrong, Zhang Jun instructed, Comrade Changrong, issue a notice to the leaders of the 16 administrative villages and 6 communities under Chengguan town to convene at the town committee tomorrow at 10 o'clock. This cannot be an isolated incident. We must act swiftly to rectify these issues and uphold strict discipline. This was a command from Zhang Jun, not a suggestion. Although Ding Changrong held the title of mayor, Zhang Jun, as a member of the county committee, held a higher rank, and authority weighed heavily. Ding Changrong had previously engaged in a contest of wills with Zhang Jun and had been defeated. Before Zhang Jun, Ding Changrong would suppress even the slightest dissent. Now that Zhang Jun had ascended to the position of executive deputy county magistrate, Ding Changrong needed Zhang Jun's endorsement for his own advancement, rendering him even less inclined to oppose Zhang Jun's orders. Ding Changrong replied, Very well, Secretary Zhang. I will notify them promptly. However, I must express a concern. Let us distribute the 400,000 yuan to the village, but regarding the remaining 500,000, perhaps we should refrain from probing further? Offending the relevant entities may complicate our future efforts to secure funding. Zhang Jun was acutely aware of this reasoning. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, Do you comprehend why they dare to withhold funds from our town? It is precisely because of mindsets like yours. They have us in their grasp, aware that we are unwilling to raise our voices. We suffer in silence, swallowing our grievances alone. As long as no one speaks out, matters will ultimately be swept under the rug, creating the very customs you lament. Had we all been resolute from the outset, reporting any misconduct, we would not be mired in this multitude of problems today. Ding Changrong smacked his lips, stating, Secretary Zhang, such funds are unlikely to be reclaimed. They have ample justifications for withholding them, and these funds may not even have lined anyone's private pockets. Likely, they have been diverted to the unit's petty cash or repurposed for other uses. Zhang Jun asserted firmly, How can we know we won't recover them unless we try? Ding Changrong pondered the situation, recognizing it as a hot potato. If Zhang Jun were to face obstacles, he would let him do so. If the comrades perish, the monk shall remain unharmed, he concluded. Thus, Ding Changrong replied, Secretary Zhang, you may attempt to pursue this. I am at a loss. I will handle notifying the comrades to attend tomorrow's meeting. Zhang Jun, not expecting much from him, responded cheerfully, Very well, I shall take this matter into my own hands. Though Ding Changrong said nothing aloud, he harbored thoughts of his own, questioning why Zhang Jun, once perceived as composed and prudent, now appeared so rash in his actions. Did he truly believe he could retrieve funds that had been lost to other entities? He was eager to witness just how capable Zhang Jun truly was. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Jun rose to leave. Chapter 199. Wildly unrestrained after finishing work, Zhang Jun returned home to find Lu Yujie and Guo Qiaoqiao engaged in lively conversation, having prepared dinner together. Secretary Zhang, you're back. Guo Qiaoqiao exclaimed with a radiant smile. Lu Yujie approached like a devoted wife, taking Zhang Jun's briefcase and offering him slippers to change into. I invited Xiaoguo over. We get along quite well, Lu Yujie remarked, then turned to Guo Qiaoqiao, saying, Xiaoguo, stay for dinner. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Guo Qiaoqiao readily agreed, of course, sister-in-law. After a long and tiring day, Zhang Jun found himself yearning for Su Wanner's enchanting massage techniques. However, he dismissed the thought, knowing that the establishment was prohibitively expensive and beyond the reach of his salary. Even if he had the means, frequenting such places would invite unwelcome gossip. Following their meal, Zhang Jun languidly reclined on the sofa, relinquishing all responsibilities as Lu Yujie and Guo Qiaoqiao tidied up. The presence of women in the household made a remarkable difference, leaving everything impeccably clean. While Guo Qiaoqiao had previously assisted with chores, she lacked the meticulousness of a wife. Guo Qiaoqiao typically occupied herself in the living room, while Lu Yujie attended to every corner of the home. Zhang Jun pondered the sudden shift in Lu Yujie's demeanor. Could it be that she sought something from him again? The 8 o'clock news, hosted by Shui, was a must-watch for Zhang Jun. He fixated on the television screen. Lu Yujie glanced at Shui and inquired, By the way, has Shui come here to see you? Zhang Jun remained silent. Lu Yujie then asked Guo Qiaoqiao, Xiaoguo, do you know this female anchor? Of course. Shui, she's the anchor for the Urban Channel, and I often watch her news broadcasts at home, Guo Qiaoqiao replied with a smile. Lu Yujie pressed further, has she ever visited Chengguan town? Have you met her? Guo Qiaoqiao blinked her innocent eyes and replied, Certainly, she has visited, and I've met her. Zhang Jun felt a jolt at her words. Lu Yujie, beaming with delight, asked, Is that so? What was her purpose for coming? Was it to find Zhang Jun? Guo Qiaoqiao nodded, sort of. Zhang Jun's heart raced as Guo Qiaoqiao continued, She came during the establishment of our development zone committee, and many reporters were present, including the provincial secretary Zheng Dongfang. Zhang Jun let out a sigh of relief. Lu Yujie giggled, I know her quite well. She and Zhang Jun are on familiar terms. One day, I'll invite her over for dinner in mahjong. Xiaoguo, you should join us. Guo Qiaoqiao, with her innocent demeanor, was utterly trustworthy in Lu Yujie's eyes. Sister-in-law, I should head back now, Gu Qiao said with a smile. I'll come by again tomorrow. Lu Yujie escorted her to the door, saying, tomorrow morning, I'll be heading back to the city for work. I appreciate you taking care of Zhang Jun, thank you. Gu Qiao waved goodbye and descended the stairs. Once the door was closed, Lu Yujie turned and promptly settled onto Zhang Jun's lap. You're blocking my view of the television, Zhang Jun remarked, tilting his head away. Lu Yujie cupped his face, pouting, what's wrong, am I not as attractive as Xin Shui? Stop joking, I'm watching the news. It's essential for our duties, Zhang Jun insisted, though he found it difficult to divert his gaze from her face as she followed his movements. Having just showered, Lu Yujie wore essentially alluring nightgown. Her figure was splendid. At 30, she was in the prime of womanhood, a medical professional who valued cleanliness and always presented herself impeccably. Her exquisite face, adorned with large, expressive eyes and full, luscious lips, exuded an undeniable allure. She possessed a bosom that surpassed that of most women, firm and unblemished, and her physique remained enviable, having never given birth. The intimacy they shared was profoundly pleasurable. In her low-cut nightgown, a mere tilt of her head revealed an enticing vista. Her long, straight legs were strikingly fair, captivatingly radiant. When she noticed Zhang Jun's lack of reaction, she leaned in and kissed him. Zhang Jun's body responded almost instinctively. Lu Yujie giggled, in comparison to your profound thoughts, I prefer the honesty of your body. As she slowly knelt down, she began to unfasten Zhang Jun's belt. Zhang Jun grasped her hand, saying, not here. Lu Yujie, with a sultry smile, replied, what is there to fear? We are legitimate spouses, we have the certificate. Even if the Discipline Inspection Commission and the police barged in, I'd tell them to leave. Today, she exuded a wild, unrestrained spirit. Zhang Jun was all too familiar with her. Whenever she displayed such overt eagerness and extravagant attempts to please him, it was invariably for a specific purpose. Is there something you wish to discuss? Zhang Jun inquired. Nothing at all. Just aiming to serve you well, to treat you like a lord. Lu Yujie chuckled softly. Zhang Jun's gaze returned to the vibrant visage of Xin Shui on the screen. Lu Yujie whispered sweetly in his ear, her warm breath causing a tingling sensation at his ear. Afterward, Lu Yujie nestled into Zhang Jun's embrace, saying, in the past, I looked down upon small places, assuming the counties and townships were insignificant. Today, after wandering around, I've realized this place isn't so bad. You read doing quite well here. Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, you're overthinking it. If this is the so-called land of exile in your words, a place even your second aunt and her son look down upon. Humph. They simply have no choice. If they could secure a position here, they would have rushed over long ago. Lu Yujie laughed. Xiaogui is a good person, most importantly, she is simple and honest. With her taking care of you, I feel at ease. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow and asked, what are your thoughts on the divorce? Lu Yujie's expression turned cold. You just finished with me, and now you bring up divorce? Zhang Jun patted her cheek, saying, then you must change. The points I mentioned last night are things you must rectify. If you cannot change, and I discover you reverting to old habits, I will file for divorce. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked sternly, you haven't accepted any bribes since coming here, have you? Be honest. Lu Yujie scoffed, do you truly view me as so despicable? Zhang Jun replied gravely, you had better not have accepted any bribes, otherwise, I won't spare you. My reputation and integrity cannot be tainted by you. Not all money is acceptable. Accepting certain funds only serves to harm me and this family, and such a household will inevitably crumble. Lu Yujie gritted her teeth and stormed into the bedroom. Zhang Jun sighed deeply, contemplating this intractable predicament. Reflecting on the mysteriously vanished 50,000 yuan from Yigu village, Zhang Jun felt a twinge of headache. Tomorrow, he would need to make a trip to the city. No matter what, he was determined to retrieve that 50,000. Chapter 200 of the Mayor's Fury. On the following morning, Zhang Jun escorted Lu Yujie back to the city, as he too was heading to the municipal office to request funding. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Provincial People's Hospital, they encountered a bustling scene with vehicles coming and going. Wu Chang, driving the car, was caught in a queue at the entrance. Observing this, Lu Yujie remarked, I shall alight here, it is merely a short walk to my workplace. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. Lu Yujie opened her mouth as if to speak, seemingly with much to express, yet ultimately refrained, stepping out of the car and making her way to her office. Zhang Jun's gaze lingered on his wife's graceful silhouette before he instructed Wu Chang, Xiao Wu, proceed to the municipal government. Wu Chang acknowledged and drove off. Upon reaching the municipal government, Zhang Jun sought an audience with Su Peisheng. Following the recent meeting of the municipal committee, Zhang Jun had placed a call to Su Peisheng, expressing his desire to meet at a convenient time to convey his gratitude in person. Su Peisheng, having championed Zhang Jun's ascent, was eager to engage in conversation with him. The realm of politics resembles a game of Go. Each participant strategizes and positions themselves accordingly. The more pieces one controls and the greater territory one occupies, the more assured their victory becomes. For higher-ranking officials, the accumulation of subordinates within their faction enhances their power significantly. Positions such as county party secretary, county mayor, district party secretary, and district mayor are now all provincial cadre, with appointments under the purview of the provincial organization department. Consequently, Su Peisheng, at his level, could only oversee affairs up to the deputy county level. The provincial capital is a sprawling metropolis, comprising 6 administrative districts, 3 counties, and 2 national-level development zones.
To consolidate authority over these districts and counties, Su Peixiang aimed to place his allies in key positions. During Ma Hongqi's tenure in the province, Su Peixiang had cultivated a close rapport with him, recognizing that Ma had connections in the capital. Everyone sought to align themselves with those of influence to facilitate their own advancement. Now that Ma Hongqi had moved to the organization department, he remained a figure of significance worth courting. Su Peixiang's next promotion hinged on leveraging the networks and circles of the organization department, and he was determined to establish a connection with Ma Hongqi. Zhang Jun served as the vital link between Su Peixiang and Ma Hongqi. Beyond networking with Ma, Zhang Jun was himself a promising talent worthy of investment. Thus, every contest and strategic maneuver within the standing committee is a result of deliberate consideration by the leadership. No one's promotion is merely serendipitous. Zhang Jun's vehicle, bearing a pass for the municipal committee and government compound, entered the premises directly, halting at the steps of the administrative building. He alighted and ascended the stairs, making his way directly to Su Peixiang. As Su Peixiang began his workday, he noticed Zhang Jun's arrival and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Zhang Jun's ability to arrive precisely at the start of the workday from Yiping County demonstrated his dedication and commitment. Such diligence does not go unnoticed by leaders, who are keen observers of their subordinates' every action. Often, a leader's silence does not equate to ignorance, rather, they are quietly assessing one's demeanor and performance. It is in the minutiae of work that some individuals earn the recognition and promotion of their superiors. Good day, Mayor Su. Zhang Jun has come to report.
Zhang Jun inclined slightly, extending his hand to Su Peixiang. Comrade Zhang Jun, please take a seat.
Su Peixiang, in good spirits, invited Zhang Jun to sit and remarked, your appointment documents will take a few more days to be finalized. Zhang Jun sat respectfully, his hands naturally resting on his lap, and replied, understood. I came specifically to express my gratitude to Mayor Su. I have heard about the proceedings at the municipal committee meeting, and I am deeply appreciative of your support, which has enabled my promotion to executive deputy county mayor. Su Peixiang appreciated Zhang Jun's demeanor, neither obsequious nor arrogant, but rather courteous and appropriately forthright. Zhang Jun arrived empty-handed, issuing any customary gifts. In matters of promotion, the objective is sincere collaboration, not the exchange of monetary gifts. Should Zhang Jun have presented a monetary offering, Su Peixiang would have regarded him with disdain. Time was of the essence for both parties, and after some pleasantries, Zhang Jun transitioned to discussing work-related matters. He recounted the entrepreneurial endeavors of tea farmers in Hegu village, stating, Mayor Su, this is a tremendous initiative that can resolve the livelihood issues for 60 households, impacting hundreds of individuals, and plays a pivotal role in our county's fight against poverty. Su Peixiang pondered momentarily before responding, to my knowledge, this project has been approved by the province, and special assistance funds have been allocated to your county.
Has the project commenced? How is its progress? Zhang Jun produced relevant documentation, holding it with both hands and offering it for Su Peixiang's review. Mayor Su, here are the materials related to the tea plantation project. I have brought them for your perusal. Su Peixiang accepted the documents, inquiring, what seems to be the issue, is there a problem?
Maintaining his composure, Zhang Jun explained, the province allocated 900,000 yuan in special assistance funds, yet only 400,000 yuan remains in Hegu village. The village secretary has unilaterally withheld and misappropriated over half of the funds, resulting in each tea farmer receiving merely 3,000 yuan.
Su Peixiang, taken aback, perused the documents in silence.
Observing Su Peixiang's expression, Zhang Jun continued, Mayor Su, I have investigated, and the market wholesale price for a 4-year-old tea seedling is 12 yuan. With 3,000 yuan, one can only purchase 250 seedlings. What can be achieved with such a meager quantity? Consequently, the project has yet to be initiated. Su Peixiang closed the materials and, with a firm slap on the table, stated solemnly, the distribution of 900,000 yuan in special assistance funds should yield 15,000 yuan per tea farmer. Each household could procure 254-year-old tea seedlings. To have lost 1,000 seedlings directly is unacceptable. Zhang Jun nodded in affirmation, saying, indeed, my purpose in coming today is to trace the whereabouts of the remaining 500,000 yuan. The provincial special funds are first allocated to the relevant municipal departments before reaching the county, involving several procedural steps. At each department, a portion of the funds may be intercepted given the involvement of provincial and municipal entities. Zhang Jun required Su Peixiang's assistance. The world is often wary of diligence. If leadership takes the matter seriously and investigates earnestly, uncovering the trajectory of these funds becomes a straightforward endeavor. Each department may withhold only a modest sum, perhaps several tens of thousands. However, after passing through multiple departments, the designated funds would dwindle significantly by the time they reach the tea farmers. Su Peixiang, having risen through the ranks from the grassroots level, possessed a keen understanding of the underlying complexities.
I will inquire into the situation.
Su Peixiang declared, picking up the telephone on his desk and dialing out.
The call was quickly connected. Comrade Luo Changzhou, this is Su Peixiang. There is a matter I need you to verify immediately and report back to me. What is the amount of special funds allocated to the tea farmer poverty alleviation project in Hegu village, Yiping County? I give you 5 minutes. I await your call. With that, Su Peixiang hung up decisively. He needed to ascertain whether any discrepancies existed in the transfer of funds from the province to the city before proceeding with further investigations. Chapter 201 Zhang Jun's gift in less than 5 minutes. The phone on the table rang abruptly. Su Peixing answered the call, responding with a heavy before stating, his face ashen, of the 900,000 yuan allocated for poverty alleviation, only 300 yuan remains in the hands of each tea farmer. Comrade Luo Changzhou, I do not care what methods you employ or how you allocate this money, you must return the full amount to me within 3 days. I expect this matter to be resolved promptly and thoroughly, without my further intervention. After hanging up, Su Peixing turned to Zhang Jun and remarked, the Municipal Poverty Alleviation Office has, without authorization, misappropriated 300,000 yuan of funds for another poverty alleviation project. I have ordered them to return this money immediately. The city allocated 600,000 to the county, and the remaining 200,000 must have been intercepted by Yiping County. Zhang Jun forced a smile, saying, thank you, Mayor Su, for standing up for the people. Su Peixiang waved his hand emphatically, expressing, I feel ashamed. I have been so busy with work that I have not had the time to scrutinize every detail, allowing these individuals to exploit the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jun suggested, Mayor Su, if such misappropriated funds go unaccounted for, they will ultimately create a convoluted mess. Subordinates fear reporting to superiors, afraid of repercussions, and will not recover even this small amount. When the people do not raise their voices, the officials do not investigate. Consequently, the whereabouts of this money will remain a mystery. He did not articulate it too explicitly, trusting that Su Peixing understood as well as he did. Su Peixing nodded calmly, you make a valid point. To build a clean government, we must commence with rectifying these issues. We will convene a special meeting in the city to discuss this matter. Zhang Jun rose to take his leave. Upon exiting the municipal government compound, he looked up at the clear blue sky. A refreshing breeze swept over him, uplifting his spirits. He drove to the framing shop where he had previously had his paintings mounted and collected the finished artwork. As he unwrapped each piece, the shop owner remarked with a smile, Mr. Zhuang's paintings have truly reached the level of a national first-class artist. Zhang Jun's curiosity piqued. He inquired, what is the market value of such artwork? I'm not selling, I'm merely asking. The owner, a man with an ethereal presence and a beard, stroked his chin and chuckled, that is quite difficult to determine. A first-class artist's works can vary significantly. While some may fetch hundreds of thousands or even millions, others might only sell for a meager sum to make ends meet. Zhang Jun probed further, what about paintings of this caliber? What is the approximate market price? The owner pondered, artistic appreciation is highly subjective, a piece may be worth its weight in gold to one person and utterly worthless to another. If this work is promoted well and the artist's reputation is elevated, it could easily sell for several thousand yuan. If a discerning collector comes across it, the price would naturally escalate. After expressing his gratitude, Zhang Jun departed the framing shop. Wu Chang assisted him in loading the paintings into the trunk. Checking the time, Zhang Jun declared, let us make another visit to the municipal government. Wu Chang did not question the reason and drove them back. Zhang Jun retrieved 2 paintings but, after a moment's thought, decided to take only one to present to Su Peixing. As Su Peixing concluded a meeting with a visitor and saw Zhang Jun return, he inquired, is there something else? Zhang Jun respectfully replied, Mayor Su, I have come across a painting by a renowned artist of our province, Master Zhang Qisong, who is a national first-class artist. To present a gift, he knew he must elevate the artist's stature, for otherwise the artwork would hold no value. Su Peixing's eyes brightened, oh, a painting, is it a traditional Chinese painting or an oil painting? Zhang Jun gradually unfurled the scroll, stating, it is a landscape piece in traditional ink and wash style. I noticed that there are no calligraphic works displayed in your office, but I am aware that you, Mayor Su, are a person of culture, likely unable to find suitable pieces to hang. His words flattered Su Peixing, who received them with pleasure, responding, every cultured individual desires to cultivate elegance. Pointing to the painting, Zhang Jun continued, this piece features fluid ink strokes, with imagery of the rising sun in the east, waterfalls cascading from lofty mountains, clouds billowing through the forest, and turbulent waves surging from the hills. The rising sun and the wind suggest prosperity and success in one's career, making it quite suitable for an office setting. Mayor Su, if you fancy it, I could help you hang it on your wall right now. Su Peixing scrutinized the painting closely, examining the signature and seal, and asked, is Yunzhonghe the artist's pen name? Zhang Jun smiled, indeed, this artist possesses a generous spirit, living a carefree life akin to a wandering cloud or wild crane, hence the choice of his pen name. Though he may not be well known domestically, he has held exhibitions abroad, and many foreigners vie to collect his works. He continued to extol the artist, knowing such claims would be hard to verify. Much like someone returning from studying abroad, mentioning a school that no one has heard of, even a fabricated institution like Clayton University would suffice to impress the locals. Su Peixing reflected, it is common for flowers to bloom within the walls while remaining fragrant beyond. I have encountered numerous instances of this. I once knew a writer whose novels were ignored in the domestic market yet sold hundreds of thousands of copies overseas. It is not merely a matter of talent being overlooked but rather a failure in promotion. Additionally, the standards of aesthetics differ between domestic and international audiences. Zhang Jun quickly concurred, Mayor Su, you have pinpointed the issue. Cultural individuals often maintain a lofty disposition, reluctant to publicize themselves, unaware that the current world is driven by financial motives, where everything is market-driven. Su Peixing admired the painting and glanced around the office, pointing to the blank white wall opposite his desk, stating, let us hang it here. The framing shop had provided a pack of adhesive hooks, and Zhang Jun took them out, positioning a chair against the wall.
Using his height as a guide, he affixed 2 hooks and hung the horizontal scroll. Indeed, with the addition of this artwork, the entire office instantly radiated an extraordinary aura of scholarly elegance.
Su Peisheng, hands clasped behind his back, surveyed the painting and remarked, "Quite impressive, very imposing. Zhang Jun, what is the cost?"
Zhang Jun wiped the chair with a tissue and smiled. "This painting was a gift from a friend, and the framer is also my friend.
I spent not a penny. If I were to accept payment from you, Mayor Su, I would become a swindler."
Su Peisheng laughed heartily. "Well then, please convey my thanks to your artist friend." Zhang Jun replied, "I will ask that framer to come by one day to switch this piece to a more elegant frame.
That would enhance its sophistication." Su Peisheng responded, "That is acceptable, but the cost must be covered by me."
Zhang Jun chuckled, "That works, I will inform him, and you can settle the price directly with him." Having concluded his visit, he took his leave. Upon stepping into the courtyard, a graceful figure emerged from a nearby car. It was Xin Shui. Seeing Zhang Jun, Xin Shui beamed. "What brings you here?"
Zhang Jun echoed her question, "And what brings you here?"
They exchanged knowing smiles. Xin Shui, her face clouded with concern, confessed, "Deputy Director Conley from the Municipal Propaganda Department summoned me. He is quite lecherous. He has explicitly expressed his desire to engage in inappropriate conduct with me several times, and I feel somewhat frightened." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jun's brow furrowed, and he declared, "I was just about to visit the propaganda department.
I will accompany you. Let us see who dares to bully you." Chapter 202. A desire to engage you. Zhang Jun initially intended to present a painting to Nie Haichen, the Minister of Propaganda for the Municipal Committee.
However, upon reflection, he realized that rarity enhances value. Moreover, since Nie Haichen and Su Peisheng both held positions in the same building, even if they seldom visited each other, their subordinates frequently moved between offices. If they both received paintings bearing the same signature, suspicion would inevitably arise, leading to a scenario where the truth of Zhang Jun's gift would be revealed. It seemed that if he were to gift Nie Haichen, it must be something distinct. Thus, he chose not to bring the painting and instead accompanied Xin Shui to the floor housing the propaganda department. The advantage of the joint offices of the municipal committee and the municipal government was that one could locate any department without the need for extensive searching, all within a single compound.
Xin Shui whispered, "What brings you here?"
Zhang Jun managed a wry smile as he articulated his predicament. Xin Shui replied softly, "Withholding and misappropriation are not uncommon occurrences. Aren't you concerned that your bold demands might offend the leaders of these?
If everyone were to take matters seriously, how could they dare to withhold?"
Xin Shui chuckled, "The greater the power, the more one can accomplish. I hope you ascend to a high position, enabling you to truly effectuate change in this atmosphere." The pair arrived at the propaganda department, with Zhang Jun first accompanying Xin Shui to meet Deputy Minister Conley. Xin Shui hesitated at the door, unsure of entering. Zhang Jun reassured her with a smile, "There's no need to worry, I'm here with you."
Xin Shui nodded and gently knocked on the door. A commanding voice called out from within, "Who is it?"
Xin Shui replied clearly, "Minister Kong, hello, I am Xin Shui."
Laughter erupted from inside. "Ah, Xin Shui, please come in."
Upon entering, Xin Shui found Conley, who had risen from his chair, beaming with warmth. "It's become quite a challenge to see you. Are you truly that busy with work? While it is said that the capable are burdened with more tasks, surely those at the Broadcasting and Television Center cannot keep assigning you work just because you are diligent and responsible."
Xin Shui smiled slightly. "These are my responsibilities. I am merely fulfilling my duties." "Minister Kong, you summoned me. What instructions do you have?" Just as Conley was about to respond, he noticed Zhang Jun had entered and was momentarily taken aback, asking, "Who are you?" Zhang Jun smiled and replied, "Hello, Minister Kong.
I am a friend of Xin Shui's, accompanying her." Conley, visibly displeased, retorted, "You wait outside, I need to discuss matters with Comrade Xin Shui." Zhang Jun, not daring to oppose, smiled at Xin Shui. "I shall go meet Minister Nie first and return to find you."
Xin Shui nodded, trusting that Conley would not dare to act inappropriately within the offices of the municipal committee. Zhang Jun stepped back outside. Conley inquired of Xin Shui, "Why did you bring a colleague with you?"
Xin Shui offered no further explanation, simply stating, "He came to see Minister Nie, and it was convenient."
Conley stroked his chin, assessing Xin Shui.
She was clad in a simple white dress adorned with green flowers, complemented by a pair of high-heeled sandals that her hair cascaded gracefully down her back, her features exquisite, with a slender waist and curves that enhanced her statuesque presence, truly a captivating beauty. Conley, visibly pleased, invited Xin Shui to sit, exclaiming, "I have been watching your evening news at 8, you hosted splendidly, with such personality and style. I have recommended your program to my colleagues, and everyone has praised it." Xin Shui adjusted her dress, demurely crossing her legs and allowing only a glimpse of her calves, exuding an air of grace and elegance. With her hands naturally clasped at her abdomen, adorned with a professional smile, she responded, "Thank you, Minister Kong, for your appreciation of our program. The credit primarily belongs to the directors, cameramen, and others. I merely read from the script, anyone could take my place." Conley waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "Who says that? You are irreplaceable. Anyone who dares to replace you, unless they are transferring you to the provincial satellite station as the female news anchor for the entire province, would not receive my approval."
Xin Shui managed a faint smile. "The provincial news anchor?"
"I hardly dare to dream of such a position. My experience is still quite limited." Conley chuckled, "In my view, the provincial news anchor could not possibly surpass your broadcasting skills. I find myself watching your news daily."
If you are absent for even one day, my sleep feels restless. While this remark was somewhat forward, it was not entirely inappropriate given the context. Xin Shui felt at a loss for words, merely smiling in response. Recognizing her modesty, Conley acknowledged that the office was not the place for such conversations and suggested, "How about this, you need not return for lunch, let us dine together, there are some promotional matters I would like to discuss with you in detail. I have a few meetings to attend shortly and will be quite busy." Xin Shui, aware this was likely a trap, politely declined, "Minister Kong, I still have to present the program this evening. As you mentioned, many viewers are eagerly awaiting my broadcast, therefore, I must return to the station." Conley, feeling rebuffed, became slightly irate, stating, "Don't you eat while at the station? Surely you can spare an hour for a meal, I refuse to believe you're that busy, or is it that you do not wish to grant me this courtesy? I know some at your station act high and mighty, thinking themselves exceptional. Do not forget, these achievements are courtesy of the platform you have." Xin Shui, sensing his rising anger, felt distressed and replied, "How could I ever refuse Minister Kong? I merely fear to waste your valuable time. Since you insist, I shall comply." Conley's expression softened, and he said, "That's more like it, it seems I have to get angry before you listen, you women should be a bit more accommodating. There is no need to maintain such a lofty demeanor, that way, there is room for progress." Xin Shui rose, saying, "I shall go prepare for lunch, and I look forward to treating you, Minister Kong." Conley shook his head, "How could I allow you to bear the expense? I will arrange everything, we'll dine at Xinhuanggu near the provincial government, are you familiar with it, or you can simply wait for me outside, and we can go together after work." Xin Shui quickly replied, "I know Xinhuanggu well. I will head there directly." Conley nodded, "Excellent, then it's settled, see you at noon." As Xin Shui stepped outside, she felt her palms clammy with sweat, uncertain of how long Zhang Jun would be, she opted to wait outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Jun was engaged in conversation with Nie Haichen, the municipal committee's minister of propaganda. Nie Haichen was connected to county chief Fu Ziqiang. Initially, Fu Ziqiang had drawn Zhang Jun into his circle, promising access to the minister of propaganda. Now, Zhang Jun sought to establish Nie Haichen as part of his network. Others' connections are one-time opportunities. If he could transform Nie Haichen into his ally, he would gain additional support in the city. Chapter 203 Harnessing Strength. Nie Haichen sat in his office chair, his countenance composed as he regarded the youthful talent before him. Zhang Jun was a remarkably capable grassroots cadre, possessing both an impressive educational background and a commendable work ethic, which were among his many virtues. Moreover, he had the formidable backing of Ma Hongqi. Nie Haichen recognized this not only through his own observations but also from whispers he had heard from Fu Ziqiang, thus cultivating a desire to forge a connection with Zhang Jun. As their conversation deepened, a rapport blossomed between them. As the lunch hour approached, Zhang Jun seized the opportunity to propose, "Minister Nie, may I invite you to join me for a meal? It would be an honor." This was merely a courteous invitation, as he wished to share lunch with Shenxui. To his surprise, Nie Haichen readily acquiesced, stating, "I happen to have a luncheon engagement with President Ni Shaoxian of the Provincial Calligraphy and Painting Association, among others. The city is organizing an event titled Cultural Stage, Economic Performance, featuring renowned calligraphers and painters from the province to showcase their masterpieces in an exhibition, highlighting the remarkable achievements our city has attained since the onset of reform and opening up." Zhang Jun's interest piqued, and he inquired, "That sounds splendid. Minister Nie, might we recommend some exceptional works from our county for the exhibition?" Nie Haichen readily responded, "Of course, however, the event is scheduled for the weekend, will your county be able to prepare in time?" Zhang Jun assured him, "Absolutely. I happen to know a renowned artist whose works are readily available." Nie Haichen glanced at his watch and replied, "Very well, please ensure that the works are delivered to the Provincial Exhibition Hall's preparatory office. They will handle the arrangements. What is the name of the artist from your county?" Zhang Jun beamed, "His artistic name is Yun Zhonghe." Without further inquiries, Nie Haichen picked up the phone to inform the event committee. As the time drew near, Nie Haichen and Zhang Jun exited the office together. Zhang Jun spotted Xin Shui waiting outside and approached her, whispering, "I'm having lunch with Minister Nie. Would you care to join us? Your position at the broadcasting center could foster beneficial relations with the city's publicity department." Xin Shui, somewhat flustered, replied, "I was just about to mention this. Deputy Minister Kong has invited me to lunch, I couldn't decline, so I agreed. What should I do?" Zhang Jun pondered for a moment before saying, "Not to worry, just accompany me. Deputy Minister Kong 1T holds you accountable." He turned to Nie Haichen, introducing Xin Shui, "Minister, this is Xin Shui, a female anchor from the urban channel and a dear friend of mine who has long admired you. She wishes to raise a toast in your honor." Nie Haichen smiled and gestured with his right hand, saying, "Comrade Xin Shui, I have heard much about you, your news hosting has a distinctive style, quite commendable. Let us proceed together." Xin Shui gracefully inclined her body, replying, "Thank you, Minister Nie, for your kind words." Descending the stairs, Xin Shui entered Zhang Jun's vehicle as Zhang Jun instructed Wu Chang, "Follow Minister Nie's car." Unexpectedly, the luncheon was also being held at Xinhuanggu. Zhang Jun was already aware that the establishment's behind-the-scenes owner was quite extraordinary, yet the individual remained elusive. Despite his extensive connections, he had yet to uncover the identity of this enigmatic benefactor. Judging by the attention the restaurant received from officials at various levels, it was clear that the owner possessed significant influence. Ni Shaoxian and others had already arrived at Xinhuanggu, waiting outside.
Due to the bureaucratic nature of industry associations, social organizations had been assigned administrative ranks. Thus, the National Calligraphy Association held a bureau-level status, while the Provincial Association was at the county department level, making the Provincial Association president's standing equivalent to that of a county magistrate. As the Minister of Propaganda for the Municipal Committee, Nye Haichen's position was already at the departmental level, and as a member of the Standing Committee, he held a deputy bureau-level rank, placing him above Nye Xiaoxian and his peers. Consequently, when Nye Haichen offered to host the meal, Nye Xiaoxian and the others dared not assume any airs and arrived early. After exchanging pleasantries, they settled into the private dining room. The conversation naturally gravitated towards the upcoming event. Nye Haichen emphasized repeatedly that the theme of the event was cultural stage, economic performance, primarily aimed at promoting the economic achievements of our province, especially those of our city, while also hoping that outstanding works would grace a broader economic stage. As they chatted, Shui's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Kong Li looking towards Zhang Jun. He quickly discerned the caller and whispered a few words to her. Shui understood and answered the call. Kong Li's tone was decidedly displeased as he asked, "Comrade Shui, where are you? I have arrived at Xinhuanggu and do not see you." Shui covered her mouth and quietly replied, "Deputy Minister Kong, I am currently in the private room on the second floor." Kong Li's demeanor softened immediately, and he laughed heartily, saying, "I didn't realize you were so considerate, preparing a room for me." "Which room is it? I'll be there shortly." Before long, the door to the private room swung open, and Kong Li strode in, only to freeze in surprise that he had assumed Shui would be alone, but instead found a large gathering. Most shockingly, his superior, Nye Haichen, was also present. Nye Haichen, taken aback, inquired, "Comrade Kong Li, what brings you here?" Kong Li quickly regained his composure, responding, "I just happened to be dining nearby and heard Minister Nye was hosting, so I thought I'd come by to say hello." Nye Haichen replied nonchalantly, "How fortuitous." At that moment, the dishes were served, and Kong Li raised a glass and a toast to Nye Haichen before taking his leave. Shui smiled subtly, taking the opportunity to discreetly squeeze Zhang Jun's hand beneath the table. Zhang Jun adeptly leveraged the situation, utilizing Nye Haichen's presence to successfully quell Kong Li's arrogance. As for the nature of Shui's relationship with Nye Haichen, Kong Li was left to speculate. After the meal, Zhang Jun bid farewell to Nye Haichen and the others. He made a quick stop at the provincial exhibition hall to select several of Zhuang Wenxiang's artworks to present to the exhibition committee. After the necessary registrations were completed, Zhang Jun escorted Shui back to her station. On the way, Shui received a call from Kong Li. "Shui, you're quite impressive. Climbing the social ladder." Kong Li's voice was stern. "You agreed to dine with me, how could you go back on your word? A person without integrity is truly untrustworthy." Shui responded, firm yet respectful, "Minister Nye invited me to lunch. How could I refuse? Deputy Minister Kong, I must prepare for work now. I will report to you another day. Thank you for your understanding. Goodbye." After hanging up, Shui covered her mouth with a smile and remarked to Zhang Jun, "You truly are remarkable." Zhang Jun smiled faintly and replied, "Next time Kong Li reaches out to you, simply make an excuse to decline. Some social engagements offer you no benefit." Shui nodded gently, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she softly suggested, "Why don't you come over for a visit and enjoy a cup of tea?" Zhang Jun understood her intentions and responded affirmatively, instructing Wu Chang to drive to the broad. As soon as they entered, they embraced passionately, their kiss deep and fervent, as if seeking to merge their very souls. Their bodies and spirits intertwined perfectly, creating an exquisite tapestry of unparalleled tenderness and strength. Suddenly, Shui whispered in Zhang Jun's ear, "I haven't had my period for some time, I might be pregnant." Chapter 204 Shui's pregnancy. Zhang Jun was momentarily paralyzed. This was an instinctive reaction. "You are pregnant?" Zhang Jun cradled Shui's face, realizing that his voice trembled with emotion. Although it was his first experience of impending fatherhood, Shui was not his wife. The relationship lacked formal recognition. Zhang Jun was caught in a whirlwind of joy and anxiety. He harbored profound fears about the future and the potential negative repercussions that could arise, plunging him into deep concern and worry. Yet, at 30, upon hearing the unexpected news of becoming a father, an overwhelming joy surged within him, rendering him ecstatic. Shui pouted her lips and shyly remarked, "I said it might be possible." "You seem rather shocked. Do you not wish for me to bear your child?" Zhang Jun gently held her delicate face, playfully nipping at her pouting lips, and replied with a smile, "How could that be? If I were unwilling, would I have engaged in such intimacy with you? It is simply that this news comes as a delightful surprise." Shui nestled against his shoulder and softly said, "I haven't taken a test. My period is merely a few days late, which could also be attributed to the recent stress and late nights." Zhang Jun pondered for a moment and replied, "If you truly are pregnant, we will have to wait another 2 weeks for a test. What are your thoughts?" As it was her first experience of potential motherhood, and being significantly younger than Zhang Jun, she felt overwhelmed with anticipation as she asked, "If it turns out to be true, will you want the child?" Zhang Jun embraced her and sat on the sofa, tenderly stroking her smooth back, saying, "I am 30 years old and have yet to have a child. Would I not want one? I have long dreamed of having a child, especially with someone as intelligent, beautiful, and charming as you. Our child would undoubtedly be exceptional." Upon hearing his heartfelt words, Shui composed herself and replied, "Do not be too joyful or worried just yet. Let us wait a few days for clarity." Zhang Jun, considering the broader implications, cautioned, "Shui, have you thought about the consequences? Working here and being unmarried and pregnant will undoubtedly have significant repercussions, even jeopardizing your job. Lost in the euphoria of the potential pregnancy, Shen Shui now grappled with the concerns Zhang Jun raised, feeling a wave of worry wash over her as she struggled to find a solution. She was engulfed in deep sorrow but soon resolved, regardless of the outcome, if I am pregnant, I must give birth. This will not only be your first child but mine as well. This is a precious life, and we have no right to prevent it from entering this world and basking in the sunlight. Zhang Jun, being a medical professional, understood the implications of a first pregnancy for a woman. However, he was acutely aware of the immense responsibility and burden that the arrival of this child would entail. The couple shared tender moments, their affection deepening. It was only after 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Zhang Jun returned to the county. He sought out County Chief Fu Ziqiang to report on his efforts to secure funding for tea farmers in the city. Chief Fu, the provincial government allocated 800,000 yuan, but the city has withheld 300,000 yuan, and it seems another 200,000 yuan has been intercepted by the county. Without these funds, the tea farmers will lack the motivation to engage in tea cultivation, and the entire project will be stalled. Fearing that Fu Ziqiang might not take it seriously, he emphasized, Chief Fu, this is a poverty alleviation project that cannot be cancelled. The consequences would be dire. The tea farmers have already missed the optimal time for spring planting, and we are on the brink of the autumn planting season. We cannot afford any further delays. Fu Ziqiang did not exhibit the shock Zhang Jun had anticipated. It appeared he was well accustomed to such matters. I will inquire with the County Poverty Alleviation Office. Fu Ziqiang picked up the phone and dialed a number. Following his inquiry, the County Poverty Alleviation Office admitted to withholding 200,000 yuan for other uses. This was hardly a secret. It was a common practice to siphon funds. When money passes through hands, those in urgent need are inclined to use it first. After hanging up the phone, Fu Ziqiang said to Zhang Jun, I will arrange for them to reallocate 200,000 yuan from another source to cover the shortfall. Zhang Jun was momentarily taken aback and inquired, Chief Fu, are there many shortfalls in the county's finances? Fu Ziqiang shook his head with a wry smile, Comrade Zhang Jun, you are also in charge of the affairs in Chengguan town. Surely you understand the extent of our expenditures. There are numerous areas requiring funds, yet few projects generating income. Our county is not an industrial powerhouse, our economic development has been lagging, and our finances are consistently strained. Zhang Jun, as the secretary of the town, did not wield authority over the town's finances. However, he did oversee the financial affairs of the Industrial Zone Management Committee, which had always been quite prosperous under his management. Now that he was no longer the head of Yiping County, he refrained from meddling in such matters and focused on his own responsibilities. Both the city and county had agreed to allocate funds to him, achieving his goal. As for filing complaints, only a fool would do that. Upon leaving the county government, Zhang Jun headed to the management committee to attend to the day's work. The canned food factory was on the verge of opening, and Wu Delin's factory was nearing completion and entering production. Wu Delin happened to be present, and they engaged in conversation. Secretary Zhang, did you purchase the stocks I suggested last time? Wu Delin inquired. Oh, don't even mention it. Zhang Jun waved his hand in exasperation, chuckling, I bought a few shares, and it turned out to be a disaster. The stock market is indeed fraught with risks. Fortunately, Xiao Guo and the others did not enter the market. Wu Delin expressed surprise. There was indeed a dip in the market, but you didn't sell, did you? This is merely a technical adjustment. Before a stock rises, it often experiences a decline. It cannot perpetually ascend. If too many people buy in, how can those trading stocks push it higher? They wait until it hits the lowest point to buy. Zhang Jun was momentarily stunned. Wu Delin added, Secretary Zhang, you should have consulted me before selling. That would not have put you at a disadvantage. In truth, Zhang Jun had not sold those stocks. He had been too busy lately and had completely forgotten about them. Upon hearing Wu Delin's comments, Zhang Jun asked, Boss Wu, so, has the stock price risen now? I haven't kept track of this matter for quite some time. Wu Delin lamented, it's not just a rise. It has skyrocketed. If you had held onto it until now, you would have made a fortune. Zhang Jun, being a medical professional, was not well versed in finance or the stock market. Really, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh, it's a good thing I forgot to sell those stocks. Whatever losses I incur, I shall consider it a contribution to the domestic economy. Wu Delin's sense of guilt diminished somewhat as he advised, Secretary Zhang, you should sell as soon as possible. You must not wait until the peak. When it reaches the highest point, everyone rushes to sell, and no one buys. In business, this is known as not trying to catch the last copper coin. Zhang Jun grasped Wu Delin's hand and smiled, thank you so much, Boss Wu. I will sell the stocks right away. Returning to the town committee office, he opened his computer and logged into his stock market account. The stock prices had surged. Zhang Jun did not bother calculating how much profit he would make but rather found merit in Wu Delin's advice not to seek the last copper coin. Thus, he sold all of his stocks. At this moment, these shares were in high demand, and as soon as they were listed, they were swiftly purchased. Zhang Jun stared at the balance in his account, utterly astonished. Chapter 205, Toasting with intertwined cups. On the computer screen, a long string of numbers appeared. Zhang Jun was astounded by the figure before him. Initially, he had invested a principal of 200,000 yuan. Previously, the stock price had plummeted, reducing his investment to 120,000 yuan. Ever since that downturn, Zhang Jun had ceased to monitor the stock market, well aware that he was not cut out for trading. Had it not been for Wu Delin's reminder, he would have remained oblivious to the substantial increase in stock prices. At now, his account boasted a staggering 1 million yuan. His initial investment had multiplied sevenfold. Zhang Jun was left speechless. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a sum of money. Since his marriage, almost all of his monthly salary had been surrendered to Lu Yujie. He had never dared to dream of amassing such a fortune.
Secretary Zhang. Zhou Wang appeared at the door, calling out as Zhang Jun calmly inquired, "What's the matter?"
Zhou Wang replied with a smile, "The comrades are saying we should gather for a meal tonight. Your appointment should be forthcoming. Perhaps you will be transferred to the county government next week. This evening's gathering can serve as an early farewell for you." Zhang Jun chuckled, "Sounds good, let us enjoy a meal together."
Zhou Wang beamed, "I'll go ahead and make the reservation. Shall we go to Shizhou? Zhang Jun nodded, "That works."
Zhou Wang, grinning, turned to leave. After work, Zhang Jun and his companions arrived at Shizhou Yao. Su Wanner, aware of their gathering, had already been waiting at the entrance.
"Hello, Secretary Zhang."
Su Wanner extended her delicate hand for a gentle shake, saying, "Welcome." Zhang Jun felt her hand was as tender as if it had no bones, warm to the touch like jade.
"Hello, President Su." Zhang Jun smiled, "We are here to trouble you again."
Su Wanner let out a melodious laugh, "Secretary Zhang, you are our esteemed guest.
Your presence here brings glory to our humble establishment."
Her fingers lightly grazed Zhang Jun's palm. Was it intentional? Zhang Jun gazed at her intently. Su Wanner boldly met his gaze, her bright, crescent-shaped eyes sparkling with captivating allure.
Zhang Jun mused that this woman was indeed a rare beauty. Any ordinary man would be captivated by just a glance. Upon entering the private room, Su Wanner busily attended to their needs, instructing the waitstaff to pour tea, bring wine, and personally scald the bowls and chopsticks for Zhang Jun with hot water. She exuded a subtle, enchanting fragrance that was intoxicating. As she moved gracefully beside Zhang Jun, her slender waist and alluring figure rendered her simply mesmerizing. Zhang Jun, maintaining his composure, sat calmly while she attended to him. Soon, the dishes and drinks were served. Zhou Wang rose, raising his glass, and declared, "Let us toast to Secretary Zhang's promotion. Everyone, let us drink to that." Su Wanner giggled, "Secretary Zhang, is this your promotion banquet? Then I must toast you with 3 glasses."
Zhang Jun raised his glass and said, "Everyone, there is no need for formality, let us limit it to this one toast, and after that, feel free to enjoy."
The group clinked glasses with Zhang Jun, instinctively lowering their glasses in respect.
Su Wanner filled her own and Zhang Jun's glasses, saying, "Secretary Zhang, I must toast you separately." Zhang Jun chuckled, "We can't start that trend. If each person toasts me, I'd be unable to eat and would end up on the floor."
Su Wanner held her glass, saying, "This toast of mine is unique. They cannot replicate it." Zhang Jun raised an eyebrow, "What makes it so special?"
Su Wanner flashed a charming smile, intertwining her right hand with his. Zhou Wang and the others burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How delightful! Let us toast with intertwined cups." Guo Qiao nibbled her lip, her eyes reflecting a hint of displeasure, yet, despite her discontent, she could not prevent the toast from proceeding. Su Wanner gently asked, "Secretary Zhang, can you drink this toast?"
Zhang Jun, taken aback, laughed, "You can't play me like this."
With their arms only so long, as their right hands crossed, their faces nearly touched. This was the charm of the intertwined cup toast. Zhang Jun had to tilt his head, and together with Su Wanner, they finished their drinks, their faces brushed lightly against one another. Su Wanner was very discreet. After finishing, she immediately distanced herself from Zhang Jun to prevent any misinterpretations. On the dining table, the act of toasting with intertwined cups was merely a form of entertainment, with no one taking it too seriously. However, any further indiscretion would be utterly unbecoming. Zhang Jun, with a charming smile, remarked, "As expected from President Su, your tolerance for alcohol is quite impressive. Now, Xiaoguo, Director Zhou, you two represent our Chengguan town and must return the toast to President Su." His words effectively shifted the spotlight back to Su Wanner. Having already consumed 2 glasses, Su Wanner's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, resembling the beauty of a flower blooming. Her skin, already delicate, appeared even more luminous. Guo Qiao promptly heeded Secretary Zhang's call, approaching with her glass, saying, "President Su, I toast you a glass." Su Wanner gently patted Guo Qiao's shoulder, laughing, "Director Guo, it should be I who toasts you.
Come, let us 2 ladies drink a glass together."
They clinked glasses and drank in unison, eliciting applause and cheers from everyone. Zhou Wang and the others attempted to toast Su Wanner again, but she gracefully declined. With a hint of playfulness, Su Wanner rested her hand on Zhang Jun's shoulder, teasingly saying, "Today is Secretary Zhang's occasion. I am merely here to accompany the guests. How can you all hold me back?
Quickly, let us toast Secretary Zhang."
Zhang Jun tactfully halted the toasting, stating, "All right, after 3 rounds of drinks, it's time to savor the dishes. Let us dig in before the food cools and loses its flavor." Naturally, everyone obliged Zhang Jun's request and began to eat. After the meal, Su Wanner leaned close to Zhang Jun and whispered, "Secretary Zhang, how was the massage last time? Shall I arrange another for you?" Zhang Jun's heart stirred, he indeed had that desire. However, upon seeing the sparkling allure in Su Wanner's eyes, he quickly steeled himself and replied, "Having consumed too much alcohol today, let us postpone that. I'll trouble you another day, President Su."
Su Wanner cast him a lingering glance filled with unspoken emotions but chose not to press the matter further.
That night, Zhang Jun lay alone in bed, contemplating both public and private affairs, pondering how to utilize that substantial sum of money, while the enchanting image of Su Wanner flickered in his mind, rendering him restless. The following morning, Zhang Jun withdrew 100,000 yuan and donated it to the Provincial Children's Foundation. This sum had originally been a gift from the late Hiyuchi to Zhang Jun.
He had initially intended to contribute to the stock market for economic development, yet, through a twist of fate, he ended up profiting over $1 million. He donated 100,000 yuan, receiving a donation receipt. Should any scandal arise in the future, he would have this receipt to prove that, despite inadvertently receiving money, he had selflessly donated it. That afternoon, Zhang Jun received a call from the organization department of the Municipal Party Committee. The announcement regarding his promotion to standing committee member of the Yiping County Party Committee and executive deputy county head had finally been issued. A new journey, a new struggle, was about to begin. Chapter 206. The executive deputy county head. 3 days later, Zhang Jun officially assumed the position of a member of the Yiping County Committee and executive deputy county head. On this day, Xin Shui called to congratulate him and simultaneously shared some news. Her menstruation had begun. It seemed that her recent irregular cycles might be attributed to excessive work pressure and late nights. Zhang Jun found himself at a loss, unsure whether to weep in disappointment or to rejoice in relief. Noticing his prolonged silence, Xin Shui assumed he was disheartened and gently reassured him, saying, "There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. As long as you wish, I am always prepared to bear your children." While organizing his belongings in the town committee office, Zhang Jun responded, "All right, I understand. I am just about to head to the county government for my new role. I will contact you later." Aware of his busy schedule, Xin Shui ended the call as Zhang Jun gazed at his phone, lost in thought. Guo Qiaoqiao entered with a smile, exclaiming, "Secretary Zhang, I'm here to help you move your things." Zhang Jun put away his phone and replied, "There is not much to move." As Guo Qiaoqiao assisted him, she remarked, "Secretary Zhang, once you arrive at the county, do not forget about us, your old colleagues." Just then, Zhou Wang passed by and chimed in, "Secretary Zhang will always be our good secretary. Besides, Secretary Zhang will also serve as the director of the Development Zone Management Committee, so you will still be under his management." Zhang Jun's position as the committee director remained unchanged. The development zone had thrived under his stewardship, and with his rising career, no one dared to covet his position. Even if someone were tempted, they would have to weigh their own capabilities and consider whether they could effectively handle the responsibilities of that role. Having organized his belongings, Zhang Jun inquired of Zhou Wang, "Have the funds for the tea farmers been distributed?" Zhou Wang, full of admiration, replied, "Secretary Zhang, the moment the money arrived, it was dispersed. The tea farmers are extremely grateful to you. You retrieved the funds that others had pocketed, and they regard you as a remarkable official who advocates for the people." Zhang Jun waved his hand, chuckling, "I merely fulfilled my duties. The villagers are overly complimentary." He then asked about several matters he had previously overseen, such as the transparency of operations and the timely disbursement of subsidies for impoverished households. Zhou Wang addressed each concern in turn. Understanding Zhang Jun's primary worry was that his successor might disrupt the favorable situation he had established, he reassured, "Secretary Zhang, rest assured, you are still here in the county. Who would dare to make arbitrary changes?" Zhang Jun nodded calmly. A public servant's tenure is meant to benefit the community, yet once he departs, his connection to the place diminishes. The fate of the successor is their own concern. Outside, Ding Changrong's voice called out, "Secretary Zhang." "No, I mean, County Head Zhang." With his boisterous voice, Ding Changrong strode in, laughing heartily, "County Head Zhang, we've come to see you off." Zhang Jun smiled slightly, "Comrade Changrong, although we have had our conflicts, we have mostly enjoyed a fruitful collaboration. After my departure, I will rely on you to oversee the work in Chengguan Town." Upon his departure, the position of Chengguan Town Party Secretary would again be vacant, though it remained uncertain who would take over. This role is typically filled by a member of the county committee, with appointment authority residing at the municipal level. Ding Changrong also aspired to advance, knowing Zhang Jun had extensive connections in the city and had been cultivating relationships. However, Zhang Jun was unable to offer him much assistance, as many were vying for the same position. Zhang Jun could not decide. As everyone helped Zhang Jun carry his belongings to the vehicle, he shook hands with each person to bid farewell. Amidst the crowd, someone remarked, "Why didn't Ti Chen Yangjun come to see Secretary Zhang off? He was promoted by Secretary Zhang himself." Zhang Jun had long been aware of this issue but had not dwelled on it. Hearing it mentioned now, he merely smiled faintly, waved to the crowd, and entered the car. The distance from the town government to the county government was but a few miles. Yet, for the majority, completing this transition remained an unattainable feat. Zhang Jun was fortunate, he successfully leaped from Chengguan Town to the county government. This marked a pivotal step in his political career. As the vehicle traversed the streets of the county, Zhang Jun felt invigorated. Upon arriving at the county government building, he said to Wu Chang, "Xiao Wu, thank you for your hard work these past few days. You may head back now." Wu Chang replied with a smile, "I am delighted to serve County Head Zhang. I hope to have the opportunity to be your driver again in the future." "County Head Zhang, you go ahead with your matters. I will help you carry your things upstairs." Zhang Jun chuckled and waved his hand. He ascended the stairs and first sought out Fu Ziqiang. Fu Ziqiang set down his pen, shook hands with Zhang Jun, and welcomed him with a smile. "Comrade Zhang Jun, welcome." "Hello, County Head Fu, Zhang Jun has come to report for duty. Please arrange my work." Zhang Jun replied with a slight smile. They settled into the guest sofa, and the secretary entered with tea. Fu Ziqiang offered Zhang Jun a cigarette, stating, "The responsibilities of the executive deputy county head have been reserved for you." He presented a document outlining the division of responsibilities among the members of the Yiping County government. County head Fu Ziqian was responsible for overall operations and oversaw the audit bureau, while executive deputy county head Zhang Jun was in charge of development and reform, finance, taxation, energy, statistics, emergency management, earthquake prevention and relief, state-owned asset supervision, and finance, assisting the county head with audit responsibilities. He would oversee the County Government Office, the Foreign Affairs Office, the Development and Reform Bureau, the Grain and Material Reserve Bureau, the Civil Air Defense Office, the Finance Bureau, the State-Owned Asset Supervision Bureau, the Financial Office, the Energy Bureau, the Statistics Bureau, the Emergency Management Bureau, the Earthquake Prevention and Relief Bureau, the Fire Rescue Brigade, the Development Group Company, the Industrial Investment Group Company, and the Grain and Oil Purchase and Reserve Company. He would also assist the county head with the audit bureau and maintain contacts with the county party committee's organization and establishment committee office, the Yiping Tax Bureau, the National Bureau of Statistics Yiping Investigation Team, the Municipal Housing Fund Management Center's Yiping branch, and various major banks branches in Yiping County. From this division of responsibilities, it was evident that Zhang Jun had numerous important tasks ahead. Acknowledging this as Fu Ziqian's olive branch, Zhang Jun smiled and said, "Thank you, County Head Fu, for your trust. I will closely unite with the county government team under your leadership and diligently carry out our tasks." "Good, Comrade Zhang Jun, from now on we shall be comrades in arms, working together." Zhang Jun understood. He would now be Fu Ziqiang's right-hand man. It went without saying that they were aligned in their objectives. Zhang Jun was acutely aware that County Party Secretary Chen Guoliang was no pushover. Even with Fu Ziqiang's support, they might not necessarily be matched against Chen Guoliang. It appeared that the county would soon witness a fierce contest for power. Chapter 207 As someone is causing trouble, Fu Ziqiang summoned Yao Changfu from the county government office, instructing him to escort Zhang Jun to his office. He directed, "Director Yao, since Zhang Jun is living alone in the county, it is imperative that you ensure all his arrangements are satisfactory." Yao Changfu, bending slightly with a smile, replied, "Rest assured, County Chief Fu, I have made all the necessary arrangements." Zhang Jun bid farewell to Fu Ziqiang. Yao Changfu led the way, guiding Zhang Jun to an office, while cheerfully announcing, "County Chief Zhang, this will be your office." Yao Changfu was of short stature and somewhat portly, perpetually adorned with a smile, his most distinctive feature being his exceptionally long eyebrows, reminiscent of an old longevity deity. Zhang Jun expressed his gratitude and entered his new office, where Wu Chang had already moved in his belongings, neatly placed upon the desk. Zhang Jun set down his briefcase. Yao Changfu inquired with a smile, "County Chief Zhang, as per convention, our government office will assign a deputy director to assist you. Do you have any specific requests?" Although the deputy county chief was not entitled to a secretary, they were usually assigned a communications officer. Given the multitude of responsibilities Zhang Jun was to oversee, he required someone to assist him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "Director Yao, there is no rush on this matter, I would like to organize my office first." With a smile, Yao Changfu excused himself. The office was quite satisfactory, approximately 24 square meters, adhering to established regulations. Ministerial offices should not exceed 54 square meters, with city chief offices at 42 square meters, deputy city offices at 30 square meters, county chief offices at 30 square meters, and county deputy offices at 24 square meters. Adjacent to the office was a small rest area, containing a single bed 90 centimeters wide, likely intended for brief respite during late-night work sessions. Zhang Jun was rather fond of this rest area. Though compact, it proved to be quite functional. The rest area also featured a small window, equipped with a solitary pane. As Zhang Jun opened the window for ventilation, he was suddenly taken aback. On the security grill of the window hung an astonishingly visible contraceptive. To his utter disbelief, it was soiled, unceremoniously dangling from the iron frame. It was an eyesore. Zhang Jun's expression turned ashen. This was utterly revolting. He stepped outside and retrieved the internal directory from the drawer, picking up the phone on his desk to call Yao Changfu. "Director Yao, this is Zhang Jun. I would appreciate it if you could come to my office." After speaking, he hung up. Yao Changfu quickly arrived, smiling, "County Chief Zhang, what can I do for you?" Zhang Jun gestured toward the rest area, stating, "Take a look over there." Yao Changfu appeared momentarily perplexed but entered the rest area, scanning the surroundings without noticing anything amiss. Aware of Zhang Jun's impending arrival, Yao Changfu had arranged for the cleaning to be conducted thoroughly. The space was reasonably tidy. Zhang Jun stood at the entrance of the rest area, pointing toward the windowsill. "Look there." Yao Changfu approached, glanced, and immediately understood the situation. His face flushed crimson as he gritted his teeth, exclaiming, "I instructed them to clean, but they did not do so meticulously. County Chief Zhang, I apologize, I will summon someone to take care of it right away." Zhang Jun maintained a stern demeanor, responding, "Why call someone? You can handle it yourself. Are you not concerned about how many people are aware of this? How did this even end up here?" Yao Changfu scratched his head, admitting, "Well, I truly have no idea. It must have fallen from upstairs, I suppose?" Zhang Jun thought to himself, regardless of where this item originated, he was fortunate to have discovered it early. Had he been working here for some time before noticing this item, or had it been found by someone else hanging from the window of the county chief's office, what would others think? No one would assume it was left behind by the previous occupant or that it had fallen from elsewhere. They would only speculate that Zhang Jun had been engaging in inappropriate conduct in his office, thus leaving it behind. In such a scenario, he would find himself at a loss for words. The more Zhang Jun pondered, the angrier he became. Encountering such a situation upon his arrival was intolerable for anyone. He even suspected that someone had deliberately orchestrated this incident. It felt as though a trap had been laid for him. Should this become public knowledge, even if it did not result in his downfall, it would certainly tarnish his reputation in the county for a considerable time. Yao Changfu retrieved a tissue, pinched his nose with one hand, and reached out to collect the unsightly item. Wrapping it in the tissue, he stated, "County Chief Zhang, I will take care of this right away." Zhang Jun waved his hand dismissively. Yao Changfu hurriedly departed. Zhang Jun surveyed the rest area, pondering the previous occupant, Shi Haining, and what unsavory activities might have transpired in this space, causing him to feel quite nauseated. After disposing of the offensive item, Yao Changfu returned to the office. Zhang Jun instructed in a low voice, "Director Yao, replace the bed in there, also, ensure that the interior and exterior are cleaned thoroughly. I do not wish to see any unclean items." Yao Changfu recognized that he had inadvertently offended Zhang Jun and sought to remedy the situation, promptly assuring, "Certainly, County Chief Zhang, I will arrange for a thorough cleaning immediately. Allow me to escort you to your dormitory." Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. He picked up his briefcase and exited. As they passed the county government office, Yao Changfu called out, "Zhao Minka, Lin Ling, you two are to assist with the cleaning of County Chief Zhang's office. Ensure every nook and cranny is addressed, be thorough, as I will return for an inspection." Inside the office, a male and female voice responded in unison, "Understood, Director Yao." Zhang Jun did not linger, proceeding directly onward. After finalizing the arrangements, Yao Changfu quickly caught up, cheerfully stating, "County Chief Zhang, this way, please." The county government dormitory was situated adjacent to the county government building, merely a wall apart. Access was convenient via the main entrance or a side gate. Yao Changfu led Zhang Jun out through the side gate. Outside the gate was a street with few people, opposite which stood a row of shops, and the upper floors housed the dormitory units. The community featured an iron gate, manned by a security guard. Upon seeing Yao Changfu approach, the guard stood at attention. Yao Changfu pointed at him, saying, "Old son, take note, this is the new executive deputy county chief, Zhang Jun. He will be residing in this dormitory, so ensure he receives excellent service." Old son saluted Zhang Jun, greeting, "Good day, County Chief Zhang." Zhang Jun nodded in response, saying, "Hello." The dormitory was somewhat dated, a 7-story building. Zhang Jun's residence was on the left side of the 3rd floor, comprising 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen and bathroom, totaling approximately 80 square meters. Living alone, it was more than sufficient for his needs. Having learned from the earlier experience, Zhang Jun meticulously inspected the cleanliness of the space upon entering. He scrutinized every corner of the room, opening each cabinet door to assess its contents. Yao Changfu smiled, asking, "County Chief Zhang, is there anything missing? I can arrange for it to be brought over." Zhang Jun pointed to the study, inquiring, "Is there a suitable bookshelf? Please set one up in this room." Yao Changfu replied, "Certainly, I'll take care of that right away." He pulled out his phone and called the logistics office to request the best bookshelf available. Typically, the logistics office maintained a stock of various office furniture, often remnants from previous leaders who had been replaced. Zhang Jun was not particularly concerned about the newness of the furniture, just as long as it was clean. His phone rang, and upon seeing the call was from County Party Secretary Chen Guoliang, he answered promptly. Chen Guoliang spoke gravely over the line, "Comrade Zhang Jun, where are you? There has been a major accident in the development zone. Are you not aware?" Chapter 208, a grave incident. Zhang Jun found himself somewhat bewildered. What sort of incident could possibly occur in the development zone? The pressing question was, if an incident had indeed transpired, why had no one informed him? Nor had they notified Fu Ziqiang, yet someone had taken the initiative to call Chen Guoliang's mobile phone. After all, he was the county party secretary, and Zhang Jun dared not offend him too gravely. He said, "Secretary Chen, I have just assumed my position at the county government. What has happened in the development zone? You need to come here immediately." Chen Guoliang responded curtly before abruptly hanging up. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow momentarily. What was Chen Guoliang doing in the development zone? He had no time to tidy up his office and said to Yao Changfu, "Director Yao, I must make a trip to the development zone. Should anything arise, please contact me." Yao Changfu, knowing Zhang Jun's preference for cleanliness, glanced around the empty room and suggested, "County Mayor Zhang, shall I arrange for someone to clean this place?" Zhang Jun replied calmly, "Please arrange a vehicle for me, and do so promptly." Yao Changfu complied and contacted the vehicle team. Zhang Jun then dialed Guo Qiaoqiao's number. Upon answering, Guo Qiaoqiao greeted him, "Hello, County Mayor Zhang." Zhang Jun inquired gravely, "What has occurred in the development zone?" Guo Qiaoqiao responded, "County Mayor Zhang, there has been a homicide here." "A homicide? Indeed. What kind of homicide? Why was I not informed?" "County Mayor Zhang, the homicide occurred early this morning. We only arrived at the management committee after sending you off to your new position, and we have just received the news." "Such a significant matter, and you chose not to report it to me? I am still the director of the development zone. Do you dare to show me such disrespect?" "County Mayor Zhang, please allow me to explain. I thought you would be busy today, given it is your first day in office, and I did not wish to burden you with further information." Hearing the urgency in her voice, which nearly brought her to tears, Zhang Jun softened his tone and said, "You are being thoughtless." "Very well, I shall come over immediately." After hanging up, Zhang Jun hurried downstairs. The vehicle team had arranged a car to take him to the development zone. Upon arrival, Zhang Jun found the scene crowded with people, members of the management committee, county officials, townsfolk, and onlookers from nearby areas. Chen Yongjun and personnel from the Chengguan Town Police Station were already present. Upon seeing Zhang Jun arrive, Zhang Dingguan and Guo Qiaoqiao hurried over to greet him. Zhang Jun acknowledged them and asked, "What has happened?" Guo Qiaoqiao whispered, "Two construction workers got into a fight, resulting in one fatality and 3 others severely injured, with several others sustaining minor injuries." Zhang Jun was taken aback and asked, "What prompted the fight?" Guo Qiaoqiao explained, "It is said that one worker made advances toward another's wife, merely exchanging a few jokes. Initially, the two engaged in a fistfight, but soon, as more compatriots joined in, it escalated into a full-blown brawl." Zhang Jun thought to himself that the workers on site were all from the same hometown, and with various makeshift weapons readily available, their strength could indeed be lethal. Guo Qiaoqiao added, "The incident occurred right as work was commencing." Having grasped the situation, Zhang Jun swiftly approached Chen Guoliang with a stern expression. Chen Guoliang glanced at Zhang Jun and reproached him bluntly, "What have you been doing? A homicide has occurred in the development zone, and you have not come to handle it." Zhang Jun wondered if this was a deliberate attack on him. Guo Qiaoqiao interjected on Zhang Jun's behalf, "Secretary Chen, County Mayor Zhang has just assumed his post today. He has been quite busy." Chen Guoliang scoffed, "Busy, who isn't busy? If Comrade Zhang Jun is too occupied, perhaps he should refrain from holding multiple positions." Zhang Jun felt a jolt of surprise. He finally understood why Chen Guoliang was fixated on this incident. It was indeed intentional. After all, Zhang Jun was no longer a fence-sitter nor a wavering ally. He had aligned himself with Fu Ziqiang. Thus, Chen Guoliang saw no need to extend Zhang Jun any courtesy. Today was Zhang Jun's first day in office, yet Chen Guoliang seized this opportunity to assert his authority over him. The underlying motive was clear. Chen Guoliang sought to undermine Zhang Jun's position as the director of the management committee. Zhang Jun calmly stated, "Secretary Chen, with a leader like you overseeing matters, surely this situation can be resolved? Your swift arrival suggests that you have already taken care of it, correct?" This statement, neither overly submissive nor confrontational, left Chen Guoliang momentarily at a loss for words. In incidents like this, it was the public security organs that would handle the matter. It was quite rare for a county party secretary to be present at the scene. If he could not manage the situation and had to wait for Zhang Jun to arrive, it would reflect poorly on his capabilities as a county party secretary. Zhang Jun's piercing gaze turned to Chen Yongjun. "What is the status? Have you managed to control the scene?" Chen Yongjun snapped to attention and reported, "Hello, County Mayor Zhang." Upon receiving the alarm, we rushed to the scene immediately, managing to control both parties involved in the altercation. The injured have been transported to the hospital, and all assailants have been apprehended. Zhang Jun nodded with composure. "Well done, quick and precise. This proves that the Chengguan Town Police Station possesses outstanding response capabilities. Whether or not a leader is present, your team can still perform admirably." This remark subtly pierced Chen Guoliang, implying that even in his absence, Zhang Jun's subordinates could handle the case competently. Zhang Jun stated firmly, "Investigate the cause of the incident, provide all possible assistance to the injured workers, and ensure that the assailants face severe consequences. Clear the area without hindering the progress of the project. Disperse all onlookers. Everyone unrelated to this matter must leave immediately." Chen Yongjun responded loudly, "Yes, County Mayor Zhang." Within minutes of Zhang Jun's arrival, the unexpected incident was resolved. His decisiveness, efficiency, and resolute demeanor left an indelible impression on all present. In contrast, Chen Guoliang appeared somewhat superfluous. The scene was quickly cleared, and the workers unrelated to the incident resumed their construction. All onlookers were dispersed. Zhang Jun, with a hint of amusement, looked towards Chen Guoliang and said, "Secretary Chen, having come such a long way, why not take a seat at the management committee and enjoy a cup of tea?" Chen Guoliang's expression darkened. His thick brows slightly raised, he replied coldly, "I have matters to attend to, I shall forego the tea." With that, Chen Guoliang and his entourage hurriedly departed. Guo Qiaoqiao stepped forward and remarked, "County Mayor Zhang, Secretary Chen is making a mountain out of a molehill. What concern do the workers' quarrels hold for you or him? I truly do not understand why he arrived so swiftly. He rarely visits our management committee." Zhang Jun understood that Chen Guoliang was attempting to exploit his vulnerabilities, aiming to bring him down. The moment he aligned himself with one faction, he had automatically become an adversary to the other. Even if he had done nothing wrong or offended anyone, they would still seek to undermine him. From that moment onwards, Zhang Jun genuinely comprehended the precariousness of political life, akin to treading on thin ice. Zhang Jun arrived at the management committee office, where Guo Qiaoqiao and Cheng Dingguan followed him in to report on the committee's work. Zhang Jun waved his hand and said, "I have full confidence in you both to oversee the committee." Guo Qiaoqiao expressed her concerns. "County Mayor Zhang, do you think Secretary Chen truly intends to remove you from your position?" Zhang Jun smiled lightly. Unperturbed by praise or blame, he leisurely observed the flowers bloom and wither in the courtyard. Indifferent to his own fate, he drifted along with the clouds in the sky. "Report!" Chen Yongjun called out loudly from the doorway, "County Mayor Zhang, I have important information to convey." Zhang Jun glanced at him and replied, "Come in." He then turned to Cheng Dingguan and Guo Qiaoqiao, instructing, "You may step outside for a moment." Once Cheng Dingguan and Guo Qiaoqiao had exited, Chen Yongjun entered the office. Chapter 209 A New Love, Old Flame. "Good day, County Head Zhang." Chen Yongjun entered briskly, snapping to attention and offering a salute to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun's expression remained composed, betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation, as he calmly replied, "Comrade Yongjun, please take a seat and let us converse." Chen Yangjun sat upright in the chair opposite Zhang Jun and spoke with measured composure. County head Zhang, this morning, I hurried to the town government as soon as I rose, knowing you were to be appointed to the county and wishing to bid you farewell with everyone. However, midway through my journey, I received a call from Secretary Chen Guoliang, instructing me to swiftly lead a team to the management committee, as a serious incident had occurred there. In truth, the moment Zhang Jun laid eyes on Chen Yangjun at the scene, he had already grasped the situation. Secretary Chen Guoliang was aware of Zhang Jun's appointment and recognized Chen Yangjun as Zhang Jun's trusted aide. Thus, he seized the opportunity to send Chen Yangjun away, attempting to sow discord between Zhang Jun and Chen Yangjun, hoping to create a rift between the two. Such petty schemes, however, could never ensnare Zhang Jun. Chen Yangjun possessed exceptional political acumen and, while managing the homicide case, felt a sense of urgency, fearing that Zhang Jun might harbor doubts about him. Particularly, when Zhang Jun arrived and saw him standing alongside Chen Guoliang, his anxiety intensified. Political relationships can often be more intricate than those of lovers in the throes of romance. An inadvertent gesture could easily be misconstrued. This was precisely why Chen Yangjun felt compelled to clarify matters with Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun smiled faintly, saying, I understand, Comrade Yangjun, you have worked diligently. Your handling of the matter was timely and commendable. This statement was double-edged, applicable both to Chen Yangjun's management of the homicide case and to his prompt explanation to Zhang Jun. Chen Yangjun exhaled in relief, saying, County head Zhang, congratulations on your promotion. Shall we dine together this evening? I will treat. Zhang Jun waved his hand, chuckling, we already had a farewell banquet at the town. His demeanor shifted as he stated, this homicide, although an unexpected incident, reveals underlying hazards. Though I am no longer the party secretary of Chengguan Town, I am now responsible for public security across the county.
Your police station in Chengguan Town should augment legal awareness campaigns.
Chen Yangjun responded steadily, County head Zhang, you will always be our esteemed leader, we shall certainly enhance our legal education efforts. Zhang Jun was pleased with his response, affirming, indeed, especially with workers at construction sites, whose educational levels are generally low. Many male workers are often alone in distant places, lacking companionship, and may exhibit excessive energy, making them prone to unlawful behavior. You must remain vigilant.
Chen Yangjun replied, understood, County head Zhang. I will take note.
Having concluded their discussion on work matters, Chen Yangjun took his leave. Guo Qiaoqiao entered with a radiant smile, saying, County head Zhang, have you arranged your accommodations? I will join you for lunch and help you prepare a meal. It is customary to have the first meal at home, a rite of passage.
Zhang Jun laughed, it seems a bit far now, doesn't it?
Pouting playfully, Guo Qiaoqiao replied, County head Zhang, have you found a new love?
Am I no longer your old flame?
Zhang Jun shook his head with a chuckle, what a peculiar notion, I have neither new nor old flames. Well then, I appreciate your efforts.
Guo Qiaoqiao beamed sweetly, revealing two adorable dimples, and said, County head Zhang, it is my honor to serve you.
She leaned closer and whispered, County head Zhang, who will succeed you as the party secretary of Chengguan Town after you leave?
Is Mayor Ding a possibility?
Zhang Jun gently tapped her head, saying, do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Guo Qiaoqiao cradled her head and giggled, if I become foolish, it will be your fault, and you must care for me for a lifetime. Zhang Jun chuckled softly. As noon approached, Zhang Jun chose to remain at the management committee's office. Wu Delin entered with a beaming smile, extending his hand, County head Zhang, congratulations, our factory will commence operations next Monday, and we would like you to inaugurate the event. Zhang Jun pondered briefly before responding, Boss Wu, I will certainly attend.
However, the inauguration should ideally feature a higher-ranking official.
Wu Delin, a man of straightforward disposition, simply wished for Zhang Jun to preside over the ceremony, yet, Zhang Jun's considerations were far more comprehensive. Wu Delin replied dismissively, for a small enterprise like ours, it is already remarkable to have you officiate. I am not keen on Secretary Chen, I always feel he is too cunning, I suffer from acute claustrophobia and cannot be too close to him.
Zhang Jun mused, then let us invite Mayor Su to preside. I will extend the invitation.
Wu Delin's eyes sparkled, if they could indeed secure Su Peixing for the inauguration, it would be splendid. Zhang Jun's invitation to Su Peixing also carried an ulterior motive, he sought to bolster his own standing within the county for future endeavors. Chen Guoliang intended to remove Zhang Jun from his position as the director of the management committee. Zhang Jun sought to have Su Peixing provide him with support, he was curious to see how Chen Guoliang planned to oust him. Wu Delin stood up, offering Zhang Jun a cigarette and cheerfully saying, County head Zhang, are there any stocks worth investing in right now? If you trust me, feel free to invest some funds. When the time comes, I will advise you on when to sell, but do not sell prematurely, even if the stocks plummet.
Zhang Jun understood he had insider information and laughed, all right. Which stocks should I consider?
Wu Delin picked up a pen and paper from his desk, jotting down several stock codes as Zhang Jun folded the paper and tucked it away. 18 noon, Zhang Jun and Guo Qiaoqiao returned to the new dormitory. The door stood wide open, the floor bore signs of having been recently mopped, and the sound of running water emanated from the bathroom. Guo Qiaoqiao exclaimed, County head Zhang, is someone at your residence? Just as Zhang Jun was about to respond, a figure emerged from the bathroom.
Are you County head Zhang? I am Lin Ling, a staff member from the county's political office. Director Yao sent me to clean.
As Lin Ling spoke, she turned off the faucet and stepped out, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. Noticing Guo Qiaoqiao holding groceries, she mistakenly greeted, Good day, madam. Guo Qiao chuckled. Hello, you have mistaken me. I am not County Head Zhang's wife. I am Guo Qiao, the Deputy Director of the Development Zone Management Committee. I have previously served as County Head Zhang's correspondent, assisting him with meals. Lin Ling blushed in embarrassment, apologizing. I am sorry, I mistook you for someone else. Guo Qiao entered the kitchen with the groceries. Zhang Jun inspected the cleanliness and inquired of Lin Ling. Did you clean alone? Lin Ling shyly replied. Zhao Minka is also here. He is responsible for your office's cleaning. Director Yao assigned me to take care of your home. Do you think it meets your standards? Zhang Jun nodded. Very well done. Thank you for your efforts. It is nearly mealtime. Why not stay and join us for lunch? Lin Ling shook her hands. I cannot trouble County Head Zhang. I can manage with the cafeteria at the office. County Head Zhang, I live just above you, on the 7th floor. Should you need anything, feel free to summon me. Zhang Jun replied. All right then. Lin Ling took her leave. As it was Zhang Jun's first day in office, he was only required to report in, without the necessity to formally sit at his desk. However, he chose to visit the county government's office in the afternoon. The office had been thoroughly cleaned, with no corners left untouched, which greatly pleased him. He needed to quickly arrange for a correspondent, essentially a secretary, though termed differently. A secretary is a close aide and must be selected with care. Unfamiliar with the personnel in the county, he pondered how to make his selection. Just then, a loud argument erupted outside. Chapter 210 Selection of correspondents during working hours. The office door must remain ajar, neither tightly closed nor locked. Zhang Jun overheard Yao Changfu reprimanding someone in the corridor outside. Zhao Minka, what are you doing? Where is the material I asked you to write? Why is it still not finished? It's disgraceful that you are a high-achieving student from the Chinese department. Have you read so many books that you've become foolish? You can't seem to accomplish any task. He then heard Zhao Minka stammering a response. Director Yao, I was busy helping Mayor Zhang with the office cleaning this morning. I will finish the materials this afternoon and deliver them to you. Yao Changfu snorted disdainfully. I've been instructing you for 3 days, and you still have the audacity to use cleaning as an excuse? You are simply lazy. Get out. Silence enveloped the area outside. Shortly after, Zhang Jun heard a knock on the door. Come in, he said calmly. Yao Changfu entered with a beaming smile, inquiring, Mayor Zhang, are you satisfied with the cleaning work? Zhang Jun nodded, stating, it was done quite well. Yao Changfu wiped his face and, with a charming smile, asked, Mayor Zhang, do you have any requirements regarding the correspondent position? I would like to gather some insights to arrange the personnel accordingly. Tomorrow is the weekend, so if we finalize it today, they can start serving you next Monday, correct? Zhang Jun pondered for a moment. According to regulations, deputy county-level officials are not provided with secretaries, and there are no explicit stipulations for correspondence, which means any individual can be assigned to run errands. However, in practice, the person serving the deputy mayor is usually the deputy director of the county administration office. Each deputy mayor corresponds with a deputy director from that office. The county administration office is a formal department, and the deputy director holds a deputy section-level title. Yet, being new to the county, Zhang Jun was unfamiliar with the personnel. Logically, he should select someone from the existing deputy directors. However, the deputy director corresponding to him had previously assisted Shi Haining, with whom Zhang Jun held no fondness. He despised everything related to that individual, fearing that the correspondent might be unaware of the nefarious deeds committed by Shi Haining and possibly even act as a broker. Zhang Jun wished to initiate his work with someone of impeccable background. Just as Ma Hongqi had brought him into the province, bypassing the provincial government office, it had proven that Ma Hongqi had chosen wisely. Zhang Jun desired to employ a newcomer. Newcomers are easier to manage, direct, and develop into loyal subordinates. Reflecting on this, Zhang Jun asked, the one you just scolded, was it Zhao Minka? What is his role? As Yao Changfu had berated Zhao Minka outside, Zhang Jun experienced a sudden sense of deja vu. Once, he too had been like Zhao Minka, brimming with talent yet unappreciated, perpetually. Had he not encountered the fortunate opportunity presented by Ma Hongqi, he might still be languishing in a cold corner of the traditional Chinese Medicine Research Institute. Yao Changfu, with an air of indifference, remarked, Zhao Minka. He is a bookworm, a graduate from a prestigious 985 university, a liberal arts student. I have no idea how he managed to get into our county government. He is completely clueless about practical matters, as dense as a wooden block. Zhang Jun thought to himself, is this not a mere reflection of my past self from a year ago? After a brief contemplation, he said, call him over, I have some questions for him. Yao Changfu, oblivious to Zhang Jun's intentions, complied without further thought and went to summon the individual. In some regions, correspondents are also referred to as liaison officers, typically designated by the county government office. For executive or standing deputy mayors, some may actively seek the role, though this is rare for deputy mayors ranked lower in hierarchy. 90 of liaison officers are appointed by the office. Liaison officers for the county party secretary and mayor are often promoted after a few years. Unless something unfortunate occurs, the promotion of deputy mayor liaison officers is less certain, contingent upon the leader's satisfaction and willingness to advocate for them, which does not always guarantee success. Regarding the selection of individuals around them, some leaders are indifferent, believing anyone can do the job, as it primarily involves carrying bags, opening doors, and handling minor tasks. Others are quite particular, preferring not to have their actions scrutinized. Thus, some leaders explicitly request outsiders, while others rotate personnel weekly. As a member of the standing committee and the executive deputy mayor, Zhang Jun possessed the authority to choose his desired correspondent. Before long, a tall, thin young man with glasses entered, appearing somewhat timid as he spoke. Hello, Mayor Zhang, I am Zhao Mingcould. Is it true that my cleaning was inadequate? Zhang Jun smiled warmly, replying, "Don't be nervous. Please take a seat." He moved to the guest sofa, took out a cigarette, and offered one to Zhao Minka. "Care for a smoke?" Zhao Minka's face flushed as he shook his head. "Mayor Zhang, I don't smoke." Zhang Jun chuckled. "Even if you don't smoke, accepting is a matter of courtesy. When an elder offers, one must not decline, understand? Please, have a seat." Zhao Minka, feeling increasingly awkward, accepted the cigarette, unsure of where to place it. Zhang Jun casually lit one for himself, crossed his legs, and asked nonchalantly, "You are not from this locality, are you?" No, I hail from Maishan County. After graduating from university, I passed the civil service exam and came here." Zhao Minka nervously adjusted his glasses. Zhang Jun nodded slowly, saying, "A Maishan native? Quite nice." He had not anticipated that they shared the same hometown. Zhang Jun flicked the ash from his cigarette and inquired, "Zhao Minka, how does your experience in the system compare to your expectations?" Zhao Minka scratched his head, replying, "Mayor Zhang, it's somewhat different than I imagined." Zhang Jun suddenly expressed a sense of nostalgia, stating, "Do you feel that, despite possessing profound knowledge, you are relegated to merely transcribing documents daily? With lofty ambitions, yet treated like a beast of burden, the chasm between reality and idealism is vast, isn't it?" Zhao Minka nodded vigorously. "Mayor Zhang, you have articulated my sentiments perfectly." Zhang Jun's expression turned serious as he declared, "I require a correspondent. It will be demanding work, involving tasks such as opening doors and carrying bags. This individual will be responsible for all my affairs. The authority may be limited, but the responsibilities are substantial, and one must often navigate pitfalls set by other departments. Would you be willing to take on this role?" He extended an opportunity to Zhao Minka, akin to the opportunity bestowed upon him by Ma Hongqiu. Zhao Minka gasped, uncertain whether his astonishment stemmed from excitement or shock, standing there dumbfounded, unable to articulate a response. Zhang Jun smiled slightly. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Zhao Minka quickly straightened up, standing at attention, exclaiming, "Mayor Zhang, I would be more than willing. I never dreamed you would choose me as your correspondent. However, I am not even a section-level official yet. I fear Director Yao may not consent." As Zhang Jun gazed at the young man before him, he was momentarily transported back to a year ago, when he stood before Ma Hongqi, equally overwhelmed and inarticulate. Serving as a leader's secretary is an extraordinary training ground. In the past year, Zhang Jun had undergone a complete transformation. He replied nonchalantly, "Rank is not an issue. I have chosen you, and no one can contest that. Now, please return to your duties and kindly ask Comrade Yao Changfu to come here." Zhao Minka bowed slightly, his face flushed with excitement. As he turned to leave, he accidentally bumped into the doorframe with a loud thud. Zhang Jun observed him, initially startled, then shaking his head and smiling. Zhao Minka embarrassedly hurried out. Moments later, Yao Changfu returned as Zhang Jun stated, "Director Yao, let us appoint Comrade Zhao Minka to serve me." Yao Changfu exclaimed, "Mayor Zhang, is that appropriate?" Zhang Jun fixed him with a piercing gaze, as sharp as an arrow, and replied, "What did you say? Repeat that." Chapter 211. Establishing authority. Zhang Jun's expression was stern. Yao Changfu's heart sank, and he stammered, "Director Zhang, I do not oppose your appointment. However, Zhao Minka has only been here for less than 2 years and knows nothing. He is a novice, and having him as your liaison may hinder your work." Zhang Jun tapped the ash from his cigarette and rapped his knuckles heavily on the table, his face grave as he said, "Director Yao, I wish for you to understand one thing. My appointment of Zhao Minka as my liaison is not a matter for discussion, it is a notification. What authority do you possess to oppose my decision?" This was the first command he issued since assuming the role of executive deputy county chief. It concerned his personal reputation and authority, and he would not tolerate any dissent, not to mention Yao Changfu. Even if County Committee Secretary Chen Guoliang dared to voice opposition at this moment, Zhang Jun would rebut him fiercely. Unaware of the gravity of the situation, Yao Changfu replied, "Director Zhang, this is illogical. The liaison serving you must be the deputy director of our county's political office, at the very least a section-level cadre. We have plenty of suitable candidates in our political office. Shall I arrange one for you?" Zhang Jun's countenance darkened, and he regarded Yao Changfu with a half-smile, his eyes glinting with an intensity that felt like arrows ready to be unleashed. At that moment, a glance exchanged between them made Yao Changfu feel as though he were a straw man in a battle, pierced by countless arrows. Such piercing eyes, Yao Changfu had never encountered such a formidable gaze even from Fu Zichang. It felt as if it could kill invisibly. Zhang Jun had learned this piercing gaze from Ma Hongqi, who would sometimes fixate on someone with an imposing pressure. Zhang Jun had mastered this technique. As he stared sharply at Yao Changfu, an aura of superiority enveloped him, radiating an air of dominance. Yao Changfu inexplicably felt a chill of sweat in his palms and stammered, "Since Director Zhang insists on appointing Zhao Minka, that it is his fortune. I will arrange it. However, I cannot determine his rank. As a mere section chief, he obviously lacked the authority to place someone in a deputy section level position." Zhang Jun's expression softened, and he replied nonchalantly, "That is acceptable. Director Yao, I appreciate your efforts. I shall handle the other matters myself." Yao Changfu quickly raised his head to glance at Zhang Jun and then hastily lowered it again. He assumed Zhang Jun had no further instructions and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Zhang Jun suddenly called out, "Director Yao." Yao Changfu swiftly turned around, slightly bowing. "Director Zhang, is there anything else you need?" Zhang Jun slowly inquired. "Why is there no computer in my office?" Yao Changfu exclaimed in realization, "I apologize, Director Zhang. After Comrade Shi Haining left, the computer here was sealed by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission. I will arrange for a new one immediately." Zhang Jun grunted in acknowledgement. Yao Changfu cautiously asked, "Director Zhang, is there anything else?" Zhang Jun waved his hand. Only then did Yao Changfu exit and return to his office at the county government. Within his own domain, Yao Changfu was a king. He furrowed his brow, clasped his hands behind his back, stood tall, and exuded an extraordinary demeanor as he pointed to Zhao Minka, saying, "Zhao Minka, step forward." Zhao Minka, aware of the nature of the discussion, rose with some excitement and greeted, "Hello, Director Yao Changfu." The cunning fox that he was, recognized that he could not change Zhang Jun's decision. Thus, he aimed to win over the young man before him, cheerfully stating, "Comrade Minka, I have been observing your efforts, your education and capabilities are commendable. I have recommended you to Deputy County Chief Zhang as his. From this moment on, you are the liaison for Deputy County Chief Zhang." Everyone in the office turned their attention to Zhao Minka. A man in his 30s abruptly stood up and loudly protested, "Director Yao, why him? No matter how you slice it, it should have been my turn. You promised me I could serve as the liaison for the new Deputy County Chief." Before he could finish, Yao Changfu snapped, "Hu Wei, what do you think you're doing? Are you attempting to rebel? I am speaking, does it allow you to chime in?" Hu Wei suddenly realized that some things were better left unspoken and sank back into his seat, dejected. Zhao Minka understood that it was Zhang Jun who recognized his potential, and it had nothing to do with Yao Changfu. Nevertheless, he replied, "Thank you, Director Yao. I will work diligently and not let County Chief Zhang down." Yao Changfu waved his hand and returned to his office, instructing the General Affairs Office to send the best computer to Zhang Jun's office. Dai and the County Government Office, Lin Ling and others gathered around Zhao Minka, playfully urging him to treat them. Zhao Minka chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "Alright, when I have time, I will definitely treat everyone." Hu Wei shot a cold, resentful glare at Zhao Minka, as if he wished to eliminate him. The General Affairs Office delivered a new computer to Zhang Jun's office. They unboxed it before him, installed various systems and programs, and set up the network connection, taking over an hour to complete. Zhang Jun thanked them for their efforts. The staff from the General Affairs Office humbly replied that it was their duty and then encouraged Zhang Jun to test the machine. After a brief trial, Zhang Jun found it satisfactory. Only then did the General Affairs staff take their leave. Zhang Jun installed a stock trading software and logged into his account. He retrieved the note from Wu Delin and entered the stock code. The account balance showed 1.3 million yuan. This was the largest sum of money Zhang Jun had ever possessed in his life. He did not intend to invest it all in the stock market, only wishing to play around with 100,000 yuan. Just as he was making the transaction, his phone rang out. He answered while continuing to operate the software. On the other end, Lu Yujie's voice came through. "Zhang Jun, has your appointment been finalized?" Zhang Jun replied, "I have already reported to the county government today." Lu Yujie's temper flared instantly. "Do you still consider me your wife? Such a significant matter, and you didn't even inform me? I need to arrange my time to come celebrate with you. A mere transfer of position. What is there to celebrate?" Zhang Jun input a series of numbers and pressed the confirm button. Lu Yujie exclaimed, "How can you say that? I am your wife. We will come over tonight for dinner together." Suddenly, Zhang Jun shouted, "What the hell?" His eyes were glued to the screen. Lu Yujie responded, "Are you cursing at me?" Zhang Jun retorted angrily, "I am working and made a mistake. I am not cursing at you. Fine, we will talk about this later." With that, he hung up the phone. He stared at the balance on the screen, feeling a sudden sense of despair. He had intended to invest only 100,000 yuan for fun. However, due to his phone call with Lu Yujie, he accidentally added an additional zero. He had invested 1 million yuan. He had hoped to use this money to purchase a house. The stock market is fraught with risks. Investment requires caution. With this million yuan invested, what if it all vanished? Zhang Jun felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. He wanted to sell at the original price immediately. However, the stock price plummeted dramatically afterward. By the time the market closed, his 1 million yuan investment had dwindled to a mere 700,000 yuan. He felt utterly defeated. Chapter 212 of The Sharp Edge of a Knife. Zhang Jun purchased stocks that were fresh on the market. In the A-share market, there exists a regulation that new stocks have no limits on price fluctuations on their first day of trading. Thus, this particular stock could plummet beyond 10. An investment of 1 million yuan saw a staggering loss of 300,000 yuan within the final hour before the market closed. Although this stock was recommended by Wu Delin, who had previously guided Zhang Jun to profit, who could guarantee that fortune would smile upon him again this time? Some have likened the stock market to a colossal Ponzi scheme, cloaked in the guise of a bull market. Who can assure that the previous speculators were not employing underhanded tactics? They entice you with sweet rewards, fostering trust, only to ensnare you in a carefully laid trap, locking away your substantial investments. As the end of the workday approached, Zhang Jun reluctantly shut down his computer, feeling devoid of financial luck. Zhao Minka appeared at the doorway, respectfully announcing, "County Chief Zhang, it's time to leave." Zhang Jun composed himself, dismissing his dismay as futile. "Xiao Zhao, after work, you may head straight home. I reside in the dormitory. It's quite convenient. No need for you to carry anything." Zhang Jun picked up his briefcase and made his way to the exit, adding, "In the future, just focus on your duties. By the way, you've been with us for nearly 2 years now, haven't you?" "Yes, County Chief Zhang, it's almost been 2 years," Zhao Minka replied, a hint of excitement in his voice. He understood that Zhang Jun's words hinted at a potential promotion. Within the bureaucratic framework, civil servants typically ascend every 2 years, yet this rule is not absolute, as special circumstances may arise. After all, there are precedents of individuals ascending to the rank of provincial governor before reaching the age of 40. These individuals have navigated the path from entry-level to ministerial status in just over a decade, while others languish as second-level clerks throughout their careers. Power manifests in two primary forms: personnel authority and financial control. The ability to place one's associates in positions of power is a true test of a leader's authority. If Zhang Jun fails to elevate Zhao Minka to the position of deputy director of the county's political office, it would signify his lack of solid footing within the county.
This is a considerable test of Zhang Jun's leadership capabilities. The deputy rank represents the lowest echelon of leadership positions within our civil service framework. Appointments at this level require approval through a vote by the standing committee of the county party committee. Zhang Jun now stands within the camp of County Chief Fu Ziqiang. Can he still garner the support of Party Secretary Chen Guoliang? In the standing committee, will he find himself as adept as a fish in water, adeptly navigating the currents? Zhang Jun felt uncertain, yet he resolved to exert his utmost efforts and argue his case with conviction. Zhao Minka trailed closely behind Zhang Jun as they descended the stairs. As they approached the dormitory, Zhang Jun noticed Zhao Minka's persistent presence and inquired, Xiao, do you have any plans for this evening? Zhao Minka quickly stepped forward, bowing slightly, and respectfully replied, County Chief Shang, I am free. If there is anything you need, please do not hesitate to ask, and I shall attend to it immediately. Zhang Jun chuckled, then let us share a meal together. Zhao Minka felt as though he had received a tremendous boon, responding with enthusiasm, thank you, County Chief Shang.
Where shall we dine? I will make the arrangements. Zhang Jun waved his hand, saying, right at home.
Upon arriving at the dormitory building, the guard, Old Sun, instantly recognized Zhang Jun as the newly appointed executive deputy county chief and snapped to attention, saluting. Zhang Jun acknowledged him with a nod. Old Sun felt a weight lifted from his shoulders, while other county officials treated him with indifference. He sensed that Deputy County Chief Zhan was approachable and devoid of pretentiousness, undoubtedly a commendable leader. Entering his third-floor dormitory, Zhang Jun found the door ajar. Earlier that day, while attending to affairs at the Development Zone Management Committee, he had entrusted Guo Qiaoqiao with a key to his room. After work, she had come directly to prepare a meal for him inside. Besides Guo Qiaoqiao, there were two other individuals present. Lu Yujie and Lu Yuda had also arrived. Lu Yuda lounged on the sofa, his feet propped up on the coffee table, smoking a cigarette while fiddling with the remote control. Upon seeing Zhang Jun enter, he promptly set his feet down, straightened his posture, and called out, brother-in-law.
Zhang Jun cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, turning to his wife, what brings you here? Lu Yujie smiled brightly, we came to celebrate your promotion to executive deputy county chief.
She then gestured toward Zhao Minka, asking, and who might this be?
Zhao Minka quickly interjected, greetings, madam. I am County Chief Shang's aide, Zhao Minka.
Lu Yujie beamed, please make yourselves comfortable, I shall assist Xiaoguo with the cooking, it will be ready shortly. Zhang Jun mused that Lu Yujie had brought her brother along for reasons that may not be entirely altruistic, likely seeking a favor.
He settled down and inquired of Lu Yuda, what are you up to these days?
Lu Yuda offered a cigarette with a chuckle, nothing much, I'm unemployed. Brother-in-law, you're impressive, such a swift ascent in rank. Zhang Jun accepted the cigarette and lit it.
Lu Yuda offered another to Zhao Minka, saying, Zhao, care for one?
Zhao Minka hesitated but, recalling Zhang Jun's earlier words, promptly rose to accept it, expressing his gratitude. This time, he learned his lesson and tucked the cigarette behind his ear. Before long, Lu Yujie and Guo Qiaoqiao emerged with dishes. Zhang Jun invited Guo Qiaoqiao to join them for the meal, to which she cheerfully agreed, saying, as County Chief Zhang has been promoted, I shall raise a toast in your honor. Lu Yuda was eager to dig into the food, but Zhang Jun glanced at his watch and said, let us not rush into it.
Let us wait a moment.
Lu Yuda, sensing that there were more guests to arrive, reluctantly set his chopsticks down. Suddenly, a hearty laugh echoed from outside. Congratulations, County Chief Shang, on your promotion.
I've come to share a drink. Zhang Jun rose to greet the door, exclaiming, Minister Wang, we've been anticipating your arrival.
Guo Qiaoqiao chimed in cheerfully, hello, Minister Wang.
Zhao Minka quickly followed suit, greeting, hello, Minister Wang.
The visitor was none other than Minister of Armed Forces Wang Deguai, who brought along a bottle of Wulianye, exclaiming, this is a gift from my son. I haven't opened it until now, I'm bringing it to celebrate your promotion, County Chief Shang. Zhang Jun accepted the bottle without pretense and handed it to Guo Qiaoqiao, instructing, open it, let us drink now. As everyone took their seats, Zhao Minka, demonstrating good manners, proactively poured drinks for everyone. Zhang Jun and Wang Deguai toasted 3 times, their conversation flowing freely. At the table, they refrained from discussing Zhao Minka's promotion. Such matters need not be spoken of. The mere fact that Zhang Jun had invited Zhao Minka to dinner and included Wang Deguai was telling enough. As the drinks circulated and the dishes were savored, Wang Deguai lowered his voice, County Chief Shang, I've heard rumors that Secretary Chen intends to make a move against you. The position of Director of the Development Zone Management Committee may soon be reassigned. Zhang Jun's eyes glimmered with intent as he slowly replied, Minister Wang, I would appreciate your assistance in this matter. Wang Deguai declared, I detest when others reap the rewards of another's labor. The development zone has been built under your leadership. Now that you remain in the county, they are eager to seize your hard-earned success. It's nothing short of thievery. Zhang Jun contemplated that even Wang Deguai had caught wind of the situation, suggesting that Chen Guoliang had made up his mind, perhaps even selecting a successor. It seemed that the upcoming county party committee meeting would witness a fierce battle. Chapter 213 High-priced speculation. On a summer's evening, the cicadas in the grand tree of the courtyard sang tirelessly. From an unknown household, the melodious strains of a piano floated through the air, bestowing an air of elegance upon the little courtyard. The guests had dispersed. Lu Yujie sat beside Zhang Jun, pointing at her brother Lu Yuda, and said, Zhang Jun, Yuda is currently unemployed.
Could you possibly help him secure a position in the county? Whatever it may be, it would provide him with an income, wouldn't it? It's not ideal for a grown man to be wandering aimlessly all day. Zhang Jun had long anticipated that Lu Yujie's visit was solely to assist Lu Yuda in finding employment. Previously, when she sought assistance for her cousin, Zhang Jun could afford to be indifferent. However, this time it was for her brother-in-law, and he could no longer decline outright. He took a drag from his cigarette and replied, "You know as well as I do that there are no desirable jobs in the county, merely positions you would deem beneath you. You heard Minister Wang's words earlier. I'm like a clay Buddha crossing a river, barely managing to safeguard my own position." Lu Yujie understood his predicament. After all, how much capability could a newly appointed executive vice-county chief possess? With a furrowed brow, she lamented, "Yuda is not a stranger. If you, as his brother-in-law, do not extend a helping hand, who else can we turn to?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jun suggested, "Perhaps I could help him find a job in the city? The county is too far from home, and he would likely be alone, which I'm sure would concern you." Lu Yuda was already in his 20s, having gone through several romantic relationships without finding a suitable partner, and he lacked someone to oversee him. "Certainly, there are many good jobs in the city, but where could we possibly find connections?" Lu Yujie said, racked with worry. "Our hospital is currently struggling to recruit. Even the logistical department requires a diploma, and there are many vying for those positions. The leaders are scrambling to push their connections forward." Zhang Jun pondered for a moment and replied, "The county's development zone has many factories that are indeed hiring. Would Yuda be interested?" "What sort of jobs are they offering, brother-in-law? I can't handle assembly line work." Lu Yuda interjected. Zhang Jun thought to himself that if he was to open his mouth to solicit assistance, he might as well aim for a decent position, so he stated, "How about sales? Would you be comfortable with that, or perhaps a supervisor role? I have connections that could assist you." Lu Yuda's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "I can definitely do sales. Sales positions offer high salaries and allow for movement. It's very flexible, perfect for me." Zhang Jun nodded and said, "Very well, I'll find a way. Give me some time, and I will see what I can do." "Are you returning to the city tonight?" Seeing that he had agreed to help, Lu Yujie breathed a sigh of relief and smiled radiantly. "Of course not. Tomorrow is the weekend. I'll stay and keep you company." Zhang Jun nodded. There is a single bed in the study. Yuda can sleep there. That night, as they rested, Lu Yujie made every effort to please Zhang Jun, ensuring his comfort. The following day was Saturday, and Zhang Jun had an event to attend in the city. Previously, he had delivered Zhuang Wenxiang's artwork to the provincial exhibition hall for a cultural showcase organized by the city. He had intended to invite Chen Shui to accompany him, but she was preoccupied with work that day. Fortunately, Lu Yujie had arrived, so he took her along. They arrived at the provincial exhibition hall at 9:30 in the morning. The venue was teeming with visitors, all eager to view the exhibits. Zhang Jun noticed that Zhuang Wenxiang's artworks adorned the walls, drawing quite a crowd. The displayed pieces were implicitly available for sale. Should a merchant express interest, they could contact the event committee, who would then liaise with the artist to determine a selling price. "County Chief Zhang." "What a pleasure," came a sultry voice from nearby. Turning to see who it was, Zhang Jun smiled. "Suzong, what brings you here?" Su Wanner, dressed in an elegant dress that accentuated her long, fair legs, paired with high heels that highlighted her slender figure, had her hair styled in a bun, and her delicate neck seemed to radiate a luminous glow. "County Chief Zhang, greetings to you and your esteemed wife." Su Wanner smiled charmingly, shaking hands with both. "The city has organized us entrepreneurs to come and immerse ourselves in the arts." Zhang Jun understood that this was the essence of the cultural showcase. Without entrepreneurs attending, who would foot the bill? A thought struck him, and he said to Su Wanner, "Suzong, could we speak privately for a moment?" With a playful smile, Su Wanner replied, "Of course. What secretive matter do you wish to discuss with me, County Chief Zhang?" They moved to a corner, and Zhang Jun said, "The artworks over there belong to a friend of mine. Would you consider purchasing one? I can ensure a higher price, and I'll reimburse you later." Su Wanner, with a glimmer in her eyes, smiled lightly. "I see, you wish to promote your friend's artwork?" Zhang Jun thought to himself how refreshing it was to converse with someone insightful, and he responded, "It's not so much promotion as it is ensuring he doesn't leave empty-handed. My friend lacks confidence in his work. I took the liberty of submitting his pieces for the exhibition without his knowledge." Su Wanner chuckled softly. "That is quite all right, County Chief Zhang. I have indeed taken a liking to several of those artworks and wish to purchase them, but you needn't reimburse me." Zhang Jun insisted, "That's simply one do." Su Wanner laughed. "County Chief Zhang, I'm buying your friend's works, not yours. Why are you so agitated? Well then, let us agree on this. I'm eager to purchase them to hang in Shizhouya as decoration. What is the typical price for such pieces? 30,000, 50,000, or perhaps 100,000? Zhang Jun could only manage a wry smile. All he sought was Su Wanner's assistance in promoting these artworks. A bit of promotion would elevate the value of the painting he had gifted Su Peishang. With the exchange of art and money, no one would suffer a loss, yet these previously obscure pieces would acquire both value and market presence. Su Wanner gracefully approached the staff to discuss the purchase of the paintings. She selected 3 pieces, all by Zhuang Wenxiang. Her total offer amounted to 200,000 yuan. This price exceeded Zhang Jun's expectations. The committee reached out to Zhang Jun, as he had provided his contact information when he submitted the paintings for the exhibition. Naturally, Zhang Jun consented, thinking that even if he could not reimburse Su Wanner, he would certainly ensure that Zhuang Wenxiang received the funds. He would not keep a single penny for himself. Once the artworks were purchased, the buyers could not take them immediately. They would have to wait until the exhibition concluded. However, the pieces that received bids would be marked with sold labels, indicating their selling prices.
At that moment, a reporter from a television station and a newspaper happened to arrive for interviews. To Zhang Jun's surprise, Xin Shui was among them. A stroke of inspiration struck him, and he conferred with Xin Shui, requesting that they focus their coverage on Zhuang Wenxiang's works, ensuring to highlight that these pieces had been sold at high prices. Naturally, Xin Shui was more than willing to assist Zhang Jun. Thus, the television cameras were directed towards Zhuang Wenxiang's paintings, with Xin Shui providing commentary. An unobtrusive art speculation was set into motion under Zhang Jun's meticulous planning, and the ensuing developments would far exceed his expectations and control. Chapter 214 Blood pressure soars as filming continued. Zhang Jun noticed Su Peixing and his entourage approaching. Su Peixing was leading a group from the city to inspect the exhibition. Among them were Nie Haichen, the minister of the municipal propaganda department, and deputy minister Kong Li, along with a throng of journalists capturing the moment. Kong Li's gaze was momentarily transfixed by the graceful and pure Xin Shui. His attention was soon drawn to the enchanting and strikingly beautiful Su Waner, which further captivated him. Recognizing Su Peixing and Nie Haichen, Su Waner stepped forward to engage them in conversation. Su Peixing approached Zhuang Wenxiang's artwork, glanced at the signature, and noticed the sold tag, followed by a careful examination of the selling price. He discovered that the most expensive landscape painting was valued at 100,000. This particular piece was even smaller than the artwork displayed in his own office. It became evident that the piece adorning his office was of even greater value, worth at least 200,000. Su Peixing couldn't help but let out a soft exclamation. It was apparent that he had made the connection between the sunrise painting in his office and the works before him, all crafted by the same artist. He was astonished by the worth of these paintings. This also served to corroborate Zhang Jun's earlier assertion that was not mere flattery. The artist known by the pen name Yun Zhanghe indeed possessed some renown, and his works were highly valuable. Su Peixing smiled subtly, feeling that having such exquisite artwork in his office was a matter of prestige. Zhang Jun's objective had been achieved. At noon, Zhang Jun advised Lu Yujie to return home, while he made his way to the urban newspaper dormitory to chat with Zhuang Wenxiang. Upon learning that Zhang Jun had sent his artwork to the exhibition and sold it for a staggering 200,000, Zhuang Wenxiang erupted into hearty laughter. Zhang Jun sat calmly, gazing at his good friend in disbelief. Zhuang Wenxiang continued to laugh uproariously, slapping his thigh and laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Zhang Jun, at a loss for words, asked, "Is it really that amusing? Have you lost your mind?" Wiping away the tears from his eyes, Zhuang Wenxiang replied, "Oh dear, this is too funny. My paintings can actually sell for money. Oh Zhang Jun, don't tease me. With my scribbles, selling for 200 yuan would be impressive, and yet you claim they've sold for 200,000? Then my entire room filled with paper must be a mountain of gold." Zhang Jun frowned and said, "Can you not act so irrationally? Must an artist be eccentric to be considered unique?" Suppressing his laughter, Zhuang Wenxiang straightened up, saying, "You are my superior. I should maintain decorum. Very well, I shall sit properly and await your instructions." Zhang Jun shook his head in exasperation, stating, "You are now famous, your artwork is valuable because of that. I've always told you, gold will shine in its own time." Zhuang Wenxiang suddenly burst into laughter again, unable to contain himself, exclaiming, "And that gold will be spent by me." Zhang Jun playfully punched him, saying, "That 200,000 was a friend helping with promotion, so you'll have to repay him. You have no income." Zhuang Wenxiang cradled his face with his hands, pointing at Zhang Jun and laughing, "See, I knew it, this is all your sleight of hand. I told you my paintings are worthless. Those works are already a gift to you, do as you please, whether you use them as toilet paper or sell them for 200,000, it's of no concern to me. If you need more, I have a whole pile to give you." Zhang Jun stood up helplessly, saying, "I think you've become a bit neurotic, hurry and find a woman to live with. Don't fear breakups or divorces, if it ends, just find the next one. I'm leaving." Zhuang Wenxiang, hands in pockets, escorted Zhang Jun to the door, tousling his messy hair and saying, "Thank you for visiting me."
You are the only one who bothers to come.
Zhang Jun patted his shoulder, saying, "When you have time, come visit me in Yiping County, we can drink together."
Zhuang Wenxiang nodded earnestly, "Of course, certainly." As Zhang Jun stepped onto the street, he reflected on Zhuang Wenxiang's uncontrollable laughter and felt a sudden realization.
Perhaps Zhuang Wenxiang was the one who truly understood life, while he himself was the one lost in obsession. Zhuang Wenxiang focused solely on creation, expressing his talent without concern for whether his work was appreciated or its monetary value.
In contrast, Zhang Jun was fixated on worldly values, dragging his good friend into this murky realm. Returning home, he spent the night in the city. Having been away for so long, it no longer felt like a home. Were it not for Lu Yujie's warm presence, he would have been at a complete loss for the purpose of his return. Lu Yujie had tried numerous remedies, none of which had cured her infertility. After an intimate evening together, she suggested to Zhang Jun, "If all else fails, perhaps we should consider in vitro fertilization?" Zhang Jun frowned, saying, "Let us focus on curing the illness first. There might still be a chance for a cure. IVF could lead to numerous complications and side effects." As a nurse, Lu Yujie understood the validity of her husband's concerns and sighed softly in silence. On Monday morning, Zhang Jun arrived at work in Yiping County. Once the stock market opened, he logged into his account, only to find his blood pressure rising once more. The stocks he purchased had plummeted to the limit. 1 million had dwindled to just 630,000. Zhang Jun let out a bitter laugh and decided to stop checking. As someone once said, money earned in the stock market will ultimately be lost there, and not a cent can be taken away. The art exhibition had concluded. Aside from Su Waner, who supported the event by purchasing 3 of Zhuang Wenxiang's paintings, 2 additional pieces had sold, bringing in a total of 300,000. As this was a city-organized event, the relevant expenses were covered by the municipal treasury, and the organizing committee charged no fees. The committee transferred the 300,000 to the bank account Zhang Jun had reserved. Zhang Jun called Su Wanner to return her 200,000. Su Wanner replied with a charming smile, "Director Zhang, aren't you meddling in matters that don't concern you? The paintings I bought have adorned my company's facade. Why would you refund me? Do you intend to bribe me?" Zhang Jun chuckled in disbelief. Su Wanner gently stated, "Director Zhang, even if I hadn't bought these paintings, I would have purchased others. Please give the money directly to the artist. I genuinely appreciate his work, and in the future, I hope to invite him for a meal to soak in some artistic inspiration." "Very well, on behalf of my friend, thank you, Ms. Su." Zhang Jun recognized that she was indifferent to such trivial amounts and ended the call. He then dialed Zhuang Wenxian. Upon learning that a total of 300,000 had been sold, Zhuang Wenxian laughed like a fool over the phone, taking some time before finally saying, "I don't want the money. Ivy said before, the paintings are a gift to you, do as you wish. If you can sell them, I'll give you all my paintings. Whatever you earn is yours, just invite me out for a meal sometime." He believed his artwork was worthless and thought Zhang Jun was helping him out of pity, using a friend's money to buy his own paintings. Zhuang Wenxian was quite proud and refused to accept Zhang Jun's assistance. Zhang Jun tried to argue, but to no avail. Just then, Yao Changfu stood at the door, gently knocking on the panel. Zhang Jun concluded his tug-of-war with Zhuang Wenxian, hung up, and asked, "Director Yao, is there something you need?" Yao Changfu chuckled, "Director Zhang, we just received a notice from the county committee. There will be a standing committee meeting at 2 o'clock this afternoon." Zhang Jun responded with an "oh," thinking that what was inevitable had finally arrived. In this county committee meeting, Zhang Jun not only had to secure his position as the director of the development zone but also needed to push through Zhao Minka's appointment as deputy section chief. Would he achieve his objectives? Chapter 215 The second battle of the standing committee. Today's meeting of the county committee's standing committee is of paramount importance to Zhang Jun. He must strive to garner the support of more members. Currently, the confirmed allies on his side include County Mayor Fu Ziqiang, Armed Forces Minister Wang Digui, and himself. Securing 3 votes that he is confident about. The dedicated Deputy Secretary, Yu Xingli, is expected to be another reliable vote, bringing the total to 4. Zhang Jun aspires to secure 2 additional votes. With 6 votes, he would surpass the majority, significantly enhancing his chances of success. Checking the time, Zhang Jun returned briefly to his dormitory. Previously, Zhuang Wenxian had given him over a dozen paintings, all of which he had framed, with the largest piece gifted to Su Peixing. At the exhibition, 5 pieces had been sold, leaving about 10 more piled in his dormitory. He selected one painting and sought out the county's publicity minister, Lu Qiuying. "Minister Lu, are you busy?" Lu Jun greeted with a smile as he stepped inside. Upon seeing him, Lu Qiuying set down her pen and smiled gently. "Comrade Zhang Jun, what brings you here?" Zhang Jun handed her the painting, saying, "I would like to ask Minister Lu for a favor." Lu Qiuying waved her hand with a smile. "Comrade Zhang Jun, you flatter me. What can I assist you with? Don't put me on the spot." He placed the painting in her hands, stating, "Minister Lu, this is precisely why I sought you out. Please take a moment to appreciate this work." Having been appointed as the publicity minister, Lu Qiuying possessed a certain artistic sensibility. As she gradually unfolded the painting and glanced at it, she remarked, "A crane in the clouds. I saw a feature on this artist in last night's news. His works are selling quite well at the exhibition." Zhang Jun replied with a beaming smile, "Indeed, the crane in the clouds is my friend. He wishes to promote his work in the Yiping County newspaper organized by our committee, and I kindly ask for your assistance." Minister Lu Qiuying nodded, "That's no problem. Promoting the outstanding works of excellent artists is indeed our duty at the county newspaper." Zhang Jun rolled up the painting and said, "This piece is a gift for you to appreciate, Minister Lu." Lu Qiuying raised an eyebrow. "That one do. I cannot accept this. I know this painting holds substantial value." He placed the painting on her desk and smiled nonchalantly. "My friend has lived a life of poverty and is not adept at socializing. His only noteworthy contribution is his artwork. When seeking favors, one cannot do so empty-handed. Moreover, a treasured sword is gifted to a hero, and a masterpiece to a confidant. As a person of culture, your appreciation of his work is a validation for him. He would be overjoyed. The time spent on this painting is merely half an hour, and if we were to evaluate its cost, it wouldn't exceed 50 yuan. If you refuse this small token of gratitude, it would not only be a slight to Yun Zhanghe but also to me." Lu Qiuying found this sentiment quite agreeable and replied, "Very well, I shall graciously accept." The two engaged in casual conversation, with Zhang Jun refraining from mentioning the afternoon standing committee meeting before taking his leave. He was confident that Lu Qiuying would likely support him. With this vote, he now had 5 secured among the 11 members of the standing committee. He knew that County Party Secretary Chen Guoliang and Office Director Chu Jie would undoubtedly not cast their votes in his favor. The Discipline Inspection Secretary Su Li was a person of principle and would not easily alter his stance due to Zhang Jun's attempts at rapport. Beyond these, the only individuals left for Zhang Jun to win over were Organization Minister Zhao Fucai and United Front Minister Xiao Ligua. Xiao Ligua was known to be amiable, yet his vote would depend on his mood. Zhang Jun aimed to cultivate a closer relationship with Organization Minister Zhao Fucai. As for the position of the party secretary of Chengguan Town, it was currently vacant, resulting in only 10 attendees for this standing committee meeting. Should Zhang Jun manage to secure 6 votes, his chances of victory would be significantly heightened. Arriving at Organization Minister Zhao Fucai's office, Zhang Jun felt optimistic about Zhao Fucai's support, knowing that Ma Hongqi worked within the organization department, and personnel in that line would likely extend him some courtesy. Different individuals required varying approaches for rapport building. What Zhang Jun could offer Zhao Fucai was the connection with Ma Hongqi. Providing this connection, there was no need for additional gifts. Upon seeing Zhang Jun, Zhao Fucai was visibly pleased, offering him a cigarette and exclaiming, "Comrade Zhang Jun, since your promotion, we haven't had a meal together. You must allow me to treat you." Zhang Jun smiled as he lit the cigarette, saying, "I came to discuss that very matter with you, Minister Zhao. Last time, Boss Ma expressly reminded me to cultivate a closer relationship with you." Zhao Fucai's eyes lit up, asking, "Minister Ma, he knows my name." Zhang Jun chuckled. "Not only does he know it, but when he spoke of you, he recounted your background in great detail. He advised me that a fence needs 3 stakes, and a good man needs 3 helpers, encouraging me to build relationships within the county." This served as a reminder to Zhao Fucai that Zhang Jun too was a potential ally. Zhao Fucai understood the implication, replying, "I had always hoped to connect with Minister Ma during his tenure in the province, but I lack the means. Now that he has ascended to the capital's ministries, I feel even more out of reach." After a brief pause, Zhang Jun suggested, "Minister Zhao, when Boss Ma returns to the province next time, let us arrange a meal together." Zhao Fucai was overjoyed, expressing his delight profusely. Zhang Jun, having made his point, took his leave. After lunch, Zhang Jun took a nap to rejuvenate himself. It is said that the effort lies beyond the poetry. The preparation for the standing committee meeting is also outside the meeting itself. Zhang Jun had done his due diligence, and now it was time to see how he would perform in the meeting. Prior to the commencement of the meeting, Fu Ziqiang and Zhang Jun had communicated once more. The meeting began promptly. Zhang Jun entered the committee room, where the members filed in one by one. Upon seeing one another, they exchanged nods or smiles before taking their seats. Each member had their designated spot. Zhang Jun, once the lowest-ranking member, had now been promoted to executive deputy county mayor, elevating his rank to 4th in the committee. The first tier of the committee, often referred to as the iron triangle of the county party, included the county party secretary, county mayor, and the dedicated deputy secretary. Zhang Jun's position was quite favorable within the second tier. Besides the iron triangle, there was also a 5-member group comprising the county party secretary, county mayor, deputy secretary, discipline inspection secretary, and organization minister. This 5-member group essentially determined personnel promotions and jointly oversaw the decision-making and implementation of the county party's various initiatives. It is evident from these structures the advantages of party leadership over the government and the principle of democratic centralism. Zhang Jun had ascended from the lowest rank to the 4th seat, a substantial elevation. Only those who achieve this level can subsequently advance smoothly into the ranks of department-level officials. Chen Guoliang entered last. Upon arrival, he paused at the door, cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. The murmuring members immediately ceased their conversations, turning their attention to the leader. Chen Guoliang entered, seated himself at the head, placed his materials down, and surveyed the assembly with a composed expression, stating, "All colleagues are present. The standing committee meeting is officially underway." The members straightened in their seats, demonstrating their respect for the leader. Suddenly, Chen Guoliang coughed violently several times. Pausing to use a tissue, he continued, "I apologize. I have a slight cold or cough. We have many matters to discuss today, so let us be swift." The first item on the agenda is the position of director of the Development Zone Management Committee. All eyes turned to Zhang Jun, who raised an eyebrow, remaining calm and collected. Chapter 216. Seizing your power. Chen Guoliang gazed at Zhang Jun, a smile playing on his lips, and remarked, "By the way, before we commence the meeting, let us first extend our heartfelt congratulations to Comrade Zhang Jun on his promotion to the esteemed position of Executive Deputy County Head. He has transitioned from the last seat in our standing committee meeting room to the left side of Comrade Fu Ziqiang." This statement held a dual significance, indicating both Zhang Jun's new proximity to Fu Ziqiang and subtly suggesting his allegiance to that side. It served as a reminder to his allies, "Keep your eyes wide open, this man is now under Fu Ziqiang's influence, so you must strike hard." Zhang Jun understood the implication but remained unfazed. Fu Ziqiang led the applause, exclaiming, "Congratulations to Comrade Zhang Jun on his ascent. We ought to host a banquet in celebration." The other committee members joined in the applause, echoing their approval. Zhang Jun clasped his hands together and replied with a grin, "Absolutely, I'll treat everyone. Let us not wait for an auspicious day. If today's meeting concludes early, let us dine at Shizhou. The room erupted in agreement. Yet, Chen Guoliang was interrupted by a fit of intense coughing, a rather jarring interruption. He cleared his throat and stated, "All right, let us resume our meeting." The conference room fell silent once more. Chen Guoliang relished the authoritative atmosphere that accompanied his words. He continued, "With Comrade Zhang Jun's promotion, 2 positions will become vacant." Fu Ziqiang replied in a low tone, "Comrade Secretary Chen, have you come down with a fever? Is your mind muddled? How could Zhang Jun's single promotion result in 2 vacancies?" With that, he burst into laughter. His remarks were too mocking of the secretary, prompting others to remain prudently silent. Chen Guoliang disregarded him and continued, "One position is that of the secretary of the Qingguan Town Party Committee, whose appointment authority lies with the city. The city will certainly make arrangements. We shall not deliberate on this further today." Logically, during the last discussion regarding Zhang Jun's elevation to executive deputy county head, the position of secretary of the Qingguan Town Party Committee should have been addressed simultaneously. It remained unresolved, perhaps due to the inability to reach a consensus on various interests. Chen Guoliang calmly stated, "The other position is that of the director of the Development Zone Management Committee." Fu Ziqiang lifted his cup, took a sip, and deliberately set it down with a loud clatter, saying, "Isn't that position currently held by Comrade Zhang Jun?" There is no need for further discussion on this matter.
Chen Guoliang shot him a sidelong glance and remarked, Comrade Zichang, do you not think Comrade Zhang Jun is somewhat overburdened? The responsibilities of the executive deputy county head are numerous, and it would be unnecessary for him to concurrently hold the position of director of the management committee. After all, during the recent grave incident in the development zone, Comrade Zhang Jun was unable to arrive at the scene in a timely manner.
Zhang Jun smiled lightly and clarified, allow me to explain.
On that day, I was en route to the county for my new assignment. The comrades in the town understood my situation and felt that Secretary Chen arrived at the scene promptly and was capable of commanding the situation. Thus, they did not notify me after the incident occurred. However, Secretary Chen later informed me, and I was able to address the matter swiftly.
Wang Degui interjected, so, Secretary Chen was unable to manage the situation effectively? It required Comrade Zhang Jun's presence to resolve it. This underscores Comrade Zhang Jun's high standing in Chengguan town.
Their banter infuriated Chen Guoliang. He glanced at Wang Degui in astonishment, taken aback by this man's unexpected support for Zhang Jun. He wiped his face and said, Ahem, the position of director of the Development Zone Management Committee does not necessarily have to be held by a member of the Standing Committee. I believe appointing a departmental-level cadre to be stationed at the committee would be more conducive to the development of work and timely resolution of issues pertaining to the development zone.
Chen Guoliang's intention was clear.
To decentralize power, he sought to strip Zhang Jun of a position that rightfully belonged to him, cloaking it in the guise of reducing his workload. This would allow Chen Guoliang to place a trusted subordinate in that role. Observing Fu Ziqiang's staunch opposition, Chen Guoliang remained undeterred. He had previously failed to reach a consensus with Fu Ziqiang in the secretary's office meeting, yet, he boldly raised the issue in the standing committee meeting, revealing his confidence. Chen Guoliang retrieved a tissue to wipe his nose, speaking in a resonant voice, given the differing opinions, let us solicit the perspectives of everyone present. If necessary, we can resort to a show of hands to vote. The minority shall yield to the majority. This has always been our party's principle. He turned his gaze toward the organizational minister Zhao Fucai and said, Comrade Fucai, as the organizational minister, personnel and staffing fall under your purview. Your opinion is of utmost importance. Please share your thoughts. Zhang Jun slightly lifted his eyelids, looking toward Zhao Fucai, pondering whether he would receive support on such a pivotal issue. Chapter 217. Surrounded by adversity, Chen Guoliang was the first to seek an audience with Zhao Fucai, clearly confident in his approach. As a fellow member of the county committee's 5-person group, the organization minister had always shown unwavering allegiance to Secretary Ma. If a secretary cannot command the organizational department, his authority is significantly diminished. Zhao Fucai sat at an angle, his left arm casually resting on the table, while his right hand held a cigarette, which he took only an occasional puff from. Often, it was not the desire to smoke that prompted him, but rather a need to grip something in his hand. He pondered for a moment, appearing contemplative, and then remarked, Secretary Chen makes a valid point.
Comrade Zhang Jun has indeed been quite busy, shouldering considerable responsibilities.
Zhang Jun's heart sank suddenly. Zhao Fucai was leaning towards Chen Guoliang. After all, the secretary and the organization minister had always been like two sides of the same coin. Zhao Fucai's inclination to heed Chen Guoliang's words was understandable. However, Zhang Jun had previously sought Zhao Fucai's counsel and even offered to leverage his connection with Ma Hongqi to win him over, only to find it had little effect. This left Zhang Jun feeling quite disheartened. Nevertheless, he maintained his usual composure and calm demeanor. In the realm of politics, a person's cultivation is reflected in their depth of character. An official lacking in this depth, whose emotions are readily apparent, is unlikely to sustain a long career. Zhang Jun had witnessed many provincial and municipal leaders, each possessing profound depth, able to remain unperturbed in the face of adversity, their inner fury concealed behind a facade of serenity. While he had not yet attained such profound cultivation, he was diligently striving towards it. Chen Guoliang was pleased with Zhao Fucai's response, intertwining his fingers on the table, smiling as he regarded Zhao Fucai. After affirming the secretary's assertions, Zhao Fucai shifted his tone, stating, however, I have a suggestion to put forth for everyone's consideration. Since the establishment of the development zone, there has been little progress, and it was only with Comrade Zhang Jun's arrival that we have witnessed the current situation.
This favorable outcome has not come easily.
The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of whom he truly intended to support. Chen Guoliang furrowed his brow, uncomfortably shifting in his seat, and said, Comrade Fucai, I acknowledge that Comrade Zhang Jun possesses capabilities, but can we not find a second candidate in our vast county? Zhao Fucai nodded, tapping the ash from his cigarette and replied, as the county's organization minister, I have a degree of influence regarding whether anyone can succeed Comrade Zhang Jun. To be frank, our county's comrades are either overly conservative, excessively constrained, or lack the ability to innovate. Otherwise, why have we failed to achieve results for so long?
Everyone grasped the underlying message.
On the surface, Zhao Fucai appeared to support Chen Guoliang, yet he was subtly advocating for Zhang Jun. This was indeed a masterful display of rhetoric, achieving his aim of befriending Zhang Jun without offending the primary leader. However, Chen Guoliang was no fool. He was unwilling to grant Zhao Fucai the opportunity to play both sides and replied sternly, Comrade Fucai, our county has a population of over 1 million, teeming with talent. What kind of capable individuals do we lack? The previous stagnation of the development zone was due to our insufficient attention and the selection of the wrong personnel. I have a candidate who is more than capable of assuming the role of director of the management committee. Zhao Fucai had already anticipated whom Chen Guoliang intended to nominate. Such significant personnel matters would undoubtedly be discussed with the organization minister prior to the standing committee meeting. Each member of the county committee's 5-person group would be consulted by the secretary.
The secretary's thoughts represented the organizational intent. To realize them, he must secure the support of the group's members, yet, the political landscape was tumultuous, and circumstances could shift in an instant. Just moments before, discussions had been amicable, but the tide could quickly turn. Earlier that morning, Zhang Jun had engaged Zhao Fucai, brandishing the banner of Ma Hongqi, which evidently played a crucial role in swaying Zhao Fucai. Zhao Fucai's resolve began to waver, shifting from staunch support of Chen Guoliang to backing Zhang Jun. Little did Chen Guoliang suspect the intricacies at play. He continued firmly, Comrade Fang Bingkai, the deputy director of the county's industrial bureau, is a talent worthy of development. I believe he is fully capable of assuming the role of director of the development zone's management committee. Zhao Fucai lit another cigarette, placing the lighter on the table, and remarked, I am quite familiar with this Comrade Fang Bingkai nominated by Secretary Chen. He is 39 years old, in the prime of his life. However, to speak candidly, he has not achieved much during his tenure as deputy director of the industrial bureau. Chen Guoliang felt a surge of irritation. Zhao Fucai was singing a different tune. Zhang Jun, on the other hand, wore a serene expression. The organization minister's vote was crucial for him. Seeing Zhao Fucai's support, he felt a sense of relief, aware that his efforts had not been in vain. Fu Ziqiang chuckled and said, Fang Bingkai is indeed a good comrade, but at 39 years old, he remains a deputy-level cadre, which is somewhat advanced in age, and his capacity for innovation is lacking. He certainly cannot be entrusted with the role of director of the development zone's management committee. He tapped the table with his knuckles, drawing everyone's attention, and calmly continued, we should be promoting younger cadres, boldly employing those with knowledge and capability. Just like Comrade Zhang Jun, who is quite exceptional, the city's decision to appoint him as the executive vice-county mayor is a testament to his abilities. Chen Guoliang suddenly felt a profound sense of crisis. In just half a year since Zhang Jun's arrival in the county, he had already garnered such substantial support from several standing committee members. Naturally, Chen Guoliang was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. He darkened his expression and stated firmly, both Zhang Jun and Fang Bingkai are commendable comrades, but I stand by my view that we should relieve Zhang Jun of some responsibilities and give Fang Bingkai an opportunity. The secretary is absolutely correct. This individual was nothing more than a sycophant, a mere echo of Chen Guoliang's sentiments. Even if Chen Guoliang were to pass gas, Chu Jie would exclaim how fragrant it was. Chen Guoliang no longer sought the opinions of others one by one. Prolonging the discussion would be too time-consuming and detrimental to his position. He resolved to cut through the confusion. Just as he was about to speak, the enterprises in the development zone were all investments brought in by Comrade Zhang Jun. These businesses have yet to establish a solid footing. Is it prudent for our county to change leadership at this juncture? Will the investors not have reservations? Chen Guoliang was taken aback. What objections could the investors have? Regardless of who we appoint as the director of the management committee, we will serve them equally. Zhang Jun felt compelled to speak on his own behalf, responding with a calm smile, Secretary Chen, a new ruler brings new subjects. If you replace the director of the management committee, the relevant policies may indeed shift. Minister Liu raises a valid point. I believe a change in leadership would be inadvisable. Chen Guoliang felt surrounded by adversaries. Several standing committee members were advocating for Zhang Jun. He had resolved to remove Zhang Jun from the director's position and thus spoke sternly, let us proceed to a show of hands. Fu Ziqiang nodded, stating, I support a show of hands. The minority should yield to the majority. Taking a deep breath, Chen Guoliang declared, those in favor of appointing Fang Bingkai as the director of the management committee, please indicate your support. He then raised his right hand, saying, I am in favor. Zhang Jun thought to himself, the crucial moment that would determine his fate had arrived. He straightened his posture, calmly observing the standing committee members. He awaited the favor of fate. Chapter 218. A triumphant First Battle County Party Secretary Chen Guoliang raised his hand, prompting an immediate response from the director of the county party office, Chu Jie, who declared, I support Secretary Chen's nominated candidate. Fang Bingkai is more than capable of serving as the director of the management committee. Zhang Jun, seemingly unfazed, lit a cigarette and observed the reactions of the standing committee members through the swirling smoke. County Mayor Fu Ziqiang maintained a serene demeanor, refraining from expressing his stance. Chen Guoliang turned to the full-time deputy secretary, Yu Xingli. Previously, due to the incident involving his brother, Idly, Yu Xingli had been severely reprimanded by Chen Guoliang, only to receive assistance from Zhang Jun afterward. Since then, Yu Xingli had grown considerably closer to Zhang Jun. Furthermore, Yu Xingli had been aligning himself with Fu Ziqiang, and now Zhang Jun could be considered their ally. This topic was intrinsically linked to Zhang Jun's personal interests, compelling him to offer his support. Thus, he held his cup, lowered his head to sip tea, and feigned ignorance of Chen Guoliang's pleading gaze. Chen Guoliang's expression darkened instantly, and he let out a cold snort through his nose as he directed his attention to the organization minister, Zhao Fucai. Zhao Fucai cleared his throat and remarked, I believe Comrade Fang Bingkai still requires further experience. Chen Guoliang, biting his teeth involuntarily, shifted his gaze to the propaganda minister, Lu Qiuying, engrossed in writing, did not lift her head as she stated, I concur with Minister Zhao's perspective. Comrade Fang Bingkai will have opportunities in the future. Chen Guoliang's hands, resting on the table, clenched into fists. He sensed that the situation was dire. This was a power struggle between Chen Guoliang was on the offensive, seeking to breach Zhang Jun's stronghold of power, while Zhang Jun stood on the defensive, determined to protect his authority. The standing committee members understood that supporting Chen Guoliang would irrevocably alienate Zhang Jun. This matter differed from past discussions. It concerned not just Zhang Jun's nominated candidates, but rather Zhang Jun's very interests. At this moment, the committee members' dissent was not a rejection of Chen Guoliang as an individual but a dismissal of Fang Bingkai, deemed unfit for significant responsibilities. Should they withdraw their support from Zhang Jun, it would equate to a denial of Zhang Jun himself. One was merely a deputy director of a small industrial bureau, while the other held the position of a standing committee member. The balance of importance was clear to all present. Disciplinary Committee Secretary Su Li silently raised his hand before letting it fall. United Front Minister Xiao Ligua also raised his hand. These two individuals did not share a deep personal connection with Zhang Jun. They were unlikely to offend the top leader on his behalf. Armed Forces Minister Wang Digui, with eyes half closed, resembled a monk in deep meditation. Ultimately, Chen Guoliang's nominee, Fang Bingkai, garnered 4 votes. In that moment, Chen Guoliang felt an overwhelming sense of desolation akin to that of a fallen hero, but he deeply questioned whether his audacious assault on Zhang Jun had been a miscalculation. Zhang Jun possessed education, capability, and exceptional talent, with a broad network of connections both in the city and province, having achieved notable results as the secretary of the Chengguan Town Party Committee. Such an individual should have been courted rather than confronted. Chen Guoliang had initially intended to intimidate Zhang Jun while he was still vulnerable within the county, hoping to assert his authority as the top leader and compel Zhang Jun to align himself with him. However, the outcome was contrary to his expectations. He had not shaken Zhang Jun's position. With half of the voting already completed, even knowing he was destined to lose, Chen Guoliang could only forge ahead with a stiff resolve. Ahem. Chen Guoliang coughed violently, his face turning crimson, and declared, "Those in favor of Comrade Zhang Jun continuing as the director of the management committee, please express your stance." "I agree." Fu Ziqiang was the first to raise his hand. "I have no objections." Yu Xingli followed suit. Lu Zhouying set down her pen, lifted her hand, and stated, "Comrade Zhang Jun is quite capable, I support him." Zhao Fucai chuckled, "Comrade Zhang Jun has achieved results in his role as director of the management committee. He should continue to strive for excellence, I support." This brought the total to 4 votes, adding Zhang Jun's own vote. He had secured victory. A smile of relief spread across Zhang Jun's face. The efforts he had put forth beforehand had indeed borne fruit. Following his appointment as executive vice-county mayor, he had triumphed in his first battle. At this moment, a flicker of sorrow passed through Chen Guoliang's heart. In the first round, he has already faced defeat. He regretted his impulsiveness, realizing he should not have prioritized this topic for discussion. With an unfavorable start, he anticipated becoming increasingly passive on subsequent issues. The voting continued. Su Li raised his hand and remarked, "Comrade Zhang Jun has performed admirably, I have always supported his work." Wang Digui also raised his hand, chuckling, "He is the people's choice, truly deserving." Xiao Ligua followed suit, stating, "I have no objections." Finally, Zhang Jun raised his hand, saying, "Logically, I should recuse myself. However, the organization has placed its trust in me, allowing me the honor of witnessing everyone's votes here. Naturally, I must cast a vote for myself, otherwise, I would betray the trust the organization and everyone has placed in me." A wave of warm laughter erupted from the crowd. Among the 10 committee members present, Zhang Jun garnered 8 votes. His vote count was double that of Fang Bingkai. It was a resounding victory. Zhang Jun mused that if Chen Guoliang were a person of broad-mindedness and generosity, he would surely cast a vote for him at this moment. Should Chen Guoliang choose to support Zhang Jun, it would not only demonstrate his leadership stature but also mend the strained relationship between them. Zhang Jun would undoubtedly be grateful for such a gesture. After all, the significance of a unanimous vote differs greatly from that of an 8-vote majority. Even Chu Jie appeared to hesitate, glancing back and forth between Zhang Jun and Chen Guoliang. It was evident that Chu Jie also wished to express his support for Zhang Jun, yet, he felt compelled to align his actions with Chen Guoliang's. Without Chen Guoliang's endorsement, Chu Jie would not easily raise his hand. However, to everyone's disappointment, Chen Guoliang refrained from supporting Zhang Jun. He was engulfed in a profound sense of frustration. The combination of illness and defeat had taken a toll on his spirit. Frowning deeply, he waved his hand in exasperation, expressing extreme emotion. Since everyone is in agreement, let Comrade Zhang Jun continue to concurrently serve as the director of the Development Zone Management Committee. Fu Ziqiang took the lead in applauding, and others followed suit with their congratulations. Zhang Jun clasped his hands together, stating, "I am grateful for the organization's trust and for everyone who cast their precious vote for me. I am filled with trepidation and will strive diligently to repay everyone with even better achievements." Fu Ziqiang chuckled amiably, "Comrade Zhang Jun, you need not be so modest. Your capabilities are evident for all to see. Instead, consider what grand feast you shall treat us to this evening." Laughter filled the room. Fu Ziqiang was indeed pleased. This contest appeared to be a duel between Zhang Jun and Chen Guoliang, yet it was also a test of strength between him, the county mayor, and the party secretary. Following this battle, Zhang Jun had firmly aligned himself with Fu Ziqiang. Fu Ziqiang chuckled, "Secretary Chen, I previously proposed that our county's political office should appoint a new deputy director, a certain Zhao Minka, who serves as Comrade Zhang Jun's correspondent. By convention, we ought to promote Comrade Zhao Minka to the position of deputy director of the political office, with an administrative rank of deputy section chief. In our country, civil servant ranks range from 1 to 27, with a total of 27 levels, the highest being level 1. The deputy section chief falls within the 9th to 13th levels. Achieving this rank is already a remarkable feat." Chen Guoliang raised an eyebrow, stating, "I have reviewed Comrade Zhao Minka's credentials. His tenure is too brief to qualify for promotion to deputy section chief." He sought to regain the upper hand. Zhang Jun calmly responded, I hold a differing opinion. Chapter 219 The Provocation Strategy. Zhang Jun did not give Chen Guoliang the opportunity to retort, stating, Comrade Zhao Minka graduated from a prestigious 985 university and has been in the county's political office for 2 years. In terms of both education and talent, as well as the time required for promotion, he meets all the criteria. Chen Guoliang raised his eagle-like gaze slightly and replied in a deep voice, the county's political office currently has an ample number of deputy directors, and Zhao Minka's performance has been rather lackluster. Comrade Zhang Jun, if you seek a correspondent, you may select one from the existing deputy directors. Zhang Jun replied nonchalantly, how can I select? Each deputy director corresponds to a deputy county head. The only one available to me is the deputy director left by the former Shi Haining. Shi Haining was investigated due to misconduct. Who would dare to employ his deputy? Would you, Secretary Chen, consider using him? Chen Guoliang's expression faltered momentarily as he responded, Comrade Zhang Jun, this is rather unreasonable, isn't it? Is it the case that a deputy director of the county's political office can only serve one deputy county head? Must we replace the deputy director with each new deputy county head? Zhang Jun genuinely could not comprehend why Chen Guoliang was consistently targeting him. Was it merely because he had not heeded his advice and had not aligned himself with his camp? The truth was, while he was at the initial stage, Zhang Jun was already ahead by leaps. If you are ungracious, do not expect my loyalty. Zhang Jun remained unperturbed. He was confident that he had seized the initiative in this standing committee meeting. This was his first standing committee meeting since assuming the role of executive deputy county head, and he was determined to make a strong impression. Taking a sip of water, Zhang Jun calmly suggested, we need not replace, but we can reassign. Secretary Chen, do you not require personnel? Perhaps we could transfer the former deputy director of Shi Haining to serve as your secretary? Chen Guoliang's expression darkened as he replied, I believe this matter need not be discussed further. Watching the confrontation unfold, Fu Ziqiang felt quite pleased. As the second in command, he relished the sight of others contending with the top leader. This was how he could reap benefits. However, Fu Ziqiang could not remain a passive observer for too long. Thus, he voiced his support for Zhang Jun, stating, Secretary Chen, this is a personnel adjustment within our county's political office. We have no objections on our end. However, to obstruct this process without just cause seems rather emotionally charged on your part. Chen Guoliang was incensed. In front of so many people at the standing committee, Fu Ziqiang had the audacity to confront him so openly. Where then was the authority of the top leader? Since your county government has already made a decision, why the need for further discussion? Chen Guoliang said with a face as dark as iron, it is precisely because the party oversees personnel. Whether from the county committee or the county government, as long as you are a cadre within the county, I am responsible for your management. He was asserting his power. What significance did the county government's decisions hold? As long as it involved the appointment or dismissal of cadres at the departmental level and above, it was inextricably linked to Chen Guoliang. However, Fu Ziqiang was not one to be trifled with. Having just gained Zhang Jun's allegiance, if he could not even resolve the matter of a correspondence promotion, it would only reflect poorly on his competence as county head. Extinguishing the cigarette in his hand, Fu Ziqiang declared, Comrades, I have no objections to the party overseeing personnel. However, if our county government intends to appoint a deputy section chief and Secretary Chen deliberately complicates this issue, I would interpret that as unreasonable harassment. The other attendees remained silent. This was a struggle for power between the top and the second in command. Chen Guoliang certainly could not interfere with the personnel decisions of the county's political office, just as Fu Ziqiang could not meddle with the personnel appointments of the county committee. Yet, Chen Guoliang could certainly make things uncomfortable for Fu Ziqiang during the standing committee, potentially obstructing certain personnel decisions. Having already lost a round, Chen Guoliang was eager to retaliate against both Fu Ziqiang and Zhang Jun, which is why he was stalling Zhao Minka's appointment. Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, sensing that Chen Guoliang was becoming increasingly agitated. Yet, with the arrow already on the string, he had no choice but to release it. If the correspondent he selected could not be discussed at the standing committee, if his proposal could not be approved, what credibility would he have left in the county? If he could not gain any advantage, who among his subordinates would dare to follow him? Just as when Zhang Jun became Ma Hongqi's secretary, if Ma Hongqi could not resolve Zhang Jun's promotion to deputy division chief or could not secure Zhang Jun's external appointment to Yiping County as a standing committee member before leaving, how could Zhang Jun remain steadfastly loyal to Ma Hongqi? Ultimately, politics is but a redistribution of interests. Those who can allocate greater benefits will wield power, and their subordinates will follow suit. As Chen Guoliang continued to obstruct the discussion of Zhao Minka's appointment, Zhang Jun could not help but raise an eyebrow and remarked, Secretary Zhang, County Head Fu, Zhao Minka is my chosen candidate. It is only natural for the two principal officials to have differing opinions on this selection. After all, a person is not like currency, it is impossible for everyone to be fond of them. Lu Choying chuckled, if a person looked like currency, they would be a monster. I doubt anyone would like them, as they can't even be spent. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the tense atmosphere instantly relaxed. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Jun suggested, why don't we hear everyone's opinions? If over half of the standing committee supports it, that would indicate that Comrade Zhao Minka has garnered the approval of the majority. Secretary Zhang, County Head Fu, what do you think? The rhythm of the standing committee has always been controlled by Chen Guoliang. Which topics to discuss, which to avoid, the order of discussion, these are all symbols of the secretary's power. Now, Zhang Jun had audaciously taken the lead, presiding over the standing committee in place of Chen Guoliang. Chen Guoliang, displeased, retorted, Comrade Zhang Jun, I am the one presiding over this standing committee, here, I have the final say, when did it become your place to issue commands? Zhang Jun nodded, I have always held great respect for Secretary Chen. I was merely soliciting your opinion earlier. If you disagree, well, if word gets out, it might lead others to think that you are intentionally suppressing newcomers, preventing graduates from prestigious universities from having their moment to shine. Not even granting a chance for discussion. Chen Guoliang's expression shifted. Should this label be affixed to him, how could he maintain authority thereafter? A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhang Jun's eyes as he continued, there is another narrative that could easily become gossip. Some might think, Secretary Chen, that you are afraid of losing, fearing that your opposition to personnel matters will repeatedly be approved in the standing committee, thereby undermining your own prestige. Chen Guoliang's face turned a deep shade of liver. Zhang Jun's words had struck a nerve, he indeed feared suffering another defeat, yet, Zhang Jun's provocation also ignited Chen Guoliang's competitive spirit. Absurd! Chen Guoliang slammed the table heavily, declaring, I have no acquaintance with Zhao Minka. Why would I feel the need to suppress him? As for your claim that I fear losing, Zhang Jun, you are indeed a fearless novice, I refuse to believe you can prevail again. Zhang Jun's tactic of provocation had proven effective as he countered, whether it succeeds or not, as long as the standing committee discusses and votes on it, County Head Fu and I will have provided an explanation regarding Comrade Zhao Minka. Chen Guoliang glared fiercely, very well. Let us once again deliberate on Zhao Minka's personnel adjustment. Zhang Jun thought to himself, Chen Guoliang has finally fallen into my trap. However, he had already exhausted the goodwill and support of the committee members towards him in the previous discussion. Would the committee still rally behind him in this next battle? After all, the committee members were not foolish, they could not blindly support Zhang Jun while alienating Chen Guoliang, the top leader. Who will emerge victorious? We shall see. Chapter 220. Another victory. Zhang Jun skillfully employed the tactic of provocation, bringing the discussion of Zhao Minka's promotion to the standing committee meeting. Although Chen Guoliang held the position of county party secretary, he appeared somewhat powerless today. He even harbored a certain apprehension towards Zhang Jun, the executive deputy county head. Reflecting on it, ever since Zhang Jun assumed his role in Yiping County, he had never engaged in a battle without confidence, consistently reaping benefits from each standing committee meeting. Was it merely due to good fortune, or had he underestimated this young man's political acumen? At this moment, Chen Guoliang felt a twinge of regret, yet found himself in a predicament. He couldn't simply reverse his stance and cancel the discussion regarding Zhao Minka's promotion. I shall reiterate. Chen Guoliang forcefully tapped the table and declared, although Zhao Minka is a graduate of a prestigious university, his personal capabilities are not exceptional enough to meet the criteria for promotion. There are numerous comrades in the county with longer service and more seniority who have yet to receive such an elevation. We cannot set this precedent. I urge my colleagues to consider carefully. Zhang Jun recognized the necessity of rallying support for himself and remarked, I have conducted an assessment of Zhao Minka. This comrade is diligent and honest in his work, producing remarkably well-crafted materials. If promotions were solely based on years of service and seniority, then the assembly in this meeting room would consist entirely of senior officials over the age of 55. This analogy resonated profoundly. The members of the standing committee exchanged knowing smiles. Fu Zichang chuckled, Comrade Zhang Jun speaks with clarity. If every promotion were strictly ordered by years of service and seniority, then the elevation of young cadres would merely become a hollow slogan. Zhang Jun, armed with his own arguments, left Chen Guoliang without a counterattack. Chen Guoliang once again experienced the challenge posed by Zhang Jun. However, he still found it hard to believe that he could be bested by him once more. Then let us all express our opinions. Chen Guoliang calmly surveyed the standing committee members. Zhu Jie, the director of the county party office, was always the first to leap to Chen Guoliang's defense, regardless of the correctness of Chen Guoliang's statements. As long as it was his discourse, Zhu Jie would undoubtedly voice his staunch support. Secretary Chen is absolutely right. Zhu Jie exclaimed with a smile, what qualifications does Zhao Minka possess to be considered for the deputy position? It is sheer nonsense, he must be denied. Fu Zichang felt a twinge of displeasure. As the second in command, it was his turn to voice his stance following the secretary's remarks, yet Zhu Jie had preempted him. With a glare towards Zhu Jie, Fu Zichang asserted, I have made my position clear. Comrade Zhao Minka is a key talent nurtured by our county government, and this promotion is a recognition of his diligent work. I wholeheartedly support it. The full-time deputy secretary, Yu Xingli, subsequently added, I support this. Chen Guoliang's voice took on a serious tone, Comrade Xingli, what do you support? Do you endorse my opposition or Fu County Head's endorsement? Yu Xingli, momentarily bewildered by his convoluted phrasing, paused before responding, I support the promotion of Comrade Zhao Minka. Chen Guoliang emitted a low, discontented snort. Zhang Jun, ranking fourth, naturally supported his own proposal, stating, Zhao Minka is an exemplary comrade, and I back his promotion. In a personnel issue devoid of competition, the members' statements effectively served as a show of hands, yielding the same result. Zhao Minka had now garnered 3 votes in favor and 2 against. The secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Su Li, pondered briefly before stating, I happen to have interacted with Zhao Minka, and I would like to share an incident that truly occurred. Although Chen Guoliang was dissatisfied to hear a story at this point, he could hardly oppose Su Li, the speaker. Su Li recounted, one weekend, while I was shopping for daily necessities, I witnessed an elderly man being grazed by a vehicle and falling to the ground. At that moment, there were at least 100 onlookers, yet not one dared to assist the fallen elder. The offending vehicle made a turn and sped away, leaving the elderly man motionless on the ground.
The assembly was captivated by his narrative. The reluctance to help the elderly had long become a topic of societal debate. A netizen remarked, referencing a judge, "If you didn't hit him, why should you help?" This statement had effectively dragged society's moral standards back 3 decades. Almost immediately, another netizen countered, "That was the pinnacle of social morality." Continuing at the standing committee, Suli elaborated, "At that moment, I hesitated, contemplating whether to approach and assist the elder. Would I be subjected to a scam? Would the balance in my bank account suffice against his potential extortion?" Laughter erupted in the room. Suli's expression turned grave as he continued. Just then, a well-mannered young man rushed forward without a moment's hesitation, recording the incident on his phone while inquiring if the elder needed assistance, if an ambulance should be called, or if he needed to contact family. He did not physically aid the elder, yet he provided invaluable support to him. I thought to myself, this person is not only warm-hearted but also quite astute. Chen Guoliang, puzzled, queried, "Comrade Suli, how does this incident relate to our current agenda?" Suli smiled softly. "It is indeed relevant. The young man who helped the elderly individual is none other than Comrade Zhao Minka, a staff member at the county political office." A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Chen Guoliang wiped his face and asked, "Comrade Suli, how do you know it was him? Do you know him?" Suli shook his head. "At that time, I did not know him, but I approached to help, thinking that if the elder attempted to con him, I could serve as a witness. I asked him, 'Young man, aren't you afraid the elder might scam you?' He replied, 'I am a party member and a cadre. I cannot shrink back out of fear and leave someone in need without assistance.' I inquired which unit he belonged to and his name, and he stated he was from the county political office, named Zhao Minka." Every face in the room expressed a sudden seriousness. Suli declared, "Therefore, I shall cast my vote for him, in recognition of his courageous act of helping another, for being a competent and exemplary party member." Zhang Jun applauded loudly, exclaiming, "Well said, Secretary Su." The other committee members joined in the applause. Chen Guoliang's countenance darkened, realizing he had miscalculated once again. The Minister of Propaganda, Lu Zhouying, chimed in, "Such acts of kindness must be supported by our propaganda department. I cast a vote for Comrade Zhao Minka." The Minister of Organization, Zhao Fucai, chuckled, "Such good people are increasingly rare. They serve as role models for our cadre. I cast my vote for him." The Minister of Armed Forces, Wang Digui, remarked, "Good deeds are rewarded. Comrade Zhang Jun has a keen eye for talent. I support this." The Minister of United Front Work, Xiao Ligua, stated that classic line, "I have no objections." Perhaps sensing the ambiguity of his words, he, usually sparing with speech, added, "I agree with Zhao Minka's promotion." The meeting room fell into an immediate silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Out of 10 standing committee members, 8 expressed their support for Zhang Jun's nomination of Zhao Minka. Only Chen Guoliang and Chu Jie stood in opposition. These 2 dissenting votes appeared starkly incongruous and discordant. Chen Guoliang, unable to restrain himself, pulled out a cigarette, disregarding his cough, and lit one. After taking a drag, he broke into a violent fit of coughs. He pondered, he could not allow Zhang Jun to be so unrestrained. Should he invoke the county party secretary's veto power? Should he bury this agenda in obscurity? As the secretary, he indeed possessed the authority to veto. As long as he firmly opposed it, this personnel matter would not pass. Everyone's gaze was fixed upon him, clearly anticipating that in desperation, Chen Guoliang might very well take this step. Zhang Jun stroked his chin, wondering if Chen Guoliang would truly resort to a veto. Chapter 221 is Zhang Jun's complete victory. After the standing committee members expressed their opinions, the county party secretary, Chen Guoliang, did not provide a concluding remark. In that instant, the atmosphere in the standing committee reached an unprecedented level of tension. Zhang Jun peered through the haze of smoke, scrutinizing Chen Guoliang's reaction. Having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, both at the hands of the newly appointed executive deputy county head, Zhang Jun, Chen Guoliang found himself in a precarious position. The results of both votes were identical, with Zhang Jun securing 8 out of the 10 votes from the attending committee members. This posed a significant challenge to Chen Guoliang's authority as the top leader. Chen Guoliang pondered whether to exercise his veto power. In voting elections or decisions, a single opposing vote can negate the candidate or the matter at hand. This mechanism, known as the veto power, is wielded by individuals or organizations in pivotal positions. Hence, possessing such authority signifies both status and power. The most common exercise of veto power is observed in the permanent members of the Security Council, commonly referred to as the P5. According to Article 27 of the United Nations Charter, resolutions concerning all other matters must receive 9 affirmative votes, including the consent of all permanent members. This implies that even if a resolution enjoys the support of the majority of member states, the permanent members retain the capability to exercise their veto, rendering any decision of the Security Council ineffective. In our country's administrative regulations, leading officials typically also hold the position of party secretary within their respective units. According to the party's deliberation rules, the secretary possesses the ultimate decision-making authority, which we commonly refer to as the veto power. This right is conferred by law. However, secretaries seldom exercise this power lightly, as doing so could severely undermine their prestige. Our party's discussion mechanism, particularly concerning significant matters, adheres to the principle of democratic centralism. The term 3 majors and 1 large refers to substantial adjustments in policies, significant decision-making deployments, important personnel appointments, and considerable financial expenditures, all of which necessitate collective decision-making to prevent the emergence of a dictatorial voice, whereby a single leader's decisions could lead to corruption and misjudgments, a practice often termed collective decision-making. During collective discussions, speeches are made in order of rank, culminating in a decision by the unit leader. There are generally two modes of speech. One involves reverse order, where the least senior member speaks first, and the secretary ultimately decides, with their word being final. However, in practice, sequential speaking is more common, with the secretary summarizing at the end. For instance, at this juncture, if Chen Guoliang were to withhold his agreement to Zhao Minka's promotion during his summary, it would equate to exercising his veto power, thus negating the votes of the other 8 committee members. If he were to act in such a manner, there would be no further commentary from others. Yet, the veto power is also a double-edged sword. While it showcases the secretary's unique authority, it simultaneously reveals his inability to maintain control over the standing committee. Once higher-ups become aware, they are likely to reassess this individual's leadership capabilities and their ability to unite colleagues, which could influence their prospects for advancement. Chen Guoliang felt a wave of headache wash over him. He pressed his hands against his temples and, after a period of deep contemplation, slowly stated, "Congratulations to Comrade Zhao Minka on being elected as the deputy director of the county political office, with an elevation of administrative rank to deputy section chief." Zhang Jun exhaled a sigh of relief. The other committee members exchanged faint smiles. Fortunately, Chen Guoliang had not lost his composure, otherwise, it would have been a slap in the face to the entire committee. Chen Guoliang's reluctance to wield his veto power stemmed from his belief that employing such authority over a trivial personnel issue would be particularly petty. Zhang Jun was solely focused on the outcome. The candidate he nominated had ultimately garnered the committee's approval, resulting in an appointment. This was sufficient for him. Several other crucial personnel matters still loomed ahead. However, Chen Guoliang sniffled and suddenly declared, "Colleagues, I apologize, but I am suffering from a severe cold and a splitting headache. Let us adjourn today's standing committee meeting. We shall continue with the remaining agenda next time." Fu Ziqiang and the others were utterly taken aback. To suspend a meeting halfway through was unprecedented in the history of Yiping County. Nevertheless, Chen Guoliang's cold symptoms appeared genuinely grave. He continuously blew his nose, his eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze seemed somewhat bulging, indicating a poor state of health. The most likely reason, however, was that today's standing committee meeting had been exceedingly unfavorable for him. Chen Guoliang needed to regroup for future battles. He gathered his documents, stood up, and announced, "All right, the meeting is adjourned." With that, he was the first to turn and leave the venue. Once a charismatic figure commanding Yiping County, today his silhouette appeared rather desolate. This standing committee convened to discuss only 2 agenda items, both concerning Zhang Jun, and it felt as if the meeting had been orchestrated exclusively for him. Yet, Zhang Jun exhibited no signs of arrogance. He understood that his success was due to the advantageous circumstances rather than the committee members genuinely aligning with him. Politics revolves around the exchange of interests. Zhang Jun had sacrificed part of his own interests to attain today's victory. However, would he continue to navigate the forthcoming standing committee meetings so smoothly that depended on whether he could sustain his output of benefits and continue to garner the support of the other committee members? Moreover, he had already surmised that Chen Guoliang would not simply acquiesce. He would likely regroup and seek to regain his advantage in the next standing committee meeting. Fu Ziqiang rose with a smile, saying, "Comrade Zhang Jun, with today's meeting concluding early, you can celebrate your promotion tonight." Zhang Jun replied with a slight smile, "All right, I will host a banquet at Shizhouyao this evening, and I cordially invite all of you to grace us with your presence." Laughter erupted among the group. "Great, let us gather for dinner tonight." Upon returning to his office, Zhang Jun soon learned that Zhao Minka had heard the results of the standing committee and rushed to express his gratitude. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that his words tumbled out in a flurry of thanks. "County head Zhang, thank you. I am truly moved. I appreciate your guidance and support. I will certainly heed your words and serve you well." Zhang Jun, maintaining a composed demeanor, replied, "Focus on your work. Being my liaison officer will be quite demanding." Zhao Minka exclaimed, "It is an honor to serve County head Zhang. I am not afraid of hard work." Zhang Jun nodded, saying, "Indeed, several factories in the development zone are gradually commencing operations. We need to prepare a thank you banquet to maintain our rapport with the entrepreneurs. Draft a speech for me and submit it within 3 days." Although Zhao Minka had not previously been involved with the development zone's management and was unaware of the details concerning the factories, he refrained from asking further questions, opting instead to address any issues independently and diligently fulfill his superior's directives. "Understood, County head Zhang. I will ensure it is well crafted." Zhao Minka straightened his back and replied emphatically. Zhang Jun waved his hand, contemplating whether to invite Chen Guoliang to the evening banquet. Would Chen Guoliang decline due to his illness? At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Ma Hongqi. He rose, composed himself, and answered respectfully, "Hello, boss." On the other end, Ma Hongqi's deep voice resonated, "Zhang Jun, you must learn to unite your colleagues and maintain balance. In political life, the art of balance is of utmost importance." Zhang Jun was taken aback. Chapter 222 The Balance of Politics. Zhang Jun's triumph at the county committee's standing committee meeting was nothing short of resounding victory. Yet, Ma Hongqi, on the other end of the phone, earnestly advised Zhang Jun to master the art of balance. Ma gently reminded him, "Young Jun, have you ever read The 3 Kingdoms? In my view, it is essentially a treatise on the art of balance." Before Zhuge Liang emerged, he laid the groundwork for the mutual checks and balances among the 3 kingdoms. The rivalry between Lu and Chao provided an opportunity for Sun Wu to flourish. The conflict between Sun and Chao, in turn, afforded Shu a chance to secure its own territory. Ultimately, when Shu Han fell, Sun Wu followed suit. Had Chao been vanquished, a fierce battle between Sun Wu and Shu Han would have been inevitable. Zhang Jun grasped the underlying message. Ma Hongqi was cautioning him against being overly assertive, cautioning him that he might overshadow others. The personnel dynamics within the county were intricate as Zhang Jun understood that Fu Ziqian was merely wielding his influence to undermine Chen Guoliang. Once Chen was ousted and Fu successfully ascended, it was likely that he would shift his focus to Zhang Jun. If Zhang Jun aspired to be an exceptional leader, he needed to pursue a holistic equilibrium. Presently, Fu Ziqian, Yu Xingli, and Zhang Jun had formed an unspoken alliance against the formidable Chen Guoliang, achieving some success. However, if Chen were reassigned, and Fu became the secretary while Yu became the county mayor, how would Zhang Jun navigate his position as the executive deputy mayor? Regardless of who held the posts of secretary or mayor, conflicts would undoubtedly arise. Would Zhang Jun continue to engage with the newly appointed Fu Ziqiang or align with Yu Xingli? Furthermore, Chen Guoliang, currently the secretary, may not have achieved significant accomplishments in office, but he had committed no grave errors, and might very well ascend to the city leadership next. That would leave Zhang Jun in a precarious situation. Having offended a city leader, Ma Hongqi said on the phone, "Young Jun, you are doing exceptionally well, keep up the good work."
Zhang Jun's previously restless heart quickly calmed, and he replied, "Thank you for your guidance, boss. I still have much to improve."
He then reported to Ma Hongqi about recent events in the county, particularly regarding the organizational minister Zhao Fucai's intentions to draw closer. Ma's tone softened, and he smiled, saying, "Very good. Only by uniting all possible forces can you truly establish a firm foothold. Remember, there are only everlasting interests, not eternal enemies."
Each conversation with Ma Hongqi proved to be immensely beneficial for Zhang Jun. At several crucial crossroads in life, Ma always appeared at the right moment to offer him sage advice. After ending the call, Zhang Jun fell into deep contemplation. The county's political office director, Yao Changfu, entered with a smile, saying, "County Mayor Zhang, you truly are brilliant," having subdued Secretary Chen. Zhang Jun's expression instantly turned stern as he shot a sharp glance at Yao Changfu and said in a low voice, "Director Yao, what did you just say? As a party member and an official, you must bear political responsibility for every word you utter." Yao Changfu was taken aback, bewildered, and replied, "County Mayor Zhang, did I say something wrong?"
Zhang Jun emphatically struck the table and, with a stern demeanor, stated, "The discussions in the standing committee are about the issues at hand, not personal grievances. All resolutions passed are the collective result of discussion among the committee members, and they have the endorsement and support of Secretary Chen. Do not spread unfounded rumors." Only then did Yao Changfu realize his mistake, his posture slumping as he cautiously said, "County Mayor Zhang, I spoke thoughtlessly.
I apologize." Zhang Jun waved his hand, saying, "Enough, is there anything else?"
Yao Changfu, still shaken, momentarily forgot the matter at hand, scratching his head before recalling, "Director Wang Jianjun from the County Emergency Management Bureau came to report on his work, but since you were in the standing committee meeting, I told him to come back another day." Zhang Jun checked the time and replied, "In that case, call Wang Jianjun now and ask him to come over in an hour. I will be waiting in my office. If anyone else needs to see me, have them come after 4 this afternoon. I will handle everything before I leave for the day."
Yao Changfu complied and exited.
Zhang Jun organized his documents and stepped out with his briefcase. He made his way to Chen Guoliang's office. Chen Guoliang was reclining in his chair, eyes closed, pondering the county's situation. Upon hearing the secretary's announcement of Zhang Jun's arrival, he was momentarily surprised but quickly composed himself, straightening his posture and saying, "Please welcome Comrade Zhang Jun."
Zhang Jun entered and inquired, "Secretary Chen, why not visit the hospital? Why persist in working while unwell?" Chen Guoliang waved his hand dismissively, "It's just a cold, nothing serious, cough. Comrade Zhang Jun, is there something you need?"
Zhang Jun opened his briefcase, retrieved a document, and handed it to Chen Guoliang, saying, "Under the wise leadership of the county committee, the development zone has achieved remarkable results, with several factories commencing operations. Our management committee has decided to host a gratitude banquet to honor the investors from various factories. So this is the event plan, and we kindly request Secretary Chen to preside over the occasion."
Chen Guoliang raised his eyebrows slightly, casting a deep glance at Zhang Jun.
During the recent standing committee meeting, Zhang Jun had exhibited an unusually strong demeanor, effectively overshadowing the seasoned secretary. This had been the true reason for Chen Guoliang's abrupt end to the meeting. He had been contemplating how to interact with Zhang Jun. The more he suppressed him, the more formidable Zhang Jun seemed to become. This clearly indicated that Zhang Jun was a person of considerable background, capability, and cunning. Chen Guoliang recognized his miscalculation. He should not have been so hasty in confronting Zhang Jun. However, the die was cast. It was inconceivable for the esteemed secretary to seek Zhang Jun's forgiveness. At this moment, Zhang Jun had taken the initiative to approach him, and although the discussion revolved around work, it was evident that Zhang Jun sought to mend their relationship. Such a person possessed extraordinary political acumen. Chen Guoliang regarded him with renewed respect.
"Excellent."
Chen Guoliang accepted the olive branch extended by Zhang Jun, saying, "I will certainly arrange time to attend." He paused, then slowly remarked, "Comrade Zhang Jun, my intentions today were not to target you but rather to genuinely alleviate your workload. I hope you do not take it to heart." Zhang Jun smiled slightly, replying, "I understand Secretary Chen's good intentions. Rest assured, I can manage my work and rest effectively, achieving a balance between labor and leisure, and strive to excel in all tasks. I will not disappoint the trust the organization has placed in me." When he referred to the organization, it was, of course, a nod to the county committee represented by Chen Guoliang.
Chen Guoliang felt a surge of joy, sensing that his ailment had eased somewhat, and said, "You are a commendable comrade."
Zhang Jun seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. Secretary Chen, everyone is saying that I have been promoted to executive deputy mayor. This evening, we are gathering for a meal, and I humbly invite Secretary Chen to take time out of your busy schedule to join us. I know you are unwell and cannot drink. We can simply have some beverages. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Guoyang's eyes, and without hesitation, he replied, very well, I will definitely attend the banquet this evening. Zhang Jun stood, shook hands with Chen Guoliang, and said, I do not wish to disturb Secretary Chen's work or rest. Please take care of your health. The weight of Yiping County rests on your shoulders. Your good health is a blessing for our county's million residents. Chen Guoliang's face blossomed into a radiant smile, his features so animated they seemed to glisten. Zhang Jun took his leave, and Chen Guoliang watched his upright figure depart, inwardly marveling that this young man is truly a heroic figure. He can be both assertive and humble, soaring like a dragon in the sky while also remaining lowly like a hidden dragon in the depths. His future knows no bounds. Chapter 223. An urgent crisis. Upon returning to his office, Zhang Jun promptly dialed Su Wanner to arrange for the evening's banquet. With a charming smile, Su Wanner replied, if County Chief Zhang is hosting, I shall certainly prepare meticulously to entertain you and the esteemed county leaders. Zhang Jun then reached out to Guo Xiao Xiao, inviting her and Chang Dingwing to join the dinner as well. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Zhang Jun set down the phone and turned to greet the visitor. The newcomer bowed slightly and announced, Good day, County Chief Zhang. I am Wang Jianjun from the Emergency Management Bureau, here to report on our work. Zhang Jun nodded with a warm smile, saying, Comrade Jianjun, please come in. Having recently assumed the role of Executive Deputy County Chief, today marked the official commencement of his duties. Ordinarily, the heads of the bureaus and offices under his purview would be expected to come and report their work to him. Even in the absence of specific matters to discuss, they should at least introduce themselves to the new supervising deputy county chief. As the emergency bureau also falls under Zhang Jun's jurisdiction, it was only fitting for Wang Jianjun, as the bureau chief, to pay his respects. Wang Jianjun, appearing to be in his 40s and dressed quite plainly, bore an unremarkable resemblance to a farmer. County Chief Zhang, congratulations on your promotion, he said, his complexion somewhat sallow, as though he had spent prolonged hours under the sun. Zhang Jun shook his hand and gestured for him to take a seat, saying, Comrade Jianjun, there is no need for formality. Sitting upright, Wang Jianjun appeared somewhat tense as he retrieved a stack of documents from an old, worn briefcase, presenting it to Zhang Jun with both hands. Zhang Jun accepted the materials but refrained from hastily perusing them, instead choosing to listen intently to Wang Jianjun's report. Speaking in a heavily accented Mandarin, Wang Jianjun began, County Chief Zhang, our county has recently been plagued by torrential spring rains, leading to the outbreak of mountain torrents and mudslides in various locations. Zhang Jun, having previously served as the party secretary of Chengguan Town, was already aware of these events and had dealt with related cases, thus he nodded calmly and inquired, how is the ongoing disaster relief work and the resettlement of affected residents progressing? A deep concern flashed across Wang Jianjun's face as he responded, County Chief Zhang, these matters are minor. The gravest threat lies with the Baiyun Reservoir, which is now at full capacity and in a state of emergency. Should another mountain torrent occur, the reservoir may exceed its flood limit, resulting in a catastrophic natural disaster. Zhang Jun's heart sank, and he asked in a serious tone, the Baiyun Reservoir? Which town is it located in? I have just assumed my position and have not yet had the opportunity to visit the various towns. Wang Jianjun proceeded to explain the basic situation of the Baiyun Reservoir. Yiping County comprises 18 towns, of which Zhang Jun was only familiar with Chengguan Town. The Baiyun Reservoir, however, is situated in the most remote area, Jingshan Town. True to its name, Jingshan Town is surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only a few roads leading in and out. In 1958, the nation proposed its overarching policy of the Great Leap Forward, along with the slogan of 3 red flags, which included the large-scale irrigation projects as part of the People's Commune movement. This initiative sparked a nationwide boom in agricultural water conservancy construction. The Baiyun Reservoir was built against this backdrop and stands as the largest reservoir within Yiping County. Water conservancy is the lifeblood of agriculture, and the development of such facilities plays a crucial role in ensuring bountiful harvests. The construction of the Baiyun Reservoir was a monumental undertaking, built upon the physical labor of the people of Yiping County, who toiled tirelessly to create a grand water conservancy project that would benefit future generations. This structure was erected with countless sacrifices, sweat, and lives, forming a magnificent arc of hope. Its freshwater sustains innumerable lives, while its irrigation capabilities promise to yield abundant crops. The sacrifices made are indeed worthwhile, as the benefits are long-term. Zhang Jun recognized the significance of such a large reservoir for the county's populace. Maintaining his composure, he issued directives. Comrade Jianjun, your emergency bureau must coordinate with the Flood Control Command Office and the Earthquake Disaster Reduction Bureau to ensure timely inspections. We must prevent incidents such as seepage, erosion, or overtopping at the Baiyun Reservoir. Should any issues arise, they must be addressed immediately. We cannot allow for breaches or catastrophic risks. Wang Jianjun responded affirmatively, yes, County Chief Zhang, we assure you we will complete the task. Subsequently, the County Finance Bureau Chief Jin Yuat and the Industrial Bureau Chief Ling Zhanghua, among others, arrived to report to Zhang Jun. He engaged in brief conversations with each of them, extending the time if there were significant matters to address. Busy until 6 in the evening, Zhang Jun finally concluded his meetings. After work, he made his way to Shizhouyao. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and a fierce wind swept through, causing the street signs to rattle ominously. Zhang Jun glanced up at the sky, his brow furrowing slightly.
Another heavy downpour was imminent. County committee leaders, including Chen Guoliang and Fu Ziqiang, arrived in succession, shaking hands with Zhang Jun before taking their seats in the private room. Zhang Jun had also brought Zhao Mingke along, who displayed some initiative by bustling about, assisting the leaders with chairs and pouring drinks. This evening, Su Waner had applied a light touch of makeup and donned her most elegant long dress, exuding grace and striking beauty, embodying a captivating charm. She adeptly greeted each leader and coordinated the banquet arrangements. Fu Ziqiang expressed slight surprise at Chen Guoliang's presence at the gathering, given the apparent friction between him and Zhang Jun during the standing committee meeting. Chen Guoliang, feeling unwell, opted for a beverage in place of alcohol, clinking glasses with Zhang Jun in a toast. In such social gatherings, Su Waner had no designated seat. She served alongside the others, akin to a waitress. Most attendees were men, and naturally, the striking presence of Su Waner drew their gazes, though some were bold enough to look openly, while others dared only to steal furtive glances. Zhang Jun raised his glass, offering a few words of toast, and honored everyone with a drink. The banquet lasted over an hour before finally dispersing. Guo Qiaoqiao and Zhao Mingke accompanied Zhang Jun back to his dormitory before taking their leave. After a refreshing shower, Zhang Jun settled onto the sofa to watch television. Xin Shui was delivering the news. In the coming days, our province will experience significant rainfall from west to east, accompanied by thunderstorms and strong winds, along with short bursts of intense rainfall in certain areas of the eastern region.
Zhang Jun glanced out the window.
Shen Shui's voice continued to resonate on the screen. The Provincial Flood Control Office has issued a strong rainfall risk alert, urging all localities to closely monitor weather changes, enhance collaborative assessments, promptly issue forecasts and warnings, enforce stringent accountability at the grassroots level, and adopt a variety of measures to alert and mobilize residents in risk areas, decisively organizing evacuations to mitigate disaster risks.
That night, Zhang Jun was abruptly awakened by a violent thunderclap.
He rose to see a tempest of thunder and lightning outside, with rain pouring down as if the heavens had opened a faucet, the droplets cascading like pearls from a broken necklace. Standing at the window, he observed the roaring downpour, feeling an unsettling flutter in his chest. He checked his phone, relieved to find no incoming calls. After lighting a cigarette, he returned to bed. As dawn approached, just before 6 o'clock, the shrill ring of his phone jolted him awake. Answering the call with calm composure, he said, "This is Zhang Jun, who is speaking." A thunderous voice erupted from the other end. "County Chief Zhang, it's bad. The Baiyun Reservoir is on the verge of failure. There are signs of seepage in the embankment, and it may breach at any moment."
Chapter 224 of The People and the Dam. The phone call came from Wang Jianjun of the Emergency Management Bureau, his voice filled with urgent desperation. "Director Zhang. We need to act swiftly."
Zhang Jun felt a jolt of fear. The Baiyun Reservoir is the largest in Yiping County, nestled within the mountains. Should it breach, the ensuing flood would inundate the tens of thousands of residents in Qingshan Town. Zhang Jun promptly issued directives to the Emergency Management Bureau, the Flood Control Command Office, and the Earthquake Relief Bureau, mandating a collaborative disaster response effort. After concluding the call with Wang Jianjun, Zhang Jun hurriedly contacted County Party Secretary Chen Guoliang and County Mayor Fu Ziqiang to report the disaster situation. Chen Guoliang, roused from slumber and battling a cold, sounded distinctly disoriented, responding, "Comrade Zhang Jun, could it really be that serious? Every year at this season, we face flooding, and yet we always manage to navigate through unscathed."
Zhang Jun replied gravely, "Secretary Chen, this year's circumstances are unprecedented.
We must implement emergency measures without delay. I propose we immediately inform the higher-level emergency command center about the disaster and seek support from provincial and municipal authorities." Chen Guoliang glanced at the clock, hesitating. "Comrade Zhang Jun, it's only 6 in the morning.
The leaders haven't even arrived at their offices yet. Let us first exert every effort to combat the flood and prevent the reservoir from breaching."
Zhang Jun, not present at the scene and unaware of the specific dangers, felt compelled to acquiesce to Chen Guoliang's calm demeanor. Fu Ziqiang echoed Chen Guoliang's sentiments, both believing it prudent to first staunch any breaches and maintain the dam's integrity. Zhang Jun attempted to reach the county government duty room, but was met with silence. A torrential thunderstorm had rendered many city functions paralyzed. Upon rising, Zhang Jun discovered the lights remained unlit. Utilizing the faint light of dawn, he approached the window to gaze outside, only to find the entire county enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Despite summer's early dawn, the relentless downpour in dense clouds had obscured the sky entirely. Zhang Jun resolved to report the disaster to the city. He dialed Su Peishing's number, and the call connected. "I apologize for disturbing you, Mayor Su, but I must report the flooding situation in the county." Su Peishing responded calmly, "Comrade Zhang Jun, I am already at the front lines of flood relief." A widespread rainfall had inundated the city, and under Su Peishing's coordination, the municipal transportation system swiftly activated its flood emergency plan, establishing 28 flood control teams comprising over 900 personnel, preparing 220 trucks and 110 buses, focusing on 6 critical areas including railways, national and provincial highways, and rural roads, ensuring round-the-clock inspections to maintain safety and efficiency across the city as thoroughfares. Zhang Jun briefed Su Peishing on the perilous conditions at Baiyun Reservoir. Su Peishing took the matter seriously, stating, "Comrade Zhang Jun, closely monitor the water levels at Baiyun Reservoir. Should any piping, leakage, or overtopping occur, it is imperative to address it immediately. Failure to act promptly could lead to catastrophic breaches." Zhang Jun replied resolutely, "Mayor Su, I am heading to Baiyun Reservoir now to oversee the situation personally. I assure you, as long as I am present, the dam shall stand." A tremendous clap of thunder rumbled overhead, prompting Su Peishing to raise his voice, "Stay safe. Call me if you require assistance." "Understood, I will ensure the task is accomplished." Zhang Jun responded emphatically. Having recently taken on the role of executive deputy county mayor overseeing emergency management, Zhang Jun now faced a significant crisis. He could not afford to be complacent and decided to lead from the front. Only by being on site could he fully grasp the severity of the flood and make timely decisions. Half an hour later, Zhang Jun, accompanied by Zhao Minka and others, boarded the flood control command vehicle and set off for Qingshan town. This specialized flood control vehicle, equipped with four-wheel drive and a high clearance, was adept at navigating diverse and challenging terrains, particularly in waterlogged conditions, ensuring rapid and safe access to emergency sites. The vehicle was also outfitted for mobile phone charging. Although Zhang Jun's phone still had battery life, he plugged it into the charger nonetheless. 30 minutes later, the flood control office's convoy arrived at Qingshan town. Zhang Jun made contact with Wang Jianjun, and they convened at the foot of the mountain beside Baiyun Reservoir, where a temporary camp had been established beneath a stone cliff for wind and rain protection. This site also served as the frontline office for the county's emergency command and flood control office. Dressed in a heavy raincoat and tall rubber boots, Zhang Jun entered the camp. Thanks to the efforts of relevant departments, landline communications had been restored, and electricity had been reinstated. The camp was equipped with telephone lines and lighting. Zhang Jun inquired solemnly, "Have the piping breaches been sealed?" Wang Jianjun replied robustly, "Report to Director Zhang, we have temporarily sealed the piping breach through our efforts." Zhang Jun stood at the camp entrance, gazing outward. The rain continued to fall. The most perilous moment would occur after the rain ceased, when mountain torrents converged upon the reservoir. This would be the true test of the dam's resilience. There was also the risk that the dam might not withstand the onslaught and could breach before the rains let up. Zhang Jun convened a brief meeting, issuing crucial directives. All villages and towns in Qingshan must organize forces to conduct a comprehensive inspection, focusing on prone flooding areas, geological disaster risks from mountain torrents, temporary shelters, dilapidated buildings, and large outdoor billboards. He stressed, strengthen temporary controls in high-risk areas to prevent casualties. Refine measures for mountain torrent geological disaster prevention, and enhance patrols and defenses around reservoirs exceeding flood limits, small rivers, lakes, and ponds. Promptly implement pre-release and monitoring measures to avert minor incidents from escalating into major disasters. The Baiyun Reservoir was but one of his battlegrounds. As the vice-county mayor representing the populace, he had to oversee flood rescue efforts in Qingshan town while also considering the broader context of the entire county. Zhang Jun frequently communicated with county leaders and officials from various towns to assess the situation across different locales. Once he concluded his calls, he surveyed the camp's occupants and inquired, "Where are the party secretary and mayor of Qingshan town?" Wang Jianjun responded, "Director Zhang, we have been unable to reach party secretary Chen Weihong. We visited his home, and his wife informed us he is not there, having been absent all night. As for Mayor Han Taijun, he is currently inspecting the dam." Someone nearby remarked, "Director Zhang, I know where Chen Weihong is. He is likely at Widow Lu's house. He has a penchant for spending the night there." The expressions of Wang Jianjun and others shifted dramatically as they turned to Zhang Jun. Zhang Jun questioned, "Who are you? How do you know Chen Weihong is at Widow Lu's house?" The slender individual, crouched on the ground smoking a cigarette, replied, "Director Zhang, I'm the deputy mayor of Qingshan town. My name is Chanel I. My name is easy to remember, especially convenient." Laughter erupted among the group. Shinli added with a grin, "Director Zhang, it's common knowledge in our town that Chen Weihong is at Widow Lu's house." Zhang Jun's countenance darkened, and he spoke sternly, "Comrade Shinli, go fetch him for me." "What time is it? He should not be indulging in such distractions." Turning to Zhao Minka beside him, he instructed, "Accompany Comrade Shinli." Zhao Minka understood that Zhang Jun's intention in sending him was to verify the accuracy of Shinli's claim. Zhang Jun was already incensed, yet he practiced restraint. His political acumen was finely honed. He would not hastily dismiss a cadre based on hearsay. It was imperative to ascertain the truth before making any determinations.